It's morning time in the great city of Atlanta, Georgia, home of the Atlanta Hawks, Atlanta Reign, and now the Collegiate Commissioners Cup. Welcome inside the Gateway Arena for the official CECC kickoff show presented by Barbasol. Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser. I'm going to be your host for these festivities today. I could not be more excited to get this action going, but first, we have a special presentation from the United States Air Force. Let's tune in.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to the regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Please congratulate these new airmen after the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the rampart we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Hello again, I'm Anna Prosser, thrilled to be your host here at CECC for the pre-show sponsored by Barbasol. Today we have so much esports action goodness for you, and I want to get right into it. But first, let me introduce you to everyone here on the desk. Why don't you guys actually introduce yourselves, tell the people at home who you are, why you're here, what are you doing, starting with you, Lawler.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know why I'm here.
Why are any of us here,
honestly.
really?
No, Adam Blow at Thornton, been casting esports for about 7 years. Rocket League's the mainstay, but have been dabbled in 14, 15 different titles over the last 2 years. So ecstatic to be here and cover some collegiate everything, it feels like.
Fawn here. Fawn the Legend is what you can call me. But once again, I've been about in the business for about at least 3 years, casting a variety of different things with my main man over here. But we'll get to him in a second. Right now, it's about me. So with that being the case, I would definitely say that I've been enjoying casting, everything from fighting games all the way over to Smash Ultimates, Overwatch. The only thing it is I'm not too well versed in is Rocket League itself, but still an exciting sport to be able to watch. Yeah,
I got you.
Thank you, fam. Appreciate that.
Hello, my name is Blue, and I'm the most outlandish person you'll ever meet for no reason at all. But I've been casting esports and been on desks for multiple events probably since like 2018. But I came from casting robotics events and also traditional sports, so I got more of like I'm going to prepare with pages of stuff, even though we're not going to talk that much.
Yeah, there you go. You have a panel of us here to talk to you about everything that's going to be going on this weekend. I come from StarCraft 2 way back in the day, been around with esports for a while. Collegiate is absolutely 100% my favorite, though, because I feel like there are so many good stories to tell. There are life-changing moments we're going to see this week. So let's talk a little bit about what we have going on. We're here, of course, in Atlanta in the Gateway Center Arena at College Park. We have 4 games that we're going to be covering. This is the order we'll be seeing them in: Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Overwatch, Rocket League, and Valorant. What do you guys think? What are you most looking forward to this weekend, Lawler?
I mean, I've dabbled a little bit in the Collegiate Rocket League scene now for probably about a year and a half, and seeing the level of gameplay really amplify probably over the past 2 years is probably the exciting thing. While the prize pools and everything else increase, it's actually the gameplay itself that really drives me. But the complete opposite, actually. I'm a huge fan of watching FGCs, but I'm not involved in them. So I'm excited to just kind of partake and be a fan of the experience for Smash while we have it on display.
Yeah, it's actually super interesting that you mentioned that about the FGC. It's typically what it is that I've been casting. I casted Arc Revo Canada, so like Smash is a big thing. It is that I'm super invested in. Valorant is also something I'm super invested in as well, considering the fact that I casted for SNU as well, which is another university, another collegiate league. Valorant, Smash definitely have my heart in terms of the game, especially Smash, since it's such a FGC grassroots sort of deal. I'm really excited to see the matches for Smash today.
Yeah, I've casted Overwatch, I've casted Rocket League, so I will enjoy watching those this weekend. But I'm trying to get more into Valorant, and of course Smash is. I've just started getting into fighting games, and I feel like it's long overdue since it's the grandfather of esports, pretty much. So fighting games in general, right? They created why we're here today. So I'm looking forward to all 4 games.
Totally fair. However, we don't make up the entirety of our talent team. We have 2 very important people down on the floor. Our floor hosts, Jackie Jing and Polly Hype. How are you 2 doing?
Happy Saturday, everyone. Are you ready for some esports action? It's Jackie Jing. I'm with Polly.
That's right.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to be here. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel great, Jackie. We've been all cooped up for the last 2 years, but it feels good to be back.
I know, this crowd is fantastic. It is so great to be around a crowd. It's absolutely electric in here, seeing all of these faces, and so excited to be working with this fantastic lineup, and we have so much action ahead of us today.
Yeah, we do. We have 4 game titles: Overwatch, Valorant, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and Rocket League. All the participators and competitors in this event, Jackie, are going to be competing for $25,000, and we also gave out $60,000 in travel stipend to get here as well.
Yeah, money and glory on the line, and we already have some teams playing right now. You can hear them screaming, getting amped. So yeah, gosh, I'm so excited. It's like amazing. LAN again. You said that you've done a couple LANs. This is the first event for me in a couple years in front of a crowd. So hi, everybody.
Yeah, really happy to have you all here.
So
Jackie, I don't know if you've ever worked with me before, but when I'm on the show, we have to do what I like to call the minute of hype. So we have 60 seconds. Do me a favor. We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise. I want to hear it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. It doesn't matter where you are in the arena. I want to hear you. We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commission.
I adore this energy. This is absolutely amazing. We're going to have a lot of fun on the stage, but let's send it back to the desk.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Jackie. Now, they are correct. We have a lot going on. This is actually the largest live collegiate esports tournament to date. The reason for that is we have more than 400 players here competing. We also have more than 2,000 attendees, and they're competing for a $25,000 prize pool.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the coolest thing about this event in general. Not only do you have multiple titles, I mean, we've been to plenty of festivals, the DreamHacks, the ESLs, and stuff like that, and you see like the different competitions, but you are getting the love and attention individually to each game on the broadcast, which is being provided in a plethora of, like, there's so many different opportunities to watch what you want here, and the ability to just sit back, relax, and enjoy some esports. Like, what more can you want?
Speaking of ways to watch, we do have 2 full days of coverage coming your way. You can find us at cecc.live. That will lead you anywhere you need to go to watch the action. But we will also be live on Xbox, on ESTV, Twitch, and YouTube. So find us there. As we go into this match, our formats are going to be Rocket League in a 3v3, Overwatch 1 in a 6v6, Valorant in a 5v5, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate in a crew battle 3v3. So right now, to start things off, what are initial favorites? What are you guys looking at?
Crew battles. Tell me more. You need to break down for people that don't know what crew battles are, because they're the greatest thing in esports, and I don't think people realize how awesome they actually are.
I was kind of confused at first. I'm not going to lie.
Hey, don't even worry, fam. I got you. So listen, crew battles, right? One of the biggest things it is that you could ever do in a fighting game is put a bunch of rowdy fighting game individuals in the same room on the same team. That's exactly what crew battles are, right? You have a 3v3 scenario. Typically, you would typically see a best of 2, sorry, not best of 2, but a best of 3, a best of 5, as is traditional within fighting games. But with a crew battle, what you have is that you have teams of 3 or teams of 4, depending on how big the venue might be or how big the teams might be, and they go against each other. You have the person that leads, and typically they start off with both of their leads, and then they move down the ladder. Whoever loses has to give up their spot to the next member on the team until there's no members remaining, and it's best of 1. Which is not something that's like Japan, like national rules. Like that's incredibly hard to be able to manage actually in an FGC environment. So I'm excited to see how hard these guys are going to fight. Actually,
dude, there is nothing better than seeing a guy who is down like 2 team members, and he like clutches like 6 stocks in a row, and then it comes down to that final moment, and he's just been wiping through. Like the anchor players do not get enough love. They never will.
Not,
yeah, that was mainly the part when I was doing some homework on the crew battle type of Smash was. The part that confused me was, you know, your second player comes in, and then the first person is jumping off the map because they have to get the amount of stocks. I think that would be the most confusing part to people that have never watched crew battles, is if you win the first fight with 2 stocks left or 2 lives, you got to start that next one with only 2 stocks. So you're going 2 versus 3 there. So if the first person gets down to the anchor, it gets kind of tough. But you're like, okay, I got 2 more teammates to back me up.
We do have a lot of schools here, and at this point, who knows who's going to kind of rise and be the star. But as we go into these matches, do any of you have any schools or teams or players that you are keeping your eyes on? What about you, Blue?
Well, I had 2 like dark horses coming into the event for Smash. I had St. Thomas Aquinas College. It really impressed me with the second player from that team. I mean, Derpiger came in and was just decimating everyone through qualifiers. They made it all the way through. They had some really good matchups against some really top-seeded teams coming into this event. They beat a couple of them as well. I mean, they beat versus Howard, which was Howard's only loss in the pool play of the qualifiers. So they had a good showing to me. And then the other one was New Jersey City University with Hydra. And I think Hydra is probably one of the best anchors out there right now. I mean, even the casters for Smash were telling us they're one of the go-to players. When you look at the top players at this event, Hydra's up there in that list. And I was like, okay, well, it looks like I did some homework correctly, because Hydra on the, I think it's Paulenta was disgusting. Yeah, Paulentana, yes.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, I'm learning. I'm getting there. Don't worry.
Could have butchered that at least 6 more times.
Yeah. When we get to the Rocket League, I won't be the fool no more.
What about you, Fawn? Any favorites?
Well, interesting enough, I've actually been keeping an eye on Full Sail throughout most of my time watching watching a lot of the collegiate tournaments. It's super interesting to see the character styles and play styles of a variety of these different characters, because as people know, Smash Ultimate is a huge roster, big game, right? You've got people. It's the only game you can see somebody. It's the only time you can see like Ryu fight against like Isabel, right? Completely different sorts of games on 2 different sides of the field, right? So it's interesting to be able to see, because Full Sail actually brings out a lot in terms of their character picks. We'll probably see a lot of Jokers, a lot of Palutenas today, a lot of those top tiers, which is something that's super interesting to be able to witness, because it's overall, you know, like it means they're going to put their best foot forward no matter what.
I'm going to do this easy way. Northwood.
Yeah?
There we go.
That's it.
Why?
Northwood.
Why? Tell the people why.
They're a powerhouse. They continue to, despite being a fairly new program, have gone and recruited top-level talent. Like, they've only been in some of the scenes for, like, a split, and they are the best team in that split. Like, it's unbelievable what they do. I think they've dropped maybe 2 matches all season in, like, CRL. Like, they are dominant in multiple titles. Watch out for Northwood.
All right, well, let's take a look at the schedule for today. Let's get into what we are going to see. Looks like we are starting out at 12:30 sharp. Lawler, what does the schedule look like to you?
Excitement, honestly. If you want to break it down in a simplistic sense, I think the cool thing is as much as we want to power rank it, dark horses, strong teams, whatever it is, LAN environments are different. The biggest consensus I've got with a lot of the players that are here, this is their first event. This is the first time that they're playing for the money. You know, 25K is no joke, and the ability to take a little bit of that back home. Yes, you got the travel and the experience, but you're able to see the competitor. It is face-to-face. Like that environment and a different setup, everything like that, it is open to anyone. I don't care if we see like first seed versus 16th seed. I expect some upsets, and that's pretty much what I'm looking here. There's favorites on that list. I don't have any favorites anymore.
Vaughn, what about you? Any favorites anymore?
Honestly, no. because taking a look at that, I mean, like, it sort of puts everything in perspective. It's super interesting to be able to not only see all those teams, but you mentioned it way earlier, and I entirely agree as somebody that used to work in Collegiate Esports. This is a big moment for a lot of different people, right? A lot of these players, a lot of these students are coming here. It's their first LAN. This can be potentially life-changing. So this is a lot. So looking at that schedule, not really a favorite anymore, honestly. Like, there's a lot of people that are going to be putting their best foot forward here.
Yeah. Blue, if someone at home is watching and they're like, why is Collegiate Esports such a big deal? What would you tell them? Maybe a parent or another student? What would you tell them about why Collegiate Esports is a big deal?
Well, when I went to college, I was an athletic person. Unfortunately, we didn't have esports programs, which I wish we did. But the first and foremost thing is you're a student athlete. So you're a student first, right? So, I mean, any parents out there, your kid is playing video games to go to college. That's why Collegiate Esports is so fantastic and tremendous, is because they're going to go to college. It's not like they're just trying to become a pro gamer right out of 8th grade or high school or whatever, right? So if they have the opportunity to go to a university or a community college, I think there's one community college that's competing here this weekend. As long as you are getting an education and doing something like this and having fun, that's something that your parents, I think, would agree with.
Absolutely. I want to thank Barbasol for bringing this CECC pre-show to you. Scan the QR code on your screen or go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans and enter for a chance to win weekly Jurassic-themed prizes, including a Jurassic-sized grand prize. Right now we're going to head to a break, but we will be right back with some esports action just for you. Stay tuned.
Have to go bigger.
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. This event has brought teams from all around to compete, the first of its kind, the largest to ever happen. From the West Coast to the far side of the East Coast, from amateurs to professionals, both searching for glory and fame, and all staking claims to the $25,000 prize pool. Who is the best? The best region? The best school? The best team? That is the question. All those answers and more start now.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. This is exciting. We're going to get our first game underway, Jackie.
Yeah, I am ready for some Smash action. You were telling me earlier you're a Jigglypuff main.
No, that was you. That was you. Don't try to throw me in the
You're
bus like
right.
that.
I am. Love me some Kirby as well.
Yeah.
But really excited. We're going to see two awesome teams going head-to-head here.
Absolutely, and it's going to be beyond exciting. Let's finally get this action. I'm not liking the energy in here. Let's make a little noise. Let's go. We're starting Super Smash Brothers. Let's go. Pick it up. We're here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. Max Ketchum, and last, over to you two to bring in the Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
All right, everybody, welcome to the CECC 2022 Super Smash Brothers Finals. My name is Max Ketchum. I'm here with Laz. What's going on, bro?
It's going fantastic, dude. We've been here since early Friday morning. We got to check out the venue throughout yesterday, and it's been absolutely amazing. We've been enjoying the sights in Atlanta and getting ready to see some Smash Brothers crew battles. We've been prepping for it all day, and we're finally here.
Yeah, man, it's been a long road, especially for these teams. Of course, they played over the course of the school year, had to qualify through their regions, go through all the motions to get here.
It's been a gauntlet.
Yep, and now just the cream of the crop has made it here. So, guys, we got a lot of talented players that you might recognize from their respective regions, especially on teams like MSU, like UCF, like NJCU. There's a lot of killers in the building.
Right. There's, even if you're not somebody who watches anything outside of maybe top 16 or top 8 at a major, there's still probably a few players that you're going to recognize, like Sonics, like Jake, like Hawk and Linus. If you watched Let's Make Big Moves, there's so many good players that you just kind of go, he's in college?
Right. Hey, man, you could be in college. You are in college,
right? I am in college.
One of the youngest casters in the game.
Yeah, I think I'm one of the only people on our talent roster here at the CECC who is currently also a college student, so I'm very happy to be able to rep that as well as just, have fun casting some Smash Bros.
Yep, it's been a long time for me. I graduated high school 11 years ago, but it's good to reconnect with my youth by doing events like this.
It's a lot of fun. This is the largest collegiate esports event, I think, in not just United States history, but also just in history in general. We're in this gigantic WNBA arena. I know you guys have been getting to see camera shots throughout the day, throughout the stream so far. It's bigger in person, I promise.
Dude, it is absolutely huge here. And the level of production, too, I mean, big shout-outs to the whole team coming together and making this happen. But, guys, when our players are ready, you're about to see some great action coming up. We have, once again, some really talented players who are ranked within their respective regions, not just at their schools, right? And, like you were talking about Hawk and Linus, they actually have a championship at a major together in doubles.
Right, that's the twin doubles team that you see sitting right there. You've got Lucy and Linus sitting down at the table, and they're going to be trying to bring this home for Michigan State University.
Yes, and of course these guys, they play an interesting roster of characters. We have a Koru who plays the DLC lineup, right? He has the Aegis and the Joker, and then Lucy on the Rob, sometimes the Ike or Cloud, sorties and all that, and then Linus, the Bowser, the heavy hitter, right? Then on the NJCU side, there is a Hydra, of course, very reputable Palutena main who kind of just comes out once in a while.
You do see Hydra a lot more often in crew battles if you pay any attention to the SCS, the Smash Crew server, which is a series of online crew battles that just go throughout the year. Hydra is very, very active in there, so definitely no stranger to the cruise format and to this kind of thing in general. So New Jersey definitely very, very fortunate to have a player that experienced in the format on their roster. and a lot of other very, very strong players, but it does seem like we are just about ready to get into our first game. And Max, I'm wondering who these two teams are going to be starting off with. I'd imagine Michigan might be starting off with the Pirate and Mithra player, just because that's a solid character with a solid matchup spread. You want to send that in early. You want to make sure that you don't, get counterpicked right off the bat, because that can be a crippling blow to start off a crew battle.
It's very true. You could also start with Rob, right? A character who kind of just mops the floor with most of the cast, but does have some troublesome matchups. And of course, I'm talking about Lucy, formerly known as Hawk. But right now, obviously, this is a button check. No Steve or Bowser Jr. on either team, to the best of my recollection.
To the best of my knowledge, yeah. But obviously, sometimes your hands get a little bit cold in between games. You're going to want to play a quick button check, a quick hand warmer. Just make sure everything's working both with your controller and with your hands physically. So they are going to be getting that out of the way. We got to see the Enderman win screen just as a little extra treat before we get into our first match.
Yeah, just a little tease for you guys. Someone's going to whip out a Steve that's not Jake, and nobody will be ready for it.
I've seen a couple other Steves on a couple other rosters throughout just this entire event. Jake is not the only Steve here, despite being probably the most well-known Steve here.
Yeah, Steve stocks are going up, guys. I mean, especially after Akola's win at Kagaribi this past week. I mean, I'm sure that character is going straight to the moon.
Yeah.
But, of course, there's also KDT Rampage and Zamu on the NJCU side.
Correct.
So we could see Samus or a Joker/Byleth coming out. Big MK Leo fan, as you pointed out.
It's either the Leo fan or the DLC fan, one or the other, and potentially both. But I do honestly think that Samus is a strong starter in a crew battle, just because her matchup spread is also incredibly strong. Doesn't really hard lose too many matchups, and in the process, also hard matchup checks a lot of characters and a lot of players. If you don't know how to approach the Samus matchup properly, you're not going to be starting off too hot. And again, in the crew battle format, if you can have a strong start, put your opponents at an early deficit, and rack up those early KOs, you're in a fantastic position. So you send in Zamu, you send in that Samus player, and they take 4 stocks, they take 5 stocks, maybe even take 6. You're basically guaranteed the crew battle unless something terrible happens.
Yeah, it's super important to start off strong in this format for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with it. Most of the Smash experience you've probably watched has been either singles or doubles, but crews, there's definitely a different meta going on, right? Certain characters like Lucario and Sephiroth, who have built-in comeback mechanics, they get stronger just by default.
Yeah, it's always weird in crew battles, because it seems like, say you start off with a Lucario player, they're getting stronger the more you hurt them, just because of that aura mechanic at a stock deficit. So say you start off the game, they've only got 1 stock remaining, but all of a sudden you're dying at 40%, and that's not very good.
No, absolutely not. And then, if they win that first encounter, they're going to come out with,
oh, no!
a lot of more. Oh, my God. I bet Rampage is wishing he picked Lucario after a first stock like that. Lucy, formerly known as Hawk, starting things off very strongly for MSU. This team, I'm going to say it right now, one of my favorites to win the whole thing.
We were definitely discussing this team alongside 3 or 4 others as oh, these are the ones to watch out for, and that's the reason you need to watch out for this team, because they're already off the bat, only 19% dealt and 2 stocks gone. Lucy is the one going on a rampage despite their opponent's name.
Yeah, and production unable to keep up with the stock count at the start of this, right? Like, the first stock was gone in 10 seconds or less. I mean, give these guys a break.
Now going to be maybe getting a second to catch their breath. Rampage is starting to try and do a couple more Joker things, but suddenly you're on the ledge again, and every stock so far has been taken in this exact position, so be very careful. Finally manages to escape with the grab down throw, back air, and with Arsene active, this is an opportunity to stem the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, Rampage, we need to see 1 stock just to make your presence on the screen felt here. But I don't know, Lucy not giving it up that easily. We can see the bear, pushing Rob all the way past the platform for a landing, just safe in the center of the screen. Oh, okay, crosses him up for that shield grab attempt. But it looks like it's just too little too late. 1 platform tech chase could end it all.
Down tilt's coming through, puts him at the ledge, tries to call out the jump there with the raw bear, but Rampage at least staying calmer than before, able to survive through that. Now looking for the dash attack on the ground to try and get themselves a little bit of control over the stage, but Rob is one of the most difficult characters in the entire game to wrest stage control away from, especially with that gyro being out into play. It's so difficult to take neutral away.
All right. Oh, no, and it's all over. Gets caught on the startup frames of his initial dash right there. Lucy gonna take that with 3 stocks remaining. NJCU bleeding out kind of heavily early on into things. But, of course, they do have 2 strong players remaining. They have Zamu and Hydra. Not sure what order those players will come out in, but either way, yeah, Lucy just chilling right there, and you can see Linus and Okoro. They're like, all right, it looks like we still have a second to catch our breaths here, you know?
Linus is like, oh, I can just chill. I don't even need to think about coming in yet.
Yep.
It's definitely going to be interesting, though, to see which player New Jersey sends out next, because normally, in your head, you think you save your best player for last.
I just caught in the replay that Rampage actually tried to stick out Rebel's guard before that Rob side B, the rotor arm connected. Oh my God, that's brutal. I think that move has 3 or 4 frames of startup.
Right, so in this Barbasol replay, we are seeing right now that like Rebel's guard usually is a very, very fantastic tool to escape disadvantage. 4-frame startup, and it is completely invincible, but not against Rob.
Right.
Not against Rob.
Not fast enough to get there. You can see Joker doing his little pose, but unfortunately, that stock just got evaporated, and so did the other two. So great start for MSU here. Let's see how New Jersey responds. And
just in my head, you usually you want to hold on to your best player for last. That's, we call it anchoring. Not an original concept, obviously, but in this scenario, you're at such a disadvantage. You almost want to send in that strong player to try and make up some of that distance to maybe give yourself a fighting chance, or you can still continue to save them for last, try and make sure that there's the least amount of work possible for them to have to do. There's a lot of differing theories in terms of how to properly strategize within a crew battle, and we'll just have to see which one New Jersey opts for. You see the coach chilling out behind them, trying to formulate a strategy here.
Yeah, and it seems like Hydra is still going to be sitting on the bench, at least for one more match. And I believe this is Zamu that we're sending up right now, so it's going to be Samus versus Rob. And I think Samus does really well against the big body characters, right? You know, she can win a firefight against most characters from long range. Rob, obviously having a laser, can go through a lot of her stuff. You know, it doesn't have to interact due to the transcendent priority it has. But still, I think once Samus gets a grab or some kind of opener against Rob, it could just be combo city.
Right, so despite the fact that Samus is a zoner, part of that archetype within the game, Samus does have the ability to box with some of the best of them. Her tools in neutral aren't necessarily the best. It is difficult for her to win those initial fights, especially against a character as strong as Rob, because if Rob is just, you know, naring in place, what is Samus really going to do other than shoot projectiles? But once Samus does get that in, once Samus does win neutral, you can go for a ride. It's not going to be a fun time, especially, like you said, for a bigger body character like Rob. So it does look
I
like
see a Palutena.
That is Hydra sitting down at the setup there. It's not Hydra. I don't know which one of them is, like, which one of the computers is the active one.
Yeah, pretty sure Hydra is just waiting, and we might just have two Palutenas
Two
on the roster.
Palus. Nope, that is Samus. Okay, we were teased.
Wow, okay, yeah, from far away, you know, and being nearly 30 years old, that looked like Palutena.
We can't really tell which one of the setups is the one that's like currently active, which one of the ones is like currently being played. So we thought it might have been Hydra taking over instead, but nope, Zamu is coming out, so we are going to see that Samus versus Rob does try for that initial ledge trap, but Lucy is able to get up and over around it, now has regained control of the center.
All right, we're seeing the ledge traps with the gyro. Wow, maybe banking on just a raw ledge jump there from Zamu and looking for the spike. Lucy not letting up at all, still channeling some of that momentum from the first match.
Throwing the nair in, trying to catch the neutral get up off the ledge, but Zamu quickly circumvents that. Waiting in neutral for either one of them to try and commit, but Zamu seems to be favoring that non-committal playstyle here, does not want to be caught in the blender like their teammate was in the last match, so very, very smart given what we've already seen.
All right, we're seeing a little bit of a rushdown attempt here from Zamu. I like throwing out the Zaire. That move actually is super good for challenging Rob's aerials. None of them will outrange that grapple beam. That is pretty much her best answer to the Nair. Ooh, okay, rolling pass, getting the up B. Zamu starting to come alive here. Back hit of Nair. Oh, no, not able to stuff out the jump from ledge. Trading fares, but of course, Rob's being one single hit. Samus is being a bunch of light ones into a finisher. It's going to go well for Rob.
Oh, this is a bad spot to be put in. Doesn't have a jump anymore, and yeah, there's just no way you can get back to stage past that without the resources that you usually have at your disposal. This is something that I'm finding very curious, because usually in these matchups, it's Samus that's the one ledge trapping for an eternity, but here, we're seeing it turned around. Zamu does finally, though, manage to put the Rob onto the ledge and take the first stock from Lucy in this entire crew battle, so brings that count down to 8.
Just like you said last, it was that ledge trap game. Something Samus really excels at. The bombs into the charge shot was what finished off Lucy there. Okay, Zamu's starting to come alive, though. We see a down throw into forward air. What's the juggle going to be here? No, okay, not getting too clean of a breakaway, but still some respectable damage here.
But that's one of the things that's been keeping Lucy so strong throughout both this game and the previous one, is that their disadvantage state has been practically non-existent. They're out of the combo before it's even begun, or they're taking the minimum number of hits possible before they escape. Even there, avoiding the up B out of shield from Zamu by using the down tilt to clank with it and continue to hold that center stage position.
Yeah, Rob and Samus, two zoners blessed with amazing boxing tools. You see that frame 3 down tilt from Rob, just able to be very aggressive with it, and the chase down to the corner. Oh, going for the spike a little bit early, and the back air as well, but still looking pretty good here. Yeah, Lucy fakes out the grab and takes another stock. That's 5 down at the hands of one player.
That dash back, turnaround, back air from Rob has been one of his strongest tools in the recent meta, because Bear is so slow but so active that it's so great at baiting out moves. So 4 stocks remaining on the NJCU side. They need to take out Lucy, at least one more stock from Lucy to give Hydra a fighting chance here.
Oh man, okay, manages to grab the gyro with that tech. Using it as a ledge trapping tool. Okay, smart by Lucy, knowing the power of his own tools, just waits out the gyro, but still dies to the neutral air there. We got Zamu evening the stock count, but still down quite a bit in damage.
An interesting attempt there by Lucy to use one of the lesser-known properties of Rob's side B. Most of the time, we just see it as the spinny arms that take you off the side blast zone, but it also does have a reflector property. So was trying to bait out the initial charge shot and then turn it right back in his face, but Zamu still able to reset that situation and now starting to build up a little bit more damage.
I like that fade to the ground, the neutral air dodge there. Oh man, Zamu starting to come alive yet again. Let's see, can he keep this edge guard going? I love that, intercepting the ledge jump with up B.
And now, every option was covered there too with the up tilt. If Lucy had tried to go above the ledge, they would have been sent even deeper off stage thanks to the strong hit up tilt. If they just landed on ledge, they were hit anyway. So fantastic option coverage by Zamu, and as a result, we're only 13% apart now, less than that.
All right, 112 to 120. Lucy, are you going to take out 2 players, or is Zamu going to clutch up and at least bring out the next member of this roster?
Continuing to threaten with that charge shot at the ledge. It will KO now, but there's the down throw into the up air, and yup, even despite Samus's weight, it's not going to be enough to survive through this. So Lucy takes their 2nd player's life throughout this crew battle, and NJCU is going to be down to their final one, as we see here on the Barbasol replay.
And big props to Zamu, though, being able to tangle with one of the Michigan PR players, right? Taking him so close. And that could have gone a lot different had you just seen one ledge trap, one juggle situation played a little bit differently. But yeah, here we go. The Barbasol replay, we're going to see that double jump snipe and then straight up fully charged laser. Yeah, takes Samus out near 200%. And that's why Zamu was able to take that so close, right? Getting insane value out of each stock he had.
This was so good too. This is where Samus makes all of her money in any situation, in any matchup, is at the ledge. You are able to trap your opponent on the ledge. You're able to catch one of those get-up options with either a mine, a charge shot, even a Zaire sometimes if you could follow it up with something like a back air. All of those things, they're so strong, but Rob was able to just was able to just hold it out at the end, gets that up air, takes it out, and Lucy continues.
Yeah, Lucy sensing the fear at the ledge there too, right? You never want to overcommit to getting out of the corner like a roll or a dash attack, you know, kind of those tempting options that'll just burst you forward towards center stage. And Zamu technically made a smart play by just holding shield there, waiting for Lucy to commit to something, but he didn't. He just went up for the grab, down throw, up air, one of Rob's cleanest win conditions out there. But now we have Hydra, the anchor, the most notable player on this team, coming up to hopefully close this one out. Of course, the road ahead of him is very long, 7 stocks to 3.
It's fraught with danger, right? It's not going to be an easy road, but at least should be doable. In the worst case scenario for Michigan, Hydra can do this. It's not done and dusted, right? We still have a crew battle to finish up. The eventuality that I can see coming through here is Rob Palu. Not fun for Rob. Rob is a big body. Palu is a strong combo-heavy character, so if Lucy's not careful, could get caught on the Nair plane, taken all the way to the blast zone early on, and Hydra could go into that 2nd player with still a fresh 3 stocks. And I think that is the win condition here for NJCU. Hydra holding on and just like using those stocks like gold.
Yep, and then he's got to at least hold on to 2 in the next match if he manages to make it to the next player.
1 stock per player is essentially their winning philosophy here.
Yep. Well, hey, Hydra, extremely talented, one of the best players in North Jersey. For the last couple months, you know, he's really hit that come up during the online era of things. You know, started to appear, I believe, just before the quarantine era, right? So we'll see what Hydra's able to bring to the table here. Yeah, this stage, bad things happen here, man.
Bad things happen to everybody is the operative thing, though. Either Rob or Palu could find themselves losing stocks ridiculously early thanks to this stage's shortened blast zones.
And look at that.
Look at
going
this.
to
Here we
work
go.
on the big body of Rob already. Okay, Hydra, the nice start here, attacking on 60%. But you got to finish your plate because Rob is one of those characters who can ignore matchup spreads. He's like, hey, yeah, you have all the tools to be good against me, but guess what? I have the tools to kill you at 0%.
Right. Rob is one of those characters where he's losing the entire match, losing the entire stock, but he gets that one hit, that one neutral win, and you just get opened up for your entire life.
Right. In the words of one of my good friends, why would you outplay someone for the whole match when you can outplay
just
them for one interaction?
once.
Yeah. And Rob really does embody that. Oh, Hydra looking for all kinds of options to punish the ledge grab there, not hitting a 2-frame, not hitting a straight hit or anything. And now things are starting to look scary. Every grab, every neutral air, every Z drop could be death here.
Quick mash from Hydra is going to be able to allow him to escape from that berry quickly, though. So no big damage yet, but at one, no, not going to die. I'm amazed that Hydra's DI is that good that you're able to survive that high percent on Yoshi's, and as a result, Hydra is able to trap Rob with the explosive flame. So this is how it starts. This is how it begins. Hydra has taken that final stock rather from Lucy while still holding on to 3 of his own. It's 3-6, fresh.
Right, and here's the big question. Who comes in next for MSU, right? Because Linus, he's known for playing big body characters, particularly Bowser. I believe he also has Rosalina at his disposal. And I don't think either of those are great picks into Palutena. But then there's Okoru with Aegis and Joker, who I think are good picks against Palutena, but far from perfect.
Right. There's no player here that just has that hard counter pick against Palutena, because there really isn't a hard counter pick for Palutena, one of the most prolific characters in the modern meta. So you got to find something else. You can't just rely on matchup checking your opponent here in this situation. I would almost expect to see the Pirate and Mithra or the Joker come through, just because it's less risky, given that those are both very, very good characters. But they could just opt to hold onto that as their anchor.
Exactly, yeah, there's ups and downs to picking either player here, right? If you pick Linus, you can maybe soften Hydra up, take 1 or 2 stocks, and, well, it looks like that's what they're going to do.
It looks like that's exactly what they're going to be doing.
Yeah, and then you have the anchor Okoru come in with a more favorable matchup and just finish the job. That said, they could have done the opposite, right? And maybe even just beaten Hydra straight up in the 3-stock to 3 contest between himself and Okoru.
This is just a normal best of 1 at this point.
Yeah. It really is.
Honestly, that's what I find so interesting about crew battles, is that you and I are sitting here, we're talking about all of these differing strategies, all of these different options that these teams could bring to bear, and none of them are wrong. None of them are the incorrect choice. None of them are, oh, there's no way that'll work. All of them are viable. All of them are possible. We just have to see which one these guys end up choosing, and we're going to find out what the answer is as we see Linus coming in here with the Min-Min, actually, instead of those big body characters that we discussed.
Yep, forgot about that. Recent addition to his character roster. Linus, a character who's changed hats many times throughout the years, and certainly no exception in the year 2022, bringing Min-Min, a character who really we speculated to be borderline broken when everything was online for a while, right?
Did suffer a couple of nerfs after the end of the online era. A couple of the top representatives of the character no longer are top representatives of the character, but the tried and trues are still there, namely like Proto Banham over in Japan, or our good friend Pink Fresh up in MDVA. They're still repping strong with the Min-Min.
Hey, the Busby Min-Min is still out there too.
It is.
Yeah, can't forget about that one. But Linus not to be slept on at all. Again, power ranked in Michigan. Very strong player, just like his brother. So we'll see who's able to get the best of this exchange here. Hydra so far just playing that long-range game, but Min-Min loves that too, as long as she's able to get a little bit closer than that max distance of explosive flame or auto reticle.
Right, and this is the interesting thing that we're seeing from Hydra. We're seeing a lot of short hops that just immediately fast fall. We don't want to be on the same horizontal plane as Min-Min. We either want to be directly above her or diagonal to her, because those are the areas where she has a little bit more difficulty finding hard punishes.
Yep, definitely want to come in at the 45 if possible. Palutena, really not the best equipped character for that, but far from the worst as well. And Min-Min, of course, she can switch over to the Ram and cover that angle, right? She gets a free anti-air as a result. But so far, it doesn't look like Linus is very keen to switch over to that. He wants the power.
Well, he's got the megawatt in hand because we are seeing a Palutena at 104%. So I think even like towards the blast zones, a megawatt Nair will start KOing. And Linus is probably looking at that because, again, we talked about it. There's another player waiting in the wings for the side of MSU. If Linus finds 1, even 2 KOs, they're in golden shape.
Wow, so good at dancing around the explosive flames. And of course, as I say that, Linus getting clipped by 1, losing his first stock as a result, but this is still super close. 104 on Hydra, he could go out to any megawatt hit. Honestly, even the Dragon Arm is gonna be enough to finish him off from the corner.
Megawatt coming out again, but does manage to quickly get off ledge and at the wrong timing as well. But then it is the 2-frame. The 2-frame comes through, so that is going to even us up, at least in the game, if not the overall stock count. Quick back air, and that could have been a stolen stock, but staying calm, Hydra is able to make it back.
Min Min so potent when your opponent is off the stage, to say the least. Oh, I love the parry there on the neutral air, but unable to get a punish. Hydra starting to struggle here. When Min Min has a lead against her opponent, it is so difficult to crack through that armor.
Looking to find that win in neutral that you were talking about, crack through the armor, but Hydra just has been unable to find any defining hit. Tries to get into it there, looking for the combo into the dare, but no dice quite yet. Ooh. Lots of damage here off stage and no jump as well. How is he going to get back? Just a quick roll.
Love Hydra stringing those projectiles together there. The explosive flame into the auto reticle. Okay, a ledge trap on the other side. He's taking Linus coast to coast here.
Has to find a way off the ledge here as well. It is just going to be the dash attack out of the corner. I was expecting that to lose out to Bear, to be completely honest. We've seen Bear clank through some crazy moves in the past.
Oh, ledge cancel into the down air. Okay, Hydra still saying he's got some fight left in him. Linus gonna re-grab the ledge, but no punish from Hydra there.
Third time in a row as well that Linus has found his way off of the ledge with just a neutral get-up dash attack, and as a result, regains stage control, sends Hydra towards the corner, and then immediately finds the stock. This could mean that we're not even going to see MSU's anchor.
Yeah, it might not
Double
have to
parry,
happen. Wow.
okay!
That was excellent timing right there. Okay, rapid jab getting shut down, and now Hydra has a fighting chance here. Min Min with a stock lead, absolutely terrifying, but he cut that off nice and early.
Took off the regular lead as well with a quick nair plane off the top platform. That's going to be a back throw and a Min Min into the explosive flame. How do you get back to stage with no jump? It's just going to be the quick up B and then another jump off the ledge.
Oh, excellent bait there. Teasing that empty short hop, saying, hey, come and swing on me on the way down. I'm not expecting, I'm not ready. JK, back up. Big forward smash to punish that landing, and we're going to see Hydra push MSU to their last player. Of course, it's still 3 stocks to 1, though. MSU remains the favorite to take this, but Hydra could just play out of his mind and clutch up.
And Hydra definitely did play out of his mind throughout the course of that game, as we're going to see here in the Barbasol replays. Did such a good job of baiting out aggressive options, because Min Min, she's at her strongest when you're not being aggressive and she's not being aggressive. She wants to keep you at that long distance so that she can play her favorite game, and that's keep away. When you're not playing the keep away game as Min Min, you're vulnerable. You're strong, but you're vulnerable, and we saw it right there when the aggressive option was baited out by Hydra. Right here, the short hop, and then, or not short hop, excuse me, just the shield dash back. Wanted him to land on top of his shield and just gotcha.
Yeah, that was my bad. I thought he did short hop when I was recounting that before, but either way, guys, it all comes down to this, our first Smash Brothers match of the stream for the day. Akoru and Hydra, 2 very talented players. I mean, we keep saying it, but for these teams, it's going to continue to be true. I believe this is actually the 4 and 5 seed going at it, by the way.
This is the second round of the winner's bracket here in our 16-team bracket. So competition's already gotten pretty hot, and it's only going to get spicier from here. If this is like our winner's quarters, just imagine how this is going to look at the end of today and at the beginning of tomorrow.
Yeah, I think all of the top 5 teams are pretty serious here. Of course, number 1 being University of Central Florida. They've got Jake, they've got Javi on Earth.
I'm pretty sure our first seed is Bay State.
Yeah,
University of Central
right.
Florida is second, which they're both so strong that that's a very easy mix-up to make.
Right, and Bay State having Sonics and Nexus at their disposal.
I don't even think Nexus is a starter. That's how strong they are. I think they were playing like Anarchy, Tony Pajamas, and Sonics earlier today.
That is actually pretty insane, man. And guys, if you're not familiar with the level of talent in Collegiate Smash Brothers, hey, there's a lot of history to dig through. Ever since Mad Todd Zeb started the Melee games way back in the day, there have been some real killers to come out of it.
We're seeing the Joker come through as the final choice from MSU. An interesting choice, because I would have liked to see the Pyra and Mithra, just specifically because Pyra can destroy a stock early if you find the right read, but with only 1 stock to play against, that's a lot of Arsens.
Exactly, yeah, you're fighting minimum 3 Arsens here. I mean, maybe you could cut off a stock early, get a spike or something, but Okoru already looking super confident here.
Yeah, look, you even saw right there, Okoru is immediately going for that drag down fair into the up tilt, or the up air drag down down smash. Like, he's looking to close this out now. He wants this to be the shortest possible game.
To think that it all could have ended right there, the missed DI on the down throw in the corner. Unfortunately for Okoru, back air just not strong enough to finish the job. But either way, even if he keeps space like this, 117% per stock, there's no way the Hydra makes it out of this alive. Wow, okay, buffering the get-up attack to prevent the ledge trump.
The game's been going on for less than a minute so far, and Okoru has exerted so much pressure onto Hydra, and Hydra is feeling that pressure because only 1 stock. You've got to be careful. You can't make any mistakes, but in the thought process of I can't make mistakes, that pressure gets to you. Hydra, though, is going to be able to catch Okoru trying to hold Rebel's guard there off stage with the double explosive flames. So that's 1 more stock gone. MSU down to 2.
I love the counterplay to the counterplay there, right? You know that Palutena is going to throw out Explosive Flame. Tank that with Rebel's Guard, turn it into an Arsene. But, of course, Hydra knew that Okoru would do that as well, so he threw another one.
Speaking of turning things into Arsene, though, here he comes. This might be it. Be careful.
Hydra, if you play out of your mind, if you play absolutely perfectly, this is doable. But unfortunately, yep, that's going to do it. The forward tilt catching the ledge dump right there, and MSU is going to move on into the semifinals on the winner side of the bracket.
And we're definitely going to see it again in a second in the Barbasol instant replay, but I just need to talk about how smart that was throughout just even the short game. Joker has so many options to punish on ledge. You usually don't see too many of them. Most players favor 1 or 2 of them, but there was showing every option except F-tilt. Every time they were on the ledge, they were like, oh, let me back air, let me jump fair, let me do something else. But at the very end, they were ready. They pulled it out. They got the... I just saw that. I didn't realize they were recording us as well, but they just pulled out the F-tilt at the very last second when it was least expected, and as a result, took the crew battle.
Yeah, Joker's ledge trapping, some of the best in the game. You could say that about Palutena as well, but of course, when you're playing from behind like that, the opportunity is not going to arise as frequently, right? We saw just the amount of Arsene presence in that match, enough to completely shut it down. Guys, checking out these replays, you could see how hard fought this battle was for NJCU particularly. They started off getting 3 stocked in the first match, right?
Yeah, shoutouts to Lucy as well. We have to talk about that coming out of this match. 6 stocks?
Yeah.
That is not normal.
Very
that is
close
not
to
normal.
7
yeah.
as well. We saw some great DI on that up air from Hydra on Yoshi's story that kept him alive, and unfortunately just had to lose that 2nd stock, right? We could have seen a much different fight against Okoru had Hydra had 2 stocks to work with, but of course not out of it yet. NJCU, they're going to be in the losers bracket until somebody manages to take them out from there. So they could still climb their way to first place here. There is, of course, a double elimination bracket, meaning that if you lose once, it's not over.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see how that lower bracket pans out. We'll be keeping an eye on it throughout the day. But we've got more upper bracket matches for you later, but before that, we're going to throw it over to our friends up top at the desk. So we'll see you in a bit.
Thanks so much. That was an excellent first match of the day. Really, really fun to watch. The casters were saying that Lucy was having everyone caught in the blender during those first few rounds. Is that what you would say, Fawn?
Yeah, that is definitely what I would say. Yeah, he was getting Pringles opened up, right? just like a can of Pringles. It was a lot of situations where he was just sort of getting caught in like the situation of like snowballing, right? Like it's typically a term that's coined in a lot of other genres of games, but that's exactly how I would describe that match right there. I mean, like in the very beginning, you have a character like Rob that's so good at snowballing his lead. It's so hard already to fight him, and yet when you have lesser stocks than him, it makes it even more of a detriment, right? Because very few slip-ups can lead to Rob in winning, right? And so that's something that you have to keep in mind when you're playing against that character, which is why he took as many stocks as he did. Obviously, credits to the players as well for being able to make sure you're utilizing all those tools properly, because it's never easy for that to be the case.
You also were telling us a lot during round 4 about the character choices that were being made. Tell us a little bit about that.
So one of the biggest things during those rounds was character choices, especially in a crew battle. That's something it is you don't typically see in your match, because typically how fighting game rules are is once you win the game, once you win the match, you keep the character it is that you're on.
Right.
In a crew battle situation, whoever is the person that won could end up being counterpicked. And that's like a big thing, right? Is that in crew battles, there is like a little bit of a meta, which is what the counselors were saying. There is a meta that you have to keep in mind when you're dealing with these crew battles. And so character picks are just as important during the second match as they are in the first when you're first leading it, right? And so that's something that we saw like as the match went on, especially when Hydra was playing. You saw Palutena go up against Joker, go up against Min, go up against Rob. And a lot of those, Rob and Min are definitely a hard matchup for her to be able to win in my book. So that's sort of like, it's interesting to see them go Min second, because that's why you have to have so many character picks. You have to be able to counter pick whoever it is you're going up against.
Well, I think that's awesome, because you talk about the snowball side of things where it's okay, you can get it out of hand fast. I think the biggest thing I saw to Lucy was a level of comfort. It didn't feel like there was a nerves or anything like that compared to like Zamu, who was a little bit telegraphed, like, okay, I've got this Samus ball of energy ready to shoot, and he's like, that's all he's going to do. He's not going to go for anything else. So I think that got punished a little bit, but then primarily you talk about that Min pick, it counters the whole like concept of snowball in itself, right? Like you're taking this, you just 6-stock, like you're feeling good, and then all of a sudden you get back to the point where it's like, well, okay, we can counter pick this other person before it runs away with it. So Min can also like tunnel them into a circumstance where they can be punished. So it's why I like crew battles so much. I love how much depth there is, not just in like the gameplay itself and the footsies and the wave dashing and all that kind of stuff, but also just in the meta of picking people as well. There's so much depth to FGC that I wish I knew better, but I love it. It's so awesome. We got so much more.
Always sick.
From an audience perspective, this is exactly the kind of match that we want, right? Where it's back and forth. We get all 5 rounds. We don't know who's going to take it at the end. Do you feel like the outcome of this match was as you all predicted?
I mean, I said I didn't have any favorites, so we didn't have to do predictions, and now you're putting that voodoo on me, and I don't know how I feel about it.
Because we got to the, Lucy so dominant in the first 3 rounds, and then Hydra so dominant in the last 3 rounds. Was it over once Lucy was eliminated, do you think?
I don't know. No, I mean, you look at the other side, you have Hydra, right, for New Jersey City. We talked about that coming in, saying, hey, Hydra's one of those top players that are at this event for Smash. You got to look out for them. Great anchor. And New Jersey City University was one of the 2 underdog picks that I chose. And they put up a fight against the doubles champions in Lucy and Linus. And then we talked about those 2 also being in the top players list. And there's only 5 in that top list we gave, and there was 3 of them. So that was a great match to start today's broadcast off with, and we got a little bit of everything, right? We saw a dominant lead being created by Michigan State, and like they took a lead. Hydra had to come in, the sweat on the brows, I got to take 7 stocks. They took 5 of them, so they did a great job. We get a little bit of that comeback taste, so we got a little bit of everything in that first matchup.
In collegiate esports, sometimes it can be a little bit different when you look at the meta, because when we come into a professional esports venue, right, we have a lot of preconceived notions about who's going to play what, how they're going to do that. There's a little bit more of a wild card in the meta here, where it's like, I don't know who this person's going to bring, I don't know how they're going to use it. What do you think, as an audience member, you would say to the people watching about like what to look for in a collegiate event versus what they may be used to watching in a pro event?
I think the best thing is to keep an open mind. Like, we're obviously going to emphasize the favorites, the top tier, all that kind of stuff, but I don't think it's ever, like, unless you, like, Rocket League, I will say, is the mainstay, like, it does get one-sided sometimes, and I fear for some of the people going up against some of these top tier rosters. But for the most part, like, there's always that chance of comeback. I think you keep an open mind and, like, don't just, like, oh, okay, the series is over, and you get up and walk away and go get food and stuff. If you're hungry, get food by any means. But if like, you're sitting and watching a match, like, don't count anybody out. We just saw an exact example of that. Hey, you're up by 5. You're doing good. Things are fine. Oh, just okay. They bring it back within 2. So I think it's kind of buckle up and be ready for some high-profile moments and potentially some big upsets. I think that's the #1 thing in collegiate. I've seen upsets so many times that I'm just like, why is my bracket all messed up already? Like, we just started. So I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we may see more of those upsets very soon. We're going to take a quick break from the CECC pre-show sponsored by Barbasol. And when we come back, we're going to have more Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for you, so don't go anywhere.
Why do they always have to go bigger?
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program. tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream, so I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard. Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now. So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
Welcome back to CECC 2022. We are proud to welcome you from the desk here. We had a great first match, win all 5 rounds in our Super Smash Brothers crew battles, and now we're going in for one more. We're about to see University of Central Florida versus Georgia State University. Thoughts, anyone?
I'm going to start with GSU, actually. I think they're a team that provides a ton of confidence. Very, very solid roster, and a program that's only been around for about a year, which is really cool. But when we query, we sent out a query of hey, we want to know about your players. Everybody, consensus. What's your goal? Win. That's all they responded. We're ready. We got this. Those are all their responses. So very confident team in GSU.
Yeah, definitely a good goal to have. I mean, just win forehead, right? That's just the best thing it is that you could live by, right? And it's important to have that confidence because it's not talked about as much as I feel like it should be, which is mental game. It's mental stack, right? Yeah. No matter what esport it is you look at, no matter what competitive game it is that you understand, it's always strategy. It's always a mental state because you're playing for long hours. It's not like a one and done sort of deal a lot of the time. So it's a lot to be able to have that mindset of being that's our goal. We're just going to win, right? And hey, more power to them.
I think what Georgia State has got going for them is something a couple of other local teams have. Is they're local, so they can have some supporters come out to the venue more easily than from other places. And another thing you can take a look at is it's collegiate esports. Not a lot of these players get to play on a LAN. That's why we have these competitions is because anyone can become a Lanimal, and if you have support in the crowd, it could be you. So Georgia State, you can't put anyone at the bottom of the list when it's in person, no ping. You're not playing from your school's facility where it's just you and your team or maybe your coach. There's actual fans out there. You're going to hear some extra noise outside your headphones. So some people could get dangerously nervous, or some people could rise to the occasion.
I don't think you're paying attention. That's UCF, and obviously they're not feeling too bad. So obviously we talked a lot about GSU, but for Central Florida, the big person to pay attention to, Javi. That villager is a monster and is probably going to tilt a lot of people. I know you were talking about villager earlier, man.
Absolutely.
And, I look forward to it.
I know that people in the chat, I know probably people at home, maybe even some of the audience, maybe some of the players. Villager is one of those characters that is very prevalent. It's something called, which all of you players know, I'm sure, camping, right? Which is something it is that he does the best, right? They do it absolutely.
Just water the plant.
Water the tree. You throw out a lot of your projectiles. You're going to pretty much play a very evasive game, which is sort of wears down the opponent. It's actually interesting because there's a rule in Smash where you can't really stall that long. You have to engage with a person after a certain amount of time, right? But villagers definitely play the outside of that rule. They definitely make it to the last second and then they go in, So it's always about finding your opportunity, which is a very interesting play style as opposed to a lot of the more aggressive ones we've seen so far.
Well, speaking of not stalling too long, let's get right into this game.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. We are here ready to start off UCF, excuse me. I'm getting all flustered, versus Georgia State University. We've got the two teams on the stage, and we've got myself and Max here behind the scenes ready to bring you all the action. It's going to be a great time, and of course, you can't have a great time without some great players. So, Max, why don't you tell me a little bit more about these two rosters?
So, of course, there is Georgia State coming up. They have Miss Mango on the plant and me Gunner. Omega, one of the best players in all of Georgia with the Joker. And they also are going to be fielding Staten, a player who I'm unfamiliar with and not sure what his character is going to be.
I believe Staten could be going with a number of characters, but probably the Captain Falcon, which is always a treat to see, as well as I do. And then on the other side, at least based on how they're sitting, in their sitting order, which is not necessarily the order they're going to play the players, but I do think UCF is going to be starting off with Javi on Earth. There he is, yep. Just a little. And then going either to Jake or Psychic, so that's the Steve and the Ness. Very, very interesting potential starters, but it looks like we are guaranteed Gunner versus Villager to start off our first game, which that's an interesting one.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow burn matchup. Of course, two characters that like keeping their distance from you. Villager, one of the best at countering other zoners, though. Of course, you've got the pocket, right? So you can steal, say, a charge shot or some kind of projectile from me Gunner, send it right back their way. And it can be very annoying to deal with that, especially with Villager's own slingshot projectile. Shout out to slingshotting, by the way, newly discovered tech.
Newly discovered tech that I've seen a lot of players playing around with implementation of. I don't know if we're going to see too much of it here. It is brand new. You might not want to be pulling it out in matches this valuable, but we will see one kind of slingshot in this match, and that is Villager's Fair and Bear. We're going to have to see how Javi can use that to just practically harass me Gunner. It's not ever going to be, this is a big deciding hitbox unless it's used as an edge guard. It's more so, I'm going to keep interrupting you. I'm not going to let you get anything off. I'm not going to let you get these startups. And yeah, right off the bat, a couple of slingshots coming through from Javi. pockets that grenade as well, and now is going to hold it as a constant threat.
Oh, and of course, Me Gunner, great against other projectile characters if you opt for that reflector down B, and that's what we're going to see Miss Mango starting off with here. So very smart, but these characters will be able to send each other stuff back their way. Oh my god, look at all the setups though from Hobby. Absolutely crazy. We got the potted plants from the dash attack, bowling balls, Lloyd rockets, slingshots, etc. And also worth pointing out, Me Gunner, their forward air is the same effectively as Villagers, right? Plus you get that backwards momentum.
I was about to say, the interesting thing about Me Gunner Fair that I've seen so many good players make use of is that immediate shift back on it. You can use it to mix up so often, but you're not going to be able to mix your way out of a triple turnip up air as Hobby finds that first stock, but then falls victim to a little bit of a not so great scoop hitbox on the up smash.
Yeah, unfortunately that just didn't connect at all, but Hobby having no trouble building up some extra credit here. Only 23 to start, but of course very healthy here with only 60 on this stock. We could see it go the distance for sure. Setting up the ledge with the Lloyd rocket. Oh man, looking for a huge bowling ball there.
Wanted the roll get up, or the neutral get up rather, and an immediate punish at it too, but Hobby has now managed to lap Miss Mango in terms of percents. This is already not looking like a fantastic start for the representative from GSU. Going to be trying to get this ledge trap, but B reverses there instead to send a grenade the opposite direction and set up for that back air. Hobby, though, going to keep making liberal use of that pocket to make sure that they don't really have to deal with too much of a threat. This time does roll into the grenade, though, so is in a little bit of danger.
Yeah, there is, of course, that double-edged sword to Villager's pocket, right? Unlike a traditional reflector, once you have something in your pocket, you have to let it go before you can pocket something again. So I think Miss Mango's game plan could shift to, hey, let's give him something to hold on to and then spam projectiles. Much like when you fight Game & Watch, right? You can fill his bucket intentionally and then just hit that B button a couple more times and keep him out.
You just have to worry about the constant threat of it being thrown right back in your face, as always. But Hobby, despite losing that first stock to maybe a misinput up B, getting caught by the up tilt, immediately fires back and takes another. So we find ourselves at 7 to 8.
Actually, I believe it's tied according to Hobby's tag. One does
equal two.
So
Hobby's been running that tag since CEO in July, I believe.
It's been a long time. I'm sure that there's a fascinating YouTube video about that math right there. Okay.
Canceling out the rocket with the slingshot. I find this really interesting that Hobby is not just using the slingshot fair and bear to hit Me Gunner, is also using it to hit Me Gunner's projectile, saying, hey, I don't want to deal with this, so I'm not going to.
Yeah, you don't always have to use your anti-projectile tool, right? You can just clank stuff out most of the time. Most projectiles in the game will allow you to do that, but not all of them. Here we've got Hobby yet again stealing a grenade away from Miss Mango, saying, hey, you got to think twice about everything you throw my way. Oh, missing the ledge on the recovery, but maybe on purpose there. Miss Mango now back out, not quite center stage, still cornering herself, but okay, wow, love that lockdown from the grenade into the grab, unable to complete the up air. Oh, but maybe again on purpose, using that as a drag down into up tilt.
Yeah, I've seen that drag down up air into up tilt many times on Me Gunner, but we're not going to be seeing it any more times in this crew battle as Hobby finds the berry into the up smash to close out the first opponent coming through from GSU and still holding on to 2 stocks. Very well played by them, but I do want to talk about you come up against a projectile character, right? You're a villager. You got some projectiles of your own. What are you going to do? Throw the kitchen sink at them. That's what Hobby did. Hobby made sure that there was always 1, 2, 3, even 4 sometimes projectiles on the screen, and all of them heading straight for Miss Mango's face. Was making use of sometimes even the wood dropped from chopping the tree. The projectiles from the slingshot was making use of the Lloyd rocket, was making use of Miss Mango's own projectiles. There was just no safe zone, and that's always tough to deal with when you have nowhere to rest.
Yeah, it's super difficult when the screen is so busy like that, right? Oh my god, the berries into up smash. Really the MVP of the match there for Hobby, right?
Twice.
See 2 kills coming his way because of that. Great tech chase too. A lot of players there, they get knocked down in the corner. They want center stage so badly. Hobby very aware of that. As a seasoned player, has been doing it since the Smash 4 days with the same character too.
Shout outs to the UCF cheerleading squad that we see in the stands there holding up the signs.
Yes, sir. The Knights came in full force this weekend, and Hobby's showing you why this team is one of the favorites to take the whole thing. They are definitely projected to make it to the finals against Bay State. They're the 1 and 2 seeds. So we'll see if things go that way, or maybe Staten on the Falcon will come make some changes to everybody's bracket predictions, right? This is a character who's so volatile in both directions. He can either destroy you or be destroyed very easily.
Right, Captain Falcon always feels like a coin toss both for you and the opponent. It's like, how am I feeling? How are you feeling? How is that going to interact with each other? Okay, it's my turn. I'm going to find a crazy combo, get it into a knee, and take you down at 50%. It's always a coin toss.
Yep, we saw a very different match to kick things off, right? Miss Mango's Me Gunner. Of course, that's a character that kind of likes to just play the long game, right? And so does Villager, but now Javi going to be met with a clashing style in the form of Captain Falcon. Very rushdown-oriented character, very mix-up heavy as well. We're going to see that constant stream of either dash attacks or dash grabs to open things up. But Villager does have one very important saving grace in this matchup, and that's being a small target with a good combo-breaking aerial like Villager's neutral air.
Right, and the other biggest thing about Villager in this situation is that a lot of the time, Villager is not going to be on the ground, does not have to worry about those grabs, is going to be constantly short hopping, constantly full hopping like we're seeing right here. So it's already like a built-in counterplay to grab in your default play style. Staten's going to have to find a way to deal with that, trying to find a way to force Javi to the ground. But one thing that's always interesting is seeing how Captain Falcon players mix up that aerial drift so that they can avoid threats at the ledge like that bowling ball or like Villager's other two framing options. But wow, he's going to have to find some way to get back, and he does indeed.
Oh, maybe looking to set up a spike right there, but unable to position himself properly. Staten had a moment of brilliance there, but Javi, good survivalist instinct here, still hanging on to the stock. But that's what Falcon can do, right? If he gets you over the edge of the stage, just a simple down air can end your life at any percent, really, but certainly in the 60s like this.
Look at that catch out of the nair with the bear. Javi immediately following it up to make sure that, oh, you thought you had bad stage positioning after getting hit by this? See what's going to happen after this hitbox. And I think that is going to be the stock. No, Javi misspaces the bear, does not catch Staten's rising up B, so he's not able to close it out, and Staten might make him regret it, but no, Javi does not roll out, does not fall victim to one of the classic blunders.
Oh, and we're seeing that air drift mix-up that you were talking about last. Several times, Staten has managed to keep Javi off of his trail off stage, but finally going to go down north of 170% there, too. And Javi with a very similar opening to this set that we saw from Lucy in the last one, just kind of steamrolling the first two players. Oh, and barely off the mark for the sweet spot knee.
Wanted that stomp knee, El Clasico for the longest time. Not able to find it, though, so is going to have to deal with Javi's second stock a while longer. It's now 8-5. Javi looking to up that KO count, pad his stats a little bit before they move farther into the bracket.
Yeah, the KD ratio looking pretty good so far, 4-1 in Javi's favor, of course.
Throwing that potted plant out there, also trying to knock up high and catches the neutral get up there with a bowling ball, taking a fifth stock and potentially looking for a sixth here. This is not a good spot to be in if you're Staten.
Oh, looking for the neutral air one on landing. That's such a good opener for Falcon. He can get a lot of combos off that. Not going to find it, though. And we've got Javi just continuing this defense. No, not for much longer. Falcon kick, bursting him out of the corner and taking that, finally, taking the first stock of this game, but second one of Javi's lineup.
And I'm surprised we haven't seen more of those Falcon kicks out of the corner, or maybe even Raptor boost on occasion if he can catch the correct angle on it, because those quick burst options to use are so important versus a character that's trying to slow down your play. Being able to immediately invade their space and saying, hey, this is not neutral. I'm an advantage and you're going to have to deal with it.
Yep. You do have to be wary with that, though, especially against a player as experienced as Javi. Those options, while they are good, they're kind of predictable, and so was that ledge jump. At least for a player like this guy, he's like, hey, I'm a step ahead at all times. You want to go over this tree? Well, you're not getting over the turnips.
Yeah, and it was a triple turnip as well, just kind of the worst case scenario for Staten in that situation. Just tried to get off of ledge, and he hadn't even been too predictable on the ledge throughout that. It wasn't like, oh, he's jumping every time, or oh, he's rolling every time. No, Javi just happened to get a fantastic read, got the good RNG on those turnips, and as a result, takes their sixth stock, which is the second time in a row I've been able to say that.
Yeah, the 6-to-2 KD ratio right now. Of course, we don't typically measure KDs like that in Smash, but in a crew battle, it's funny to think about it. And yeah, as we see here in the Barbasol replay, that Falcon kick busting him out of a bad spot. But right here, this is where you see the conditioning from Javi come into play. He's going to set that tree up, fake the ledge trump, and then just cover the ledge jump.
I didn't even notice the fake ledge trump there, too. That's so much pressure being put on Staten in such a short amount of time. Of course you're going to panic. Of course you're going to try and pick the fastest available option to get yourself out of dodge. But, well, when you're set up for that, of course, that's not going to be the correct choice. Javi ready and willing to cover that with the up air, and as a result, sends Georgia down to their final remaining player. But that final remaining player is not one to be trifled with. That is Omega, one of Georgia's top players just in general.
Yeah, a player who's really been on the rise in the last few months as well. believe he kind of just burst onto the scene with like newfound willpower, so to speak, after the quarantine started to slow down, you know, making a real impression on his region and kind of on the Smash scene at large. You know, Omega is definitely a recognizable name nowadays. So yeah, Javi going up against him with only one stock, it's going to be a tough road, especially a character like Joker who can just take a little bit of damage and then completely steamroll you in return.
Now, Omega does have a couple other characters in the pocket, namely the Sephiroth, which actually has a Zombo win. If you recall back when Zombo was down here in Georgia visiting, did fall victim to Omega's Sephiroth. And the reason why I'm bringing up the Sephiroth is because one of UCF's biggest threats is Jake, which Sephiroth does very well against, so I could have seen him locking onto that just so that he had a tool to deal with Jake, but nope, sticking to the tried and true here, bringing out the Joker, going to try and deal with Javi here, and look, he's very excited for that. That's 3 exclamation marks.
Omega definitely making sure to bring his A game as the anchor for Georgia State here. And wow, 73 damage on Javi already, only taking 15 in response. I love the down gun loops here. Wow, what? How are you alive? I mean, not even alive, but how did he not get hit off of the up B there is my question.
It was more so Omega wasn't expecting Javi to continue drifting towards center stage and picked the wrong option to punish, and no way are you going to lose your life off of that.
No! He got knocked off stage at 37% last. 2 quick bowling balls just to put a cap on that stock, and Javi not letting up at all. 7 stocks down from GSU by the hands of 1 player.
You know, Lawler on the desk before this was talking about, hey, Javi's a huge threat here from this roster, and I was kind of sitting here thinking, like, really, you're not... No way!
No! Are we getting a Javi solo?
Not this late in the bracket, right? There's no... Omega has to find something at the ledge here. Is going to make this a closer game with this ledge trap.
Okay.
Yes.
Man.
I would have looked stupid if he did not hit that.
Javi stocks are soaring right now. That's not Javi on Earth. That's Javi to the moon, baby.
Javi in space by this point has to be able to pat himself on the back after that. Coming out of the gate swinging and drops a couple bowling balls on the heads of the competition. Takes out 2 stocks from Omega over the course of like a minute, maybe?
Yeah, that was absolute
Look
savage.
at this.
Look at this, 37 to 58, and then, yeah, just 1 more and he's dead. Oh, God, the power of Villanger's forward smash. Not a move you want to sleep on by the ledge, but here we go. The last Barbasol replay of the match is going to be Omega just tying it up here with the back air. Of course, one of Joker's best moves overall, but especially for ledge trapping.
And an easy read, too, there. Villagers do love their ledge drop full hop fairs. It's one of their strongest tools to get out of pressure if you're not expecting it, but if you are, as Omega was, ready for it to happen, it's very easy to just throw out a hitbox and adios.
Yep, and you can also clank out the pellet from the slingshot if you have if you're a little bit slow and they manage to get it out. So great job there by Omega, but still Javi, what a run!
Yeah, like Omega's still kicking, still has 1 stock remaining, but it's 1 stock versus 6. It's not an easy thing to do, and it looks like they're also going to be holding Jake in reserves, going to be using him as the anchor, as the safety blanket, the just in case, the panic button, should the worst case scenario come to pass. But he's got 1 stock, and he's going up against a Ness, a character that can very easily evaporate you if you pick wrong.
Yeah, I think Ness is pretty well equipped for fighting Joker as well. We're going to see Psychic come in on the UCF team, if I'm not mistaken. They also have Nave on the Ken. I believe that's their player furthest to the left of your screen right now. Ness, I think, is just such a good pick because, 1, you can edge guard Joker very well with the tail of PK Thunder as he's trying to reel in on his tether. 2, you're just a small target with Joker, which Joker does not enjoy dealing with. You can also shut down Aha and Aegon as zoning tools with your side magnet. You've got great kill options, great buttons to mash out of disadvantage. Oh, and it is going to be Nave. Okay. All right, excuse me, guys. Sorry for that. Didn't recognize either player by face, but yeah, it's going to be Nave on the Ken coming out. This is a character who can also mop 1 stock up so quickly.
That's also the problem with going to LAN for the first time in a while when you've been online for so long. Know the name, know the character, don't really know the face all that well, but this is a face that we're probably going to be remembering after this one, as Nave is looking to make this happen, gets the down tilt into the Tatsumaki to take 42%, and we've seen Ken's kill power in the past. This could be disastrous if you get caught by 1 stray Shoryu.
Yeah, and of course those ultra quick tilts up and down, both confirming into that. And yeah, you're just pretty much gone around the 95% mark with a character like Joker. depending on the amount of rage Ken
We are
has.
watching this record on repeat. Down tilt, full hop, nair. Down tilt, full hop, nair. And it's working. That's going to be the up tilt into the crescent kick there at the ledge. 99 point.
No way! Oh, he just did
What
it
did I
straight
say?
up. Yeah, one straight Shoryu.
Straight Shoryu comes through, and that is going to be UCF taking the crew battle 6-0.
My lord, what a dominant run there. I mean, we saw MSU versus NJCU first, and Hydra on anchor was able to bring that really close, but unfortunately, Omega just not able to replicate that. He bled out so hard against Javi.
Well, it was just the bowling balls. Like,
Yep.
what do you do there as Joker? Joker, one of his biggest weaknesses, in addition to the poor out of shield game, is as a character, he has a very linear recovery. Once that double jump is gone, you can only go so far, and you can only go in one direction. So a character like Villager that just takes a pillar of death and puts it off stage in front of the ledge is going to be able to find situations like that and going to be able to rack up that many stocks. So congratulations to UCF, and a special congratulations, of course, to the definite MVP of that match, Javi on Earth, for taking 8 whole stocks, as we're going to see basically a highlight reel in the Barbasol instant replay for Javi here.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane, man, particularly the match against Omega, right? It looked like Roadrunner versus Wile E. Coyote. Somebody should check that bowling ball for a sticker that says Acme on it. Yeah. All right, and yeah, here's the first of 2 in this match. And
run it back.
This one might have even been more savage. It was just right off of the tether. Joker with no hope of coming back from that. But hey, that's a replay of me tucking my shirt in.
Well, you see me losing my mind as the second bowling ball finds its mark. Shoutouts to Barbasol for letting people see the behind the scenes while we lose our minds here. But that is going to be it for our second match of the day. We've got one more coming at you, but before that, let's throw it back to our friends on the desk. Right to you.
Open the mics and go.
Thanks so much. What a great match. We are seeing some awesome play so far. I want to dive right into talking about Javi and Villager, especially in that round 3.
Oh boy.
The bowling balls with 37%. Walk us through that.
Demonic. Demon is built different, you know, constructed alternatively. Whatever it is that your language might actually phrase that as. But regardless of the fact, that's exactly what I was talking about with Villager. There's a reason why a lot of people don't like playing that character or playing against that character at a high level, is specifically for that reason. But it was interesting how he was actually playing him, because even though it was still sort of the keep away play style, a lot of it was still being aggressive, right? Still stayed within that range, still stayed within that radius, so that way it's an easy confirm. If he manages to get anything from that slingshot, if he manages to get anything from that rocket, he can confirm it to it easily, knock them off stage, and then set up for what you might typically see of him gardening, right? Planting the tree, letting it grow, things of that nature. Like that's that character in a nutshell. I mean, well played, but also like you're a demon. Why would you do this? Like,
What about the character choices we saw overall, trying to go up against Villager, or even when we saw Ken come out?
I had talked about it a little bit beforehand. I'm not a big fan of the Falcon into the Villager. It's because of the fact that Falcon is such an in-your-face sort of character, and Villager is like, once again, devious, a duplicitous act committing upon Falcon, right? Like, it's a situation where,
What, you got a thesaurus under here?
It's literally a situation.
The collegiate, he's breaking out the college education over here.
You have to really be careful when you're dealing with a situation like that, because you're dealing with Falcon and Villager, right? Falcon is one of those characters that always wants to get in close. He wants to be up and personal. Villager doesn't want that. He wants you to keep away, COVID safety, right? Obviously, keep a sound distance in between you and the character in front of you. So that's exactly what he was doing the entire time. And then, of course, the Falcon.
Oh, look at that.
A guest appearance from a Falcon. Not the Captain Falcon, but the captain of the Falcons.
You know, that guy can be my captain. I'll give it to him.
Yeah,
he's my captain.
Absolutely.
All right, now we got the deep, in-depth analysis from Fawn, but what about you two as audience members? How are you feeling after that?
Oh my God! We want to do the complete antithesis of whatever he's saying, you know? Like, no, Last was like trying to say something about me on the desk and then immediately cut himself off because bowling ball at 37% and just knocked off. Like, those pop-off moments are so much fun in Smash. You know, like when you get to be a fan of the game, I think is when it all ties it back. And when we're all like sitting back, like freaking out because of what's being held with that ledge guard is just, it's unbelievable. So yeah, Javi's that boy's a menace. He's not fun. That's, adjectives, him. Give it to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
I don't know. What do you think, Blue? Demonic or angelic?
I think it's kind of both, right? Because when I'm looking at this roster sheet that I was preparing, and you know, I watched all these VODs, and I'm like, oh, St. Thomas, Derpinger with this Villager, this is insane. And then all of a sudden, I see Javi on this Villager, I'm like, all right. everybody who uses Villager must be a demon. And then, you know, the roster also says Javi is their anchor, and I'm like, Fawn, why are they going first? Why are they going first? And he's like, he could set them up nicely. And they did. I mean, it took 8 stocks out of 9. That's insane. I'm sitting here like, we just saw Hydra have to like make a miraculous comeback. This is impossible almost, and it looked that way.
Yeah, for a brief moment, the casters were like, are we going to see a solo here? Did you guys think it would happen?
It was, I'm not going to lie to you. My heart was in the right place when I was watching the match, right? But it was only after the first bowling ball hit that I went, oh no. And then the second one hit, and I was like, oh no. And so from there, I thought that, yeah, we definitely could see a solo, right? But thankfully, Joker and all of his top tier paid DLC glory is actually going to be able to take that one, so it's perfect, right? It actually works out perfectly. Sets it up perfectly to be able to at least catch the last stock, so that way he can sort of set up for the rest of his team. But it got really close. I was not expecting those bowling balls to go as far as they were. I was expecting that to hit. Because Joker has such a good recovery. The up B can tether straight to the ledge, so like I was expecting it to at least be like maybe a little bit farther spread out, but I mean he got clipped by both of them. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest with you.
So far, we haven't seen any really just like stomps. I mean, Javi came out and really played like a demon, as you said. But we've seen games that are very, very competitive. You know, games that we can watch all the way through, rounds that we can watch with not knowing what's going to happen next. Do you think we'll continue to see games like that as we move through the tournament, or do you feel like there are some powerhouses that they're just going to come out and stomp their competition?
I think when we take a look at the lower bracket, you may see some pretty one-sided stuff where, you know, you see some of these guys in the upper brackets where they do go into the winter semifinals and stuff. They get knocked down and then they go play that gauntlet in the lower and make that bracket run back. But I think a lot of it's going to play out to picks. We were talking a lot about that Falcon pick as well. And there was a lot of times when those counters do come out, but a lot of these players are specialized with one character. So you may see a little bit of one-sided, not to discredit Javi. Like, Javi played phenomenally, but the Falcon really played into his hands. So I do think that it's going to become closer and closer as we get further on, as we get to some of our more, like, highlight experienced players, not to discredit anybody, because put on a fight.
Talking about who comes out first, who comes out last, anchors, if somebody's not familiar with that terminology or that strategy, how would you break that down for them?
So I think the best way to sort of break that down is you typically have your lead, your star player, right? The reason why is typically like Javi, I mean, Blue had mentioned it before, we all had, is the fact that the ordering was different than what it was that we had seen within our notes, right? And Javi on the Villager is going to be the lead, right? Typically the person that sets up the rest of the team. If they can take a stock, great, right? That's going to be what we rely on. The anchor is typically going to be the strongest player it is that you have, because you're going to want the best in your back pocket, right? You have the mid that sort of stabilizes things. If there's anything that's sort of like out of position, you're going to want the mid player to sort of like take whatever it is that they can, right? If there's a few stocks left over, you're going to want to get rid of those. But for the most part, you know, the mid player is there to like sort of stabilize things. And then anchor is, once again, as I said, typically your best player. You're going to want to make sure that they're the ones always in the front and sort of taking the lead, taking the charge there, and making sure that they can close out your game pretty nicely.
Great. All right, we're going to take a very quick break, but when we come back, we will have Bay State versus MSU, so get hyped and don't go anywhere.
Why do they always have to go bigger?
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
Welcome back to CECC. We have seen some amazing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate play so far. We're going to see just more coming right up. That's going to be Bay State versus MSU. My illustrious colleagues, what do we know about these two teams?
These are the two big dogs. These are some big dogs out there. I mean, Bay State, the #1 seed, I think, coming into this for Smash. So I wouldn't say they had an easy matchup in their first round against Florida Atlantic, but, you know, they kind of cruised through it, got through it pretty fast. And then you have Michigan State, who we saw already with Linus and Lucy, and Lucy went kind of crazy at the beginning. So, Lawler said it, as we go on, we're going to get a little bit tighter of competition. And we saw some really big leads in our first two matchups. I don't think that's going to happen in this first one. I think it's going to be a lot closer.
Yeah, I think for Bay State in particular, they're a very prolific organization. They've been around for about 3 years in their third year of their program. They have like 5 top-tier rosters, of course, of like multiple titles and everything. Not only locally, but like throughout the country. They do a really good job as like a multifaceted program. Their focus is more so bringing in people of all competitive levels. Even though they do compete at the high level, I think the coolest thing about them is that whether you are casual, you're just trying to get into that like next level of competitive gaming, or you're trying to find like the team building kind of side of things, they really emphasize all abilities, which I think is a really cool program. To hey, come join us. Look at it, how good we are at the top, but then also have the ability to say, hey, it's your first time. It's baby's first esport. Come hang out.
Which is great in collegiate, especially. Yeah. It's a good way to have a way up. But I want to talk about, you mentioned we've watched Michigan State before. We watched Lucy specifically. We know Lucy brought Rob last time. Do you think we'll see that again, Fawn?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, like, that's a really strong character. Definitely at the top of the tier list, for sure. Definitely a really, really good character. So I can only imagine that would be the case. And overall, great neutral control, great tools to sort of lead the match in the way that Rob wants to lead it. So I can absolutely. I think we're going to see that again.
And if you were Bay State, what would be your answer to that?
To Rob, interesting. Okay, so Palutena was actually one of those characters I had seen before that I think is actually a good answer for him because of the fact that you typically uses gyro, uses a lot of his abilities, but what Palutena has is she has a reflector, which reflects a lot of those projectiles, which is something that Rob uses to really control a lot of neutral, and he has the space and time when he's going to use that a lot more efficiently than some of the other characters because Palutena can send it right back at him, right? So Palutena is actually one of the characters that I think is actually a really, really good sort of answer for that. I've seen different times where characters that sort of like rush him down also can be pretty good. Potentially like Wolf. I've definitely seen Wolf be a good character against him. Also with a reflector. Once again, like strong defensive options do really, really well into that character.
All right, well, let's see what they do pick as we get right into this match. Casters, take us away.
All right, thank you to everybody up at the desk for introing the match. We have Bay State going up against Michigan State. So this is going to be kind of a barn burner. These are two really, really strong teams. On the MSU side, we see Okoro being the lead with either Pyro and Mithra or Joker, which we saw before. Kind of a toss-up between those two. Then, of course, Lucy and Linus, the Peanuts, in the building. Most likely going to be Rob and Min. But why don't you tell us a little bit about Bay State, the #1 seed for this tournament?
There's obviously a lot to talk about with any #1 seed in any tournament. And Bay State, I was curious, so I was taking a peek at their matches during pools earlier, but they just kind of were running over everybody. We've seen like some dominant matches. We've seen some not so dominant matches. We've seen like close affairs, but Bay State's round 1 in pools was a 9 stock. They opened it up, and Sonics was able to take 9 stocks without dropping a single one himself. So it's definitely not going to be easy to go up against this kind of team. They are going to be starting off with Nexus, who is going to be playing Falco, hailing from SoCal, but now here playing for Bay State. He takes that first stock with relative ease, not even giving Okoro a chance to say anything. He just says hi and then punches you in the face.
Yep, Sonic's far from the only strong player on the Bay State lineup. Of course, Nexus recently power ranked in SoCal for Ultimate. He's been doing tons of work with this Falco, man. And it looks like Bay State is really just scouting out very talented players from all over the country and trying to bring them in. So that speaks to the benefits of having a very strong esports program in your school.
I hope it to be the future of collegiate esports. Just imagine being able to be like, well, I'm going to school to play Smash. That would be awesome.
Yep. It's been in the works for a couple years, and events like CECC really bring out the best. All right, we've got Okoro struggling to land that edge card there too. Nexus back at center, courtesy of the Falco Phantasm. Let's see what he's able to do here. Yep, side B into back air once again. that Phantasm just busting him out of a bad spot, but actually turning it into a great one for him.
We talked about how strong Joker's ledge trapping tools were in a couple previous matches with like that F-tilt, but the problem with it is Falco has the ability to very easily mix up timings on any return to stage, and if he catches you in that end lag of any of those moves, he can very easily turn it into a KO of his own. But finally, he is able, Okoru, to find that first stock, so he's going to make sure that it's not too much of a lead off the bat, thanks to Nexus. 49% though, this could start looking like a kill faster than you'd imagine.
Yeah, Falco with a lot of really strong confirms, up tilt or down air into back air. Of course, you can get forward air, edge guards.
Hey,
oh
guess
my
what?
lord, from the platform up throw, up air. What game are we playing last?
Might be Melee at this point, based on what we've been seeing, but I guess a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, or maybe Nexus just giving me a shout-out from the stage. I said could be turning into a KO at any given moment, and as we're going to see in the Barbasol instant replay, it happened almost instantaneously. Just set up on that platform with the up air, quickly followed it up, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, this was a really strong start for Nexus as well. Only, I think, yeah, 11%. He didn't even get hit again before landing that kill. Here we saw the side B into back air get the kill on the right side of the stage. Yup. And then it's all going to end with the up throw up air. Kind of uncomfortably early here, but Falco's combo game, not to be trifled with by any means. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this was
the
Okoru's
frame
turn.
trap up
Yep.
air, yeah.
Yep, but there we go. Wow, 79% when he got grabbed. Absolutely insane, and off the drag down forward air as well. Quite a string there from Nexus. Going to put a very solid lead on the board for his team here.
This has to be like one of the most terrifying situations to be in. You're up against the #1 seed. You're up against Bay State. They don't even start with like the one that you'd expect, because they've been starting with Sonics throughout most of these matches. It's Nexus instead, which that's also terrifying, mind you. And you only take one stock. Now they've got all of these other killers waiting in the wings, and you haven't even managed to get through step 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult task to take this team down, that's for sure. And of course, with players like Anarchy and Toxex waiting in the wings, someone, you know, probably looking to
Somebody
fill...
crazy is going to come out here.
Yeah, exactly. Looking to fill that middle or anchor spot, depending on when they field Sonics. It's just so hard to take a team down like this. But of course, Linus and Lucy, the brothers, the twins, they are hanging out in the background. One of them is going to be coming in. Most likely, I would guess
imagine
it's Lucy.
Yeah, they're probably going to send out Lucy, but maybe not on the Rob. I would imagine would like to avoid the Rob-Falco matchup just specifically because we heard on the desk our good friend Fawn talking about reflectors being very, very strong against Rob. Well, fun fact, Falco has the fastest reflector in the game. It's frame 1 active. It comes out and immediately sends that gyro or that laser right back where it came from. So maybe not the best idea to send in a Rob to counterpick a Falco, not even to mention how strong Falco's combo game is and the fact that Rob is very, very big.
He is a large fellow for sure, and I think we could see Falco just make short work of stocks against it. I don't know. We'll see how this one's going to shake out. We'll see what the character selection is going to be as well. Falco and really all the space animals, I think, are pretty well equipped against Rob. Oh, and I see gameplay.
I saw
button check.
Probably
perhaps?
a button check, and I saw the Falco from Nexus in the corner. We didn't get to see the camera pan far enough to figure out which character's being played. It's like they're teasing us with it. We're never going to find out until it's actually time to get into the match.
Crazy how his jacket says Alan. That is definitely not
That
Nexus's
is not
name.
Nexus's
No.
name. Shout outs to Alan.
Yeah, whoever he is.
Be.
Yeah, my boy Jen from New York, man. Holding it down for the whole squad. All right, either way, guys, MSU versus Bay State. Things are starting off really well for Bay State so far, but it could just go either way. These are two of the strongest teams. First and fourth seed meeting here in the semifinals. Only one can continue to live on in the winner's bracket.
As projected, if it continues as projected, it will be Bay State moving on, but upsets happen, and they happen frequently, especially in Smash Brothers Ultimate. For a number of reasons, this game is not easy to stay consistent at. So it'll be interesting to see if they can continue this consistency that they found themselves with throughout the course of this event, or if maybe MSU can be the one to put a stop to it, maybe can start a dynasty of their own and set themselves up with a date with either UCF or their opponent coming from winners semis. The other side, which we'll be seeing later, by the way.
Yeah, a lot of strong teams still left in the bracket, and not just in the winner's bracket either, right? In the lower bracket, there's still a ton of killers. You know, we already saw a player like Hydra getting sent to losers even after he was...
After almost being able to clutch that out, that 6-stock comeback, but just wasn't quite able to do it, and might be venting his anger on the lower side of this bracket.
That's very possible. You don't want to fight an angry Hydra. I mean, like the monster or the player.
The mythical creature or the Smash player.
Yep. Okay, looks like the players are just about ready to go. We saw that nod.
The fist bump coming through, too, with Nexus making his way across the gap, the sea between the two.
Yeah, so one thing is for sure is that Nexus will be staying on the Falco. In terms of who MSU is sending out, okay, it is going to be Linus on the Rosa, yeah. All right.
That's not what I expected, but it's always interesting because Rosa, again, not a common character in the meta. A good Rosa player can matchup check anybody, really, if they're not ready for it. And we're already seeing off the bat 54% being built up, but you can see Nexus knows how to play the matchup, and you can see that because he targeted Luma. Anybody who targets Luma, you know they know what they're doing.
And he did play quite a bit of Smash 4 in his day as well. I feel like Rosalina, kind of a lost art fighting her for most people who join the community in Ultimate, but Nexus, he's been around since Brawl. He knows what he's doing here, and wow, the Nair actually one-shotting Luma right there at the end of the multi-hit. That said, I don't think Linus is too concerned about it. He's doing just fine solo with Rosalina here.
And Rosalina's solo is uniquely strong in this matchup, specifically because most of Falco's moves off stage do have a long startup. They're going to be taking a while either with that side B, that Phantasm, or the Firebird coming from the up B. Either one of those, Rosalina has the ability to quickly dip off stage and throw out one of those hitboxes like forward air or a back air to quickly deal with the Falco, and even there is able to escape a lot of pressure that Falco has to offer by just calling on their best friend Luma. That first stock goes down, and this is a unique opportunity to start to maybe even build a lead, but you got to get back to stage.
Surprised the ultra-light Rosalina was able to survive that back air. Oh, but not able to survive the up throw to up air yet again. Nexus showing that is such an effective kill combo. I mean, Falco, he has so many ways to get it done, right? But the fact that one of them is off of grab, and you can't just feel safe shielding against him at high percents, that's super valuable.
That also means Nexus has more than fulfilled his role by taking 4 stocks. Usually in a crew battle, you want any of your players to be able to take 3, because if all 3 of your players take 3, you're in golden position. But as soon as one of them takes 4, the load is lightened on the rest of their team, and Nexus has done that to perfection. Trying for the 2-frame F smash there with Luma and that disjoint, but not able to find it. Nexus is going to have an opportunity to get back, and with the parry off of the jab, now has control of the stage.
Had a chance to target either Rosa or Luma right there. You're talking about how the sign of a player that knows the matchup is usually to just isolate Luma, but I think Nexus saw red. He was like, you know what, man, I'm trying to get rid of this stock right now. Falco does have some really potent edge guarding, especially that run-off forward air, right? Especially against lighter characters, but Falco pretty light himself, gonna go out to the up smash through the platform there, and Linus is gonna bring this a little bit closer to even. Of course, they're still down 5 to 6 stocks, but Bay State, this absolute monstrosity of a team, is just so threatening.
And we're definitely going to see it again in a second in the Barbasol instant replay, but I want to talk about the amount of pressure that was being exerted just by Rosalina standing there. Because she could quickly jump and use that Luma up air to take a stock, or she could just stand in place, use the up smash, or she can do any number of things by repositioning Luma and trying to get that disjoint hit. Right here, just stands there, is just waiting. Sees the air dodge from Nexus, immediate reaction comes through because that air dodge is going to auto-cancel onto the platform, and bye-bye.
Yeah, Rosalina with some of the best juggling in the game. Of course, you got Luma, you got that up smash, you have a giant vertical pillar with up air as well. So playing the character to her strengths for sure. And he's going to take 2 stocks for the price of 1. Not bad, but of course you need a little bit more than that to bring it back against Bay State. They're still leading by a stock.
They come back in, sending in their second player. I wonder who it's going to be, because I do believe their intention, speaking to their coach a little bit ahead of time of the match, was to anchor with Sonics. They could send in Sonics now, but they have a lot of really good players. I'm not all that worried for them in any of these situations.
Yeah, Bay State, I mean, it's hard to even call them a top-heavy team, right? Sonic's really shaping up to be, I'd say, in that top 20 caliber of player or higher. As of recently, especially, he's just such a strong force in every bracket he enters. And, you know, you could either start him, you could really play him in any position, and he could probably take 9 stocks off of most teams. That said, MSU, they're built a little bit differently. For a situation like this, I feel like, you know, they could probably at least get 1 stock off of Sonics if he comes in right now.
I mean, absolutely, but again, I think they're going to be holding him in reserve, going to be sending in maybe a little bit of a stronger matchup against Rosalina. I know they have Toxex on their roster, which Ike coming through. You know what Rosa struggles against, Max? And I know you do because you played Smash 4, and it's big disjoints. You know who has a gigantic sword? It's Ike.
I do know that, actually.
I talked a little bit for you there, but it's a good assumption, yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think Ike's a great pick. They also have Anarchy, who plays
Greninja.
Yeah, Rushdown is also really good against Rosalina, right? That's why even characters who lack disjoints, like Captain Falcon, for example, you can just find that one opening, rush Luma down, wipe her off the face of the earth. But either way, we'll see who is going to be coming up right now. The one thing that we don't know is most of these players by face,
yes,
right? Other than the ones that we've casted before or who have made it out to like mainstream LAN tournaments before, of course, like Linus and Lucy.
It's one of the hardest things about LAN is just somebody comes up to you and he's like, hey, what's up, man? What's your name? Oh, I know you. Okay.
Yeah.
It's always just the please tell me what your name is because I'll know it then.
That is, of course, one of the side effects of the post-quarantine
era,
right?
exactly.
Yeah, played so many times online, and like we've seen your bracket runs, we've seen your Twitter account, but sometimes you have an anime profile picture or something and we don't immediately recognize you. That said, we definitely recognize Linus and that Rosalina is going to be staying on. This is the second character he's displayed throughout the bracket so far, by the way, using Min Min in the first round match, or rather the quarterfinals matchup against NJCU.
Yeah, and doing a lot of work with it as well. It wasn't obviously like the cleanup character or the big starter that they had, because it was obviously Lucy taking 7 stocks with Rob, but still came in and was able to soften up Hydra for their final player to come in and just clean up house, which that's all you really need sometimes. Not every single player needs to be the crazy, I'm going to wipe out your entire team by myself. Sometimes you just need a solid fundamental player who can do their job. And speaking of solid fundamental players who can do their job, we do see on the screen there, it is indeed the Ike coming out. So I guess my prediction of Toxic stepping up to the plate was a good one.
Yeah, I think this pick makes a lot of sense. The only downside to it is that Lucy has spent a lot of time playing Ike in his career, and who better to know the matchup against his brother than Linus, right? So, yeah, this could be really interesting in either direction. I think Ike is probably favored on paper, but he also is exploitable in a lot of big spots, namely off the stage and while being juggled. Rosalina really does excel in both of those categories, as we were talking about last match.
And one of the biggest things that we're probably going to be seeing is that while Ike's up B isn't nearly as exploitable as Crumb's, it's still not the best. And when you have a disjoint like Rosa has at her disposal, one of the strongest disjoints in the game in the form of that little star named Luma, she just punches you in the face as you try and come back to stage, and there's not all that much you can do about it.
Yep, you can also just place a down air right above his head and catch him on the way up very easily. Could be Spike City for free, but we'll see. Toxic's, of course, a very strong player. He's started to come up recently, taking a win over Sharp at Collision, as we were talking about last night when we were prepping. And yeah, I mean, like that's not easy to do, right?
Right. Like Sharp has been one of the most consistently strong players in Tri-State in New England for the longest time, and well, Toxic took him down at Collision. Definitely one of the bigger breakout performances we've seen in a while. I think they ran it all the way to like 25th place at that tournament, but they're looking for a little bit more than 25th at this one. They're looking for first, as they immediately start out with like 5 up airs in a row. Yeah. And an F-tilt. That might be the stock here if they can't get back to the stage.
Yeah, so dangerously close to killing just with the F-tilt straight up there. And I love the large hitboxes being thrown out. Maybe not that Aether, though. I mean, I don't even think that would have killed from cross stage on even the likes of Rosalina as a pretty light character.
Might have been an attempt at a B reverse, but I can't say for sure. And well, this is what we were talking about with both being exploitable and being juggleable. It doesn't have a jump here, has burnt all of their resources, and by that point had just condemned themselves to death. If you don't have an easy escape tool to get away from Rosa as fast as humanly possible, she's just going to wait for you as soon as you touch down for the ground, and bye-bye.
And you can just see the cost of one mistake against really any member of the cast, right? Rosalina, I mean, she's got a great punish game, but I wouldn't classify her as like one of the hardest characters to fight on hit. But you saw right there, Linus got hit to 100% and then didn't get hit again until taking the stock.
Didn't be chasing off stage looking for maybe this falling back air or the falling ether, but did at least get a Luma out of the bargain. So it's a win in my book, but is going to get caught by the double fair. Doesn't have a jump, but is just barely able to bounce above Rosa using the quick draw.
Yeah, I feel like Linus might have even wanted to get hit by quick draw, right? To stop Ike in his tracks, and then you might be able to set up an edge guard on the up B afterward. Either way, Linus trying to do his best to make this close, to bring back the stock deficit that he started off the fight with. Oh, the armor from the up B coming through. I mean, that's just such a dangerous tool off stage, right? You can either spike your opponent or just kind of like low-risk edge guard them because you have that super armor.
Got buffed a couple of patches ago as well to be able to KO even earlier than it once did. Speaking of things that KO early, was looking for the dash attack, opts for the Ether instead, but thanks to some good DI, that's not going to be the stock quite yet, especially not cross-stage like you were talking about earlier. Despite small battlefield having a little bit close, a little bit claustrophobic blast zones, you're not going to die the first time, but Rosalina can only live so long being as light as she is, doesn't have any rocks in the pockets of her dress.
No, absolutely not. Ike definitely has a few in his tunic, though, so you're going to see that character stick around for a while. Toxex, of course, going to stay on the screen, and now we have Lucy anchoring for his team on the Rob, most likely. Of course, he doesn't have to lock in until he comes in, right? So I think the fact that Ike and Sonic are the last two characters, pretty wise decision to go for that. You don't have to fight the Falco.
Right, that's the thing that I was about to bring up too, is you don't have to worry about, hey, I'm counterpicking myself into a very poor matchup here by bringing in Rob. No. Rob Sonic is not fun for either character. I would say it's one of the few matchups in the game that neither player wins. It's like it's 40-40 instead of being 60-40. Both of them lose, and it's not fun. But at least against Ike, Rob can have a very good time just using Gyro to invalidate almost everything that he wants to do. So I can definitely see Lucy bringing in the Rob here to try and anchor for this team. And that's not to mention the fact that Rob is a big body heavyweight character. That allows you to stock tank very, very easily and make sure that you hold on to those 3 stocks like they're gold.
Yeah, the alternative here is maybe an Ike Ditto, but I highly doubt we'll see that because in the
Ike
event that
Sonic is...
Exactly, yeah. If Lucy makes it to Sonics, it's just over at that point. So we will see, though, of course, both of the twins have tons of characters at their disposal. I'd say like a minimum of 3 each, you know, Ike Cloud and Rob for Lucy, and then Min Min, Rosalina, and Bowser for Linus. Some of those characters might be retired by now, but, you know, they've been around for a long time. I've seen them play all of those characters.
It's almost a side effect of being doubles specialists, as the twins are, that they have so many characters at their disposal because there's so many interesting combinations that they can make throughout those long, long doubles brackets. But they do tend to stick to the more solid characters in singles, at least, not really bringing out the more risky picks. But it looks like the match has started, and we're panning on in as we get going.
All right, here it is. It is the Rob, of course, from Lucy. No surprises there. And then Toxex locked onto the Ike, just because that's who we played last match. That's how crew battles go, baby. And this is not a good matchup for Ike. Let's just get that out of the way.
No,
You're outmatched in terms of frame data up close. You don't have projectiles or a reflector to deal with Rob's zoning tools. And if you want to talk about trouble landing, nothing is harder to land against than Rob's up air sometimes.
The only thing you have going for you in this matchup is that you have a sword and Rob does not. And even then, Rob still has some better disjoints than you in the form of his up air sometimes. Look right there, just using the Shoto D-tilt almost to completely stop Toxex in his tracks, not letting him get off that uppy out of shield that he's been favoring so much. But speak of the devil, that's Chekhov's gun coming through here. I mentioned the uppy out of shield, and there it is.
Yeah, no reason to do it out of shield when you can just armor the hit too. So there's a...
Who needs a shield when you've got armor?
Exactly, yeah. And you will see characters like Ike and Roy who have that on their up Bs, just kind of brazenly challenged landing aerials like that. Oh, I like the up tilt, but of course the trade is not what Toxex wanted to see. He wanted to get a clean advantage state. Has a, not necessarily a comeback to make, but in the scope of this match, he is down.
I'm going to level with you. These rolls are scaring me. Both of these players are rolling quite a bit in neutral, just trying to mix the other one up with their position. And because both of them are doing it a lot, I don't know which one of them is going to come out on top. I'm just waiting for like one of them to fake a roll, catch the other one with like an up smash, and then everything falls apart.
Might all fall apart for MSU right here. Yup, the drop zone fair from Toxex. Gonna put Lucy onto his last stock, and not just his own, but the last stock for the entire team. Oh, misses the down throw up air, but still in a pretty good position here, building a good amount of extra credit. Ooh,
here's the ladder.
No, dude, you need to be stopped.
That's not okay. I'm very glad that Lucy did not get hit by that, because we might have broken the speaker system, to be completely honest with you. Comes back to stage with that quick draw, now 178%. And Max, you know what 178 means. That means full rage, and an Ike with full rage is probably a U that's not going to be living too much longer if he can have his way.
Ooh, stopping after the first jab. Toxex not recognizing the hiccup from there. Okay.
Look at that fade back there on the second jump to be able to escape. Catches the bare tipper hitbox of the up air, and now has Lucy deep off stage. No gyro either, going to have to find a way back.
He wants the upbeat edge guard so bad.
He wants the Raven King. He wants the Raven King with his entire soul.
All right, Lucy with the legendary 112% right now. Is that what he needs to bring this back? Oh, no. Neutral air, but nothing to follow. And the up air, there we go. If you can't true combo it, use it as a landing trap instead. Why not? Excellent juggle, an excellent job by Bay State, shutting down the competition here in MSU. They're going to take a trip to the lower bracket, but of course, as the 4th seed in this tournament, you might see a little bit more of them. Might see a deeper run.
Definitely will be hearing from them in the lower bracket, but we'll also, of course, be hearing more from MSU in uppers, as they have, or not MSU, excuse me, Bay State.
It's all good.
Yes.
Too many acronyms.
Too many acronyms. We'll be hearing more from Bay State later in the upper bracket final, but before that, we do have to determine their opponents, and I'm sure their opponents are taking a look at these Barbasol instant replays because you gotta study an opponent like this.
Yeah, Bay State really showing to be the team to beat here. Of course, Nexus starting things off on the right foot. Gonna see him fall to Linus here on the Rosa. Yeah, excellent juggle there, following up the up smash. And then, unfortunately, Linus just unable to carve enough of a dent into Toxex as the second player. And I believe that was a 5-stock finish?
5-0. Toxex finished with 1 stock remaining, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it was just like Toxex.
Oh, of course.
Excuse me, you're correct. But Toxex just like spawned in off the Angel platform and was, I have bad intentions and I'm going to make all of you suffer. Was just swinging that sword willy-nilly and nobody was safe.
And that tag really ringing true there, getting vengeance for Nexus, coming back with some real fire here. Toxex, I would say it's hard to even call which of those players was the MVP, right? They both absolutely destroyed their opponents. But guys, we're going to have plenty more Smash Brothers action coming toward you in just a few minutes. But before that, let's check in with the desk, see how those guys are doing over there.
We are doing absolutely wonderful after a match like that. Now, let's give us a run-through, a rundown of what happened from your perspective, our experts, our analysts. Fawn, you want to start?
Sure.
He's got adjectives.
Okay.
It's all Fawn when it's
He
smashed.
has lots of adjectives. That's what makes a really good analyst.
Okay, so the thing is that when you take a look at what was going on throughout the matches, I mean, once again, Bay State wins with 5 stocks still in the reservoir, right? Still looking pretty good, pretty clean. It was an interesting match back and forth. I mean, started things off with the Falco and then, of course, sort of transitioning slowly into Ike as a character it is that I didn't really consider or think about. That's something that brought up in a question in my head, which was the aspect of weight. So characters weigh differently in Smash, which determines whether they die faster or slower, right? And that's something that's actually super interesting that sort of played in my mind, is that even though Ike is sort of like a linear character, doesn't have the best recovery, it's pretty easy to be able to tell like where he's going because of the limited options it is that he has. He hits like a truck and he hits very easily. So it's like he may have like a lack of like defensive options, but he definitely hits really, really hard. And all the confirms are super easy. So it's like even like somebody that's like playing the character, if you're watching in the audience or whatever the case is, if you want to play a character that does absolutely amazing, play Ike. That's my endorsement. There you go.
Or Villager.
Or Villager, you're right.
If you want to be a demon, I think you go with Villager.
I mean, that's true, but like you have a little bit too much to manage with that. Ike has like, I'm not going to say that. Ike doesn't require that much to think about, to be honest with you. But of course, the players are still doing an amazing job with how they're utilizing Ike, because I think the matchups it is that they were playing is where the players' knowledge comes into mind, is the fact that they weren't quite fighting the easiest matchups, like going up against Rosalina, going up against Rob, especially with a character with linear recovery. That's really, really hard to deal with characters that have tools that pretty much cover the stage, right? So he actually did a really, really good job at making sure that he kept that pressure on and then obviously took the stocks when he needed to.
This may or may not be obvious, but who are the MVPs of this match?
The MVPs of this match, I mean, I have to say, I definitely think Ike was actually the Ike player whose name is escaping me right now for some reason, is absolutely the player it is that I would keep as a whole, like as the MVP, pretty much because they were able to close out the round, right? I mean, 5 stocks left. I mean, like they were able to close out the game, close out the sets, and obviously with a very like a more simple pick, still put in the work and still put in the time necessary to be able to win a lot of those tougher matchups, win a lot of those fights that you typically wouldn't see, you know, go as easily for an Ike like that. But I mean, hey, I mean, he made it end up working and it ended up winning this team the round. So
let's talk a little bit in general about what's on the line, why it matters to these teams to win. Because of course there is a prize pool, but we talked a little bit about Collegiate Esports, why it's important, what it can mean to these players. What do you guys think about what's on the line and what's motivating these players right now?
I think for the coolest thing about these programs is usually your typical esports career is only 3 years. It goes by very quickly, and for people that are going through the whole collegiate program, you know, you've got a 4-year degree, and not only are you getting the ability to basically finance your own college degree, like you are getting paid to play video games, but it's doing it for higher education, which I think is really cool. But I actually got stopped. I was trying to watch the matches, and I got stopped out there by some of the guys in the Rocket League scene, and just talking to them and what it means. And it's the ability to get that experience of it too, not just for the ability of like, hey, I'm playing video games for a living, but the ability to experience what it's like to do teamwork, what it's like to actually be part of an event. Like for a lot of people that are here, this is their very first esports event. It's their first like convention kind of experience. Like it's opening doors and allowing them to kind of spread their horizons of what life is in a very broad spectrum. It allows them to kind of get those experiences in life that they may not have gotten otherwise. And the fact that this is like just the first time they're doing it, and they still have multiple years to look forward to if you're, you know, a sophomore in particular or something like that. I think it's just, it's cool life experiences that, like, these are the memories that they're going to cherish when they look back and be like, yeah, in college I did this thing. And when their kids grow up and stuff, they can be like, remember that one time, like, Dad was cool? Yeah, I played it. Like, it's stuff like that. I think that it's just, those are the types of memories. It's the reason why I know you and I talked, like, post-pandemic, the ability to come back to this after, you know, not being able to see. Jackie, you saw her, you know, very genuine reaction at the very beginning. I miss people, you know, so I think creating those memories and those experiences outweigh anything as, like, a real human moment.
I don't know. I mean, coming from me, I played basketball in college. Let me tell you what it means when you win on a college team, all right?
You want to keep it like humble and like.
You want to be the
like,
best.
It's like, no, video games, esports, victory. You know?
No. This was my mentality when I was in college. I want to be the best player on the best team, because if I'm the best player and I'm not on the best team, you know, I kind of got to, you know, carry, but also there's some other teams, especially when we talk about these games where it's 3v3, even in Smash, which, you know, you're fighting 1v1, but it's crew battle. So you have to have good teammates that can uplift you. And also, you know, if you end up losing maybe 1 or 2 mistakes, you got to have someone that can come in there. I mean, look at what we just saw, Bay State, #1 team. They have 2 of the top players here in Sonics and Tony Pajamas. Anarchy's nothing to shake a stick at either. So if you're the best player on the best team, that is something that is dangerous, and then when you win, it just feels even better.
I mean, this may be something of a dated story, right? But like, I feel like a lot of what I hear in collegiate esports is I'm here because I need to prove to my parents that this is a real thing, that I can do. And I think even I have trouble explaining my job to like my parents, you know? So I feel like a lot of times the story at a collegiate tournament is, if I can win this, then my family will support me or my school will support me. And that means that my dreams of a pro gaming career may be actually within reach. Do you guys feel like you experienced that?
I think you see that even on the corporate side. I mean, you look at how many partners and how many people are associated to this event, and you see people that, you know, the suit and ties and everything around are really invested. You have people that are like, oh my gosh, like this is actually a thing that I want to invest in or get involved in, because it is something that's not going away. I mean, esports in general is projected to make $1.6 billion this year. And we haven't even begun to dabble in what the collegiate infrastructure or anything else, high school, like it's still so much so in its infancy. Like we're baby's first esports still, like as I joke, but like, yeah, it's been 3 decades, but like we're still figuring things out. And the collegiate side of things, like to provide scholarships and everything else, the way that it's going is, it's absolutely incredible. It really is.
Were you going to comment, Fawn?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, as a student that literally was in this environment, right? Like, a lot of the time, like, it was like, video games are, the biggest thing it is I live by is video games are not just entertainment, they're a lifestyle, right? They really do change lives. They really have a lot of social infrastructure and a lot of things that sort of make video games unique to a different sort of traditional sport is that you would expect to see. Like, me being a university student, like, I had to play in order to eat. I had to play in win tournaments, like fighting game tournaments. Like, I had to do that, like, around, like, just around Savannah, around Georgia, like, in different states. Like, I traveled and went to different places, and it actually put so much into my mind prospectively to understand that, like, wow, like, this is really, so, like, everybody loves these games as much as I do, right? And not only that, it also opens up a whole new door of opportunities, because somebody that also was in university that was like still going through the motions and going through the esports program and going through everything like that, you know, like helping found the esports program and stuff like that. Like, it was really, really like eye-opening to see like, wow, these kids like really, really like they love what it is that they're doing. And so with that being the case, like it opens up entirely new career paths, like having like esports classes, like having like, you know, like it opens up the door to broadcasting, to production, to even what we're doing, like show hosting, like commentating, whatever it may be, right? Like it opens up a whole new slew of opportunities of people that I talk to that when they're still in university that never thought that they could pursue that sort of perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had to explain it to someone on the plane ride here, actually. So my favorite part is that.
That'll never go away, man.
Yeah, I feel like us and the commentators, our job's a little harder to explain because we're not actually playing video games for money, right? So on the plane, these people ask me, what do you do? And I give them the most basic answer nowadays. And if they ask that second question, I say, I'm in sports broadcasting. And they say, oh, what kind of sports? And I tell them, video games. What? You talk about people playing video games? Yes, that is what I do. I'm the John Madden of video games.
Look at this guy, the most outlandish person you'll ever meet, the John Madden of video games. These claims.
Wears many hats. Wears many hats.
Yeah, and you were talking about winning. It falls to me to discuss with you your predictions. We've seen a few of these matches now. We have another match coming up. At this point, if you had to be asked, who is going to win this? What team would you say?
I mean, Bay State built different. That team's nasty.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Bay State is definitely one of those universities it is that I would look at. Obviously, like the Twins, like also like really, really strong contenders as well. Like I think that those two teams are teams that I would keep an eye on in terms of those universities because they've had the most sort of the biggest lead in terms of like results, right? Like sort of the biggest gap in between them and their opponents. And so like I think that's something it is that we would have to be able to look at. But I was going to agree with Lawler, Bay State for sure.
I mean, Bay State is disgusting. Oh, they are the #1 seed.
These negative adjectives, they're demonic, they're disgusting. Like,
Michigan State is pretty nasty themselves, you know what I'm saying? But I haven't looked at the losers bracket in a few moments, but if St. Thomas, Aquinas, and New Jersey City are still alive, I'm going for the dark horses, baby.
I respect it, man. I respect it.
I do respect it.
Yeah, well, let's find out right now. We're going to get into this next match. Casters, are you ready for this game?
I think we are indeed. Thank you so much, Anna and the desk. And I'm still last, and I'm still joined here by my good buddy Max Ketchum, and we are going to be bringing you the other side of the winners bracket, the other upper semis, before we find out who is going to be Bay State's opponent in the upper bracket finals.
And of course, they're going to be taking on UCF, #2 seed of the tournament. So, you know, this is kind of a tough match as well. We just saw one side of semifinals, and it wasn't all that close. But I think this one might be a little bit tighter of a race. Of course, on the UCF side, we have very talented players such as Jake, one of the best Steve mains in the entire world. Javi on Earth, one of the best villagers, potentially the best one in the U.S. I mean, it's kind of like up for debate, right?
There's a few of them, but Javi has definitely made his voice heard above the crowd.
Right. Pokelam as well from New York really sticks out as another one who actually one of the players on the other team has a lot of experience fighting him from Westchester. But more about that in a bit. And, of course, on the UCF team, there's also Psychic and Nave, so Ness or Ken.
And speaking of Psychic, it looks like that's going to be who our good friends at UCF are going to be leading off against SJU. They're going to be trying for that sneaky counter pick since they showed their hand with Javi during the last set. This time they're going to bring out the Ness because Ness, one of Pikachu's few tough matchups.
Yeah, very good call here by UCF, knowing that Mr. L might actually be the point man for St. John's. So picking a pretty strong character to take Pikachu on, as we were talking about. But, you know, in the event that Javi comes out against Mr. L, he is the person I was talking about that has played Pokelam several times. They're both from Westchester County, New York.
They're in the same crew as well in the SCS.
Yep. They're both Grunt Gang, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and of course the head of Grunt Gang, the founder, Jay Grunt, is Mr. L's brother, who's also on the SJU team.
It's definitely a lot of connections running wild throughout the entirety of this crew and this college team that we've got in front of us. But so far, it's been pretty close to even. Neither one of these players has been able to run away with it just yet. But that is going to be Ness's first stock going the way of the Dodo as Mr. L heads out deep and makes sure that PK Thunder 2 does not come to pass.
Yeah, that could have been rough. I mean, even though he's still at a fairly low percent, there's a ton of knockback on that. Could have been untechable. Highly doubt it from that distance, but still, you just got to be extra careful when you're edge guarding a character like Ness. He can reversal you super hard.
Now trying to build up a little bit of that extra credit. I've seen a lot of Pikachu players more recently, specifically after players like Shiny Mark and ESAM pioneered it, using quick attack as more of an interrupt tool. Like you're at that middle distance, you're at that long distance, and you see your opponent like trying to set up for a whiff punish, and no, you're just behind them, hitting them, interrupting them with quick attack. But finally, it is going to be Psychic taking out that first stock off of Mr. L, bringing us to an even 8-8 using that drag down up air.
Yep, Psychic showing off some of those A landings on the down airs as well, saying, hey, I have these, by the way. Just keep the mix-up game fresh. Yeah, when it looks like I'm going to press a button, I might actually just land with 0 lag and grab you instead. So something for Mr. L to look out for. Uh-oh, another edge guard potentially starting up here, getting a little greedy, throwing that up air out. Could have set up perfectly for Mr. L to spike him, but no, he didn't go for it.
Yeah, I like that Mr. L kind of like tried to show it a little bit before actually going for it, because he wants Psychic to be afraid of him. Because if you're afraid of him, you don't necessarily have to go for the move. You don't actually have to do the edge guard, because they're always thinking about it, and because they're always thinking about it, they can't pick that most aggressive option that they would in some other situations. He tries to be aggressive on the landing there and gets caught by an F smash into the falling back air for good measure, just to take out that stock, and Mr. L slowly pulling forward here.
Yeah, knowing that Ness takes a long time to rise with that double jump, just going to go ahead and snipe it out with Bear. Now, with this kind of a lead, Mr. L looking potentially poised for a 2-stock for the beginning of this
Here
crew
comes
battle.
the loops.
Yep.
Drag down Nair into the up tilts, now into the grab, going to try and keep it going with an extra up air. 57%, you know, nothing to sneeze at off of just a singular hit. Mr. L very nearly able to loop Psychic all the way to lapping him in percents, but not quite able to do it, as they are about 10% apart. Now even less.
Really loving those quick attacks right there. We saw one to go over the PK fire and then whiff punish Ness, one back and forth. I mean, like you were saying last, players of Pikachu have gotten really creative with that move recently.
It's very difficult to deal with, because in a lot of situations, a lot of characters make a lot of money ledge trapping players, and Pikachu, one of the few in this game that can say, oh, ledge trapping?
Yeah, what's that?
Do you
Never heard of it.
Are you trying to do something here? I'm just going to go around you. I don't really care.
All right, Psychic, one back throw anywhere near the corner is going to be enough to take this second stock here from Mr. L. Unfortunately, that is not anywhere near the corner. Going to hang on just a little bit longer. Maybe looking for the... Can we please get... Yes, okay, I was going to say, where's the down smash?
So long of a wait before Mr. L actually had to come back to stage, but the yo-yo, it's eternal.
I was scared because he was facing forward, right? And usually they'll have their backs turned and go for down smash, but of course... Psychic going for up smash instead. It's going to cover in front of him beforehand. So that's still very close. I mean, as close as you could possibly get in a crew battle setting. It's going to be 1 stock of an advantage for UCF, or sorry, for St. John's now.
And this isn't really what we've been seeing throughout most of these crew battles. Throughout most of these that we've had on this stream so far, it's been one player opening up the other to start it off, and then the other team kind of scrambling a little bit, bringing it back, trying to make something happen. But here, it was a close affair all the way to the end, and Mr. L only survives with 1. So even if UCF sends in Jake, if they send in Hobby, either one of them, they don't really have that much work to do before it becomes an even match. It's more so going to be put onto Mr. L to see if he can make that 1 stock last forever.
Yeah, checking out the Barbasol replay right here. Watching that whip punish on the forward smash. Doesn't manage to land the knockout there, but yeah, scouting out the double jump. Of course, falling with Ness and knowing that you're going to rise faster than he does. So as soon as he presses on that double jump to get back to stage, he has to do.
Look at that positioning there too. Mr. L is still going to lose his life there, but he got deep enough underneath the stage that the Thunder was not going to interact with Psy Magnet, not going to give Ness that extra health, because he knew he needed the Thunder to be able to recover there, needed that delay in the air. It was an absolute necessity, but he was not going to make sure that his necessity was also his opponent's benefit. So very good positioning there, despite the fact that he still lost the stock. He didn't do it while also healing his opponent. So good stuff to him. But Mr. L still going to be in. Looks like they're going to be sending Jake up to bat next. Jake, of course, one of the best, if not the best Steve player just in general. Has some competition over in Japan recently, but still been making his voice heard, especially recently. Found that 3rd place finish at Glitch Infinite, beating some absolutely incredible players, including the likes of Light, which... What?
Yeah, I know, right? One of the top 5 players in the world. I mean, arguably even 3rd best at this point. So Jake, he's got a long list of names under his belt, looking to add St. John's University to it. See if he's able to pull it off against Mr. L without losing a stock. It's going to be really important for him to establish that momentum and keep things rolling. Of course, the UCF roster, though, extremely strong all the way through. So we did see a great start to things here by Mr. L, but if the rest of his team can't keep up, then it might be a UCF victory here in the winner's semifinals. We don't know yet, though. Of course, we could see like 1 or 2 stocks go by the wayside. Pikachu versus Steve doesn't sound really easy for either character, but I think I'd probably give the leniency to Steve just based on how much KO power he has.
So I was about to bring up that exact thing. Steve has some of the strongest KO power in the entire game, especially with diamond tools at his disposal. And Pikachu, despite how fast and how strong he is, he's still a lightweight character. So in a lot of situations, that little electric rat might find himself at the mercy of a diamond back air. And well, that doesn't really go too well most of the time, especially here with FD. I'm a little bit skeptical of this choice of stage. This is where Steve gets to mine with that shovel, gets to make sure that all of his tools stay extremely healthy and doesn't really have to worry about all too much more. Jake going to be making use of as much as he can, though, to win this single stock off of Mr. L.
Also worth pointing out, these were 2 of the biggest online grinders during that era of Smash Brothers. Jake really seeing his comeuppance during it as well, right? He didn't attend anything offline before things started to shut down. Mr. L definitely did, but he kept up the hustle.
Jake now going to be able to get stone tools online, tries to use that minecart, but the armor on it is going to be able to keep him safe from that initial hit by Mr. L. Down throw into fair, though, is going to regain control of the stage for Mr. L, but Jake stalls out the thunder, does not get caught by it, and now has such an advantageous position because he's got time to get diamond tools, and he's got time to set up a ledge trap to boot. Pikachu takes just that long to get back to the stage.
All right, Mr. L forced to the corner. What are you going to do here while looking for the spike? Oh, and it looks like, did I hear a parry noise?
I saw the parry sparks too, but he still got hit, so I think he got hit by the secondary hitbox of the lava, which is very rare. Jake maybe getting a little bit lucky there with an unintended punish.
Jake building up a launch pad for his minecart as well. Oh, gonna block the down air. Mr. L still fighting here. I mean, even though he's down just a little bit in percent, it's really whoever gets the next clean breakaway is gonna take the stock. And Mr. L taking one off Jake would be huge here. Yes, he does. All right.
Speak it into existence, Max, and it will happen as Mr. L immediately finds that up smash to punish Jake's own. And here comes the loops as well, but Jake is able to DI up and out of that and just straight from the Acme Corporation once again. We saw the bowling balls from Javi. We got to get the anvils from Jake. Drops it right on top of that Pikachu's head.
Oh, man, I hate to laugh about it, but I'm sure even Jake is laughing about that one. You just fall out of the multi-hit on the neutral air, and hey, why not? Mash on that anvil. It's the risk reward is certainly in your favor, right?
Especially with somebody who's as good at managing resources as Jake. Heck, there's an entire PG Stats video about why Jake is so good at managing resources. Always has several iron in the pocket to be able to make sure that he has that anvil as an escape option. We saw it again right there in the Barbasol instant replay. Just did that hop immediately after escape, dropped the anvil on his head, and well, it's maybe not the result that Jake was quite wanting, having lost one stock in the process. He's still able to go into this next match with 2 in his pocket, and sometimes 2 is more than enough. You played Smash 4.
I have, yes. And, you know, speaking of resource management, for those of you guys who don't know, Jake actually a world-class Pokemon trading card game player. So I think resources are something he's always kind of got in his mind. And just having that awareness, knowing, all right, I got to keep some iron on deck just for sticky situations like that can go a long way.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about Jake is hey, this guy who's washing everybody with Steve, he's also literally a world championship contender in Pokemon.
Yep.
Okay, cool, awesome.
Pretty insane stuff. And hey, man, there's a deep talent pool in the Smash Brothers community. You'll find people who are good at several games or several trades and crafts in life in this little pocket of the world. So pretty cool to see that embodied by a player like Jake. But that said, Mr. L, he took 4 stocks. He did what he needed to do and then some. There's, of course, no matter what happens on the UCF end, they're walking into this next match at a deficit. They're down 1 stock, and depending on who their next player is, if they have a good matchup against Steve, it could get real ugly.
Yeah, now the problem is that St. John's doesn't really have too much of a choice here in who they send in next, because there are 2 remaining players on the roster. I don't believe Jay Grunt is here playing at the moment, so they don't have that Greninja to send in. And on the other side, they have either a Puff or a Bayonetta. Now, you know for a fact you do not want to send a Puff to bear against a Steve because you die at 40 to a back air, and that's not fun. So we're probably going to be seeing a Bayonetta come through here. to try and counter the Steve, but Jake also has very solid SDI, and this isn't Smash 4 where SDI was your only saving grace. This is Smash Ultimate where SDI just invalidates the character.
Right. You can fall out of her combos naturally a lot easier now. But you know what? Just taking a look at the bracket, St. John's was the 6th seed, and they've made it all the way to winter semifinals, meaning they upsetted 3rd seed University of Texas at Arlington to make it here. They have definitely got a chance to make another upset happen. Of course, they're up now, but with a player like Javi waiting in the wings and still 2 stocks on Jake, it's a little bit too close to call.
Right, this is one of the closest leads we've seen throughout our broadcast day so far. Most of the time it's been 4, 5, 6, 7 stocks, all the way built up by one of these incredible players. Here, it's 1. And 1 stock can go away very quickly, as we've learned so often throughout these matches. Just look back at Hoppy versus Omega. Those stocks just evaporated. 1 stock, nothing in the grand scheme of things.
And if your prediction is correct, Last, and this is EJJ, the Bayonetta coming up, I really don't know how this matchup goes, right? It's like 2 eras of DLC.
Smash 4 DLC versus Smash Ultimate DLC, which one's stronger? We're probably going to find out at some point soon, but...
Well, in this game, I think I know the answer.
In this game, it is absolutely Smash Ultimate DLC, because the Smash 4 DLC kind of got nerfed.
Right. That said, they still managed to kind of hang on. You know, Cloud and Corrin on a meteoric rise as of recently, courtesy of the 2 best players. Yeah, Roy, of course. Lucas, Mewtwo, Ryu. Well, actually, Ryu just got 2nd at Kagaribi. So
shout out to Ajimo. He's an incredible player to watch.
Yeah.
I didn't even know Ryu had a back air.
Hey, most of the time you'll never see it because he turns around automatically. But, of course, Ryu will not be appearing here. It is most likely Bayonetta versus Steve. I mean, it's definitely Steve on Jake's end. He's locked into this character.
Yeah, that's. I don't think we've actually mentioned that because I didn't hear too many people talking about that. But that's one of the most interesting facets of a crew battle is once you go out and once you pick your character, you're stuck. You cannot re-pick. You cannot re-counter-pick. Even if you have 2 stocks, 3 stocks remaining, you're stuck on that character. Those are 3 Steve stocks. They're not 3 Jake stocks.
Right.
As soon as he picks onto that. So no more counter picking. You're locked in. Your opponents are free to counter pick you as they please.
And that said, you also don't have to declare your character until it's actually your turn to go up, right? So if you're a player who mains multiple characters or has a very strong secondary or a counter pick available, you can just hang on to that.
Speaking of a counter pick being available, here's EJJ not coming out with the Bayonetta, but the other Smash 4 DLC, and that's going to be Cloud. So, want to talk about how Cloud does against Steve for me, Max?
Yeah, I would say quite well. I mean, maybe not as well as his Final Fantasy VII counterpart in Sephiroth. Kind of can shut this guy down for free with his counter and his long range.
I don't know. I've heard some people say it's even worse. There's a debate among Steve mains if their worst matchup is Cloud or if it's Sephiroth, but it's one of the 2.
Minecraft players hate RPGs.
True.
All right.
Looking for the back air there on Jake's jump out, but he does drift away with the jump instead of in like the most players would, and is going to be able to dip low using the Elytra underneath to make sure that he's not getting caught by that limit break cross slash. Now that those resources have been deprived, and you have nothing left on ledge, Jake pulls the trigger on that TNT explosion, and there was nothing he could have done. If he rolled in, he was hit by TNT. If he rolled out, he was hit by the down smash. If he jumped, he was still hit by TNT. Basically, he was locked in a cage with a bear, and the bear hadn't eaten in months.
Yeah, this character's on some like roller coaster tycoon stuff, man. He just builds stuff, including the minecart, which literally is a roller coaster, and somehow it's going to go really wrong for your opponent.
Now, he's not in the worst position, though, given the fact that Jake did start this on 2 stocks, and he's pretty close to taking the first one. Is able to break through there, but Jake is ready and willing to pull the trigger on that diamond back air, so takes that 2nd stock off of EJJ as well. EJJ, though, not going to be left too far behind as he gets the back air.
Yeah, all he has to do is get the better of Jake one more time, and he'll be able to maintain St. John's 1 stock lead. Oh, wow, just barely able to escape that jab train into a potential spike. Oh, what? Dude, like I said, roller coaster
tycoon coming through here as Jake built an entire track for EJJ to suffer through. These are those death coasters that you build when you start getting bored.
That's like that one on Twitter. It has to do with Mickey Mouse, that's all I'll say.
Don't worry too much about it. EJJ, though, is going to give Jake something to worry about as he crosses up shield with the limit break cross slash and puts him in a bad situation here. Air dodging out, he's going to be able to make it back. I promise this is Steve. He's ridiculous, but he's actually not as EJJ uses the disjointed spike and takes down Jake.
Wow, this is potentially a huge upset in the making last. I don't know. Cloud really a great answer to this character. St. John's team looking pretty proud of themselves. EJJ shaking that one off, you know?
Woo!
Yeah. Hey, man. A well-deserved deep breath right there.
Watch this again.
This is crazy. I actually can't believe that Jake was able to recover from here. Just throwing everything in a half. But, yeah, I believe that was a 2-frame there. The Elytra looking like it just ended.
Catching him, right as he snaps to ledge, yeah.
Yep.
That was also crazy because you're stuck.
Yep.
But yeah, that recovery is something that I was completely unsurprised to see, as you can hear me talking about. Like, that's something I've seen Steves do all the time. They can, as long as they have resources, stall almost indefinitely off stage. But while most players just kind of resign themselves to saying, oh, well, it's Steve, he's going to make it back, I'll try and ledge trap once he gets back up here. Instead, EJJ stayed confident, stayed calm, and said, I got a sword. Watch this.
Yep, waiting it all the way out. And of course, Cloud's there, massive disjoint. It's going to poke right through the side of a stage like Small Battlefield. And man, the fact that he did air dodge diagonally down and made it back is, I think, truly the most surprising part about it. Yeah, exactly. And we just saw that new angle get discovered by, I actually think it was Akola that figured it out.
I think Yanni found one angle, and then Akola found a different one, and then Yanni looked at that and was like, oh, here's another one.
Either way, this character can literally fly, you know. Very similar to the glide mechanic that was in Brawl. Like, the more you dip down, the more you're able to rise afterward. But Steve can actually kind of circumvent that, or like barely dip to get a ton of vertical rise.
Steve is a very unique character.
To say the least, yes. But so is Villager, and we're going to have, you know, this duo of unique characters on the UCF side coming out, and Ness also pretty quirky in his own right, courtesy of Psychic. But yeah, Javi on Earth coming out here to take down EJJ. Of course, this is the last resort for UCF, but Villager does not match up well into Cloud whatsoever. He's got to pray that he gets the stock nice and clean.
Right. The interesting thing, though, is that EJJ only has one stock remaining, so we could see very quickly a situation where Javi puts him off stage and then says, hey, remember what happened to Omega? Going to throw those bowling balls out there because, again, Cloud, much like Joker, is very linear in terms of how he recovers. Goes straight up, straight down. There's not much more you can mix in there as long as you don't have a jump. So those bowling balls are going to come fast, and there's going to be a lot of them. Has to make sure that he's maintaining control of the center stage, because as soon as he loses that, he basically has lost the stock.
Yeah, we saw a really creative recovery from EJJ where he went for a cross-slash stall and then the reverse up B to cut through Jake's blocks, right, and avoid himself just head bonking into that and dying very early. So he's clearly got some kind of creative recovery in his mind already, but is it enough to keep up with Javi's tricks? Villager's a character that's very difficult to find experience against hand-to-hand, so we'll see if it's a matchup that he knows.
And we'll also have to see what the stage is, because that can be the biggest deciding factor, especially in a matchup like this one. You've got Cloud versus Villager. Well, if we go to something like Yoshi's, we could see kills off the top very early with like Cloud up air just being a juggling tool that stays out forever. But it looks like we're staying on Small Battlefield where EJJ was just able to take down Jake. Out come the taunts. That means we're ready to play, and in we go. And Javi shows no hesitation on immediately using bowling ball.
Hey man, it's a pretty good move, and also kind of difficult to punish, even though, you know, it's a move with a decent amount of startup. It's got a ton of shield stun, and it can just be very awkward to deal with that. Look at that setup, though. It has barely any ending lag, and we're going to see Javi elicit that air dodge from EJJ and then run over and grab him.
So many different things coming out here from Javi, just trying to say, like, hey, all of these things can kill you. Get hit by one of them, and it's all over. Avoids the limit break cross slash, puts EJJ on the ledge yet again, but he's able to get that neutral get up and then shield in time, and then gets caught jumping in, which, to be fair, Clouds like to jump in a lot, so it was a fair prediction from Javi, but still a beautiful prediction nonetheless. Pulls out that up smash, and well, that's all she wrote.
That was extra impressive because he turned around for that too, knowing that it was going to be a deep jump, and also that crossed up EJJ's DI, making him lose that stock extra early. I mean, the up smash from Villager, it's not a weak move by any means, but normally you'll see players survive it just a little bit longer.
Small Battlefield also definitely played a part in that, in the fact that it has, I believe, the third lowest blast zone of our stage list. Yoshi's obviously has the shortest, but Small Battlefield, not to sneeze at. You're going to be losing stocks pretty early if you get caught by the wrong hitbox and you're not careful with your DI, as was beautifully demonstrated for us right there by Javi and EJJ. And Max, just like that, we find ourselves in our first ever full last stock situation where both teams are 3-3. So it is really going to come down to the wire, as as SJU sends in their final player.
Yeah, and you can just see as the bracket develops, of course, matches are going to get closer, but that was not the case in Bay State's semifinals match, right? Kind of a blowout on their end. So we will see. I believe the last player is the Jigglypuff, and
I
his
believe
tag
it's
is
Fitco.
yeah.
Fitco playing Jigglypuff coming in here, which Jigglypuff Villager. Who's ever seen that match before?
I don't even know if Base Mage, the best Jigglypuff in the world, has played against a good Villager before.
It's just so rare, both of these characters in the meta. And the way that like Smash Ultimate works with so many characters is some characters are rare. You'll see them from time to time. So like obviously we've seen lots of Villager, lots of Jigglypuff, but because they're both individually rare, we never see Villager versus Jigglypuff. Obviously, we can theory craft on paper at what the matchup's going to look like. Probably a lot of fair and bear from Villager to try and interrupt Puff. A lot of edge guard attempts from Puff to try and interrupt Villager. But at the end of the day, we'll have to find out what it really is as we get ready to go in here.
Both of these characters, absolute menaces in the air, right? You see Villager able to control a lot of space, of course, with the side B, the Lloyd Rocket, and the slingshot, the forward air and back air. But Jigglypuff has infinite air drift, right? And so many jumps, 5 mid-air jumps, a very long directional air dodge to get back from pretty much anything. You're not going to see those bowling balls like we did against characters like Cloud
there's
and
absolutely
Joker.
no reason for Jigglypuff to ever be in that vertical column to be hit by the bowling ball. If you get hit by a bowling ball edge guard as Jigglypuff, that's on you, dude.
Yep. But Villager also with some good anti-air and air-to-air tools. We see the up air. Of course, a lot of kill power when you get the 3 turnips. The up smash, which we just saw take a very early stock from EJJ, it's going to be way earlier on Puff. Not only is she the second lightest character in the game, she's also one of the floatiest, and that's not good for your vertical survivability. All right.
Oh, but we're not.
And it's not Puff. Okay. I like this pick a lot better.
It's a different Pokemon. It's still a Pokemon, but yeah, the Squirtle, Charizard, Ivysaur in Pokemon Trainer is going to have a much better time against Villager, I think. And also, we get to talk about a matchup that we've seen before.
Yeah, you know what, man? Villager is still pretty rare, so I don't know if I've seen this one individually, but there's probably some iconic set of Villager versus PT that's out there that I'm just not thinking of right now. Either way, Squirtle, he is one of the best at comboing in the entire game, right? And then you're going to see, once that mid% range is reached on Hobby, we're going to see Ditko switch over to Ivysaur, most likely. Or when you need a little bit of extra survivability. Of course, Squirtle extra light as well. Now we could see maybe some Confirm into Bind Whip to turn the tides and get an early stock.
Yeah, but has to make their way past this ledge trap by Hobby. Hobby immediately sending him right back off stage. Rolls are reversed, but Hobby is able to escape with much more ease than we saw, and using that lingering up smash to just wait out the Pokemon swap. It is invincible, but it's only invincible for so long, and, well, right back to swinging, right back to sending those slingshot beads right into your face. And Hobby looking to clutch this out for UCF.
Yeah, only 2 stocks left on St. John's side. Let's see. Hobby, if he keeps up this pace, it's a go next, unfortunately.
Look at this too.
Bracket.
Hobby has recognized that, hey, my opponent is rolling a lot from ledge. I'm going to try and position myself on top of the platform to drop bowling ball. But they did recognize that, rolled a little bit later to avoid the bowling ball, but that's just showing like, hey, Hobby is catching on to what I'm doing. I need to be careful not to repeat the same action too many times, or I'm going to get hard punished.
Yep, recognizing when your opponent is starting to pick up on your habits, huge part of higher level Smash and fighting games in general. Let's see. Ditko, do you have what it takes to at least get this stock off right now with the Charizard in the ledge trap? No, unfortunately not. Hobby gonna make it back and find the kill there. Okay, up smash through the platform, and things are looking pretty dire for SJU.
No way that Hobby finds a 3 stock here, gets another up smash, his like 6th or 7th of this match.
Up smash the max, bro?
What are you doing? And taunting for good measure too, as his opponent tries to make his way back to the stage, gets underneath the back air coming through. 145%. We're at percent where a KO should be possible, but Hobby's making this look undoable.
Ivysaur with a couple kill throws at her disposal as well. We could see a grab end this, but yeah, if you keep rolling from the ledge like that, Hobby's gonna keep punishing you. Oh my god!
Text it too?
Okay, up smash will do it. Up air with 3 turnips will do it. Maybe even with 2. Oh wow, a whiff grab and it goes unpunished still. Okay, there we go. Finally taking care of business on that stock. But, I mean, I've seen Charizard make some crazy comebacks. This one looks just a little bit too crazy to ask for.
I don't know, man. You've lived in Tri-State. You've seen what Beast has done with this character. It's doable, but it's not doable if you try and pull the trigger on a get-up attack and get parried. That will almost never work out for you. Your ledge options are reactable in a lot of situations, if not predictable, and Javi demonstrating exactly why get-up attack is one of the least chosen options in this game because you get punished.
Yeah, you pretty much only want to go for that when your opponent's committed to something like a jump or charging a smash attack, right? But otherwise, it's super, super unsafe. And Javi really pulling it together for the UCF team. Things were looking a little bit shaky. We saw EJJ take it over Jake. It was 4 stocks to 3 for just a second there. But of course, that Villager play, absolutely immaculate all the way through. Let's take a look at these Barbasol replays here. It all started with Mr. L versus Psychic. Psychic, yes.
These are long crew battles. It's a little bit difficult to go all the way back. Like, we just saw so much action, especially just in that last game, the 3-stock to 3-stock affair. We were all excited for that. We forgot what came before.
Yeah, dude, I was going to say, I know Psychic is the Ness on UCF, but who's the Ness on St. John's? And I'm like, wait a minute.
Nope, not. Jake,
okay.
Not able to do exactly what he wanted to throughout that game, but that's okay. Your teammates were able to clutch up for you, and you're still going to be moving on to the upper bracket final where they'll be facing off against Bay State. Definitely earned their spot, and Javi definitely, again, proving Lawler right for calling him the potential biggest threat. That's us freaking out yet again.
Behind the scenes. We got the commentator replays, man. That's hilarious.
I'll watch this again.
Oh! Still can't tell if that was a 2-frame or not. I'm actually leaning toward that it wasn't after watching it back right there. But either way, man, that's why you got the Barbasol replays, just to relive some of these awesome moments. Javi, an absolute savage up smash. If you want to talk about which player was the MVP, it's probably Javi. But you want to talk about the move, it was up smash.
Javi is the MVP. Javi's up smash is the MVP's MVP, really. But it is going to be a little bit before we get to see the conclusion of the upper bracket here for Smash Brothers Ultimate. First, we got to throw it back to our friends at the desk because I know you guys want to hear from them, so let's do just that.
You throw it, we catch it. Thanks so much. That was an excellent game. A lot of back and forth in this one, but we did see Javi come in at the end and just completely clutch things, make sure that his team walked away victorious. Let's talk about that match, especially I want to look at round 4. I think I heard you say this is a terrible matchup, as we saw Cloud and Villager. Why is that?
Because Cloud's recovery is extremely linear, and one thing it is that you have to rely on when you're looking at Cloud is you have to look at his limit break. That's something that he has as a secondary mechanic to him, but specific to Final Fantasy, which is the franchise that he's from. So with that being the case, when you have limit, typically all of your B moves, whether they're up B, side B, neutral B, down B, all of them get enhanced in some way. So the thing is that his up B is typically very, very linear. When you're looking at situations like Villager, you're going to have to be a lot more concerned when you're looking at stuff like that, purely based off of the fact that, like, your recovery on Cloud is so unbelievably, like, straightforward that, like, you have to be worried about a lot by, like, the bowling ball and stuff like that. Typically, you can see a lot of characters, like, mix up their recovery. Like, they might use the up B a little bit later. They might use it earlier, try and mix things up. Cloud doesn't really have that liberty because of that. When he has limit, those possibilities open up a little bit more. But when he doesn't have that, which is most of the game, then he's not going to really have those sort of, like, crazy different timings for how he's going to get back on stage. So that becomes a really, really hard fight to win if you're trying to, it's like fighting an uphill battle pretty much. Yeah.
In round 5, the casters were saying they thought we were going to see Villager versus Jigglypuff, and they were saying we've never seen this match before. It ended up being Pokemon Trainer, which also, I guess, is a little bit of a rare matchup. Talk to us about why that expectation was there and what we saw.
So typically, it's more like a player thing. When you're expecting to see a certain character, right, you're expecting to see like Jigglypuff actually get brought out. Most of that's because of the implication, sort of the pressure behind the character, but I completely understand why you're not going to go Jigglypuff. She is one of the lightest characters in the entire game. It takes like a couple hits and she's like out of there already. So like I completely understand why you want to go Pokemon Trainer. I think I heard the casters say it before as well. It's a lot of the perspective of having like, hey, I could at least vary my weights of my character. Squirtle's more of those rush down, like sort of like in your face character. Ivysaur has great options, great neutral tools, and Charizard is the heaviest one out of all of them, right? So if there's ever a situation where I'm scared I'm going to get killed, I'm not going to stay Squirtle, I'm going to go to Charizard, I'm going to go to Ivysaur, which is like midweight, right? So that's typically what they want to look for. As somebody like Villager, you can't really keep out Villager. Like, he does, like, they do really well against other zoners, ironically enough. So with that being the case, Jigglypuff typically likes to play a pace that's at her game, but Villager sort of circumvents that. So it's like, okay, well, I have to pick somebody else.
I think we've only seen, if I'm not mistaken, Javi play Villager so far. Do you think we'll see that continue, or are there other characters that he has?
Javi's a menace, and there is no reason for him to play anything but Villager ever.
Nope.
It is absolutely insane. Like, you even see the reactions from the casters, like how much they are calling and saying his name. As much as we put as much focus on Javi, though, can we talk about watching Steve? It is so rewarding watching Steve be a menace on that stage. Like, just watching him like build a block theater and like literally then just like mine carts his way into some dude's face. I'm like, what is happening? Because that was my first time watching Steve, and it is just a joy, pure joy.
I like he even brings out like the tools and starts
so good. Easily the most disrespectful thing ever. And I'm sure like a lot of the Smash players or audience members could talk about it. I've seen something happen in tournament where a Steve, since you can build the blocks, like you can build stuff out of those blocks. So they ended up like breaking shields, stunning somebody, and they built a giant L in the middle of the stage and then killed them immediately. It's absolutely amazing. So I love seeing that character too. You don't really see him as often, or at least I haven't at least in a while. Typically there's a lot more focus on characters like Joker, Palutena, Byleth, especially with MKLeo. So there's a lot more focus on those characters as opposed to them being more so focused or centered around a character like that, like Minecraft Steve. So.
When we saw Central Florida take on Georgia State, when Javi was in those first few rounds, we saw Javi come out in the top 3 rounds. This time we saw Javi come out in round 4. Why do you think that decision was made here?
Because I feel like they sort of had like, now once again they're in like the upper bracket. Like once again there's like not as much they can rely on Javi a lot, but some of that's more so like a player matchup. When you look at fighting games, when you look at certain games and certain teams, regardless of whatever the case is, there's a point to where you become like, and you can even see this like in collegiate. There's a point to where you stop playing the character and you're playing the player, right? Like there's a time where you're not worried about what the character does because it becomes secondary knowledge to you. You're worried about how is this player going to circumvent what it is I traditionally know about this character. And so with that being the case, they put Javi in the back sort of just to try and have him like anchor the better position in case, you know, they have to deal with a situation that might be, okay, well, it's up to him, right? But Villager's a very safe character. It's a very easy character to try and sort of use and play back and not really put too much pressure on Javi. So with that being the case, I can see why they put him in here. They felt more comfortable going into, so they're like, okay, we got a little bit more of a feel of what we're going to be going up against. So let's put him in the back in the typical anchor spot that we saw him in, and then decided to move forward from that point on, right? And just sort of have him, you know, make sure the team end up winning.
Now, that means that Central Florida is going to advance. They're going to go up against Bay State in the winter bracket finals, which is coming up next. What did you say, Bay State go boom, or was that something else?
Bay State built different, they go hard, whatever it is. I mean, that's going to be a phenomenal matchup. That's going to be so good for everybody watching.
How come? Tell me more.
I mean, at Bay State, we already talked about, like, you look at their roster and how much depth they have based upon who's playing. I think there's a lot of versatility in the way that they approach the game, but on the other side of it, we just saw, like, Javi has shown that, you know, he can take 8 stocks off a team if they need to. Like, who knows if Javi would have went first if we would have seen similar results, but you are seeing the reliability. I think it's so important to have a player that not only can play a calm and collected game, but also when everything is on the line, like you're evened up, it's 3 stock a piece, and you close it out and play as aggressively as you do. Like, I mean, you mentioned it about the tech that you saw from, I think it was actually Pokemon Trainer, but even on the other side of it, you still see Javi, who's this super aggressive. You know, he throws out his fire hydrant, he follows it up, he applies those damage, but now he's sitting a little bit back. He's going to read, he's going to go for an edge or a ledge guard, and then he parries it and get a free knockout. It's like you're seeing the ability to be versatile in your play style, but then you're also pairing it against like really prolific names here in the tournament. So like, who do you pick to win? You know, I'm loving it.
We also saw the first anchor versus anchor with 3 stocks each. So, I mean, all credit due, by the way, to St. John's. UCF, they're pretty disgusting. They're going up against the #1 seed in the winners finals, but also St. John's, they're the #6 seed. Again, on land, everyone, it's an even playing field. You don't know who's going to be the stars. The #6 seed in St. John's, they took down the #3 seed the round before in UT Arlington, and they got really, really close to taking down the #2 seed UCF. So they might make a run through that lower bracket and come back up top, maybe even face the winner of this.
We will find out very soon, but before we do you want to keep playing games and cure cancer? Find out how LL's #TiltCancer allows gamers of all ages to support their life-saving work. Scan the QR code to get involved this spring. That's all for this series. Thank you very much to our sponsors. And when we come back, we will have that winner bracket finals. See you soon. Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans. New Street. New Street helps you navigate the collectibles markets with confidence. Visit newstreet.com to find out more. McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by the U.S. Air Force. See if you can command the stack in the U.S. Air Force's award-winning augmented reality flight experience mobile game available in the App Store. In partnership with CSMG, transforming traditional sports and esports. Esports U, the flagship of collegiate esports. Skillshot Media, the official broadcasting partner of the CECC. Atlanta Esports Alliance, location host of the CECC 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Esports Foundry, official tournament operator for the CECC.
Do they always have to go bigger?
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream. So I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard.
Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now.
So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You can ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's all good if you think you should check in. Yeah, you should. Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
Welcome back to CECC. Now we go into the winner bracket finals. Are you guys ready for this? Put your headsets on. It's time to go. We're live.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, Blue was the one without his headset on. I had mine ready. I was ready to go.
How dare you have fun? This is serious business.
I'm just saying, Paulie has a different level of energy, and I'm like, what is happening? Like,
I know. Paulie stole our attention.
I can't match that level. I can't match that level.
How dare you,
so, like,
Paulie? I'm talking right now. All right, we're here because we're having the winner bracket finals.
Yes.
We're going to watch Bay State take on Central Florida. We just talked a little bit about our predictions. It seems like Bay State is the favorite for you all. So what does Central Florida have to do to be the answer to that?
Javi got to go sicko mode.
He really has.
Well, is he going first or third?
That doesn't matter.
I mean, like that's the point, though, right? Is that they're sort of like relying, not necessarily relying on Javi, but like there's a lot of obviously play and strategy based all around him, considering the fact that he went first, and then decided to provide himself with anchor as well. There's a lot of things that you have to keep in mind when you're looking at a situation like that as well. So that's definitely something that I'll be interested to see, is how they sort of maneuver him this time. Going up against somebody like Bay State is definitely going to be a tall order, I would have to say.
I mean, that's the thing. Is he going to have to go sicko mode if he's the anchor? Like, at that point, it's just, okay, we need you because we couldn't do it.
Like, Javi, you're our last hope type.
Yeah. But if he goes first.
It's going to be a reliant play. And that's not to discredit the other players. I mean, you saw some interesting concepts out of his teammates. I mean, you saw, like, even Jake, who's got a phenomenal Steve, like, he is heavily rated. Like, it didn't go in his favor because of the other stops that they pulled out. So I do think that there is potential there. It's just ultimately Bay State just, there's so much depth. There really is.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to find out very, very soon what this match is going to look like, because it is time to start this game. Let's go.
All right, thank you, Anna, and everybody up at the desk. Guys, you heard it already. Bay State College versus University of Central Florida, the 2 top seeds of the bracket. Of course, delivering on expectations, making it all the way to the winners finals here. And it is going to be a close race, but I don't know, with the roster so deeply stacked as Bay State's, I mean, they have 7 players at their disposal. It's kind of a toss-up. Who's going to come in at any point? I think they're the favorites to take it. Again, they were seeded first coming into here, but don't sleep on UCF. Javi, Jake, Psychic, and Nave, all very strong in their own right.
Yeah, the biggest thing, though, in these crew battles is counter-pick potential. We've been talking about it throughout the day so far, and when you have a roster 7 players deep, and each one of those 7 players plays a very different character spread, you've got counter-pick potential galore, and that is the biggest thing. But it looks like they are going to be leading with Nexus, taking a seat down up front. So Falco to start off yet again, and probably Javi to meet him. This is going to be interesting because we talked about it at the tail end of Bay State's last match, where Falco has one of the fastest reflectors in the game at it being frame 1 active. Javi relies mostly on those quick projectiles, but it actually doesn't look like Javi is going to be meeting him.
Nope.
We are going to have somebody completely different, and that is going to be Psychic stepping back to the stage, bringing out the Nest, and also bringing out 68.3% before the clock even starts.
Hey, I think this is a really good pick on UCF's end. Nest does match up pretty well into all the space animals. You've got some devastating edge guards, really solid combos on their fast-falling hurt boxes as well, right? So I think this is going to go pretty well for them if Psychic can keep up the pace, but Nexus not a player to ignore at all. I mean, matchup or no matchup, this guy can hit you once and absolutely wreck your stock.
He's got to be very careful at the ledge here, though, because one back throw from Ness will evaporate him, but so too will the up air. That falling up air on shield, very, very potent. And we see the results loud and clear here as Nexus's first stock and Bay State's first stock both go away.
Yeah, again, Bay State kind of fighting to defend that #1 seed title. It's not working out for them very well yet. They do have a ton of monsters hanging out in the back, most notably Sonic's best player in Dominican Republic.
We still haven't seen Sonic on stream.
Exactly, yeah. Shrouded in mystery.
Going to be trying to catch that nair right now as Nexus lands on the top platform, but not too much damage been done quite yet. 66.6% at the ledge is a little bit dangerous because, like you were talking about, Falco, a little bit on the lighter side, but Nexus regains his footing and then tries to find spacing, but yet again, the falling up air.
Man, Psychic really opening up a huge lead for UCF and keeping it going here. He really favors the up smash over down smash, but had he gone for the opposite yo-yo right there, we could have seen Nexus die. Okay, the up air though, all right. Nexus back in this all of a sudden. But if UCF kicks things off with a 2 stock, I think they're actually looking great to make the upset happen.
I don't even think UCF necessarily needs to find the 2 stock. I think they just need the victory in here and then Psychic to find 1, maybe 2 more stocks on whoever they send in next, be it Toxex, be it Anarchy, whoever. Because that is a lot of mileage they're finding off of just their starter. Tries for the 2-frame F-tilt angle down there, but not able to get it. So instead retreats to the platform, and he's looking for a PK fire that he can start with a combo and finish with a KO. Dash that comes through, but it's still not enough thanks to some good DI by Nexus, and we just return back to neutral.
Oh, loving the side magnet stalls there, cutting off his vertical rise from the double jump, keeping that pressure nice and low to Nexus. And look at this, only 25%. That 2 stock very well may come through here unless we see a big breakaway from Nexus.
Gets the up throw back air, but not able to get that laser to follow it up. He was looking to get the laser into imagination, essentially, to follow up on Psychic off stage. And this time he might be able to do it. Gets the startup of Psymagnet, but he's set downwards, and the angle is not enough to get him back to stage. A critical mistake from Nexus is going to result in a huge lead coming through from UCF, now leading 8-6 against Bay State.
Yeah, trading with that one weak setup hit of the forward air right there, and a fast faller like Falco, he's going to sink like a rock. And we saw just the angle not there for Nexus.
Watch it again here in the Barbasol instant replay.
Here we
it's
go.
Just the one, so interesting property of multi-hits in this game. Most initial hits of multi-hit that aren't the final hit will drag down because the intended effect of it is that it links it into the other hits of the multi-hit. But what happens when you interrupt those multi-hits? Well, you get sent in really wonky directions. As evidenced here in the Barbasol instant replay, we saw that the hit 2 of Ness's Fair drag down property took effect and then was interrupted before the final hitbox. He was sent almost straight down, and like you said, despite being one of the highest jumpers in the game, when you fast fall sink like a rock that far, not too much you can do.
Yep, and of course his double jump, not even intact right there. He used it to attempt that neutral air that ended up trading with Ness's Fair, and just that fatal combination put Bay State at a 2-stock deficit here. Certainly not the outcome we were expecting, but this could be exactly what UCF needs to take it to the winner's side of the grand finals. They've got Psychic staying in, 2 stocks, nice and healthy. Of course, he's going to be reset to 0%, even though Nexus was able to get a pretty good combo started. It looked like the tides were about to shift. He went for that edge guard, just bit off a little bit more than he could chew there, and now it's going to be Bay State in the position to respond. Okay, and this is a player that we haven't even seen sit down yet. It is Anarchy stepping up to the plate.
So we're going to see another one of these not all too common matchups. We're going to see Ness taking on Greninja. Now, Anarchy is no stranger to fighting against Ness, as he's been in the trenches of online of those Wi-Fi tournaments. I've seen him many a time in the Coin Box and Panda's Bamboo battles, etc., just grinding his way through and taking a whole lot of names in the process. So we're going to have to see if they're able to take down Psychic without too much damage to themselves, but I wouldn't be too surprised.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is kind of a toss-up even still, because they do have Sonics waiting in the wings, a player who really kind of stands out from the rest of the competition.
I feel like we've been saying that so much, and we just haven't really even gotten 2 Sonics yet. It's just been like, when Sonics gets here, you'll be sorry, and then it never really
never
does.
Well, hey, that's because the rest of the Bay State team is lined with talent as well, so the fact that they're not even forced to bring their anchor out in pretty much any match that they've played so far really speaks to the strength of this program, and really speaks to the value of investing heavily in your esports programs, right? If you're recruiting the best talent out there, which Bay State has not been shy about, bringing out players from Vegas/Dominican Republic in Sonics, Southern California in Nexus, New England area for some of their other players as well, like Toxex, you know, it goes a long way. You put yourself on the map, you could become one of those destination schools for esports.
And definitely has already proven themselves as such, already being in the upper bracket finals of this tournament, being the first seed. Not in the lead, at least at the moment, but could very, very easily take that back into their favor as we get into this next match. Now, what I'm most interested to see is what the stage pick is going to be, because I frankly do not know what stage Greninja wants against Ness. Usually Greninja likes those long stages such as Kalos, FD, even Town and City at times, because they can get those extended horizontal combos, but so can Ness. And sometimes you will like to deprive yourself of something that you would otherwise enjoy, just to also deprive your opponent of it. So Anarchy might go the complete opposite direction. We could see Smashville. We could see Yoshi's too, as it's really a toss-up, and it's really just a question of what does this player prefer.
Yeah, I feel like as different as the game plans between Greninja and Ness are, they do kind of like similar stages. So that's a good observation there, Lass. And I mean, it'll come down to player preference at this point. I feel like whatever Anarchy is most comfortable on is where he'll go, and just kind of hope that Psychic doesn't like playing there.
We'll have to be seeing soon. I can hear Ness noises in the background already, so I think we're probably just going through a hand warmer real quick. Anarchy warming up as he's coming in fresh, and also I don't know if he's played in any of the crew battles today so far. Bay State's been so strong, so dominant that they haven't needed to call on them, so we'll just, you know, have to give them a little bit of time to get the buttons into their hands before they're forced to go up against somebody as menacing as Psychic.
Yeah, or perhaps icing out the competition just a little bit, you know, getting that little trade. Yeah, it is. It definitely is within the limits of reason, of course. So we'll see exactly what Anarchy brings to the table once the game starts. That said, Psychic, we know what he's capable of. We've already seen, he slew Nexus in a pretty dominant fashion. So if you look back at some of Nexus's performances in these crew battles, that is no easy feat.
Psychic just sitting there, staring at the game.
He's using his psychic powers.
Yeah, he's... Thanks for the thumbs up. It's,
thank you, Nave. Yeah.
Psychic just focusing himself, dialing in, making sure that he's ready for the challenge to come. And he's already taken 3 stocks. He's already, like we talked about during the last one, gotten that positive record, has already done what is necessary. Now anything else he does will be extra credit. And who doesn't like extra credit? We're all college students here.
Formerly. Either way, these players... They're all so strong. I cannot wait to see what Anarchy brings to the table. It's the first time I'll have ever seen him play as well. Haven't tuned into any of his performances at Coinbox or Bamboo Battles, so definitely very ready and willing to be impressed.
And it looks like we are going to be getting into it. We do have to wait for Psychic to drop first stock, but as soon as he comes down from that Angel platform and sends out that ready taunt, or I guess ready jab in this situation. Oh, there it is. Okay. We're going to get right into this.
Here it is, Pokemon Stadium 2. I mean, a stage that I would say is good for both of these characters based on that initial analysis you gave, right? Those long horizontal combos, both Ness and Greninja can take you for a ride in that fashion. But this is one of those go-to stages for Game 1, right? We really see this in small battlefield kind of dominating that first game pick meta.
Anarchy just trying to play that middle distance, does not want to commit to anything, and that's one of Ness's larger weaknesses is against disjoints. He doesn't have much he can do. He has a moving hitbox, but he's a short and stubby one at that, so if you just play right outside of his range, there's not a whole lot he can do other than hard commit, and we've seen what happens when people hard commit in this game. They usually take a lot of damage for it. Anarchy forcing out that air dodge, but he's not able to get a punish on it subsequently, so we're just going to set ourselves into a ledge situation. Anarchy looking for the fair off of that fall, but instead opts to land and go for the dash attack. He's setting himself up in such good positioning already.
Psychic just really unable to get anything started as well. Ness, he's one of those characters that can hit you for so many consecutive moves over and over again, right? Down throw, forward air, another forward air maybe, then some kind of landing trap. But of course it all comes down to winning neutral initially. Looks like Anarchy and Greninja are just too fast to keep up with. Oh, never mind, let me fix my face real quick. Starting to get in there. Only tax on about 35 for that exchange though.
Yeah, I thought something more was going to come off of that PK fire, but Anarchy was so quick to DI down and out of it to just fall off stage and be able to recover normally so that he doesn't get caught in that. And look at that, even using Greninja's Nair, which not the best Nair in the game by any stretch of the imagination, but still big enough to stuff out that Ness Psy Magnet, sets himself up on the ledge, and then takes the stock just like that. So might be exactly what Bay State needs to even it up, but no, instead Psychic decides, I'm going to go positive today, finds the up smash, and as a result, that's 4 stocks down.
Yeah, some really creative stuff to even get that edge guard opportunity in the first place. You saw that side magnet clip Anarchy on the top platform, and then the first 2 hits of up air, then he knocks him off stage and finishes the job with the up smash. Not even the best DI possible either. Anarchy could have survived that, but I think at this point, his job has more than been done. Psychic taking 4 stocks away from Bay State. And if he gets a 5th, no jump! Okay, gets away from the PK fire with some good DI.
Gets up shield in time as well. Not going to let Psychic get away with too much in neutral there. Landing with the Nair, puts him on the platform, but expecting him to fall through immediately. A lot of people, when they get stuck on the platform, their first thought in their head is, I need to get out of here. Psychic, though, a little bit more confident than that, able to just hold shield for a moment. Spot dodging through the first hit of the up air, too. Now back on stage and resetting, and we're pretty close to even in terms of percent at least.
Psychic starting to pull ever so slightly ahead. Keep in mind, he did start the match a stock down, so just pretend there's an extra Ness head underneath his portrait right there.
Both of them just dancing in and out in neutral, not wanting to commit, not wanting to give the other one an opportunity to get a big punish, and this is really how this matchup should be played. And Greninja definitely does not want to get in close with Ness and get comboed. Ness, the same.
Yeah, both of these characters do have some pretty extensive combo games, but right now it's just looking like neither of them can get that clean breakaway.
Neither one of them is hardly getting a hit, let alone a breakaway. The fair comes through from Anarchy. It's a straight hit, which straight hit kill power is pretty strong on Greninja. Gets the high pop off the dash attack.
You're
Psychic
gone?
deep off. No, yes, he is. Okay, that was very, very smart from Anarchy.
Yeah, just pushing Ness away from the PK Thunder, it looked like right there. But either way, a missed recovery from Psychic is going to send him out of the crew battle. Of course, there are still 2 players left on UCF side, though, and it would have been so nice if he could just land that one more decisive hit, send Anarchy to his last stock, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen. UCF only up by 1 now.
You say unfortunately, but UCF has put themselves in such an advantageous position, and they're actually up. They're up by so much because not only was Psychic able to take out his first opponent, he was also able to weaken up his second opponent, soften them up for Jake to come through, or Jake or Javi rather, to be able to come through and find something heavy hitting, find something great to be able to get, you know, even bigger lead. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, that was just really clean stuff from Psychic. Of course, our Nest player from UCF, able to take 4 at the cost of 3. But, I don't know, Bay State, of course, they need to be weakened a little bit more than just a 1-stock deficit, knowing the power of their anchor compared to pretty much every other player in the competition this weekend. But Jake, very close second, I would say, in terms of like global ranking and accomplishments across the board, right? Sonics, of course, from Bay State, I would say at this point, top 20, maybe in top 15 in the world. Best player in Dominican Republic. Best player now in Las Vegas, Nevada. But Jake, best Steve NA? Question mark? I mean, Yanni is now starting to fire back, but Jake has, of course, had insane results.
In terms of results, originally it was always Yanni at the top. Found that early dub over DeBuzz at, I believe, Riptide, and kept running with it. But then Jake kind of caught up, kind of took over for Yanni, and was able to just keep on going, saying like, hey, I'm the best Stephen A, and you got to hold that.
Right. And then Yanni with a crazy Genesis and Low Tide as well, I believe. Yeah. So it's very close between those two. But either way, the point is that Jake is also one of the best players in the world, also one of the best representatives of his character. So if he's able to take Anarchy's 2 stocks down here, we'll get to see him versus Sonics. That's kind of like the title fight of the weekend.
And it's also definitely the Wi-Fi classic that I've seen 19,000 times approximately over the course of my commentary career. So it'll be like coming home for me.
If you had to guess, what would their record be online?
Off the bat, I would say it's probably like 27 to 21.
In Sonics' favor?
In Sonics' favor.
That's still very, very close.
It's a lot of matches, though.
Yeah, and if Sonics is able to, or sorry, if Jake is even able to get 1 stock off of Sonics, that could be huge in determining the outcome of the final match, which will most likely be Javi on Earth versus Sonics.
Yes. We are going to be getting into this very shortly. I think they're still determining the stage that this will be played on, but I think we are locked into Jake just due to the fact that he's sitting in the chair.
Yep. I would be very surprised to see anything else at this point. It looks a little too late to turn back, but that means we're going to have Javi and Sonics.
Like Town and City. Interesting stage choice against Steve. I would not recommend that.
It's hard to feel like, well, it's Jake's pick.
It is Jake's pick.
Yeah,
You're right. Sorry.
Yeah.
So I would recommend that. Good job, Jake.
Smart guy.
Pumping his fist there, too. Yeah, Town and City, just a phenomenal stage overall for Steve. He's able to mine relatively quickly, get good resources with the wood coming through thanks to the Diamond Axe if he can get it on the board. And then it's Town Blast Zones. You're going to die at 60 if you get hit by a back air on the ledge.
Yeah, very true. And of course, the high ceiling, something that like kind of counts against Steve, right? His up smash off of the ladders, definitely very important, but I think it's even more important to take that option away from Greninja. Up air and up smash being 2 very prominent vertical kill moves. We'll see how that comes into play. We'll see if it even comes into play at all. But maybe, oh, okay. No, we're cutting right into it. All right, 2 stocks for Anarchy, 5 stocks for his team of Bay State College, and we've got UCF leading by just 1.
Air dodging back to stage, Jake going to take this opportunity to build up some of those resources that we were mentioning. Drops the anvil right on top of Anarchy as well and keeps him pushed off. Up air coming through from Greninja, though. Not going to be able to get the juggle. The juggles are so important in this matchup, and Jake just almost instantaneously escaping.
All right, here it is. These two, I think so much rests on this match, right? Oh my God, footstool into anvil. Jesus, killing at 108. I thought this stage had a high ceiling last. What's going on?
Well, it does have a high ceiling, but here's the thing, Max. It's an anvil. It's very, very heavy.
Very strong.
Jake actually able to armor through that back air. Anarchy was certainly looking for the drag down bear in that situation to try and put Jake in a tech chase, but Jake just gets up and out.
Oh, another downside to this matchup for Greninja is that being such a fast faller, he can be looped by the jabs into the corner and then get double spiked by forward airs or potentially edge guarded by blocks. There's a lot going on that really makes this matchup work pretty well for Steve.
Looking for the back air on Anarchy there. Still only 17.3%, but if Jake can set something up at the ledge. Good footstool by Anarchy to reset positioning.
Oh, and he's just trying to break those walls down, but of course Greninja really has to commit to those aerials. Forward air, not the fastest on startup, and Jake all the way at the top of the screen. Anarchy, we need to see you land a KO right now to shrink this lead.
Looking for the fair, but actually Jake is going to be not able to get out of that. I thought for sure the down smash would have hit, but Anarchy is more than prepared for that situation, so gets the pop up and then immediately finds the fair. Now throwing out those water shurikens to be able to interrupt, but Jake comes back on stage, now has diamond tools in hand. This is where he is at his most threatening. Puts Anarchy at the ledge and now setting up with the TNT, looks for the F smash, and instead it's just going to be a minecart out of disadvantage.
This is looking like a potential huge lead for UCF. If they go up 2 stocks, 5-3, I don't even know if Sonics can save them from that point. Anarchy, you need to turn it up right now. Get rid of this square man.
Looking to do it right there. Jake almost gets the Jake smash off, but he's not able to. Anarchy landing on with the Nair. Minecart out of disadvantage too, but no stray hits yet. This is looking very reminiscent of that moment in the first match we saw Anarchy in, where he was just dancing around, not really committing to anything and not really forcing anything out either, just waiting for the opponent to commit.
Ooh, Elytra out of the corner, love that. Yeah, very aggressive option, but of course it's got super low ending lag on it. Wow. All right, Anarchy hanging on. If he manages to land a forward air in the corner, this could be huge.
84% would be KO percent. Jake trying to get out of the corner with both Anvil and Minecart, setting up that wall too so that if Anarchy comes in, he can tech off of it and not be in what just happened with that Minecart.
All right, Jake trying to play Roller Coaster Tycoon yet again, send that minecart forward and then back, but you need to land the actual kill move here. Oh, so close. Oh my god, both of them just almost connecting, and then finally the forward smash comes through for Jake, putting UCF at a 5-3 lead. That's absolutely massive.
Jake thanking his lucky stars, standing up there and taking a deep sigh of relief. So he takes down Anarchy and gets him and his team all the way down to Bay State's anchor. First time we've ever seen this. We have not seen Bay State's anchor player.
Yeah, and we have not seen Bay State at a stock deficit the entirety of today. So there's a first time for everything. I guess there's a last time for everything as well. We'll see how this is going to shake out. Look at that clank. That was ridiculous.
I didn't even catch that the first time around, that Jake not only got that F smash out of the corner to catch Anarchy's landing, but Anarchy also very nearly died to the up smash as well.
Right. Worth pointing out that also means Steve's up smash has projectile priority. So you can clank with it with aerials. Normally aerials do not clank with grounded moves, of course, unless they are projectiles. So very clean stuff right here by Jake, though. I mean, you saw it, it kind of got sloppy towards the end, right? He was like, oh man, I am in danger of losing the second stock. Anarchy starting to make a comeback, but Anarchy was aware of that as well, so he kind of felt the pressure, and you just saw a little bit of sloppy gameplay from both of them, but that is, of course, the pressure that a $10,000 prize pool is going to bring. Probably competing for the most that these players have seen, or at least most of the players here have never played for stakes like this before.
Absolutely, and it is finally going to be our chance to see Sonics sit down at the setup, sitting across from his longtime rival, Jake. It's been these two through thick and thin, through many a tournament, coming up to face off against each other in the winners finals, the grand finals reset, so on and so forth. They've fought so many times, and they're about to fight again.
Yep, well, fortunately, or rather unfortunately, I'd say for them, most of their meetings have not been offline, right? So this is going to be a little bit different than a true test in a singles bracket. Of course, Jake is going in with 2 stocks to 3. There's, only one match that they'll get to play each other, and it's very different from a typical set. But of course, it is refreshing for these two. I'm sure after 48 sets or so, minimum, you're just spitballing online. It's very nice.
I took a guess at how many times I've seen this set played out, and I'm probably pretty close, to be completely honest.
I don't doubt your memory, bro. Let's say in the 40 to 50 range, right? But again, that is all online, and it's a lot different. But here on LAN, even with 3 stocks to 2, we're going to finally get some some kind of real answers as to what gameplay between these guys looks like.
3 stocks to 5. Sonics is going to have to take out both Jake and Javi on Earth. Able to take Bay State all the way to the grand final, but Jake, well, he's going to try and put that brick wall both figuratively and literally in Sonics' way so that he can't spin dash his way to the dub.
Yep. That is a huge obstacle for Sonic, right? Who likes to occupy a ton of that ground space, just move laterally very far, and of course he can jump out of spin dash, he can spin shot over the blocks as well, but just having that physical boundary between them is actually going to be huge for Jake. And I don't know enough about Sonic versus Steve head-to-head at the tip-top level like this, even though these two have met so many times online. It's a totally different ballgame here, so could be a nice glimpse into this matchup for any of you guys out there who are looking to pick up one of these characters.
Yeah, and this is definitely 2 different characters that you see quite a bit from in this game and this meta game. Both of these characters very much top tier, very much at the top of the meta, and very much about to be on our screen as we get into what could be the final match of our upper bracket finals here for SSBU. Jake versus Sonics. Let's get it started here once again on Town and City.
Yeah, if Jake goes absolutely crazy here, he could take all 3 stocks with only 2.
Spin charge fair is going to be crazy on this stage, though, so Jake has to be very careful because Sonics could find KOs as early as 60%.
Right, and that really speaks to the difficulty of staying good at a game like Smash Ultimate. We were just talking about how this is a great stage for Steve against Greninja, but now suddenly you throw a different character like Sonic into the equation, and it looks a lot different. Jake building up the walls, though, these walls between us.
But look at this movement by Sonics. He's able to create that one singular opening in the wall there that Jake built, and all of a sudden he's in Jake's face once again.
Yeah, this is a matchup that is super, super dependent on how well Steve is able to set the field up, and of course, by the same token, how well Sonic can play around it.
Jake actually thought for a second there that Sonics was going to run straight into it. He was like, oh, all right, bet. But Sonics faked him out with the spin cancel on into the down air, and Jake ended up taking the punish for it. The F smash comes through. That's how Steve came into this game, and it might be how he comes out of it.
Well, that's a good observation, man. I actually completely forgot about that.
And the original trailer for Steve's release, Sonic pulled him out of there.
Yeah, and he put Mario into Minecraft.
No resources for Jake if you take a look. Jake, usually we've talked about it as one of the best Steve players in the entire world at conserving and building resources. Here now, he's scrapping for the barest bit of wood and iron.
Yeah, he hasn't gotten a moment alone. Sonic's keeping the pressure up. Of course, as fast as Sonic is, usually you're seeing him use that speed to run away, but also Sonic is just sticking the pressure to Jake, not letting up at all. Forward tilt, gonna catch that ledge option, and put Sonics at at least 1 less stock of a deficit.
A huge lead for Sonics within the game. Not so much of a huge lead within the crew battle at large, but if Sonics can take this out while still holding on to 3 stocks, and it's looking likely here as he's not too damaged up on this 3rd stock. He can go in healthy against Javi, healthy and happy at that, and I might have just cursed him there as Jake takes him down with a bear for the ages.
And that is the power of Steve on Town and City. Of course, that back air, especially with the upgraded weapons, really threatening, can kill at some insane percents. Okay, Jake getting a chance to start it up. What's he gonna do? Oh, he just gets off the edge, respects the recovery there from Sonics, doesn't even try to drop, well, he can't drop Anvil on him because he has no iron.
Yeah, and phenomenal DI from Sonics too to be able to escape that dare combo. Most of the time you see a character, especially at low percent, get hit by a dare, they're going on Mr. Bones' wild ride, but here Sonics takes 1 fair and says, all right, no more.
Yeah, sometimes just cashing out, taking what you can get is actually the best way forward. Oh, man, and he's going to find that backer as well. Okay, Sonics manages to stave off the bleeding. 2 stocks to 3, not the end of the world, but he's going up against a very potent adversary in Javi on Earth in a matchup that he probably doesn't know all that well.
Yeah, maybe not. We'll have to see going into it, but Javi has certainly been the MVP for UCF throughout these crew battles, taking so many stocks against Georgia and clutching up for them in their most recent match as well that we saw right before this one. Take a look back at the Barbasol instant replay, though, to see how Sonics brought us to this situation, and, well, it was just a lot of pressure on Jake's landing. Jake deprived himself of resources, both in terms of Steve's unique resources and in terms of the ones that we all get, and that's 1 double jump and 1 air dodge. Jake had none of them.
Yeah, Jake managing to use all those resources to take 1 stock off of Sonics, losing 2 in the process, but again, maintaining that stock lead for his team. UCF on the verge of going to the winner's side of Grand Finals if they're able to eliminate Sonics here. Of course, one of the best players in the entire world, best player in his country of Dominican Republic, best player in his state of Nevada after relocating here. Hey, man. it's a tough road. That's all I got to say. So best of luck to Javi and UCF in the process, but Sonic's looking really tough to topple.
Can't really ask for much more of a handicap in this kind of situation, though, than one extra stock, and that's exactly what Javi's teammates have gifted him here. He's going to be going up against Sonics with just 2 stocks remaining. We're going to see if, like you said, Max, he can find those edge guards, if he can find those crazy combos that we saw him getting in previous crew battles, but that does remain to be seen. I'm also curious as to the stage pick and what it's going to be. Do you have any thoughts on what that will be?
Honestly, man, I think Town and City is good for Villager in a lot of ways, but it's scary against Sonic.
Home field advantage,
like you said, yeah, very true. The spin dash or spin charge into forward air can kill you at really early percents due to the small side blast zones. Maybe Final Destination is a good pick here, but I don't know. I think it really comes down to player comfort, especially when the characters are good in similar environments. Villager and Sonic both appreciate having a lot of space.
I think Sonic in general is just scary on any stage, but I would shiver to take him to Final Destination just because there's almost no more mix-up potential there. There's no way to land against him. There's no way to escape from the spin dash when he's just doing it in place. You can jump, and then once you've jumped, oh no, I'm suddenly being juggled because I tried to play neutral. It's not a fun spot to be in.
Right.
But again, Sonic really thrives on most stages in our legal list, and for completely different reasons. On Town and City, he likes it because it's long and he can find really early KOs off the side thanks to things like Spin Charge Fair or just the raw back air. On stages like Kalos or on stages like Yoshi's, he can go through the platform, circle camp throughout them, and then set up situations where he can find those KOs even if they're at later percents. It's really just, hey, I'm going to pick this stage because I want to force you to play this style because I'm good against this play style. It's just kind of dependent.
Yeah, I feel like Villager probably gets bullied by Sonic's speed on the smaller stages, but like you said, man, it's very tough to fight him on the big stages. He's got plenty of room to run around, also can juggle you with none of those escape routes. But then you take him to Battlefield, and suddenly he's up air laddering you. So there really is no winning in terms of the stage selection against this character. I think he is criminally underrated for a really long time in this game. People are now starting to realize the power Sonic brings. All right, it's going to be PS2, the quote-unquote most neutral stage in the game.
That's a lie.
Where several game ones are played at the very least. But
I know. We both know. The Smash community has deluded itself into the belief that PS2 is the most neutral stage in the game when certain characters just run away with leads on here, and you're just doing yourself a disservice by picking to this one as a neutral. But in this matchup specifically, I do agree that Javi has not died.
Alive.
Beautiful DI.
Oh, and the weak back air gonna catch him there as well. Oh my god, homing attack. Yo, Sonic's not letting up in this edge guard at all. Oh my god, that was actually insane. 22 to 110, and even if that pace continues, that one extra stock between them is not really going to matter. Javi has to turn it up to 11, maybe even 12 right now.
Yeah, that extra stock that Jake and his teammates managed to get him doesn't really matter if he gets like nearly 0 to death on stock 1, if he can only take like 50% per stock. And this is something that I was almost talking about at the very beginning of this. The first match of this like entire bracket, their round 1, I watched Sonic's 9 stock a team. He did not lose a single life the entirety of that crew battle, but Javi, after making it back on stage finally, is slowly bringing this back, has put 75.7% onto Sonics, has given himself a much better fighting chance against the Blue Blur.
Yeah, this is a lot closer now, and even if Javi does die without hitting Sonics one more time, he's still got a pretty fat lead. If it was like 20 or 30% like it was looking like before, might as well just wrap it up. But here, I think it cannot be ignored that Villager has an insanely good tool against Sonic, being the Lloyd Rocket. Pretty much cuts off grounded spin dash as a whiff punishing tool, forces him to jump over it and deal with it in different ways, and that's when Villager can find those openings.
He's also using these falling up airs to cover himself when he's off stage. Clanks with it with jab too, and sets up a shield situation where Sonics doesn't really have any option out of shield. Now on the ledge against Villager, and a Villager with options at that. Javi is looking phenomenal here after a shaky start to the game. Clanks out through Bear with the Nair as well, and he's looking to take the first stock.
Oh wow, the homing attack reticle showing up on him and just getting hit straight up. I think he maybe was thinking about watering the sapling, but didn't make a decision quickly enough.
171, Javi is just proving immortal here.
Oh my
He's
god,
not
still alive?
What? in what universe does this take place? Finally, Sonics is able to take down Javi after putting in so much work and getting him all the way up to nearly 180%.
And to think that that could have ended in like the first 25 seconds of the game with the edge guard that Sonics was setting up. Javi just keeping his head on straight the whole time. Oh my god, both balloons getting popped by the spin dash there. All right, we need to see Javi take this stock very soon or else Sonics is just going to start outpacing him.
It was just that last little bit of rising aerial momentum that managed to be Javi's saving grace, but we talked about Javi living to 170%. Now we're very nearly seeing it from Sonics. 154, full rage, not necessarily a good thing for Sonic, as it's going to mean Javi's going to pop out of things like spin charge a little bit earlier, especially with good SDI, but just have to see how the interactions take place as Javi enters the kill range, but does pop him out with that rocket.
All right, yeah, if you detonate Lloyd Rocket point blank, it's a lot stronger than if it hits you like a projectile. Oh, Sonic's dipping really low for the kill.
It all comes down to this, Max. 0%, one stock apiece. Which one of these teams is going to be going to Grand? It'll come down to these first few interactions. Whichever one of these players is able to pull ahead is going to be able to play that distance game, force the other one to approach, force the other one into their wheelhouse.
Oh man, Sonic's taking a ton of damage off right there. Javi bleeding out a little bit. Oh my god, now North almost 70% already.
Pops him up with almost finding the spin dash out of that spring. I thought that spring could have been the deciding factor of this. Sonic's now popping up with the spin dash over top of the Lloyd Rocket in a phenomenal position to set this up, but Javi now a grab. This could be what he needed. Sonic's going high too, but Javi doesn't catch him. Javi's not able to find anything off of what could have been a critical mistake.
Yeah, we could see the bowling ball take a very early kill just by the nature of the way Sonic recovers, right? He has to go straight up with the spring jump. Oh my god, and if Javi is ready for it, he can hold the charge and beat out the slow air dodge to the stage. If Sonic decides not to snap with up B. Oh, this is so close, but Sonic is starting to pull ahead, looking really good here.
Spin dash into the Nair has been one of his bread and butters for the longest time, and has been serving him very well. Tries to catch Javi's landing there with the immediate spring pop up into the fair, but Javi's able to fast fall past it, so he's in a good spot. Now has Sonic's in a tech chase situation on the ledge, tries to get the tree to block his approach opportunity, but Sonic actually falls back into the Lloyd Rocket. This is suddenly very, very bad.
Oh my god, and he has the axe locked and loaded, but not for much longer. Yep, the tree is going to disappear here. Wow, brazenly spin dashes right through the Lloyd Rocket. One ledge trap could change everything though.
81 to 128, this will indeed come down to the wire. Sonics with the falling up air out of shield to put Javi in a landing juggle situation, but Javi looking for those trademark up smashes in such a good spot here. Control of the stage is everything in this matchup, Max, and right now it belongs to Javi and his tree.
Oh, going right through the Lloyd Rocket once again, knowing that it takes a couple frames for it to become active. That time, gonna fall into it once more. Oh, this is so close. I literally have no idea what's about to happen.
Dash attack from Sonics allows him to claim stage control here. Going to go to the ledge to try and stop Javi's return. Tries for the homing attack down deep. Goes out far for the fair, but misses it. Javi allowed to stay alive just a little bit longer. 170.3. Full rage on the board. The next hit will KO, but Javi misses the down tilt. No way he misses that.
Throws the tree. Wow, Sonic's barely outlasting the active hitbox there. This is truly down to the wire. The up air misses, but this might be it.
Up throw does it here. That's the star KO, and Sonics and his team are going to grand finals.
What an intense comeback. They were down the entirety of that group battle after Nexus's mishap off the stage against Psychic. They were able to bring it back, and man, that just shows you the power of an insane anchor like Sonics. But Javi was so close. There were so many times where that could have gone either way.
That was one missed opportunity away from going in the favor of Javi. One singular interaction, and that was the down tilt on the ledge. If Javi had read that Sonics was going to air dodge through him, did a turnaround axe, at that percent with that much rage, it would have been the stock and the crew battle for sure. But instead, one thing went wrong, and Sonics was able to clutch it out and take his team to grands.
There are so many ways Javi could have killed in there. Turnaround grab, turnaround axe, up tilt in the first place might have outlasted the air dodge and covered high enough, but man, cannot think about what was in the past anymore. It is now Bay State on the winner side of the grand finals. We will be seeing them tomorrow. UCF, they have one more shot at making it back. Of course, they can fight all the way through the losers bracket. They are guaranteed top 3, but guess what? That $10,000, 70% goes to first place. The other 30% all to second. So top 3 is not good enough.
You gotta make it through the gauntlet that is losers bracket to be able to have a shot at the prize. be able to have a shot at Bay State once again as well if they want their run back, if they want their revenge. But either way, there's a lot of killers down in lower bracket, and well, I, for one, would not want to be down there.
No, definitely not. There's so many talented schools that stepped in the building this morning. Only a few remain, but you know what? One of them is definitely UCF. The other one is definitely Bay State. So
I mean, they were the first 2 seeds for a reason. They bracket proceeded as projected. And one more time, we're going to see it in the Barbasol instant replay. This final stock as we get here. 176, 183 was the final percent for Javi when he got caught by that star KO by Sonics. I cannot believe that it all came down to just a crack.
And you could see Sonics breathing a sigh of relief after that match. Definitely way too close for comfort.
Way too close.
But still, just an insanely good set between those two teams. Again, like you said, top 2 seeds for a reason. Bay State, we'll be seeing them tomorrow afternoon for the grand finale. Who their opponent will be, of course, we're not sure yet. It could be UCF, but maybe they will not make it either.
Who knows for sure. But before we throw it back up to our friends at the desk, I do believe we have Jackie ready. No, never mind. I'm sorry, everybody. We're going to give it to our friends at the desk instead because they, you know, they really deserve it. So up to you guys up top.
Thanks so much. Apology accepted. We will take it.
Thank you, yes.
We need to talk. It is our job.
Oh my
And we need to talk about that match. All of us were standing at the end of that match.
Wow. Happy sweating.
Just raw reactions, starting on the other side of the desk.
Oh, that was, they were up like 5-2 as well.
Yeah.
Like Sonics had a lot of work to do. Steve took it as far as Steve could. I mean, he was building and building and building until everything got knocked down. But Sonics came in and really proved why they are the #1 player coming into this event, why they're, you know, the top player for us to watch out for, and why their team is the #1 seed. I mean, Lawler said it while we were off camera. Top 6 players coming into this, 3 of them are all Bay State, and Sonics proved why they are so good and why they're so highly ranked.
What about you two?
Yeah, to give my, I mean, to do that would blow out the ears of everyone listening at home and do that, right? 'Cause I was literally screaming, right? Like I'm up here, like surprised about how everything's going. Like it was close, and I was so worried because there was a time where Yavi against Sonic was literally just off stage, right? Like off stage against him, very, very beginning of the match. I'm like, oh, if he dies here, it's going to be an even game. Turned out it didn't even matter. Turned out like Sonic sitting at like 80, 90% and still just to still have his second stock, and I'm like, oh, this is a game. Like we're watching a match right now. Like this is serious stuff. So it was really, really interesting to be able to see how that match evolved over time.
I want to hear your reactions, but you have to save it because we get to hear from someone even more exciting than
That's
you.
fine.
We get to hear from our winners down
It's
on
okay,
stage
Mom.
with Jackie. Jackie, take us away.
So mean.
Hey everybody, that's right, I am with Sonics. You are going to the grand final. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, it was kind of expected considering we were first seed, but we were not expecting Jake's team to show up, you know, and put on a great show. So I'm feeling pretty good. The whole team's feeling pretty good.
I'm sure, and we gotta talk about that last stock situation. I mean, I was on the edge of my seat. I can only imagine what was going through your head.
Man, I was so nervous. I was like, I'm dead on one hit. I gotta play very, very carefully because I know if I mess up, I lose, and you know, I have to keep playing to get to Grands tomorrow, and I did not want that at all.
How did you stay composed? What were you telling yourself?
I was telling myself he's gonna mess up eventually, and I kind of knew the pattern he was going for, so I had to read on his pattern, and eventually I kind of just let it rip. I was like, you know what, this is it. This is my chance, and I just took it.
Okay, looking forward, who do you think you're gonna see in the grand final? Could it be a rematch?
I think it will be a rematch, for sure.
Okay, what are you gonna do differently? Like looking ahead, what do you need to improve on?
Definitely play more patient, and kind of mess around with the lineup a little bit, like maybe throw in Nexus second instead, maybe me first, who knows?
All right, yeah, I mean, they were definitely on your heels. What do you think was kind of falling apart with y'all?
We were not prepared for their characters because we all assumed they were gonna play Palutena instead of Ness, and that kind of caught us off guard. So we were, you know, last minute decision making. It was not the best thing to do.
Okay, but looking forward, you got to enjoy this victory. Anything that you want to say to the fans at home?
thank you guys for the support, and have a great weekend, y'all.
All right, Sonics, thank you so much. Gonna send it back to the desk.
Thanks so much.
Love that.
You are so important to me that I'm going to ask you the next question.
Yeah,
which is,
it's not because I'm next in line on the desk, but yeah,
no,
it's okay. Okay.
It's not that. It's because I care. We just heard from Sonic saying, first of all, this was kind of expected. A little.
Oh, it wasn't even that. It wasn't even that. He
Love that.
discredited the rest of that roster by calling it Jake's team.
Yeah, literally.
He's like, this is, yeah, it's Jake's team. Not
Yeah.
even UCF, that's Jake's team.
We talked so much about mentality as well, and hearing Sonic say he's going to mess up eventually is what he was thinking. Not, I need to not mess up, but he's going to mess up eventually. Talk to that mindset.
It's actually impressive, and you see that actually carry throughout the rest of the roster. You and I were sitting here watching the Greninja play by Anarchy a lot, and very patient, because the neutral attacks do provide a lot of poke, as we were discussing. I'm learning so much, by the way.
Oh, I was gonna say.
I sound so smart, and I'm just like, it's him talking through me actually right now. But yeah, it's awesome to see that. Despite being in an unfamiliar matchup, like the patience that you have, and that comes from someone who's been there, done that. It's something that I think is something I really appreciate through some of these competitors, because we do have, like we said, 6 players, 3 of the top 6 are on this Bay State roster, and you can kind of see that composure and that, hey, like I know what I'm doing. Like I've got some swagger to me, and I don't have to force it. Even with that, though, Jake, obviously, Steve, you have my heart, but. Yeah. Primarily, it's Javion Villager, who we saw him play super aggressive, but then the long-term poke, he wasn't afraid. Like, Sonic has so much ability to move that he was playing it as more of like a zone game, but then still was playing aggressive and going for some plays. Like, Sonic says, like, yeah, like, we expected to win, but it's one hit difference. Like, one attack, and they lose that. So, UCF, man, that lower bracket, I fear for everybody else down there.
Yeah, I was going to say, we heard a lot of, like, this is one missed opportunity away for either team. I mean, that last match was very close. So, in your opinion, Fawn, is this swagger deserved? Like, were they that much better?
Oh, dude, Sonic's a monster.
Absolutely.
He's so good.
So
good.
And Sonic, I know my voice is being broadcast right now. What I wanted you to say when things that you could have improved on, I wanted you to say nothing so bad. I literally wanted you to say that so bad because that would have been the icing on the cake. But even still, I definitely think that is something that you do deserve that, right? I mean, you're down only to 2 lives, right? You know that you're fighting literally 2 people pretty much in the pacing of their game. You have to play at their pace. And even me and Lawler mentioned this like while we were off camera, was the fact of even though that they were down, you're still looking at a situation where Sonic's playing aggressive, right? Like he's like 80, 90, like even like 100%.
80, 90% he comes out and gets that stock or like that percentage back up to like neutral within like 2 minutes.
Right, yeah. Like just playing aggressive and understand that I need to have this confidence, right? Because it was obviously it really, really offset the pace because Villager typically sit back sort of play style. It forced him, instead of it to be used as a ledge trap situation, forced the tree to be utilized as a way to sort of stop Sonic from like getting too close, right? Because he was just running straight through the rocket, being way, way more aggressive. But it didn't end up being that way. Instead, like he had to use the tree, sort of reclaim the pace that Sonic was taking away from him. And I think that's so well played. It's definitely well deserved from them.
Yeah, my favorite thing about Sonic is that he was playing aggressive, but also playing passive at the same time. And I love that they said, no, I just got to wait for them to make a mistake, and I'm going to let it rip, because Sonic spins around like a Beyblade. So it was just going all over. They were fighting on and off the stage, mostly off the stage for the beginning of that fight, which is interesting because they just had to go through Steve, and then they come up against the Anchor and Javi, and they're like, okay, I have 2 stocks. They've got 3. I'm just going to go straight at them at the beginning of this and keep them off stage as much as possible. You saw the balloons coming out from the Villager trying to get back on there. 1 gets popped. Oh, 2 gets popped. Whoa, the 3rd gets popped. And you're like, oh! And then they're able to grab the ledge, and you're like, okay, all right. And then, like you said, using that tree to kind of, usually from what I've seen, you want to use that tree, chop them down, keep them off the ledge. Even if they grab it, you can hit them with it, right? So he started to use that tree as kind of like a barrier, saying, okay, this guy keeps running at me with this Sonic. My hydrant's not doing anything. I'm going to have to just start using the tree as like a barricade and say, hey, you need to slow your roll. And Sonic did not slow their roll. They kept going.
No roll slowage here. We're going to move on into the championship match for that team Bay State, so congratulations. We're going to move on from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate to Overwatch, but before we do, want to thank our sponsors so much. You can see why FaZe Clan, Optic Scump, Super Evan, and many more love Drink Control. Try out their sample kit at drinkctrl.com. When we come back, we will have Overwatch for you, starting with Northwood University versus Savannah College of Art and Design. Then we will see Illinois State University versus Harrisburg University. And finally, the winner of each of those will face off. Don't go anywhere. The Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup is presented by Microsoft CW. Barbasol. Go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans. New Street. New Street helps you navigate the collectibles markets with confidence. Visit newstreet.com to find out more. McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by the U.S. Air Force. See if you can command the stack in the U.S. Air Force's award-winning augmented reality flight experience mobile game available in the App Store. In partnership with CSMG, transforming traditional sports and esports. Esports U, the flagship of Collegiate Esports. Skillshot Media, the official broadcasting partner of the CECC. Atlanta Esports Alliance, location host of the CECC 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Esports Foundry, official tournament operator for the CECC.
always have to go bigger.
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream. So I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard.
Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now.
So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
The Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup is presented by Microsoft CW. Barbasol. Go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans. New Street. New Street helps you navigate the collectibles markets with confidence. Visit newstreet.com to find out more. McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by the U.S. Air Force. See if you can command the stack in the U.S. Air Force's award-winning augmented reality flight experience mobile game available in the App Store. In partnership with CSMG, transforming traditional sports and esports. Esports U, the flagship of Collegiate Esports. Skillshot Media, the official broadcasting partner of the CECC. Atlanta Esports Alliance, location host of the CECC 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Esports Foundry, official tournament operator for the CECC. What's up? Did you grab a snack? Did you take a rest? Because we've got lots more esports coming right at you. It's time for some Overwatch. I'm here at the desk. If people are just joining us, who are you?
I'm a guy who forgot to get a snack. I'm
Oh, dude. Failure.
You're like, as
Never
soon as
mind,
you said
it
that, I was
doesn't
like,
matter who you are anymore. Fawn, who are you?
Hi, you just said my name, so that actually defeats the purpose of my introduction. I'm Fawn. Hey, go over here. Who are you?
I'm Blue, and I finally don't have to be the most clueless person up here because we're going to Overwatch, baby. Yeah, now it's my turn.
That's right, we are going right into these matches. We're starting with the #1 seed, Northwood University versus Savannah College of Art and Design. Fawn, I know you have a particular interest in this match.
Yes, I do, because SCAD is the university that it is that I graduated from. So I recognize a couple of those faces down there. I see some of them looking at the cameras and things like that as well. I definitely recognize some of those faces back during my university days as well. And it's nice to be able to see them here. They've definitely put in a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of effort. So we're supposed to remain unbiased, but it's hard for me to do that for the Bees.
I'm glad that you're at least revealing your biases, your conflicts of interest, if you will.
Yeah.
Now, Northwood University being the #1 seed, they're going to have somewhat of a challenge here. Blue, tell us a little bit about Northwood University. You've got the stories all down.
Oh, this is the demon. These people are going to be on demon time out there. They're the #1 seed. They've been ridiculously good. They are like the epitome of the greatest collegiate esports Overwatch that it can be. Unfortunately, they're missing a player, and it's a big player that won't be playing for them. It's Landon, who's actually playing for the London Spitfire this weekend in the Overwatch League. So that just goes to show what this team can do. They can take players and develop them into pro-level players. It was a Zenyatta player. Support kind of flexes to some of the DPS, which is why they play that Zenyatta. So Northwood's still a strong team. They've been taking out some really good competition through the bracket all day today so far. But again, they're going to have their hands full. I mean, you've got other teams out there that are looking to gun for them. So Northwood is still dangerous. I mean, in their last 10 events, 6 of those, they have won. And one of them was the Star League, the NACE Star League in the fall of 2021. So that's recent. And then they won the Collegiate Homecoming this year. They've also been in the World Championship many times. I know that last year they made the playoffs, they got second. They made the playoffs this year, they got second. They made the national championship last year, they got second. You go back even further, they've got more and more contenders players on their roster. They are the ones that keep winning championships, and when they don't win, they get top 2. It's very rare that we don't see them make a top 3 finish.
Tell them. Tell them about it.
Now, what is SCAD going to have to do to overcome a team with a record like that?
Win. It's easy. They got it.
Oh, yeah, easy. Okay, cool.
There's my analytics. There you go.
Hosting done.
Crazy resume. He's like, just win for it. It's fine, right?
Obviously. Right after that, we're going to have Illinois State University versus Harrisburg University, which is the #2 seed. I know they've got some interesting storied history as well.
Yeah, Harrisburg is really, really good, and I actually think they could win this event today because Landon's not here for Northwood. But again, Harrisburg, another disgusting roster. They have the DPS duo of Tap and Lethal, and excuse my pun here, but they are just lethal, and all they do is tap heads, right? They point and click. That's basically what they do. Tap actually has no experience at all in tournaments. They didn't play on any tournaments. They didn't play on any contenders teams. They didn't play on any like junior teams. They didn't play on anything. They just came out of the blue and they got signed to the Uprising Academy, which is Boston's junior team in the Overwatch League. Lethal was there too. So not only are they the DPS duo here for Harrisburg, but these two players have chemistry. They've played together and they were together on the Uprising Academy. One of them even got some Overwatch League action last season. They had to sub in a couple times, so they are looking really good. And also the Harrisburg right now, 2 seed, has gone up against the Northwood Giants a few times. They've beaten them, they've lost to them, and they only have one downside, and that's if Tap and Lethal aren't going crazy, then they lose because they need the rest of the team to step up.
Alrighty. Anything to say about Illinois State? Do you think they stand a chance?
They do stand a chance. They are the #3 seed. If you look on the other side of the bracket too, Bay State was the #4 seed. They ended up losing to SCAD. So your #5 seed SCAD is showing some promise. They did take down the 4. But other than that, you see the 1, 2, 3 seed making it to the the next round. And Illinois State is pretty good as well. They have a solid roster. They I believe they like to play a lot of dive comps, and that's okay. That's something that we're seeing a lot more right now. But there's another comp style called Rush, and it's a little bit different than Dive. And I think Rush is the comp that a lot of teams are having a lot more success with right now, except for Harrisburg. Harrisburg has to kind of change up their comps a little bit, especially on escorts, because that's really where they have a weakness. They play really, really good offense on escort, but they always start off on defense because they know that's their weakest side. They allow too much space being taken for those payloads from their opponents. So that's really where they have to make up the lost time or the lost space that they kind of, because your DPS cannot carry your escort as much as you would like. Like someone's got to contend that payload. Has to be your tanks. They got to be up front. They have to take most of the damage. And the tanks from Illinois State play very well. So if they have to go up against Harrisburg, that it could come down to the escorts and the payloads. That's really where Harrisburg could struggle. But other than that, I think Harrisburg takes that one slightly over Illinois State. But I think they have a solid roster and could contend.
Fawn, if somebody was just watching Super Smash Bros. Ultimate and they're like, yeah, I'll watch some Overwatch too, maybe they're not familiar with the game, What should an audience member look for? What are going to be the really exciting things happening in these matches?
So one of the biggest things that I wanted to play off sort of with Blue was the fact that he had mentioned 2 different compositions. One was dive, the other one was rush. And ironically enough, one of the more prominent characters that you'll see throughout this match is something like Lucio, right? You'll see Lucio. Mora is great at sort of sustaining and sort of having that skirmishy sort of play style as well. Some of the top characters in the game right now. If you're a new audience member that's like, once again, like just sort of tuning in and watching Overwatch, a lot of this is very team-based gameplay. You can see it go a little bit slower. While crew battles are a team thing, it's not as involved as having like a 6v6 matchup, right? So it's something that you have to keep in mind. There's going to be a lot of stuff happening up and on the screen, but I know our commentators definitely got it. It's going to be a lot of stuff. It's definitely a big jump from Smash to Overwatch for sure.
All right, I have to ask. I mean, it seems like maybe your predictions are clear,
Yes.
but tell me, who do you think is going to win these next couple matches?
SCAD.
All of them?
Yes.
Even the ones they're not playing in?
Yeah,
they're just going to take them all.
Absolutely.
That makes sense to me, honestly.
Yeah,
what
check
about
my bias and
not to sound biased, but Blue?
I'm going to take Northwood in our first matchup, Northwood versus SCAD, although SCAD making it here is already an accomplishment for them. I mean, being the number 5 seed, being a 4, that's not a huge upset, but still, nonetheless, Bay State was a really good team. I mean, they have a good Smash team. I was looking forward to seeing their Overwatch team, but fortunately, they'll be in the lowers. But I got Northwood in the first one, Harrisburg in the second. I think Harrisburg versus Illinois State will be very close, but I think Northwood versus Harrisburg is really what we're here for, and that will be the closest matchup all day.
I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to go with SCAD with my boy here, and then we're going to take Illinois State because Taps and Lethal are not going to pop off, and the other ones aren't going to stand up, and I'm going to go with the bottom seeds because...
Love that.
Difference.
Thank you.
Yeah, because
I
option.
really know what I'm talking about. That's why I didn't talk for 5 minutes straight there. I'm here as a fan of Overwatch. I think it's cool to just be able to sit back and be educated by these guys. And I think something you were telling me about Harrisburg that I really enjoy is how they do their recruiting process. Like, they have hands
worldwide.
all across the world.
Yeah, they've got, I mean, Lethal used to be from Dubai, if I'm correct, was playing on 200 ping in EU, and then moved to Turkey. Now they're here. Then you've got players from the US, and then you have players from Canada, and then they've gotten players from Brazil and Netherlands, which is really reaching all across the globe. So this is not just recruiting nationally, this is recruiting worldwide, and it shows. They're number 2, and they can play.
You know, that is what I love about esports, is that there are people here from all over the globe. Another thing I love about esports is sponsors that allow us to play our games. So huge thank you to Control, Barbasol, and Oakley up here on the desk with us. But you've spent enough time up here on the desk with us. It's time to get right into this game. Hello, casters. Take us into Overwatch.
Thank you so much. That's right, baby. It's time for a little bit of Overwatch. My name is Dora. I'm joined by the always fantastic Dryad, and we've got a great set of matches for you. The 3 big dogs that came into this tournament, Northwood, ISU, and Harrisburg, are all now a little scared because I'm looking at SCAD right now, and even Northwood was expecting fully for Bay State for that to go the other way.
Absolutely, the biggest upset that we had today, and we don't even know how far SCAD's going to continue getting. I think that's the scariest thing about this match, right? Because it looks so intense. We got to hear a little bit of the analyst desk, right, talking about these players, talking about the surprises that we have at SCAD. But on the other side, right, Northwood, a team that has been relatively consistent on a match like this one, in that collegiate level to this point, one of the teams that we definitely expect to get to that top 3. So now it's just a matter of them actually making it happen.
Yeah, I was talking to him just down on the stage not but a couple seconds ago, and again, I cannot overstate how big of a difference this is for them. They've been expecting Bay State. They've been reviewing Bay State VODs.
Yeah.
And now it's SCAD, who's come to land and is playing really hot. Talking to SCAD just after their match against Bay State, I mean, they were all excited. Every last one of them thinks they're playing hot.
You just have to be. Like, how can you not?
Yeah.
It's also something that we have to take into account, right? The preparation time that SCAD had when you're a team that might be a little bit of an underdog, has to prepare for everyone equally. And that's maybe a difference when you're a team like Northwood. You're expecting specific teams that might put you against the wall, that might put a challenge into your team. So when you're adapting to all of those, that is what we want to see from SCAD. We want to see those strong competition that they want to bring from the beginning and see actually how comfortable they feel making that game their own.
So let's zoom in and let's start talking a little bit about rosters here. Let's go through the big dogs first of Northwood, lining up the DPS line, Boat and Dynasty for tanks, Seasons and Cowman, and for supports, Lep coming in for Landon, as was mentioned earlier by Blue, and then Yamitra is going to be shifting over just within the support role in order to make a little bit more room for that. But this team is lined stacked full of incredible talent. But I'm looking at the tanks in particular, Seasons and Cowman, who have to go up against the likes of Skiz on the other side.
And this is a team as well, and those teams as well that we've seen in that contenders level and those trials levels that we are often seeing, but recently knowing that the Overwatch scene has turned a little bit more into collegiate, supporting collegiate, all these players joining that collegiate scene means that we have a lot of amazing players like them in that timeline, and they have a massive role today, right, leading the rest of the team, making those calls as well right on time, and seeing how much, again, how much benefit they can take from the beginning. I feel like especially for SCAD, right, that momentum that they get at the beginning can turn into something more because they already have that energy. They're already so hype of how far they've been able to make it today.
They didn't expect to be up on the main stage, but here we are, and here's Northwood. This match should play out pretty interesting, though. Because of SCAD's lineup, Skids being a pretty notable Reinhardt and Winston player, we've seen them run a good bit of six-man in the past on the control points and trying to run rush virtually everywhere else, whereas Northwood, look, I don't use this word lightly, a little bit cringe. They play a lot of double shield.
Look, if a double shield works, I'm going to say, if the double shield works, then go for it, right? It's a couple maps, right? As long as not every map, as long as we keep a little bit of variety, I feel like I can see them running this today. I can see them running it in this match. And it's a double shield that, you know, again, if you're able to synergize with your tanks, that's all that you got to need.
Well, it's no notable shield for now. We're starting things out on Ruin. Seasons lining up on the Reinhardt. Cowman on the Diva. Skiz and Donnie on the other side, but Snappy and Copy Mouse backing them up is quite a talented support line to start things up already. Starting to surround this team, get that Sombra charge up. You're always going to be watching for this EMP. That's really the timer that for the time SCAD are going to be playing on, so losing this fight is somewhat expected, but Northwood are doing it in efficient fashion.
Yeah, at least they're going to make it fast here to get a little bit more working on once they're able to come back. And because of that, we're going to be seeing Seasons pushing forward, right? Trying to contest, trying to rush that style a little bit more exactly in the way that they synergize and they played together before, right? So now we see that change. No more Winston. It's another Reinhardt. It's another Diva. And we see a lot more of a similar composition coming up.
Yeah, it's really painful to make this swap in second fight, though, because they're going to be behind in ultimates now basically forever through the entire rest of this map. But that doesn't matter, because Copy Mouse got a great pick to open things up onto left. Countering, though, those ultimates do start coming into play. A Fire Strike through an Ant Matrix to put an end to the dreams of SCAD.
They don't even have to use the Shatter, right? And that's a good way to start it off. You gain that fight, you gain the momentum, and again, you're just rushing against the enemy, taking advantage of not having the ultimate for the enemy team, forcing that changing opposition, and then having even more of that Shatter to use until the next fight is 40%, that 40, and those long fights turn into even more.
Yeah, one of the big things you're looking for is efficient ultimate usage, and boy, oh boy, did Northwood have that. Throwing in a bomb, and easily collecting 3 on the way out.
There's no way. It came out of nowhere. 3 kills already to start it off. And again, that Shatter not used, that Deadeye as well not used, and you're just stacking more ultimates for this team that they're able to push forward even further. And it seems like on the other side, they can't even find an answer yet.
It's going to be hard because even more of those ultimates are up. That one bomb found 3 kills. It was so efficient that this one is now even harder for SCAD. That is not to say that they can't do it. Opening up with 1, the Shatter immediately goes on the backline, but it will be blocked. Skiz getting the better of Seasons, and now finally the revenge of SCAD as they make their way towards the point.
And trying to find something, a little bit of space, but that's not going to be possible. The 1-1 condition that seemed like an opportunity there was amplification, then Shatter, but Snappy getting taken down just denies any possibilities. Sound Barrier as well aggressive at the end and makes it alive just for longer for Shiz going down.
Yeah, this is a fantastic stagger coming out from Northwood. It's going to give them a good bit percentage more on the point. And you know what? You're looking for 99 here, not necessarily a point cap. And I think they're going to get their 98. That's the 99. In fact, they get a kill on top of it. This is a dangerous situation. Though the final ultimate will be laid down by Snappy. The bar has been set. Implication Matrix on point to defend the last of what SCAD holds in precious map control. But as that goes down, it slowly slips from their grasp. Back are Northwood, and with a vengeance.
Northwood coming up, different composition at the end. Those tanks have to change, they have to get there fast, and there's the Wreckable Seasons doing the job at the end, gets the team to 100%, and allows them to get a little bit more to work with. This is the Northwood that we expected, and this is the Northwood that is actually delivering right from the beginning.
And I mean, we saw the effect of the ultimates in general just come in the second that SCAD swapped.
Yeah.
Swapping second fight is, it's really, really, really painful to do, and especially on a control point where you can see teams like Northwood just punish those kind of, I won't call it a mistake because, of course, the dive wasn't really working out for them, but nevertheless, still punishing what is something that they had to do in order to get back into the game.
And it's the best possibility that you have, right? Sometimes the teams, they want to keep that Winston, they want to keep that dive to see how far they're able to make it, to try to get that primary right as well. But if it's not working, at least making that first change is a good possibility. But control, like you said, it gets so difficult to catch up.
Now heading on to the next map, it's going to be a swap over for Northwood. Out comes the Seasons Ball, and this one's a little special. The Cowman Hog, feared by many a ranked player. This guy has terrorized virtually everyone over 4K's Qs, and it's not a fun time, I can tell you, from the receiving end. Alone opening up on your Mitra, though, does give them at least a foothold within this fight, but it's certainly not a win yet.
And it's a composition that is really interesting on this side of Northwood, right? You have to synergize very well, knowing that the Echo is going to be playing up, the Wrecking Ball Major League trying to bring a little bit of support, but everyone else has got to get the kills individually. He's got to get that support, and that is exactly what they get. Potentially upon control, but it's being contested early by SCAD.
Looks like they're not giving SCAD quite enough credit here, though. The rush comp has made it to the point. This is where they want to be, because now they have to come to them. Northwood must engage onto SCAD should they want to take this point. It's really difficult. Cowman's trying to close that gap, but immediately gets burnt down by the likes of Skiz, and now onto the point they can go.
And closing a little bit of space, right? That's the win condition that we see so far from SCAD, to get that point control early on and to be able to take those duels. Having a Mei as well, that makes the job so much easier. And finally, we're seeing a reset coming up. Now, I want to see Dynasty. I want to see the duplicate a little bit more. Having another tank on top of your Wrecking Ball that is about to have that ultimate, and having even more to work with for that space control that they're fighting with.
I mean, ultimates are a big opportunity here, right? The only one up right now for SCAD is Alone, but if they found Kaimount, I mean, that's practically in and of itself. But the one thing you gave up in doing that is now you've given up the point. No longer is the Reinhardt on the point. The Reinhardt has to engage again, and they're engaging into the mine. They're not where they want to be. Alone is out in the open, and oh, so vulnerable for left to knock off the map. Kabimas gets one in return, but this is far from over as Kabimas lays down a sound barrier in order to keep his team alive just a little bit longer.
And turning into a 5-5, he looked a little bit risky, but they make it happen at the end. Vicer that is able to take down that Baby Diva towards, but 60% is everything that's countering here, and the whole hog that wants to be denied, trying to run away. Kalman fighting for his life, and it seems like it's not going to be possible for that fight, and SCAD, you're just running away with it 70%.
Nah, it's a Skiz gap. It's a Skiz gap. That's all it is. Canceled. Charging into whole hog is virtually suicide, like 99% of the time. Just does it. Cancel the whole hog in its own right, wins the fight. It's that easy.
And everyone was staggered at the end, right? So the possibilities as well, not even 1% so far that Northwood has been able to get into this one.
Oh, he's got a shatter, and he looks pissed! There he is, laying down the opposing Ryan. The flashbang doesn't connect from the Cassidy, but the sound barrier does. A beautiful re-engage from Leppin. This is the kind of support you're looking for if you're Northwood. It only gives them a new lease on life, however, it doesn't exactly win the fight for them. Now they've got some control of the point, and Seasons and Boat can start to do work with it.
Just get 2 kills to Cassidy, and finally it seems like that point control will belong to Northwood, but they fought for it. They have to change the composition. And again, it's one of the difficulties when you're having that Wrecking Ball. You can have a lot of communication issues. Changing it to that rush makes the job for this team a lot easier. Now has the shatter to work with, and this is something that we saw in the last map, right? He was able to run with it. He was able to sell those ultimates, to layer them one by one, but at the end, on the other side, SCAD, they only need one fight.
All it takes is one, but they don't have any ultimates. The shatter blocked by a wall. Nicely done there. Unfortunately, not enough to face down the wrath of Northwood.
Yeah, that's a clean fight. No opportunity. Shatter with no value. But at the end of the day, everyone waiting for that fight and fast engagement, you know, having that Lucio, making it happen and getting to a little bit more. It seems like this near when we saw Northwood, they had to change the composition. They had to change a little bit of the tank line, but I don't really see that happening for SCAD at this point, right? So they're going to continue trying to go for the engagement, especially with that sound barrier coming up.
I mean, they're still working with boost stamps here as well in terms of ultimate. Just a Deadeye and a sound barrier to get into this one, whereas Yamitra can counter with an amplification matrix of their own, and now the dupe comes out. The DPS ultimates begin to be laid on the floor for Northwood, but they haven't quite won anything yet. Yamitra's down, and down goes Seasons as well, just laid out by Skiz. It's gonna be SCAD taking the point back, and likely the point with it.
They're just trying to touch a point one by one. The last opportunity here, but the overtime and you know, the timing when everyone got taken down just fades away those opportunities. Is the point going to SCAD and a control map that is already looking pretty close, and that is exactly what I wanted to see, right? Teams wanting to make those changes on the fly. It is a difficult thing to do, but it comes out with the results that SCAD was looking for.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I was talking a little bit with Northwood earlier, and Cowman does love himself a little bit of fun. He teased that he would be playing some Hog, and they even played it in OWCC, but it is not exactly the pick they break out when they respect their opponent. Bringing the Hog and ball lays down the law, says, you know what, we're here to play, and we don't think you can take us. Well, SCAD's responded.
And that is the reply. There's also that replay from the US Air Force that we get to see all the shatters as well. It seems like it's always a highlight with these two main tanks, right? It's the main tank difference, and I heard them yelling a little bit earlier and about those main tank difference, that Ryan diff that you can bring. But now when the compositions change a little bit, I know you talked about the double shields, not going to be quite that, but that Risa is going to have some importance into this one.
I mean, for Well in particular, breaking out a Risa Hog is much more common than you'd expect Hog on other maps because that obnoxiously large pit. Reinhardt is not played here particularly often because, as you see, left on the Lucio is just rotating the Risa around. We're playing Ring Around the Rosie. Skiz can't get on top of Seasons for the life of them. They're going to continue playing that exact game until they're on the receiving end of a punch from Dynasty.
It is a good job. I'm usually very hesitant when we get to see those Doomfists, right? But as long as you're synergizing that team together to enable those Doomfists for success, that's when we see moments like this one where Northwood, they get the point first, they're going to create that space as well, and having that Risa just going to enable them to do even more.
Yeah, and keeping them at arm's length is now the name of the game, right? We want to keep this Reinhardt away from us. We want to keep Boat throwing arrows at their backline, and we want them to make positional mistakes over time that Dynasty can punish with the punches. You see Boat already standing pretty far back. All it takes is one arrow to ruin the afternoon of SCAD, but I think they've sniffed him out. They know exactly what's going on. Be careful here. Teleporting up top is not safe. Backed up, have Northwood. And they'll even use the Amplification Matrix. They've rotated around the other side of the point. Again, keeping them at arm's length always is the game plan. Amplification Matrix is going to continue to help them do so. Following that, though, there's no more ultimates left on the field. Northwood have to fight SCAD, and they're more than happy to as Dynasty cleans up 2 to open up the fight.
And they can't get close, they can't get any extra protection. Immortality invested, immortality wasted, and with that, another fight that Norwood is able to get. It starts a little bit slower because of what you mentioned. That is that Risa trying to create that space against that rush composition that the side of SCAD they want to play. But if you can get close, that means it's time for change. And that is why we see that Moira coming up, trying to play a little bit faster, trying to get closer to the enemy as soon as possible, because that percentage, it just keeps going up, and Dynasty has ult, and we can also see a whole Hog coming up.
Cowman's on the flank. This is what I was talking about. Your ranked games are ready. Lilith wasn't ready either. Down they go, and Cowman claims another, puts another notch in their belt. Skiz looks like he's having absolutely just the worst time, but no! A new reverse card has been played, and down goes Seasons. Skiz still low in health, though. Still not exactly the greatest of times. They try and fight their way out of the side room, and Donnie's doing a pretty good job of helping them do that.
And it was 3 ultimates invested, right? The perfect opportunity for SCAD to capitalize out of it. And some dragons as well, they do get snappy. So the fight gets a little messy. It's 96, and it seems like it was so close with SCAD. They haven't been able to take the point.
I mean, Skiz is running around like a T-Rex with his stubby little arms, not able to reach anything. Ymitra's just out of reach. Dynasty's out of reach. Boat's out of reach. As Reinhardt's struggling to find value. He's a walking ult battery for the time being, but still yet, they're able to trade back kills. I believe Northwood are giving him a little bit too much pressure, not focusing on the other players than the Reinhardt, and then staying alive. Seems was able to do a lot, but still, this point belongs to 99% of the overtime wick burning down. That looks like map number 1 going their way, but still SCAD have touches.
Almost.
Almost.
Almost. It's so close, but so far at the end. And you know, when you don't even get a little bit of percentage, this is one of those maps that can turn into a nightmare. You go again and again, you're getting taken down. And it just builds into more ultimates that we got to see. Yes, it was risky when we saw the 3 ultimates by Northwood. It was both of the tank ultimates, one of the support ultimates as well that we got to see them getting taken down. But trying to make it even, trying to touch a point at the end of the day, and that is what gives them that first map.
Yeah, and it's that coordination that we were talking about earlier that's really been the kicker for Northwood. One of the big plays I don't think we caught in the USAF replays was that 3-man bomb, but it's not just the 3-man bomb. Oh my gosh, is it this? Is it right here? I think we're about to catch it. Anyways, pay attention here, because the bomb gets a kill on an immortality field, but the Doomfist knocks everybody up out of it.
Yeah. It's so clean. It's so clean. That coordination that you have to have at this point as well, right? It's something that we love to see every single time, and it is enabling plays like this one to happen because we know when we hear self-destruct, the chances of it getting 2-3 kills are not that many, right? There's so many counters. You can protect yourself a lot with those shields, with that immortality, but that timing as well does everything for them.
So now heading into map number 2. SCAD's kind of seen the whole smorgasbord of what Northwood have to offer. They've played up against Seasons Orisa. They've played up against the Cowman Hog, which is something that not many people have the unfortunate circumstance of doing. But they still, I guess, haven't seen the Sigma, but they played up against the Ryan. So all the cards are out on the table. If you're SCAD, what are you looking to do?
Well, right, that's one of the things, right? In a map like Ilias, we usually start with a Legion Tower. We usually start with other control maps that enable specific compositions to be played. But now, it was kind of a mix of everything, like you said. So going to the map number 2, that is when we see a little bit more comfort being played. Now, you're not playing so much for the map. You're playing a little bit more into what we've seen from Northwood throughout. And, you know, potentially, I know you mentioned that double shield. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
I think they're holding back on us. I think that's exactly what's
It's
happening.
definitely going to happen at some point, right?
Yeah. I mean, Cowman saw well as well, and it's just like every quick play warrior just has like that bone in them where they've got to lock it in. It's just like, it's too easy. Hook people into the pit, and it's you do the funny, and past that point, it's about all they got. But the double shield likely is on the back burner for the time being. SCAD, on the other hand, I was really surprised to not see them run 6-man. I think they started out on it, at least for the first map, but then immediately jumped off before the Sombra got any ultimate charge, and it's really a competition you have to have some faith in. The Reinhardt does play fairly well into it, but it certainly looked better than what was happening on that final map.
And I want to say for SCAD, and again, just following the narrative of how far they were able to, you know, how surprised we are that they've been able to make it after passing base state, is the fact that you have to adapt on the fly in a lot of these situations. And I feel like we got to see it, right? This team seems like they're trying to adapt on the fly, while on the other side is a Northwood that they are the ones being a little bit less reactive, just knowing exactly what is going to work out for them and what they're going to run from the beginning. So if we're going to see changes right in the middle of the map, right, you know, depending on the points as well that we jump to, I'm just leaning towards seeing that adaptation coming up for the side of SCAD. The question is it going to be enough?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you talk about swapping mid-map, that was something that we saw, kind of the dichotomy between these two teams, right? A direct comparison in how they did it. When SCAD made their initial swap off of the 6-man, they did it a little bit too quickly, right? It put them at a massive ultimate disadvantage that ended up turning into an entire point being capped. When Northwood swapped off of Hog and Ball, it was just at the right time. They were tracking the opponent's ultimates, making sure that when they swapped, it wouldn't be at a massive disadvantage. And that's the kind of level of play that you're looking for from these players who have been in contenders, who have seen the top, who have been to these finals, who have been on these stages.
It's preparing for everything to happen, and that's something that you get in streams. That's something that you get in tournaments like this one as well. You know that you get taken down, you're not going to have the speed to come back. You're not going to have that Lucio ready to taxi you back to the point. So what you do, you go into that Wrecking Ball, you go into the last heroes that we got to see from them, and you're able to catch up. And again, I just feel like it's a little bit more of that reaction side so far on the side of SCAD that might be leaving them behind. Instead, right, if we saw composition from them a little bit more decisive right away, I feel like the story could have been completely different.
Yeah, and you know what the nice part about this is they do get the map pick now, right? They get to take this where they want to. They get to play the composition that they want. I don't think there's any way you can really guarantee what Northwood are going to play. They could come out on the double shield. They could come out on poke rush if they wanted to. They've got a lot of tools within their tool belt, but you can at least make it a comfy experience for yourself. I suspect for SCAD, that means playing a bit more of the rush, especially just trying to get Skiz's Reinhardt out on the field, allowing Kabimas and the support line up there to support him and put the team behind that. Allow them to make space and then work with that.
And one of the things as well, and in Collegiate Overwatch that we get to see all the time, right, is that rush. It's just a classic that we get to see so often because it's one of the easier compositions to synergize. So that means that you can get really good at it if you have that really good main tank, which is something that we talked about. Both of the teams have it. So it's now a different of how you're going to be countering actively and the way that Northwood has been doing constantly. But now, like you said, map pick coming in for the sub-SCAD, and the narrative can change a little bit. That is exactly what we want to see, though. We want to see those 3 maps at least for this match being played.
Yeah, and if you're going to talk about rush, there's an elephant in the room. By elephant, I am quite literally meaning it. This man is large. He is in charge. It's Geek for ISU. If you're going to be playing Reinhardt, there is one measuring stick that you have to be put up against, and every single main tank that has gone up against him yet in this tournament tried to play Reinhardt has been on the receiving end of that beat stick that he carries around. And Gig is not going to take this lightly. Should Season, should Skiz step up. So they've got to prove their worth in this one.
They gotta prove it, and they're gonna also have to bring surprises in. And that's another factor in a tournament like this one, right? You have to bring new things all the time. You have to adapt on the fly all the time. And we've seen it for both of the teams, but it gets harder and harder the more that they get to play. And there's so many factors to take into account, including that mental game in it. Like what I see so far coming in on the side of the defense, right? It's a little bit more of the composition that we talked about. It's having that Reinhardt, it's having that Mei. But what I want to see is that proper isolation of targets that I feel like we didn't get to see in Ilios. Now is how you take advantage. And I want to see how Northwood is preparing for this one.
Yeah, Northwood obviously not fully bringing this composition out unless they really want to teleport a Bastion. It's a possibility. Look, I've seen it in many a plat game, but Bodo will only stay on it for so long. Does he go on top of Top Hat is the question. Oh my god, they do. It's not with the Sigma though, so this is a little bit less effective. Those Seasons is a one-way ticket on top of Skiz and also a one-way ticket right back to spawn following that wall.
It almost worked, right? You get a couple picks, but like you said, no having a Sigma, no having that protection as well makes it so much harder for the Bastion to get more value. Finally, he does get taken down. Now, surely it's a matter of time before we see that change coming up with Northwood.
I mean, Dottie just gave up the Glock. That probably didn't feel good to be on the receiving end of. And still, yeah, the spawns do eventually come back. Northwood have space, but they don't just have the numbers to do this one.
And having to back up, trying to create that space, but again, respecting that defense that is coming back. Has a Mei, you cannot allow that Reinhardt to be isolated and taken on one by one. This is why we see Kings Row losing for so many teams.
All right, Skiz attempting to take on the likes of Seasons, but Cowman has grabbed. This is the trump card to end all trump cards in Overwatch. Seasons following up with the Shatter. That's that lovely bit of damage they added on top of it, making it an actual viable grab combo tool.
And it does seem like it's going to be a pause after all that action. And a little bit more control that finally the side of Northwood was able to take. And we got to talk about the compositions. We saw the changes at the end. No more Bastion. It was more of a Cassidy being brought. And it's a nice one. It's a nice one, right? It's a Cassidy that we get to see often. Sometimes it's able to go on the flank. And I feel like if there's a team that is able to enable this Cassidy for the flank, especially on that street phase, it's got to be Northwood.
Yeah, and watching back the VODs of SCAD during OWCC, it was Alone playing a lot of this Cassidy and getting a ton of value, being able to put the team on his back and find those important picks that you're talking about to find value. But there's another kind of elephant in the room with these compositions. It's the tank lines. As controversial as it may seem, as unobvious as it may seem, Ryan Zarya just doesn't do it these days. There's a reason we play Diva.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, but Cowman's running it, and Cowman does have a formidable Zarya. It's up to the Diva, though, to show us those differences. It's up to SCAD and their tank line to prove that, hey, you know what, this is better, and we know exactly how to use those better tools in order to counter it.
And it can be a little bit of a comfort pick, like you said. Recently, we just see Diva and Diva all over again, and there's so many reasons, right? You're able to not only complement that Reinhardt and be able to play in that front line with the Reinhardt, but you're also able to play back, support your healers as well, and make sure that they're staying alive, that they're staying well, in case they're a little bit slower, that they're in trouble. And this is something that the Diva is able to try to do on the other side all the time. So it depends. On the street phase, it can work, especially with the grab, to get even more, to get those combos that we love to see with the grab. It's just, you know, is it actually happening?
I mean, the grab combo, you have so many more tools now, right? Between the Blizzard you can come out with, you can combo with Cassie, you can combo with the Reinhardt. And the Reinhardt's the big one that we saw just end that fight, right? They added the damage onto Shatter now.
It's not quite the grab dragons, but it's still...
It hurts.
It
you don't want to be on the receiving end of it.
It definitely hurts.
I think we saw 2 players go down to it, but it'll certainly ruin your day quicker than anything else. And they did a great job of focusing down the Immortality field before they let that critical ultimate rip. Now the question is, where are the spawns for SCAD? We don't quite have the game up yet, so we can't tell. But how far back are the spawns for SCAD? Will Northwood get to push this choke for free? And can SCAD get them back through it to get that critical point of the map back in their control?
And also pass that corner, right, into street phase after. And if that actually takes place, that's when teams start to mess up with the tempo a lot more. And it can snowball into pretty much a nightmare for that defense. So I want to see if they were getting that first fight, no one else able to touch. Pretty much given to them after we come back from that pause. I don't know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, it's no problem for the teams. In fact, if I'm SCAD, I'm pretty happy about this. This gives you time to relax, track ultimates, figure out where your spawns are. It's a very discombobulating situation to be. Just being reset from first to second point like that. They're able to collect themselves, figure out exactly what they want to do. Do you think they come out with any swaps, though? It doesn't seem likely, but they've got to figure out something against the Zarya.
Right, they've done it. They brought up those changes, and it's something that we talked about, right? If it's a team that is going to be bringing those changes from point to point, it's got to be them. It's I still think the composition is good, right? The composition with the maid, something that I love to see, but like I mentioned early, it relies so much on being able to properly isolate that main tank and bait him into pushing forward so you can take him down. And so far, Northwood, they're not gonna fall for it, right?
No, and one of the big through lines that I've noticed throughout all of this is just the ability of Northwood in the longer fights and the extended fights. When things get sloppy, Northwood are more organized, even if it doesn't look like it. They know when they can fight for a point. They know when they can fight for an overtime, and they're not overestimating themselves. They're just confident in their ability to do so, and SCAD is sometimes overcommitting, right? Sending a few too many ultimates into a fight that's already lost, and it's at the end of those fights, whether it be scrapping it out and trying to pull together bits of a fight that looked a little rusty to start things off, or whether it's using ultimates too late. Those are the differences that you notice over time. The ultimate economy that we talked about in map 1 that was so important for Northwood, that's where it comes from.
Is the ability of being able to play back sometimes and play a little bit more relaxed. You might have the fight as well, but you have to play a little bit more for that timing as well. That can become so important in a map like this one too. You're trying to waste as much time as you can from the enemy team, and that is one way to do it.
Yeah, and again, this is, I mean, just a test for both of these teams, right? Northwood coming in, playing some Reinhardt. Should they go up against the likes of ISU? Mirroring gig is, like I said, no small task. I think they bring out the double shield a little bit more often, but map picks like Kings kind of force you into these kind of things. And as we come back from our pause, looks like we're starting things once over. I'm not sure if they're going to get first point or not, but either way, I do think these teams have a wonderful amount of respect for each other. So Northwood, I think, are just being generous, if nothing else, and giving this one back.
And they're going to be bringing that same Bastion, it seems like, for the side of Northwood. Yeah, again, it can become really, really predictable, really risky as well. If you're going to bring it, especially in that same map, especially, you know, not even 10 minutes being able to pass. But now I'm bringing a little more in the defense and seeing if that's able to help them out more.
You know, I think it's more surprising if you do it twice in a row. I think bring out the Bastion. Who in their right mind expects it twice? Look, Boat. Yeah, Boat gets what I'm talking about. Dimitri and Lep, though, bringing out what they can. Calman will see if he can find an opening pick here with a hook. This pick likely will not stick. However, oh my god, they're doing it twice. Yeah! See, look at this. Look at this. Easy 6K for Boat, guaranteed.
Are you sure?
100%. 100%. This Bastion is going to get so much value. Boat is, I mean, he's doing work, and Calman's working his way along the side lane. Does drop down relatively low, but now you begin to face the wrath of the Bastion. He can start breaking through that wall pretty quickly. He's got a lot of support to help him out, but not enough to save him from the receiving end of Fire Strike from Skiz.
I did not see the 6K. I didn't even see 1K for the Bastion.
It was just too fast. You blinked.
Okay, yeah, for sure. I just missed it. I just closed my eyes for a second. But now, yeah, again, the changes that we talked about, like casting now being brought up, the Bastion not working, becoming a little too predictable, and now is when we see the defense, and maybe a little bit of a way that they've been able to adapt. Again, I'm going to see the isolation for that Reinhardt, giving it a little bit more of a challenge for them, and wasting as much time as possible for this attacking side. They just want to go win, especially with that Doomfist coming in.
Northwood are playing musical heroes at this point. I've seen everything under the sun. Seasons again getting aggressive, though. Alone trying to say, get out of my lawn, and you know what? He does. Down goes the health bar, and only one of these teams has a man tank. That's a massive advantage for the likes of SCAD, who are easily going to step back onto the point and finish things off.
And cleaning things up one by one. Boat at the end, managing to feel like just for a little bit longer thanks to that immortality feel, but it seemed like it was enough. 2 kills out of nowhere. Lily does go down, and that forces everyone on the defense now back.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call an overextension. Going a little bit too far in the hotel. Oh no, what on earth is happening here? A sound barrier, 4v6 coming out from SCAD. It feels like an ultimate going right down the toilet, and a very important one at that.
That was a Boat beginning and end of the fight that was able to really make a difference for the side of Northwood. It looked risky, the investment of this ultimate as well, because they have absolutely nothing to work with throughout this street phase. I mean, sure, you have Doomfist, but the value of it, just maybe a little bit of space, if anything, trying to isolate that support in that backline.
Yeah, this is a pretty scary place to be. I mean, Doomfist, on one hand, though, especially in the hands of Dynasty, we've seen it do a lot of work, and should they be able to build up just a little bit, they can work with it. Bomb in, though. Counter charge to stop any bit of Doomfist shenanigans, and now they've got the space to work with. The bomb did pretty much everything that they could have asked for in the ultimate advantage when it comes to play here. SCAD has spent everything, though. SCAD have thrown their wallets on the table and laid down a challenge to Northwood. Northwood are going to be more than happy to take advantage of it.
And maybe the Blizzard, you could have like, just for a little bit longer, right? They already lost so many members of the enemy team. You're going to have the advantage. Finally, the defense is able to control that space that they wanted for so long. That Blizzard saving it for the beginning of the next fight would have been a better opportunity. But now, I mean, wow, you have an implication to work with. Umitra can also do the same, and they just kind of cancel each other, as we see very often in a phase like this one.
I do like the positioning, though, here from SCAD. Take a look at how far back they are. This is going to give them the most value out of that one ultimate that they have. So the implication makers can do even more, but it's not great at holding off the likes of Northwood. They just bowl through it. They don't care one bit. They could not care less, in fact, if the Shatters lay it out in the bar, and then the rest of the team cleaned up promptly afterwards.
And 1v1, I mean, they tried to get taken down. They tried to put up with the 5, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Again, is an attacking side of Northwood that if they want to go in, I promise you they're going to go in. They have no fear. We see a little bit of trade as well that continues to take place, but might be even more as the end snappy with the last two.
Yeah, it's worth noting the spawns are better here for the attackers. So
and look at the ults. Look at the ults. Now they have so much to work with.
It's been flipped on its head, that's for sure.
That really made a difference for now the side of SCAD. They have so much more to work with. They have absolutely nothing, but a single messy fight was enough for them to be able to build with that Tamberi, to be able to build with that Shatter too.
I mean, our economy went from broke to just watching 6 trust fund kitties run around. Skiz though, Shatter looks juicy, but nice block will put them in their place. Sound barrier to try and counter the rest of the ultimates coming in, but there are just too many. SCAD has a whole pocket full, and goodness knows they're throwing the kitchen sink at it.
Quite a lot of time remaining still, and no changes yet. So again, it's one of the conversations that we had at the beginning, right? Are these teams going to change that composition when things are not really working out in the street phase? And so far, right, you're playing kind of the best, the ideal composition, and for the defense as well, working out so perfectly. But all the ultimates they had before wasted, so perfect opportunity now once again to see Northwood playing aggressive like we see.
Yeah, I'd hardly call it wasted, but alas, I think what we're really starting to see here is running the Zarya. They weren't able to defense matrix, the amplification matrix. The grabs haven't really been able to connect through the likes of every sound barrier that's been cast. But you know what? Sometimes he was able to find the frags. A good engagement by Northwood gets them into the back line, and not a shadow from Skiz to answer.
There's going to be another pause as it seems like it's every time that Northwood is able to win those fights, right? We saw at the beginning, we get to see it again. They were finally winning the fight, moving that a little bit into that second point, but it gets slowed down, and now we got to see how long the pause is going to take. Hopefully, it's not going to restart the game again. Right?
It should be as easy as restarting the game.
Yeah.
Look, the SCAD, someone's got to unbind the Alt F4. I'm getting a weird suspicion here. Every time they lose a fight, the game happens to crash.
There's something there. There's something there to think about.
No, but Northwood have just done a fantastic job of cleaning that one up. They were at a slight ultimate disadvantage, but I want to go back to what I was talking about, because I don't think we're hitting on the Zarya enough. Cowman's fantastic at it, but there have been a lot of situations thus far. I mean, I've seen 2 Blizzards come out for absolutely free. I've seen Amplification Matrix walk through, and them having to take a lot of damage on the receiving end because they can't defense Matrix it. There's just so many tools that Zarya doesn't give you.
And that is why, right? This potential change that we might see, it's absolutely a possibility, but it doesn't seem like Cowman is willing to take that risk, right? If you have a little bit of confidence, if you were able to play this composition before and it was able to work out, you're going to try to run with it. But again, recently, it's just been all about the D.Va and that Reinhardt playing together. It's so weird to see just because it doesn't get as much value, it doesn't get as much space as you would want to support the rest of the team to push forward.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we've just touched the tip of the compositional iceberg. So Harrisburg has a lot of things to offer themselves. We've seen the ball out of them. We haven't seen the double shield thus far, and so there's still plenty left on the table.
Is there going to be a double shield though? That's kind of the one question that I have, because in a map like this one, I mean, sometimes you see it towards the end, but it's so rare, right? At that point, you have so many ultimates that you don't want to waste, and you might be seeing, if anything, a wrecking ball coming up just to delay a little bit more of that point.
Yeah, and it's usually in those sort of stagger situations, but very few teams have actually been bringing out in terms of composition.
Look, you've been talking so much about that double shield that I literally want to see it at this point. You made me
want
into
to see
this.
Double shield.
You turned me into this. This is literally your fault.
Is there a doctor in the building? Can I get your head checked?
You mentioned it so much, and I'm like, yeah, I want to upset door. I want to bring that double shield.
It is pretty impressive when Northwood play it. It is a well-oiled machine, if nothing else. But it's one that nobody likes playing into, which is absolutely fair.
That's the point, right? That's the point. No one likes to play against it.
Yeah, but let's put a bit of a target on your back. We talked a little bit about Harrisburg and ISU, but I think while we've got some time, we've been enjoying some wonderful pauses. Let's go down their rosters and talk about how some of these games end up playing out, because the DPS lineups in this game thus far have been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Both in Dynasty have been cleaning people up left, right, and center. Dynasty's Zoomfist has been pretty impactful. We saw that bomb play with the coordination being really impressive. And honestly, I was really surprised. Alone seems to be having no problems alongside Lilith in matching that, in making sure that the Doomfist and the Cassidy aren't finding more value than they should, especially when you've got the likes of Seasons constantly up in your face. The flashbangs have been a pretty important tool.
One of the points that I like about those DPS as well, and on the side of SCAD, and I feel like that was also a factor that built into them getting to the stage as well, and being able to play and to put a match and to put a fight against teams like this one, is, you know, having Lilith playing that Mei and playing it to such a high level. It's supporting the team so much. It's able to not only open up spaces that they need, but also use the Blizzard like we saw in one of those fights. It was right at the end. It's cleaning up those fights. It's also cleaning up that communication that can get messy towards the end. And I feel like that's another point to talk about, right? It's that communication that towards the beginning on the side of Northwood, it looks really clean, right? When they're engaging into the enemy team, it's so clean. They're getting kills, they're getting the fight, but then they get slowed down more and more, and it seems like right into the mid-fight, that's when things get a little more risky for this team.
Yeah, and that's where we see the sports going down, but where we're not seeing sports going down is first. It's virtually almost always been the Reinhardts for these teams, and there's a saying that if the casters aren't talking about the supports are doing something right. And on both sides, I think that's exactly what we've seen. Snappy and Kabimas have been looking absolutely fantastic. I think one off sound barrier from Kabimas that looked a little bit weird, but on the other side...
It's been good. It's been good.
Exactly. Yumitra and Lep have been absolutely rock solid. Looking at some of the other teams they have to face up against, though, we talked about the DPS lineups. ISU's rocking with Vision and Echo, which... honestly, look, in an event full of teams with stacked DPS lineups, Vision and Echo might be up there at the top.
It's true. It's one of those players as well that we've heard for quite a long time, and it's something that we mentioned, right? That contender scene now, that collegiate scene that a lot of teams and players are deciding to go to, is something that is enabling them to play to a high level, to be supported by really good, maybe off things as well. When we get to see that D.Va being able to support that backline, making sure that they're staying alive, and like you said, they're not getting taken down first, so that means that they're doing what is necessary. Even with that Baptiste, the immortalities that we've seen wasted, they haven't been too many, right? And you have to be really careful about that.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching fights front to back. We're seeing very few mistakes. So then it really does come down to ultimate economy, right? Who has more tools going into the fight? Because everyone's using their tools correctly. It just matters who's got more. And at one point there, I mean, SCAD looked like I said, trust fund kids. They look like they just got Bruce Wayne's inheritance in their back pockets. But they threw it all out in one fight. They used 4 ultimates to win the next fight. And when you have that kind of advantage, when you know the other team isn't rocking with too much, you've got to be using them 1, 2 at a time. Like we were seeing Northwood do on the control points, right? It was just a sound barrier. It was just a D.Va bomb. It was a shatter being comboed with a Deadeye, right? It wasn't too much. It was just enough being used.
And it's also because the composition that we see right now for both of the teams here in Kings Row are compositions that it's not going to be a single ultimate giving you the fight, but that means that you're going to at least have to layer them to be able to get the value that is going to be needed. And I think that's the risk here, even for both teams. I feel like we've seen 2-3 ultimates being used at the same time, and that is when things get risky. That is also when SCAD was able to build into more and win another fight just by the ultimates that they were able to build into that one, into taking advantage of the positioning that the side of Northwood was taking.
Yeah, you almost wonder if it's too much respect being given by SCAD. SCAD have been playing far back. They've been playing relatively safe positions. They've been punishing over aggression from Seasons pretty constantly above everything else. But in doing that, when they have the ultimates in their hands, when they're winning the ultimate economy, more often than not, I think we're seeing that respect given. They're throwing in 3-4 ultimates because they think it's going to take 3 or 4 ultimates to take down Northwood. What I want to see from them is that proactivity of using those ultimates forward and also being confident that it's going to take them down. Maybe just lower that respect bar a little bit. It's good, because of course Northwood are a fantastic team. You've got to respect them, but there is an upper limit to that.
Yeah, there's a point to be made about that too. Like you said, the amount of ultimates that is going to be used and the respect as well that you have for the enemy team. We've seen situations where Northwood, even towards the beginning when we saw in Ilios, it was a single fight, that second fight that was won with no ultimates. Then we saw the self-destruct down, we saw that shatter and everything else that followed behind that. And it was just knowing that your firepower alone, your main tank alone being able to contest the enemy is going to be enough. And it's a respect as well that you have to give, but you also have to take.
Yeah, and you know what, speaking of respect, I think there's been a massive amount of respect gained by some of the teams that we're not seeing in the top 4 right now. ISU is here, but only by the grace of Boise State losing one fight. It was close. Boise State, coming in at 6th seed, gave them a severe run for their money earlier on in the play area. I was watching that one with bated breath. It was beyond close. Aiko, I think, bailed out ISU with a pretty big doomfist punch, but outside of that, I mean, some of these other teams are really competing. Kennesaw, who qualified out of Orlando, looked absolutely phenomenal in Orlando. Not quite the same performance here, but we still see them taking down the likes of USF. That grudge match ended up going their way, and there's a lot of people that aren't on the main stage that have been really looking forward to playing, right? Boise got a great match against Akron, in which those two scrim each other all the time. I know they were looking forward to it in the first round. Boise State took that one pretty handily, to be fair, though. They looked really prepared. And then, like I mentioned otherwise, you know, up against USF, Kennesaw, I'm not going to call it revenge, but they kind of doubled down on it.
It's like an advantage, and it's been so fun to watch all these teams play throughout the day, right? Because we get to see that personality too. We get to see it live. We get to see it land, which is not something that we get to see very often when these teams are playing in online tournaments. And it brings a new possibility, and it brings also a new factor, right? How are teams going to perform in a stage like this one? Are they going to be delivering the results that we expect for them, or is there going to be a surprise? Like again, like we mentioned, it was Staten, it was SCAD getting away with the victory. That's why they're here right now. That's why we get to cast them. But it's a factor that plays into account. It's a mental as well that you have to reset, and it's a mental that you have to deal with every single time.
Yeah, and I think that Des mentioned it, right? The Collegiate is a space that can very much just ruin your pick'ems in the blink of an eye. And a lot of these teams have come right close to it. The only team that's successfully upset the seeding yet, though, has been SCAD. They took down Bay State earlier on, but there have been so many close calls, right? Boise just, I mean, inches away from taking down ISU. If you look over at Valorant even, we watched Georgia Tech earlier, who, I mean, they played some fantastic 2 matches, but unfortunately had to go after that one. Play up against the likes of SJSU, taking them 11-13, and in fact put them against the wall for a good amount of time. I can only imagine what's going on in Rocket League. We watched that insane final stock in Super Smash Bros. The games here have just been phenomenal.
They've been so good. They've been so good. They've been so hyped, but just because of that energy that the players bring, right? Everyone coming from different places in the U.S. ready to take down those fights and to see how far they're able to make it. Even teams that they know that are a little bit of an underdog, that they might not be performing the best against those teams that we see at the top that we get to see today. There are teams that are here to have fun, to give their best, and that is what is bringing so much energy, so much tension as well, when you know that there are going to be so many eyes looking at you.
Yeah, and for a lot of these teams, it's their first time on land, right? It's their first time being in this sort of space, much less on the big old stage out there. These teams are under a lot of pressure, but some of them are able to uniquely channel it and really bring their team together. I think SCAD's a great example of that. You take a team that's got a lot of really good pop-off potential, you put them in a situation that's really intense, that's going to drive a lot of that adrenaline for them, and you're just going to see them shine more than anything else. And that's what I want to see out of these top 3 teams. They're used to being in these finals, but I want to see them get a little nervous. I want to see them raise their blood pressure a little bit.
You know what I'm thinking about when it's about getting nervous? I'm thinking about Redbirds. Because everyone is looking at this team. They know these players. And that pressure, I don't know how it's going to play, if it's going to be playing for them or against them when we actually get the chance to see them. Because we know we're going to see them after this match.
Yeah, ISU brings a lot to the table. And honestly, as far as teams to beat, it's hard, right? The Overwatch Collegiate Cup did just happen. And there was a lot of placings there. Northwood did particularly well. HU as well. SCAD, I think, placed a couple places back, I think somewhere around the 8th area. But it was a little, I think, marred by substitutions, right? Harrisburg was playing with a support player that wasn't quite part of their usual lineup. Elk was out. I believe it was Retina, who's a fantastic player by all rights, but not their usual lineup when they were playing in their Northwood as well. A couple of weird bits. But now, everyone came to play. Everyone is laying it out, especially I talked to ISU after their game against Boise after things that may be a little bit too close for comfort with them. They said they're all business.
Yeah, now they're serious. Now it's going to be everything that they practice, everything that they had ready for a match like this one, for a day like this one, for a tournament like this one too, where you realize that making a little bit of mistake, getting a little too confident, it might be a big risk.
All right, we're going to be sending things to a quick little break, though. We're getting the computers all fixed up out there. Make sure the players have clean places, making sure the Alt F4 buttons have been removed. But until then, thank you guys. Stay around and enjoy the show.
limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream. So I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard.
Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now.
So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You can ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
And welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience while our wonderful production crew solves issues that I have no idea how they even began to get there. My name is Dor. I'm still joined by the wonderful Dryad. This match continues as we watch the battle between Northwood and SCAD. The game will be resumed. No need for a reset. We just keep it going.
It is pretty good, right? But it feels like we didn't actually get in the zone, right? We didn't get to that second point properly for Kings Row. So now, hopefully, we're going to continue and see how far these teams can get. Northwood, we know have a little bit of momentum after that first map, but the second one can be a different story.
Yeah, we're just about to hop right into it. For those who didn't know, all players will be respawning here. We removed everybody, placed everybody right back in. That means ultimates are reset, which is a bit of an unfortunate situation for some of these teams. Easy settings fix here. I promise this pause won't be nearly as long, but nevertheless, with all this time, look, it's been a long time. I've grown the mildest amount of facial hair that I actually can. You shrunk a few inches, but I think we're still having fun.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No?
I don't know what's going on here.
We're just being transported. This is like an episode of the Twilight Zone, just the Overwatch version. Yeah, it's not a fun one.
Right. It's a very confusing one maybe, but...
I'm a little lost, but the teams aren't. To refresh you guys what happened, we did get a first point cap from Northwood. They look fantastic doing it. I believe it was a Grav comboed with a Shatter, which is something that you didn't see but a couple of patches ago, but it does feel fantastic to see on the big stage. Now heading into the next one, the ultimates do reset, which should give a small bit of the game back to SCAD, but not enough to really give any big influence.
Right, it gets really interesting here because now we're looking at two teams that have pretty similar compositions. The one big difference here being the Cassidy and the Doom, just the way that they're playing together. So in paper, the defense should be able to touch, but the payload gets to move even more, and that means potentially even more ultimates faster for this team.
Already, Season's taking a good chunk of damage. You felt that one, I'll tell you that much. Immortality Field's been thrown out pretty early. Donnie, though, knocking a few players forward, getting a little creative with the Diva play. And in fact, applying a lot of pressure onto the back line. But that pressure just forced him into the welcoming arms of the rest of SCAD.
And look at the ultimates again. Ultimates that we didn't see from them before, that we're about to be ready now for seasons that shatter. It seems like over and over again, we have to talk about this player, the shatters. But even when they get denied, right, you know that this team and this player is usually using it to the best potential possible. But it does seem like we do have another pause.
Yeah, I mean, look, they come, they go. Sometimes you get a lot of them, sometimes you get a couple of them. But that's just the nature of the game. Look, it's an esport, it's online, everyone's been through these kind of things, but it's no problem for our wonderful production team to fix it right on up. We talked about a lot of what we really can about these two teams in particular, but again, let's talk about the prospective matches, because the winner of this one goes on to face the winner of Harrisburg versus ISU, which is probably the most storied match that we have available to us right now between these teams. That one's basically just two Titans duking it out.
Yeah, it's two really good teams, and the ones that we have today, right, and ones that we're going to be seeing on stream are teams that if you don't know about, then I don't know where you've been in the collegiate teams, right? You've been definitely missing a couple of things that have been so hype and that have made the teams what they are today. I love that we get to see this play. I want to keep seeing it. I want to keep seeing it.
I could watch that replay pretty much every day for the rest of the week. But
that's great.
You know who does get to watch that play one more time? Our wonderful analyst desk, who we're going to come ahead and toss it on over to take a look at the match.
Thanks so much, casters. Guys, these are the perils of esports. Technology is our god, and we must lay down and worship sometimes. Yeah. But this match so far, what are your thoughts? What are your impressions? Are you surprised by anything?
I'm not gonna lie to you. So me and Blue over here, we're having a little bit of a discussion.
Yeah.
Beforehand.
How's that discussion going?
So that discussion is more so the fact of, SCAD wasn't doing too well, wasn't doing too hot in the beginning, right? I mean, that's, that is the growing pains of esports. Sometimes you gotta get settled into things a little bit.
Yeah.
And as you saw, perfectly fine. In the second part of that match, they did pretty well. They did end up losing the first game, but I do think that is once again something it is that I've personally seen them do, is that they are really a team that sort of relies on like a scaling bonus, right? I guess if you want to call it that for those of my mobile people out there. Then they have late game. Early game is rough, mid-late game go pretty well. So that's typically what it is that I've been seeing. I've actually been enjoying a lot of the picks they've had as well. The Baptiste on either side, once again, part of the reason as to why he's such a strong character, as well as the Lucio. you sort of can go tick for tack there, right? Like, I mean, it's not having a Baptiste is like a big deal. We saw that Immortality field come out so many times. Right there, they use it to sort of secure the ultimate from Cassidy, which makes it that much more prevalent, right? It makes it that much more dangerous, and that's something that you sort of see the more you see those characters come out. Baptiste is such a strong pick, and I love watching him be played too. He brings so much utility to the team.
Yeah, I love the BAP too, but when you have a BAP and a Lucio like they did on that first map, and then you pair it with an Echo, I was saying during the game, I don't like this. Right. I mean, there's no one to protect Echo. They're playing out there. They got the little point on the building. Everyone's fighting in there. You got 2 Ryans going at it, and you got your other tanks walking in there. I mean, credit also to SCAD. Lilith on the Mei. I mean, Mei is Bae, one of my favorite characters in the game, and she brought it out, and she's doing a fantastic job with it. She was just who she's freezing at the exact moment is who needs to be frozen. She was even getting people out of the possible ults that could have came out at that time. So she was doing a great job, hitting some nice shots too to charge that Blizzard as fast as possible. So I give them credit. SCAD's staying in this. And then, of course, on the other side, you have Northwood. They won the first map. The game 2, I don't know exactly what's happening. A little game 2 pause happening here and there. But at the start of that game, they did something a little tricky, trolly, I guess. You know, they go with the Bastion and the Rhine and the Symmetra on defense. You usually, on Kings Row, you see that on offense where teams try to get past that choke point right away, because everyone's going to hold the fortress at that door. It's a little gate. You either got to go through hotel, which means you got to like kind of jump into that alley and get cornered if you don't really like disperse very quickly. So if you don't go through that gate, that's your only other option. So teams started doing this where they would come out with Symmetra and TP a Bastion and a Reinhardt right to the top of the statue, and you got a little turret up there with a shield and some protection. And that allows that gate to kind of open up, because if the Rein doesn't shield that damage coming from up top, then you're gonna, okay, I'm holding the line, I'm holding this gate here, but they're gonna shoot you in the back for free. And then we saw the defense do that where they just said, hey, walk into the gate, we dare you. It didn't go so well at the beginning. They quickly swapped to Cassidy instead of the Bastion, but they were still able to win the team fight and sustain themselves long enough for their DPS to get back and win that next team fight. So that was good from Northwood. But SCAD, I think, like you said, scaling, they could take this game.
We were talking a bit about Lilith. I think Lilith is emerging as a favorite player here. Can you guys tell me a little bit about Lilith?
Typically, from the last time it is that we ended up talking, like she was really like a very prominent DPS player, right? She had swapped a lot of roles and really was that flex pick that I saw her be a lot of the time when I was at SCAD. Previously top 500 as well. Definitely something that I've been super interested in seeing her, and love seeing her here and obviously sort of show up, right? And on a bunch of different picks as well. You mentioned the pick on Mei, and there is utility in that. You don't see it happen as often, but there is plenty of utility in that character. I mean, we saw it when they were actually trying to contest on the opposite side. She puts up the Mei wall, it blocks the shatter. They do lose the fight, but they don't have a shatter coming into the next fight, right? Which allows SCAD to even it up 1-1. So I've actually really been enjoying just the play from her, the play from everybody actually. Go Bees. There we go.
Are there any other favorite players you guys have identified besides Lilith?
I mean, for Northwood, the whole team is kind of awesome to watch, but mine would probably have to be Cowman 711 for the name, for one, you know? But for the second reason is because I play tanks in most of the games. I mean, I've played Overwatch, I've played other hero shooters where there's tanks, DPS, and supports. I do play Mei. That's why I love Mei. I love Mei because it's kind of like I'm just going to freeze people. My duo, shout out to my duo out there, Sin Cara. He's the one who's going to kill everyone once I freeze him. And then once they start worrying about him, then that's where I can shine and hit some headshots with the icicles.
The best part about seeing Mei freeze people is this guy yelling, "Where's my super suit?" I'm trying to because Overwatch is very convoluted at times. Like there's a lot going on, so it's like I am not listening to obviously the guys down there. I've got front row access to this, and he's like sitting there and you have corps that are so off the cuff that have nothing to do. It's just references to something you see the hamster ball go through or whatever. And I forget what you said, but I was dying. But and the Incredibles reference and everything else. That's the content that I'm getting over here, and it's stuff I wish we had a behind the scenes camera for because it's been absolutely hilarious.
At the same time, we're breaking the game down perfectly while you're watching too. We're like, oh, that's massive! Look at Frozone go. There's actually a really nice play that happened on the first round of that first map with the Cassidy, where that's just what Northwood does so successfully is they find angles and they get the most out of the littlest things in the game. Like that flashbang from Cassidy to set up the triple Diva bomb, that's something you don't expect because you have to anticipate that Reinhardt has a shatter. So you're holding that shield up. You're trying not to let him get the shatter because if that shatter comes through, your whole team could get hit by a Diva Bomb. But instead, Cassidy takes the high ground. You don't expect the Cassidy to be up there. You know, it's a cowboy, no movement abilities except for like a dodge roll. Gets up there, throws a flashbang behind that shield, stuns like 4 of them, 3 of them die to a Diva Bomb. That's the kind of teamwork and the kind of playmaking that Northwood brings to the table. The most out of the smallest utility.
Thinking about that utility, about those choices as we're going into this game too, as we're sitting on a pause, what do you guys predict for the rest of this game? What do you think that either team needs to do or keep doing in order to come out on top?
So there's actually something that was super interesting that Blue had asked me about Smash that I think applies more here than it does in Smash because of typically how the competitive staging and ruling goes. But when it comes to this, maps, Blue had asked how impactful were they on Smash. In this, it's totally different. It dictates character picks, it dictates strategy, it dictates a lot of things, right? And so here, I think I genuinely am loving the lineup from both teams right now. I think the Doomfist is being a little bit more impactful because of that dive potential. I mean, we saw Lilith bring out the Mei, as you see from right here, a little bit earlier, just to try and force that from. Just try to force a character change, see if they can stop them within the choke point as well. Overall, providing a really, really rough time. Mei, like I said, is a very good situational pick in areas like this because you see there's like plenty of chokes. You can put up her wall. That area on King's Row, especially when you're first pushing out from the cart, is so choke point heavy to where if they can get it past like I believe the first checkpoint, then the map sort of opens up and you have a different sort of slew of opportunities that you can sort of attack from. But from right here, you see that time and time again on Busan, it becomes a little bit more of a difficult fight. It becomes a little bit more of an uphill battle because of how strongly you need to hold those positions. It's very easy to get spawn trapped. And that's something it is that we saw SCAD on the receiving end of beforehand on Busan, was the fact of them being forced back, them being forced away, them sort of stuck in like a really, really rough spot and losing the fight towards mid. That sort of shifts everything towards the perspective of their opponents and makes it so that it's way easier for them to try and keep a hold on them. But I definitely think that the picks here, I don't think we'll see much of a shift. I think the characters that are doing good do the things that they do best, which is healing, keeping everybody alive, sustainability, and keeping people aggressive.
Yeah, I think if SCAD just plays well a little bit better on Ilios, they could have won that map, to be completely honest. They played very well the second round too. Like the Mei was massive because of the walls and the freezing. I mean, the wall play inside of there as well was just beautiful. Also that hook from Roadhog on Well, great play with the Tracer and the Roadhog. That's one thing that when you go into like a ranked game or you watch some collegiate level Overwatch.
How dare you?
How dare you? I'm amped up. I'm ready to go for Rocket League.
He's just trying to throw some shots while he can. Come on.
So some of the play that you don't really see, you do see it in the pro level, is kind of that off tank and DPS working together in the off lane. It's not something you see as much in Overwatch or talk about as much because it's not as prevalent. You usually see those 6v6 battles, everyone's going straight on at each other. But when you have a Roadhog and a Tracer kind of working as a duo together, that Roadhog, he can sustain his own life. He's got the heal ability. He's got a good hook mechanic, and also he can do a lot of damage. He's more of a damage tank, can't shield anyone, right? So you pair that with a Tracer, and then they go off in that off lane and they're working together. All they're doing is making space, and when they can make that space and get rid of that Reaper, who's the tank buster for the other team, Roadhog can stay alive and cause even more havoc with Tracer because Tracer's just bouncing all around. And then they have the Echo in the sky, so Cassie's kind of got a job where they got to flash or stun that Tracer and also take care of the person in the sky because they're the only hit scan. The Doomfist was doing a lot of good work, but still, you can't leave it all up to Cassidy. So if SCAD can find ways to deal with that off lane we're on King's Row, which is a very short push. So if they can get the snowball effect going while they're on attack and get that payload to that checkpoint very quickly, it gets very hard for the defense. Even though they have spawn advantage on that side, it gets very hard for them to hold that, especially if high ground gets taken away from them.
Well, I want to talk a little bit more about this game, but since we have some time to chat, let's thank our excellent sponsors who have made this event possible. First, download the app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. With the McDonald's app, you'll get access to exclusive deals.
Fire.
Also, Futures First Gaming exists at the crossroads of esports and education, where they work round the clock to bring STEAM opportunities to Black and brown youth. With programs recently featured in the Washington Post and USA Today, FFG has set their sights on turning Delaware into a mecca for esports. Check out their upcoming Girls Who Game event by scanning the QR code. Now, we've been talking a lot about the game itself, the strategy, what's happening in the games right now.
We've been talking about the game a lot.
I'm including you.
I know where my role is in this.
But here's what we're going to do. We're going to zoom out a little bit because, Lawler, you have tons of experience in esports. You've seen lots of players. You've played lots of games. We also have Fawn, who is recently coming out of the collegiate esports world, right? And all of us together have this kind of history in esports. So I want to talk a little bit about what it's like as a player to be down on the stage mentally, because I think a lot of people don't realize the mental toll this takes, and how difficult it is physically and mentally to stay in the game. A lot of esports pros, you'll see them like adjusting keyboards to a certain angle. Like I think Justin Wong is one that plays with a banana right in front of him. I'm not sure.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, I know. You have your things that you need to do because every single tiny brain cell really matters in situations like this. So let's talk about the players, what they're probably thinking, feeling, and what they need to do in order to stay in the mental place that can win them this game.
Yeah, I think primarily it starts with trying to get into a groove. The difficulty is when you are in an environment that is not home. You are not in your comfy, cozy apartment, bedroom, whatever your lifestyle is. No judgment, you do you. But the ability to get into a norm, a routine, something that you are comfortable with, and being removed from that element with a setup that is not familiar to you. You are now, I mean, getting some advantages because you do have your teammates and stuff next to you, but primarily you are getting used to a different setup in a different environment with a lot more pressure, a lot more things on the line. And now that's being superseded by the fact that there is technical delays.
Right.
So it's like you're trying to get into this groove, and then all of a sudden it's like, all right, we got to take a step back. Sometimes that's actually good, though. All the nerves they had, got to be gone.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah,
you don't think more?
No, at this point, I think you've gotten to have to like hold off so long that now you're just like, okay, we're just waiting for our moment. I think the nervous side of things is.
Do you guys agree? Because I don't know.
I think, yeah, go ahead.
No, well, you can go ahead and go first.
I was going to say, I watch a lot of baseball, and I think DPS players, especially in a game like Overwatch, are the ones that take the biggest hit during these big delays, is because they're like a pitcher, right? If there's a rain delay,
mechanics aren't as warm.
Yeah, like your aim's not as warm, just like a pitcher's arm kind of gets cold. The longer a rain delay goes, the longer the opportunity for that pitcher to keep pitching is not going to happen. But there's no one subbing in for the DPS players down there, so they got to stay warm. I also was never a player at LAN, but I was a coach. I'm undefeated, by the way.
Oh my goodness!
No, not just that one.
Okay, I was about to say. Don't listen to him about this.
Yeah. Coach.
Yeah.
I was a coach
got a
and
banana somewhere,
undefeated. I do have a banana, a little snack. Yeah.
Oh boy.
You know Jay Wong, though. Just saying.
Fawn, did you have something to add?
I definitely would say that a lot of the biggest thing it is that gets killed that is sort of hard to take back as momentum when it comes to technical difficulties, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing that players have to look out for, because trying to regain the momentum you had, especially if unforeseen circumstances, whatever it is that may end up happening, it becomes such a detriment to the mental sometimes, I feel like, because you're trying to reclaim what it was that you possibly worked so hard to get, especially if it's coming down to the wire, right? I definitely think that's something it is that the players have to sort of learn to regain. But once again, I do agree with Lawler to an extent about the mental stack. You feel a little bit easier. I don't necessarily think that you feel like the best, but I definitely do think that you there's some level of jitters that goes down, right?
Yeah.
Your anxiety isn't necessarily there or as prevalent because you've already been in the mix of things, right? So you at least have a gauge for how well it is that you're doing, how well you're performing, and it sort of gives you a time to reflect on that as well, right? It's understand what mistakes and things it is that you could deal with once you're back into the game, once you're back into the saddle. I think that's something that's really, really important. Momentum and definitely mental stack for sure.
Well, hopefully we'll hear from one of these players in an interview soon enough. Before then, just want to say thank you to our sponsors. As you can see, Control, Barbasol, and can you hand me those? Hand me those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, you're going to do the thing?
Oh, a little flash. Okay.
Yeah. All of our sponsors making it possible for us to be here with you today and look really fly.
Fire.
So don't go anywhere. You are also looking fly, and we need to see your faces through the interwebs. So stay tuned. We'll be back with more from CECC. Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup is presented by Microsoft CW. Barbasol. Go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans. New Street. New Street helps you navigate the collectibles markets with confidence. Visit newstreet.com to find out more. McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by the U.S. Air Force. See if you can command the stack in the U.S. Air Force's award-winning augmented reality flight experience mobile game available in the App Store. In partnership with CSMG, transforming traditional sports and esports. Esports U, the flagship of collegiate esports. Skillshot Media, the official broadcasting partner of the CECC. Atlanta Esports Alliance, location host of the CECC 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Esports Foundry, official tournament operator for the CECC.
welcome back indoor. Am I getting shorter or are you getting taller?
I'm not sure, man. All the wackiness had to go somewhere, and I guess it just continues on camera. Look, we got two amazing teams. They're still up and at it. I think I saw Lep taking a nap on the stage there for a little bit. So clearly, making them. Yeah, I don't think of it as a pause. I think of it as a vacation.
Yeah.
Dryad. This is honestly a favor we're doing for the players.
Sometimes you gotta get in that mental state, and taking a little rest, taking a little break is gonna do it. So, whatever works, right?
Absolutely. We're finally back in things. I think we've got ult charge on the board for a couple of these players. I see a Northwood fight win on deck as we approach point C.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more here that they were able to make it, but they're so close to that point C, and it seems like no one else is able to get close those timings as well, missing a little bit with that defense. You have to adapt, you have to play back, and just building those ultimates again is going to be the win condition, but Season, it's so close to getting that shatter. There it is.
And that can end a fight in its own right. Seasons is a very, very scary man when you put a shatter in his hand. It's just a matter of when you lay it down. It's so tempting. Skiz knows. Skiz doesn't want to be on the receiving end, but his backline will be! Down goes 2 players, and that's just the opening they need, forcing out the Immortality field, but Dynasty's caught out. Seasons overextends. It's not enough to win the fight despite their best efforts.
And it's going to be a defensive setup there that had to work from beginning to end. It got a little messy towards the beginning, but the cleanup just happened to be so much better now. A better opportunity as well for the defense to work with. They have the Blizzard. We saw the analysts that they were talking about Lilith, about what she's able to do with this Blizzard. A little bit more space. That is exactly what the defense is looking for, especially because it's only 1 minute and a shatter already on the way.
Oh, you remember how I was talking about not giving Northwood too much respect? That's exactly what I mean. A flank shatter from a Skiz just gives Gamitra the beans.
And that was that Blizzard use, that ultimate use, but now you still have Jackins, you still have Amplification, and those 2 ultimates are amazing at creating that space that is going to be necessary, potentially with that last fight territory. This less than 40 seconds remaining, and a Blizzard and a counter boat is the best hope that this side of Northwood has.
Yeah, I don't see too many counters to it, to be fair. There's no sound barrier, there's nothing to get it through. They'll try a zoning dragon, but that's not going to work. It does force out an Immortality field at least, but back into the welcoming arms of Blizzard they go, and nice little seismic slam to make sure that they get in on that one. Dynasty easily connects that punch as well. Just the Diva remains now as the card progresses towards victory.
And it's going to be more and more kills that Dynasty is able to get going right to the spawn because they know the time is running out, less than 10 seconds. This is going to the overtime, and it wouldn't be a King's Row without this overtime coming up.
Oh my god, wait, Boat's got a Bastion swap. Boat's got a Bastion swap. This is scary, but so is this Implication Matrix. When you have to sit on cart, you have to tank this. This is not what you want to be playing into. Alone's run out of Bastion as well. It's robotic warfare, and both teams give it to each other. It's Boat, however, who ends up as a bucket of bolts on the ground, and Alone remains victorious at the top of the mountain.
And I can't believe they made it work out at the end. Self-destruct, putting that Bastion into such an uncomfortable position. We saw him trying to run away, not really working out. And with that, a defense that made it pretty good towards the end. 2 points that we saw, pretty much 3, but that overtime, that running out of time as well, didn't really play in the hands of Northwood. They still can make it. But we got to see how the momentum is feeling, right? We talk about the break, we talk about how much it can benefit players, but it can also play against them.
I think you're feeling pretty good. You swap sides here. This is, I mean, look, we played a lot of maps. None of them have necessarily been particularly great double shield maps as far as we're concerned. King's defense, I think, is kind of one of the first opportunities where we get to see double shield be a real option for Northwood. Whether or not they bring it out is still, of course, in question. But we're starting to see SCAD break out some really impressive team play. I got to give my hat off to Cognos. He brought up the bomb that ended up taking down Boat's very fearsome Bastion in that small room, but it was all because Cognos was able to boot up into it and really make that team play happen. Right. Understanding what it takes in order to win these kind of fights. Albeit, I do think there was a small misplay from Northwood and how they tried to approach that fight. They tried to play aggressive with Seasons and Dynasty pushing in towards the spawn, not really preparing for the bomb, right? Because you need your runner with the team to protect the rest of them from that. And now as we swap over sides, we're starting to get it. It's not double shield, but Cowman's Diva paired with an Orisa is still just as scary.
It's pretty good, and it's going to work out in a way that is one of my favorite compositions to watch as well, because we don't get to see it very often, that Orisa and the Diva playing together, but it can be so nice the way that they can play together. That Diva is going to have a very difficult job, but if there's an option that can do the job, it's going to be Cowman, as the doors are going to open, and it's going to be another opportunity now here for SCAD. Let's see how far they can make it.
They're going to show us a little bit of swap. Yeah,
they're changing.
I think it's to try and either match or bring up a different composition. Orisa Diva is something that was super popular in Chinese and Korean contenders for a good amount of time. North American and EU teams haven't played it as prominently, but it has been popped around here and there. Like you said, with Cowman on Diva, you really can't go wrong. They're going to swap over to a 6-man to counter, though. Try and run in with that Sombra and the Tracer and find a correct dive target. Hanzo already taking a good bit of damage, but will be kept alive for just a moment. That is long enough to take down Lilith. It's 2 trade out for 1, but Yamicha's got a fantastic position here up on the high ground and takes down Skids. That's a dirty, nasty fight that no one's really clearly winning, but one team does, of course, have spawn advantage.
And that is going to be a little bit more of this attacking side, ready to take the fight one by one, taking down the targets and making that space possible for even more time, right? This is something that was playing against Northwood from the beginning, but now on the side of SCAD on the attacking side, they have a better chance. They're going to have a really good control of Street phase. They're going to be holding back just for a little bit, but this Winston and the control in the corner and Street phase might be where the difficulty comes in. Yeah, they're going to be changing it. I do like this. Again, that corner, it has to be controlled by Reinhardt. I can't see anyone else doing it.
All kinds of here for it. The 6-man swap was obviously a really fantastic counter to the Orisa Diva, but now it's all about Reinhardt who can break this a little bit easier. I am looking at a couple of big ultimates to do that. The Coalescence, of course, will be the first one up on the board. That allows them to close that gap in. And of course, Dynasty duplicating. There's 3 Reinhardts on the field, which means a whole lot of shattering to be done. Dynasty finally gets it up and lays down the law, but a beautiful block is going to keep Skiz in the fight. And of course, with them, the rest of SCAD.
It is a good duplicate, right? But the timing there a little bit messy to make anything else work out. And it's just, you can see the side of SCAD, they're locked in, they're ready for this fight. They're taking more space, they're taking more control as much as they can, if anything. And having a Moira as well, being able to build that coalescence over and over again, is just building and setting up this team for success.
Yeah, we're seeing SCAD use those ultimates as well more effectively this time, though, coming out of the gates. It's going to be Northwood trying to open things up. The bomb to counter an Immortality Field, stop that. It's almost pooped away from, but a flank that could be dangerous, and of course, Alone makes it so. Down goes Dynasty.
One of my favorite things about this composition too, right, that you can bait that Immortality to be used in so many ways, right? We see that self-destruct that forces it, and on the other side, who's flanking, you know what, is going to be that Cassidy being able to get that kill, that Shatter as well is going to help, and with that, it's going to be even more time that SCAD has, more space as well that they're able to take, and more ultimate percentage for the next fight. They have everything in their hands, and the map belongs to them.
Dude, let's be real. SCAD are cooking with gas. This time bank is scary. It is large, and if they can't stop them at this point, Northwood are in a bit of a pickle. Playing on the backside of the choke, though, using Deadeye to zone. It kind of counters the Blizzard, but a great defense matrix actually keeps Lilith in the fight. Shoutouts Donnie for winning this one, practically hands it down on their own.
And it's a coalescence as well that we see a little bit towards the end. It should be fine. Again, that point is going deep along for the side of SCAD. They're going to continue being in the hands and being a little bit behind this Reinhardt that is helping them out so much, but it's a composition that is fast and is working way better than what Mitra is doing. It's got to be Immortality. It's going to be amplification to try to change the pace into this one.
Dude, it's got to be perfect. You got 4 minutes and 30 seconds on this.
So much.
You are staring down the barrel of the beast right about now. You can't really take much more than that. And oh no, gets a little bit risky. An attempt to dive in the back line. Uh-oh, this bomb's fallen. Do they block it? Absolutely. Clean play from Northwood to keep the remainder of their team players alive. Dynasty diving in the back line. Will catch Kabi, Moss, and Alone. This Doomfist came to play.
And they make it happen, right? But
wow, I say that, and then they put that. They spec it for that. That's unfortunate.
Just make it for a little bit longer, but at the same time, right, you can't lose a single fight here. It's just a massive risk to take. So it's got to be, like I said, playing perfectly, and that means trying to take as much space as you can. The problem is the protection on this map itself in this part, it isn't much. You're just relying on that Reinhardt, and if that Reinhardt shield goes down, everyone has to play back.
Well, you got to play back for now as well. Deadeye is obviously respected by either team here. No one's going to take it on a mech. It's just a little bit of time off the clock. Seasons with the Shatter, and now Alone with the Deadeye being the big tool as the Shatter connects. The Reinhardt's down. Seasons gets frozen, though. So this is a bit of an awkward situation. Now the wall is going to put him in a corner between a rock and a very, very painful coalescence play. Skiz punishes on top of that, and now it's looking like the map is good and done for unless Cowman can make a miracle happen.
And that is when you take opportunities like this one in the hands of SCAD to take away that map. But we know the staggers are coming one by one. No wrecking ball. It's still that Reinhardt. So the time to get there's a little bit harder. But Samir should be making it easier.
I mean, the Samir's a good engage tool. The Immortality Field has to be perfect. And it kind of is. It doesn't keep Seasons up, though. Donnie's bomb in the backline as well. Take down left. The sustain now is all up to Yamitra if they want to save this. As support has got to clutch up. Seasons swapping over the ball. We start to see the stagger picks come in. And Boat's got the big bad. A Deadeye to put through the shield of Skiz, and down goes the main tank, Northwood, now so much more likely to hold on.
She is so low, getting taken down at the end, turning around for a single second, but that was enough to get away with his life. Now, last opportunities here, but still a lot of time remaining, and this is when the Coalescence steps in. The Coalescence to initiate the fight, giving a little bit more momentum for this team, and then relying on just to be able to land that chatter properly.
I mean, that Coalescence is going to enable them to get so many more ultimates off the back, but this is dangerous for Northwood. They've got to find a big pick. Dynasty swapped over to Bastion. They're trying every trick in the book right now, but the book has been read 1,000 times by SCAD, and they know every word. Yamitra up on the high ground can try and frag as they may, but this point was destined to be for SCAD.
And that chatter as well to close it out is going to be the map going in the hands of SCAD. And there were so many things going in the way after a long pause, but they're able to come back. They're able to step exactly how they wanted to, and they're able to get with this King's Row. So I love to see it, right? I love to see the momentum that they have going on. But now is going to be the map chosen by this side of Northwood. And now it seems like it's going to be one of those maps that is not going to enable you to play that Mei, to play a little bit of that Reinhardt, to play those compositions that we've seen that SCAD is so good at.
Dude, I don't think Northwood was ready to pick maps. I'm not sure they've even thought about which one they thought they were just going to 2-0. They thought they were just going to come here and clean up. They thought they were going to be playing against Bay State, but SCAD has surprised us, and especially Northwood, time and time again.
And they are trying to continue to do it, right? It wouldn't be, wouldn't it be better to see a closed map, she close it out, closed map as well? That is the possibility that these teams are bringing to the table. And again, just knowing that SCAD has the momentum going, has the opportunity, and got the pause in a way that was, at the end of the day, benefiting them the most.
Yeah, I mean, look, benefit them the most is one way to put it. I like to think that they just smoked them on the attack. Plain and simple, that was a speed run of King's Row in virtually every sense of the word. They made very quick work of Northwood. I think Northwood have got to be smart about what map they take this to. I'm looking at the options. We're at a hybrid. I believe we're moving on over to Escort or 2CP, either of which do have pretty viable double shield options. If you're playing Escort, the likes of Route 66 come to mind. If you're playing Assault, literally anything comes to mind for playing double shield. There's a lot of opportunity here in the map picks to make it very uncomfortable.
And this is really a concern that I have for SCAD, right? Because pretty much everything that we've seen from them has been this composition, the one that's giving them success so far, right? So now, once Lilith is forced out of this Mei, once they're forced out of this main tank as well, out of this Reinhardt, then what else can they bring to the table? We saw Winston for a little bit at the beginning, but it was a strategy as well that was playing just for that fight to then swap and to bring something new after. So I want to see what they have prepared. I want to see what map as well we're going into. I feel like there's so many possibilities, but as long as you're able to make SCAD a little bit uncomfortable, it's a perfect opportunity for Northwood to just get everything back and just get that energy that they really need right now.
Yeah, there's really two sides to the SCAD coin, right? The Winston composition that you brought up earlier really did just kind of feel like a counter composition, though it was well played to their credit and a great job of swapping off of it. That was something we criticized from SCAD earlier on, was when they were swapping their compositions, understanding when it was kind of okay to do that, when you're throwing away the ultimate economy, and when you can kind of get away with it a little bit more. There, they understood their position, they understood they won the last fight cleanly, so the opposing side's not going to have that much in the way of ultimate charge to really bully you with after that. Go back, make the swaps, and then just steamroll with the Reinhardt, to be completely honest.
And I do like this map is going to be a Route 66 next.
That's great. Who predicted that? Who could have called that? Man, they should cast or something. But
maybe
one day. But like I said, there's a pretty clear reason why they're picking this map. Double shield on defense and attack can be played. I do think it leaves the door open here. SCAD showed us that Winston composition earlier. When you go here, 6-man works perfectly fine. As well, if you have it in your back pocket, not too often played by North American teams, but double bubble is a fantastic composition on this map should you want to break, especially double shield.
I do really love the double bubble, but I don't know if we're going to be seeing it, right? I feel like the possibilities are not many, and this is a team for this out of SCAD that has been preparing different compositions for every single team. This is something that we talked about earlier, but again, it's just worth mentioning because you have to prepare for anything. That also means that you know exactly what composition you're going to be playing best and when is going to be the time to change. So that is a possibility that we see from them, and I like this Widow has a potential to get the picks, but if not, it's gonna be a swap.
Yeah, Alone takes pot shot, and I mean, maybe stays. It's a suspiciously long amount of time this Widow has been hovering. But there we go. Yeah, Tracer swap, no question. And you know, we are going to see kind of remnants of Double Bubble. And a concept that kind of originated with it, but is still being played with virtually every dive composition now, is building that nano boost. Skid's job is to take a bunch of damage, allow Snappy to build up nano boost, and then that's what they're going to use to take the real fight, to engage on that double shield. So it will be a little bit before we see a proper engagement out of SCAD, but they will be taking some poke damage.
And Alone, once again, switching from a Tracer now to the Echo, which seems like he's going to try to stay, but could be working a little bit better. And it is first pick already going his way. Definitely made the right choice at the end of the day, and that is all that matters. Gives him a little bit more control to work with and forces the defense even back.
I mean, that's just a gift, if nothing else. Dynasty will trade it back, which you're really happy about, because they were really wanting to save for that nano, and finding that pick early made it even easier to do so now, though, making it a little bit more difficult. Northwood have come in, and they've got all the space in the world. Kagmas gets a res onto Lilith, but that only evens the numbers for a little bit of time. Yumitra and Bodu showing up to clean the rest of this fight up and send them right back to spawn.
And they make it happen fast here. Finally, the payload moving back a little bit. And I want to take a look at Lilith here, 50% to get that EMP. Once that EMP is available, we know that's going to be the win condition for this team. The question is, how long is it going to take, and how much can you enable this Winston with the nano that's about to be ready in the meantime?
I mean, you can get some work done. It's caught on Skiz, but Skiz is quite the prolific Winston. Is known for getting a lot done in these circumstances when it matters most. There's just not much follow-up, unfortunately. So what they're trying to do is pull some cooldowns initially, but not even the initial dive is particularly successful. Skiz gets on, but it's only the tanks. He's got to use his primal rage. This doesn't feel particularly great. Even the Ashe is able to be rezzed up. You didn't knock them off the high ground. Not much was done, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. The Skiz just kind of flails around wildly and Lep cleans up alone.
It's also such an open area to work with, that being able to do that work properly, using that ult, using as well that primal rage is not going to be as effective. So now an ultimate unfortunately doesn't get as much value for Northwood, or well for the side of SCAD, but still has the potential to do more. Again, EMP about to be ready, but in the meantime, this is something that the diva for Kalman has to be predicting and is going to be looking for.
Oh yeah, I mean, with 5 ultimates up.
Yeah, look at him.
This is scary. One of the big ones I do want to draw attention to that we haven't seen yet, Boats Bob. I was VOD reviewing this team about, a few days ago, and watching their play. Both Bobs are really creative. He loves to use them to peel for the team, to combo with the Orisa halts, and use them in all sorts of really aggressive and proactive ways that other teams aren't really expecting. You saw there, he used it to peel the Winston off of him, which results in the Winston not getting the kill, being forced back, and now Northwood winning a fight.
It's just putting over and over again this team in such an uncomfortable position to work with, that there's no space, no control that they've been able to get from the ultimate that they've gotten so far. But now hoping to change things around. Like I said, EMP finally ready, waiting for them. It's going to be a full reset if they want to make this one work out.
Hey, I'm not seeing anything to counter it either, right? There's no amount of sound barrier.
It's just a deal looking for it, but I mean...
Yumitra's got to hide and pray is pretty much the name of the game here. Pray that you don't get hit by this EMP and pop an immortality field from downtown to save the rest of your team.
And that is why we see everyone kind of playing a little bit far back, a little bit in different positions as well, to make sure that the EMP is not going to hit everyone. But you got the tanks, you pretty much get that win condition, but it's got to be now, right? Only 20 seconds remaining here.
Oh yeah, you see how far away the Baptiste is from the rest of the team. Oh, but the Winston point, oh, it got canceled! Oh my lord, Lep with reaction time out the wazoo! Shuts down the play from Lilith, and now it's Northwood's fight to lose. They still have the high ground, they've got everything they want. Season's fighting down the side lane, all spurred on by a tiny Swedish Brigitte, and my god, is she fierce.
That is such a tragedy to happen right at the end. The one potential here, still trying to put up a fight on this side of SCAD, but it seems like it's been done. It's over. Kalman still having that self-destruct to use at the end. We'll be putting it on top of the payload. We'll make sure that everything slows down at the end, and not even 1 point is SCAD going to be able to get here.
Nah. That's just that. Two
really.
words. Support gap. That's it. The only I know there were like 3 more minutes of play in that, but oh my god, Lep was just ready for it.
We mentioned, right, there's no proper counter here to work with, but I mean, taking into account that Lep is in the game, there's always going to be that possibility. They shot down an EMP that already took so long to build, right? It was pretty much 3 minutes waiting for this EMP to take place. Finally ready, immediately stun, cancel, and the Sombra down. Just put this team team, this attacking team, in such an uncomfortable position. They can't recover. They don't have enough time. They can't make another fight happen. And it's just even more. This is exactly what Northwood was waiting for. It's so good.
That was just gross.
It's so good.
Mean. Can I know we're on a land, but it's still collegiate. Can I report for cyberbullying? Because I think I may have found an instance.
It just, no, that's brutal. And that also has to shut down the mental of players too, right? When you've been waiting for so long, it's the last opportunity, and then it just fades away right in front of your eyes. Such an unfortunate situation, but now, I mean, it's gotta be SCAD trying to find another answer here, and it's gotta be playing really close, which is something that they're trying to do.
I mean, they're gonna attempt the close hold here. I thought they were gonna bring the hog out, but you'll see both immediately gonna Sonic this. They've seen this play before. They've been in this position before. Yeah, there it is. Everyone's spotted. Halt's out, and the jig is up. Now it's up to Northwood to break it. Dynasty immediately swaps to a far. Oh man, they've been red like a book. There's no counter to this. Alone doesn't have good enough sight lines over this train. They're gonna be pushed back, and look at them scramble, running around like chickens with their heads cut off. There's just not much to hide behind here, if we're being completely honest. Boat and Dynasty just get a shooting range now that Alone is gone. This thing is over.
And Alone was the only one that could take down that bar, and now that's not even a possibility, so it seems like it's just a matter of time. It's more space.
Can't lose anymore.
Yeah, it's more space that is going to be controlled, and you don't even have to make it too far.
I mean, they took down the DPS, which is going to delay the cart a little bit longer here, so the job has been accomplished. They have netted themselves one more fight, one more attempt to stop this thing.
But it's going to be so difficult, right? No ultimates available coming up. Just hoping to get a pick early on. And it seems like when we talk about picks, the ones that are constantly getting it early on is Northwood. On the side of SCAD, it seems like those ultimates are the win condition that they need right now, and they can't even have.
Oh, and Calman's position is so perfect. You can just build Gravitic Flux on the top of this building and then play for that here in a second. You can see, they don't care about the cart. They care about getting one pick with this fuck, and they've picked their target. Skiz is in the air, and Skiz is hitting the ground. The laws of physics do remain true in Overwatch, but so does the law of Donnie, who takes down Dynasty in relatively quick fashion, thus getting a foot in the door, and a big enough one for SCAD to keep it close.
And there's a couple of trades as well that still try to take place here, but finally having to back up and finally trying to get some space to control. It seems like the side of SCAD, they're able to do it. They have a Shatter to work with next. Still 2 minutes, and again, it's a barrage coming up. It's Dragons, everything that is going to create the space that the side of Northwood is looking for.
I mean, let's put it this way. You just got to hit a fat combo. That's kind of all there is to it. They have a great position to do so as they're going to play forward for it and try and aggress onto this high ground. They've got the bomb, they've got the Shatter, but can they stop the barrage? Yeah, no problem. That's effectively a suicide Q button these times. Season easily blocks the bomb, though. No Shatters there to follow up. 3 more ultimates remain now for the likes of SCAD. Is yet now, Northwood have held on to everything.
And I want to see that rally coming up first. Then a little bit of that combination as well with the Dragons. Just create a little bit of chaos, which is when Northwood shines most.
The Shatter's an attempt. The Dragon's going to force him into an uncomfortable situation. Skiz just can't interact with much here, to be completely honest. The Reinhardt kept it arms length, kept it bait, doesn't even get the opportunity to Shatter. And now this is it. Northwood have smelled blood in the water, and it's time to pounce. Taking down 1, 2, 3. They all will go as the yellow box of victory nears ever closer. Northwood knocks SCAD right back down to the lower bracket.
This time, no one else, it seems like, can get close enough. Last opportunity, yes, for the Moria to make it happen. Trying to get stunned, but again, the opportunities are fading away for this side of SCAD. It's all about Northwood. It's all about left at the end. We see it at the beginning, we see it at the end, and it's going to close this map for this team.
Phenomenal play. And look, we said it might come down to the map picks, and it absolutely did. We saw a great one out of SCAD, but then we saw that favor absolutely returned there by Northwood. Yeah. Great map pick to take things on to Route 66. I mean, I brought it up earlier on. It's just kind of a perfect tool for being able to take down SCAD and force them into uncomfortable situations. Yeah. And then you just left gap them at the end, and it's all over.
You just, again, like you said, you put them in an uncomfortable positioning. They can't get out of it. They lose all of their chances, and it even feels like that mental. After what we saw after that EMP getting canceled, it just wasn't the same to stay alive. I mean, you can't even lose a single fight that we saw towards the end. It was 2 fights. They had to be perfect, and they had to happen over and over again for SCAD to stand a chance in this map, and that was not the story that we got to see.
Yeah, SCAD's down, but they're certainly not out. There's a lower bracket floating around, and then go down there, swim with the fishes, because I know there are some piranhas down there looking to eat them up. These two teams played a great game, but SCAD has got a lot more ahead of them.
is a team that has so much potential in it, and we got to see, I feel like, in Kings Row, right? When we got to see them again, they were having a little bit of momentum, they were having a little bit of variety as well, which was nice, and is bringing a team that people maybe are considering a dark horse that has the potential, that already showed the potential, but is what they can do in the lower bracket now.
Yeah, Northwood instead now gets to head to the upper bracket. The next match, Harrisburg versus ISU, arguably the single biggest one that we have had yet. A certifiable Dryad banger. You guys heard it here first. But we can get these wonderful, wonderful U.S. Air Force replays. Take a look at how this one came down. Fantastic peel from the team. We mentioned how little this Nano Monkey actually got done, and that's all thanks to Northwood's fantastic peel and some creative use of Bob from boats as well later on.
Right. Now
getting into the mix, once Mortaltons came on, you can see the EMP get canceled in the back as little. You brought up the mental aspect of getting your EMP canceled after 4 minutes. Dude, it hurts. It feels bad. We look ridiculous, but that's the only reaction to this kind of thing.
It's just, it's insanely frustrating to see something like this happens. But, you know, sometimes you just have to go to these hard losses to see how the team is able to recover, which is, again, what we're hoping to see for this team in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and you know what? Down to the lower bracket they go. We've talked enough. It's time to send things over to the desk so you guys can look at Fawn cry over SCAD going down.
And go desk.
Are you crying, Fawn?
Yes, but that's crazy that he specifically named. I'm like, okay, like, look, I understand that I was like the number one person in their corner, but come on, man, the name drop of anything. Listen, I am crying, but it's okay. They'll be completely fine. They are in the losers bracket, so there's nothing it is they have to worry about too much. It's going to be a bit of a trek, a bit of a climb, but once again, losers bracket stories are where like all the magic happens.
Speaking of a climb, is trying to get taller or shorter? I don't know at this point.
Oh, I have no idea. That is a good point. I have no idea.
I want the predictions of how much the height differential will increase between those two by the end. Hopefully they don't let us down. Let's talk about the match though. Tears aside, emotions are great.
Right, of course.
It's good, healthy to express them. As we were getting toward the end of that last round, you were saying if SCAD holds here, they win.
Yes.
What was that about?
So typically towards the latter half of that fight, as you saw on Route 66, you see like towards the end of that fight that it doesn't necessarily go the way of their opponents. Instead, like as they're pushing, they sort of get team wiped. And the biggest thing there is that like I was expecting the cart to roll in, but they do end up getting a clutch kill. I don't remember who it was, but it actually builds up their ultimate economy. And when that happens, then you have to be a little bit more cautious because we saw Reinhardt like in the miss on seasons, like just sort of holding, waiting for the shatter, waiting for the right moment, right? Not burning it a little bit too early, especially when I was yelling to burn it. So that's important, you know, having that presence of mind to be able to do that.
Hindsight's amazing.
Right, exactly. Absolutely perfect to be able to do that. So I'm during that hold is definitely like the biggest thing about that, right? Because if they do actually manage to lock them down, if they sort of just keep them towards their spawn area, it's going to be a lot harder for them to try and play retake, especially when they know the ultimate economy on the other side. You may not be able to see what their ult charge is, but you have an idea for when they may have it. It's like it's been a while, he hasn't really used it, he hasn't popped it. We should probably be a little bit more careful. He probably has it, especially when you tell how somebody's playing. You know when somebody has an ultimate as opposed to when they don't.
Well, we have the opportunity to hear it from the players themselves. We have Polly on the floor with players from Northwood. Polly, what you got?
Thank you so much, Anna, and welcome to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am down on the floor with Lep from Northwood University. You guys just clutched it out. You advanced 2-1 there over SCAD, which was an amazing competition. Tell us how you're feeling right now after that big-time win.
Feeling very fatigued. I got to start preparing to go into the next match. I can't be more happy for my team, though. At the end of the day, we pulled it through.
What started clicking? Because you lost one map there. You came back, you had the 2-1. But what started clicking? What was off in the beginning that kind of led to your success?
It's really just taking a step back and realizing and recognizing what they're doing and then learning to counter it. And then once I told the team the solution, then we were fine.
Cracked the code, took advantage. So you said you were tired and you were getting something to eat. What are you going to get to eat?
I'm going to go eat some Cajun food.
Woohoo! Cajun food for the man that's on fire. This is Leb. Congratulations, Northwood. They're going to advance at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Over back to you guys.
Wow, very fatigued. I'm not surprised to hear that, but how do you think that's going to affect Northwood going forward? It makes sense.
It's so the biggest thing about any sort of competitive environment is the game is like you don't choose when you get to take your breaks a lot of the time, right? So feeling that fatigue when you run out of steam, when that stuff happens, you sort of have to reach in the reserve. Right? You got to have like the anime power up moment, right? Where it's like, I believe in my friends, you know, just like I believe in my friends, I can believe in my team. Like I'm going to come through and I'm going to be able to win this, right? So it's going to take a lot of that sort of perspective because once again, this is a mental stack. These games go on for a while, especially when you include like whatever may end up happening, like outside of the game. Like it really becomes a big sort of weight on the players when you have to like, okay, I'm coming off, I'm coming back, I'm coming off, I'm coming back on, and like I'm just trying to fight. And especially when it goes to game 3, it really does start to weigh on people. So that fatigue really has to be like picked up like a lot. It sucks, but like that's how you have to sort of play it.
Right. It's a good reminder. Nothing is over for anyone at this point. SCAD goes down to the lower bracket. They're going to continue playing. They're going to play whoever doesn't succeed in our next match, which is Illinois State University versus Harrisburg University. We heard your predictions earlier. Felt like you favored Harrisburg.
Yeah. Yes, very well thought out, well researched prediction for me.
Yeah.
100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But thinking that perhaps we will see SCAD go on to play Illinois State.
Yes.
What do you think they're going to need to do to kind of rally and get themselves back to the championship?
To be honest, there was a couple times where I feel like the fights that were sort of picked may not have been the best opportunities. There were a couple picks that ended up happening as well. It just sort of like, they had done a good job of making sure that they had at least stayed grounded towards the tail end of a lot of those fights, making sure they were able to clutch up, right? But it's more so the fact that like there were a lot of fights that I saw that like when their opponents were fighting them, like that they sort of just kept snowballing that, right? There were times where like a couple people had ended up getting picked, like a couple people had ended up getting picked on SCAD's side, and it just sort of started spiraling out of control, and then they have to have like that moment of like, wait, we need to ground ourselves, we have to hold on, like it's okay if they get this point, we have to pretty much play for the next one, right? And so that's something it is that I feel like has to be like cleaned up a little bit, because I felt like I was seeing that a lot throughout a lot of those matches, and so once again, like I feel like a more cohesiveness would be pretty good.
Well, out of curiosity, and I'm going to go not with you because your bias is.
Go ahead.
Blue, from you, obviously you had some contradictions, I guess, in the analysis on it because of the team composition. In the later half, obviously they took a map back, and then in that last one, it was pretty close. So from your perspective, like, is team composition going to be an issue, or is it going to just continue to be, for SCAD in particular in that lower bracket, like they were pretty close to tying that up and actually closing it out. So
at the end of the day, I think it was just experience. Like, okay, so to give you like the actual picture that I'm going to paint for you, here's the roster for Northwood, right? You got Seasons, plays in Contenders with Solaris. You have Cowman, plays in Contenders with Solaris. That's 2 players on the same collegiate team that have experience in Contenders on the same team together. And then you have Dynasty, who plays for the Uprising Academy in Contenders, which is like a straight path to the pros. And then you have Yimitra, who plays on Contenders with Drifters, which is a top 8 team. And then you have Boat, who plays on the Contenders team Drifters. So another duo that has collegiate and Contenders experience together with someone else on their team. And then the last player, Lep, who we heard talk, plays on a Contenders team named Revival. Who plays on a Contenders team for SCAD? The answer is no one. So they went up against 5 or 6 players that play at the second highest level of Overwatch in the world. And they took them to a map 3, and they almost pretty much full held them after they were almost pretty much full held on Route 66, right? So the best thing that happened for Harrisburg and Illinois State is that SCAD made that a very long match, right? They're fatigued. You heard it from Lep. He's going to get some Cajun food. And if Harrisburg and Illinois State...
Oh, I didn't forget. There's no way.
If Harrisburg and Illinois State go too long, or they go too short, that's a quick match. If it's 2-0, and there's no technical delays as much as there was, or at all, like there was in the first matchup, he better hope he comes out with the Ragin' Cajun food, because they will still be fatigued, and they might not look like a #1 seed, because fatigue is a real thing. And also another real thing is performing at LAN, which we just saw from SCAD. Right. Nobody coming into this was like, oh, SCAD's looking dangerous, you know? They're the #5 seed. There was a little bit of disrespect on all the teams below #4 in pretty much all 4 of the titles here. But like we've all said, the LANimals come out on LAN, and that's what happened. SCAD proved themselves. So I think it's not based on the compositions going into that loser's bracket. No matter if they face Harrisburg or Illinois State, they feel like they have a good chance, and I feel like they have a good chance because they put up a fight.
Who wants it more?
Exactly.
It's a long day. Who wants it more? I love that.
I'm glad you also brought up the path to pro, because whether your school is looking to start a new esports program, increase support for a current program, or take it to the next level, Microsoft and CDW Education are here to help, from building spaces to program alignment and more. Head over to cdw.com/esports to learn more. And what better time to do that than during a quick break, after which we'll be back with more Overwatch. Stay tuned. The Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup is presented by Microsoft CW. Barbasol. Go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans. New Street. New Street helps you navigate the collectibles markets with confidence. Visit newstreet.com to find out more. McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by the U.S. Air Force. See if you can command the stack in the U.S. Air Force's award-winning augmented reality flight experience mobile game, available in the App Store. In partnership with CSMG, transforming traditional sports and esports. Esports U, the flagship of Collegiate Esports. Skillshot Media, the official broadcasting partner of the CECC. Atlanta Esports Alliance, location host of the CECC 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Esports Foundry, official tournament operator for the CECC.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now, with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
Do they always have to go bigger?
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream, so I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard.
Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now.
So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
Welcome back to CECC 2022. We are in the midst of some tense Overwatch competition. We're about to go into a new match, and we get to hear from our players, both from Illinois State and Harrisburg. From Jackie down on the floor. Hi, Jackie.
Hey, Anna, that's right. I am with Elk and Gig. Really excited about this matchup. So, Elk, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. So far, the tournament's been a lot of fun, and we're really excited to get going.
Okay, Gig, how about you?
Very excited, happy that the break is over, and let's get down to business.
Okay, the break, we're erasing that from our minds, but okay, who's winning?
Harrisburg has worked really hard this entire semester. We put up a really good showing at NACE. I wasn't able to play with the team for the Overwatch Collegiate Championship, so I'm really excited to put up a good showing here. I expect us to win, but it should be a good game.
Okay, Gig, how you feeling? You guys taking this one?
If Rupel heals me, no doubt we win, so.
Okay, you are winning the shoe game. I'm really sorry to call you out here, Elk, but what is happening here?
I've just had them for a few years. I wore them to Overwatch League when I was playing, still have them. Just, if I win this event, I'll buy new ones.
Okay, all right. Well, you may be getting some new shoes. We will have to see. Sending it back to the desk.
That was the dirtiest thing y'all could have did. Why would you show their shoes like that?
He hit it with a flex, though. He came back. He hit him with the soft flex. He was like, I haven't changed my shoes since I was in the Overwatch League.
I mean, that's
So there's luck in those shoes.
Yeah, there's a little bit of flex there. We take that.
There's also the pity, like, new shoes for Elk. Hashtag new shoes.
Not the
If
Kickstarter.
that starts trending, I'm going to bed happy.
Let's go. It's like a Sarah McLachlan commercial. So, all right. Anyways, esports, that's what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about Illinois State and Harrisburg facing off. I need to get your guys' predictions. Who wants to go first?
I already gave you mine. You know.
Yeah, he's taking Illinois State.
I'm going that underdog. Illinois.
So I do want to drop some knowledge. I'm glad that the players we got to interview just now were the two that I wanted to talk about, because we talked about some other players on Harrisburg earlier. We talked about Lethal and Tap, the DPS duo. They come from, Contenders and Uprising. But there's also Elk, who is, been in the Overwatch League, has played in Contenders with the Philadelphia Fusions team, and has won 3 consecutive Contenders titles. So those shoes really must be lucky. If they're talking on the bottom, he must be going crazy on the keyboard, because I would change my shoes. But if I win 3 consecutive Contenders titles, that means something important is really happening for this team. And the better part of that is he even mentioned it. Elk said, I wasn't here playing for NACE with the team. You know who they faced in the NACE finals to win it, by the way? It was Illinois State, and they beat them 3-1. So they're going up against the same opponent again in a tournament format. This time it's not for the first place, but it's to get in contention for that first place. But also it's against the same team with one of your best players, right? And then on the other side, you've got Gig, who was the person they were interviewing. And before the show, you said you loved the German guy, Reinhardt. That is the best Reinhardt in collegiate Overwatch. So if you play Reinhardt and you're doing what that guy does, you're doing something right.
Vaughn, what do you think we're going to see in this match? I know your prediction was Harrisburg, right?
Yes.
What do you think we're going to see from them?
I think, so this is like the fight of the number 2 and number 3 seed, right? So I feel like that this is not only going to be a close game, but obviously some of the other picks it is that we had seen earlier throughout the matches, especially with SCAD, is like more so like the Lucio, the Baptiste. We focus a lot on those characters that can really enhance survivability, that can really put the pressure on a lot of those different teams, a lot of those different units. And I think that's what makes it so interesting as well, is seeing how this number 2 and number 3 seeds sort of take and adapt that strategy. That's something it is we talked about all the way at the beginning of the show, is how collegiate leagues are, like it's to be fair, like it isn't looked at like as seriously as something as a pro league, depending on who it is that you ask, right? But you see so much innovation, so much uniqueness out of collegiate leagues, because they'll do stuff that other people are afraid to do, because it breaks sort of like it breaks sort of like the meta and intention.
It's the Stewie 2K smoke running through it, jumping, I'm gonna pop out, and it's like, why is he here? Like, what? Right, guy pops a 4K, and you're like, all right, we lose. So yeah, I love that. I want that confidence, that even overconfidence, or like even some of the cheese strats, like you guys were talking about when they teleported in on defense. I'm like, that doesn't seem right, but sometimes it works. Sometimes you do it. Not everybody can like just Protoss cannon rush, kind of stuff. Like, I need that in my life. Like, if you drone rush me and you win, so be it.
So You're going with Harrisburg?
Yeah, I'm going with Harrisburg.
They did beat SCAD recently in the playoffs. I want you to know that.
They did.
Okay.
That's crazy that you would bring that back up after you told me that
He's
we
doing
were on camera.
the transformative play. He's like, you know what, they beat us, so they're my new favorite. It's carrying the torch. Like,
all right.
gotta do what you gotta do.
You were talking about the cheese plays. I think honestly that's the crux of why I like Collegiate so much, because I don't like knowing exactly what I'm going to see in the match. I like expecting that somebody's going to surprise me. So if I have a favorite, it's whoever is surprising me with something weird. You know? Do you think there's anything weird we'll see out of these teams, or do you think they're going to play pretty standard, knowing that they have this history with Overwatch League and all that?
I think there might be one surprise, like one big surprise that comes out. I don't think we're going to see.
Time to show the Giga Brain. You're a prophet. Call it. Call your shot. What's happening?
Yeah, you are the Steve
out.
Madden
and if you
of
say it loud enough, they might hear you.
Steve Madden. I didn't know I looked this good.
No, sorry, I said Steve Madden. That's hilarious.
Long lost cousin of John.
I like shoes.
I do like shoes, but I like clothes a lot more than shoes.
Yeah, you know, I'm sticking with it.
You can't see my shoes.
You are the Steve Madden, actually. You said you were the John Madden. I'm saying this. Anyway,
call your shot,
Esports,
man.
College.
What are you doing? What's the cheese?
So we're going to see a Sombra at some point, I think, from Harrisburg, and it's going to be the most ridiculous Sombra play that we're going to see all tournament. But I actually am looking forward to seeing Lethal and Tap play, because here's the crazy thing. When you watch them playing contenders together on the same team, they play what they're normally playing. When they play for Harrisburg, I don't know why, but they swap characters. They both play DPS, so they don't swap roles, but like Lethal will play Tracer even though that's Tap's job. So I'm like, what is happening here? So if you start to see them go towards their defaulted
Honestly, maybe
DPS,
that's why they play so well together.
Yeah, it's because
it's like, hey, you're playing the thing that I do and what I cover, and you get an appreciation for it, and now you know how to set me up or help me out because I also have done that thing. Maybe it's that synergy that they're working on.
Yeah, and I like that, because then that's really when a composition shines. We always talk about in other games someone that can flex two different roles, but if you have two players like in Overwatch who can both play the same DPS at the same level, that's really when your composition can shine, because you're not constrained to picking, if we pick Tracer, we got to pick the Tracer, but we also have to pick Cassidy, but Lethal plays both of those, so like, you know, but if you have two people that can do both, the world is yours, and Harrisburg is my pick, so.
So prolific, man.
Wonderful.
We also have SCAD and Northwood watching this match to see who they're going to be facing next. SCAD having gone into the lower bracket. And what do you think they're watching for right now? What are they trying to learn about these teams?
So typically when you look at competitive play, whenever it is that you actually like coach or whatever it may be, VOD review is typically one of the bigger portions of training, one of the bigger portions of coaching, is making sure that you understand that you're able to recognize what mistakes it is that are being made and see if you can capitalize on them. It's something that happens a lot no matter what game it is you look at, whether it's League, whether it's Overwatch, whether it's Smash. You're talking about situations where people will look at these games, they'll go over them, they'll look through, and they'll try and see if they can capitalize or pick out key mistakes, find out if their weaknesses can become their strengths in this specific matchup, right? So that's sort of what you have to do when you're doing that. When you're watching people sort of play on the screen, there's a lot of small, minute things that, you know, the audience may not be able to understand, or even we may not be able to catch. But when you're at that level, when you're playing consistently, you're playing all these games for hours a day, you're going to be able to find those small, minute things that could end up carrying you to victory.
Speaking of review and coaching and things, as an undefeated coach.
Two-time land coach winner, by the way. In two different games. In two different games. Two different titles.
If we're going to come back and I'm going to be wearing two headsets, I'm not going to be here.
No, but honestly, I think SCAD is just ready to go. It doesn't matter who they face, right? Because at this point, they're warmed up. They just went up against a 6-contender roster, the #1 overall seed, the collegiate giant of Overwatch, and they put up arguably the best fight they could. They almost won, right? So now, here's the thing. Their best matchup-wise would probably be against Harrisburg, because they've faced them numerous times before. They know what to expect from this team. They know how to prepare for that team better. The quote-unquote weaker opponent would be Illinois State, because they're the #3 seed compared to Harrisburg being 2. They just went up against the 1 seed and did so well. Harrisburg has beaten Illinois State numerous times in the past big majors that they've had. So either way, I think SCAD's ready to go. Savannah came out. They're not too far away from the venue, and they're just They must have had some good Cajun food because
Home field advantage, man. We got our highs and our lows. We're talking about advantages and stuff. We're talking like terrible shoes versus like Cajun food. Like
they probably get to sleep in their own beds.
The battle of the weirdest placebos I've ever heard of.
Yeah.
The shoe doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, if something works for you, like I've worn these shoes in Overwatch League, you cannot change it.
Yeah.
You don't change anything,
It's like
right?
bowling. Bowling and baseball. They're the two biggest, like, I did this on that day. I ate this before this game, and I hit 3 home runs. You know,
I can't believe this.
I'm gonna be wearing your headset. She's wearing.
Wait, why are you leaving?
Well, it's not even a matter of leaving. It's just the fact that like I can't really believe that they showed them that shoes like that. They were like speaking. Like they were like really just. Like,
they were also getting interviewed. The shoes were getting interviewed.
I can't believe
Are you telling me you don't have anything like that?
No,
that's
no,
like
I-
a good luck charm that's completely gross and worn out?
I definitely have one. You have one?
I do, but it's very weeb and very dorky. It's not necessarily a weave. It's this
they
thing.
both
It's the
pull out
necklace.
necklaces?
Yeah, it's the necklace. Yeah, it's the crucifix.
Mine is one of these is my dog tags, and one is my father's who passed away. So the other one of each is in his casket, and then I wear these ones. So he's always there with me. He's my good luck charm.
Wow, this got deep. Those are both less worn out than the shoes.
Yeah,
so
these don't talk to me. I mean, they do, but it'd be weird if I said it. I'd be weird if I explained it.
All right, well, we were talking about this undefeated coach over here, and that is why you're retiring. So what would you coach the undefeated
Listen,
coach?
I look up to this guy. I want you to know that. I look up to all 3 of you, but this guy used to watch on RLCS, so.
Oh, gosh.
Look, you know, this guy's got kids wanting to take pictures with him.
Honestly, I think in these types of circumstances, when you're a team in these moments, I always tell especially the kids that are out there, like cherish these moments. Esports careers go by so fast. You don't get to really enjoy these circumstances as much as possible. And they get so caught up in the competition and everything else. But like take a step back. Breathe it in. Like really enjoy this because it does go away very quickly. You also talk about like speaking fate into existence. People talk about like, how was it fate and stuff like that. I'm like, why not now? Why can't this be the moment you look back on 5 years from now and be like, yeah, that's where I got my start. That's when I broke in. And if you kind of like embody it and speak it into existence, I think it is making it something that is like mentally in the back of your head that kind of like propels you to that next level. Even if it is something that doesn't like come to fruition, it's enough to be like, I did do that thing. And it's that like core memory you'll unlock for years to come. So I think just enjoy it for what it is because it goes by quick.
We saw in Smash Brothers when we were playing earlier, we saw Sonics saying, yeah, you know, this win was kind of expected. Like, I knew they were going to make it a mistake. Yeah.
Oh,
even though Javi put up a fight.
And I think that that's an example of what you're talking about, of having the right mindset. But I'm curious, I mean, we talk about it like it's easy to just be like, yeah, I've decided I'm going to win.
Never.
But what does that mean? Does that mean you just fake it until it's true? Or does that mean like you really start to believe it? What do you guys think? What would you tell people to gain that mindset?
I think it goes through a checks and balances. It's like, okay, you are the #1 seed. You guys have won 6 out of the last 10 majors. You guys are a team that primarily is known as the #1, and you did that through hard work and determination and everything else. And sometimes you can't do it for yourself, but you do it for your teammates. Like if I build up my teammate, the same thing. Like here, we are a team. We are here in this together in a very long production day, which we appreciate you guys all sticking along with us for all the breaks and everything else. Production back, working really hard. But it's like it's a collective effort. So by me building up my teammate, hopefully that's carrying through and going the other way. Like it is camaraderie at its finest, especially when you've got a roster of 6 people going crazy and all those abilities and flashing. It's a lot. Overwatch is a lot.
Yeah, I definitely would say, like, as a former competitor, like, from my perspective as well, is that, like, sometimes you go into it and you're just anxious, you know? Like, so, like, it doesn't matter, like, what sort of, like, ritual it is that you do. Sometimes you're just like, I'm just worried, right? But then as you play, things sort of melt away.
Well, I hope they do melt away. I hope hearts and minds are prepared. I hope shoes are lucky because it's time to get into this match. Let's play.
Thank you guys so much. It's about time we get back into it. I got to give a huge thank you, of course, for talking about the shoes. And you guys did a wonderful job talking a lot about Harrisburg. But I've got some beef. I just witnessed 3 people talk about Harrisburg and talk about Elf being in Overwatch League. Gig was in the Overwatch League too. Excuse you, this DPS lineup's just as cracked. They were talking about Lethal and Tap. I can't believe they're doing my boys Vision and Echo dirty.
I know.
There's a whole lineup here of just insanity. This match is going to be a banger.
I know, and the one thing that I was thinking about too is Gig, right? This is a player that we got the chance to talk to, and he is ready for this. He said, you know, in other words, a little bit of no more trolling. This is all serious. This is all business for this team, and they're ready to take the win. Yes, they've lost against Harrisburg before, but that's the motivation, right, to make a difference here.
Look, I was just done playing. You mentioned not trolling. Very literally, they played Boise State earlier on. Barely won thanks to a very, very nice punch from Echo. Yeah. But outside of that, I think map 1 of that series, Gig went for a 360 shatter and was like, look, I respect having a little bit of fun, but I think they've realized there's some real competition.
It's a mix, right? It's a mix between having fun and actually, you know, making sure that you're playing your best. And that means getting serious and making sure that the communication is not all clutter, it's not all a mess to work with. So that the team, especially having, you know, 6 players to work with in Overwatch, you gotta make sure that it's clean. You gotta make sure that you're giving your best and you're giving the best performance that you can here, especially in a map like this one.
All right, we're starting things off on Control Center for the most intense match of the day thus far. It is inevitably going to be Reinhardt versus Reinhardt, a little bit of rush either way. The DPS are usually where we see a little bit of shifting coming out from either of these teams. Vision and Echo locking in the McCree, and Lethal and Tap doing the same on the other side. Good rollout for Gig. Now it's about taking space aggressively. Whoever can gain more is going to give their DPS a better position, but the initial mate walls as well are extremely important in these circumstances. Gig knows just how to play around it, as it's been his job for the longest of time. So in the backline actually just gets baptized before any of that even matters. All Gig needs to do now is just hold space, swing at a call every once in a while, and they should be able to ride this one out.
They should be able to make this one work out. He has that first kill. That first Reinhardt kill was not coming from Gig, but he was able to make it up, and he was able to potentially get this percentage starting for the team in the other side, a little bit behind, but trying to catch up. And this is not something that we saw in the last match, right? And it's a map that we didn't get the chance to see, but it's one of those maps that can go back and forth and really highlight the role of this main tank player as they come up and as they get their shatters ready.
Yeah, we get a little swap in from Lethal. As we all know, when you're losing, swap Doomfist seems to work for a lot of these collegiate teams. Oh, catching a face full of wall, unfortunately. Now Vision trying to spot the teammates. Unfortunately, the Vision just isn't there. He'll only get one with that, but the ultimate advantage is enough to see them through.
And that's going to be a clean way to start this off. And everyone, you know, the analyst desk, us, and everyone that has been part of this tournament, they've been talking about Gig, they've been talking about this Reinhardt, probably the best Reinhardt that we have so far, has been doing a pretty good job of proving it. But now, what can the rest of the team do in a way that they're complementing each other? They can use the amplification early on, they can use amplification and a fire strike and see how that turns out for them.
Yeah, amplification matrix are going to get traded here, which is relatively normal here. Lethal getting a little poked out of the back line, but the big thing I'm looking at is how long it takes for Tap to throw this out, because the best zoning tool that they have to counter it is the bomb, but it's just not there in time. They're going to have the sound barrier in response, and it is well timed by Liar. This allows a re-engage now, but now it's Elk's turn. They pop their own sound barrier, get the last slash, and this should be a pretty easy clean.
It should be a cleanup. It takes a couple losses, but it should be enough. I know they're investing on Ultimate Sue. The Blizzard coming up at the end, and it's a team that is committed to take this fight. At the end of the day, 70% and counting.
Hey, you know what? It was supposed to be the end of the fight, but if they're ready to get down and dirty, so be it.
Still going.
Contested 80%. Gig does not care one bit. He's got a shatter in his back pocket. There's not a shield in the way. There's nothing to stop this. It's Akawa versus Gig. Immediately straps it down onto the Doomfist, flattened like a pancake. And the point just barely doesn't tick over the way of Harrisburg. They'll try and keep it contested here, but Gig zoned away now with the help of the Deadeye. Feels the hopes and dreams of Harrisburg slip out of their fingers.
And if there is something that tells you that a team is good and ready for a fight, there's gotta be the action of being able to come up in a fight like this one, being able to get the numbers advantage, and the last opportunity as well, one by one. The side of Harrisburg trying to touch the point, but it's not going to be possible. And again, and like I was saying, teams that they lose a couple members, they're able to still win the fight, especially in control point. It takes a lot of communication. It takes a lot of coordination as well, and this is something that Redbirds, they're already showing us.
Yeah, and let's be real with ourselves. Let's set our expectations to at least a certain point here. Is that's kind of the expected win map out of Lijiang. for Redbirds. You're not going to play anything but Rein there like 99% of the time for most teams. Now, though, you've got the chance to either go out inside, play a little bit of Gardens, or head things outside again to Night Market, where it's a little bit more flexible, and it's less likely that we see the extreme dives that we do on Gardens.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit more variety, right? And if you get to choose a map on the other side of Harrisburg, you're going to choose something that is not going to force you to play that Ryan, and it's got to be this one too, but still a pretty similar matchup, yeah.
Yeah, this is wild. There's an opportunity to play ball. You can play 6-man here. There's so many options, but Gig is still just running a train on him.
And there's less and less opportunities here. The more that it starts up and the more that Gig is able to pop off, trying to build that shatter too, but the rest of the team is there to give that support. And finally a reset that we get to see as a point belongs once again to the side of Redbirds.
Yeah, easily taken over here. No swaps coming in. I mean, keeping the Symmetra lethals at 67% towards that ultimate, but it's not the most useful thing. The amplification matrix, actually, of RuPaul being 75% built up is probably the best thing that they've got going into this small hallway. The corridor makes it really, really difficult to avoid the damage that can come out from that, but Harrisburg know this. They make their push happen actually relatively quick, avoiding that critical ultimate before it's built. Now Echo, though, in the back line could cause even more problems. That Baptiste is very low and very, very vulnerable. Dropping a shatter on him will put Gig down into the dirt, but this one's tough. There's a lot of angles they have to contest, and Redbirds have this point completely surrounded.
And there's a couple scenarios, especially in Collegiate, where I'm very hesitant to see that Doomfist, right? But when it's in the hands of Echo, it's also supported by Vision as well, then it does look a little bit better, even though risky at times because you're diving in often by yourself and you're taking the risk of it getting taken down and being the opener for the enemy team. So now Echo going more into that Mei role, trying to support that front line and trying to get that opening duel that they're fighting for just to get to the summit.
And now, though, the ultimate severely lacking. Pretty much only the Deadeye versus a Blizzard and a Shatter and a Bomb coming up for Harrisburg University. Very, very different arsenals that these teams are working with. One simply a handgun, the other one practically nuclear warfare at this point as they throw everything on the point. They have chosen the nuclear option. A boom will be attempted, but doesn't even need the connect, to be completely honest. Harrisburg just have more.
And this is one of those maps that if you are not able to cleanly win that fight, it's going to become a nightmare, and we got to see it, right? It's Liar getting the kill into tap, and it's a back and forth. That last map, the side of Harrisburg, they were not able to win it, and you're going to try to attempt it this time, but the point still belongs to the enemy.
I like this disengage from ISU, though. This is wise. They got as much percentage out of it as they could. Leave the bridge and just get back to it.
And it's a good opportunity as well for more coordination coming up for the side of Harrisburg now. They have a Shatter. They have 5 ultimates available, potentially 6. We gotta see what Tav is able to do in the next fight. And it's all down to the coordination to have the proper engagement. It's something that we've seen for the side of Redbirds before, but it's a little bit difficult, like I said, in a map like this one, when the enemy team knows exactly where you're coming from.
Both teams popping fire strikes. One of them is stuck in a hallway, though. A little bit more uncomfortable for Harrisburg, if we're being honest. They're gonna have to pop the bomb to zone away for this one, just get the remake, get the health back up on the Diva, but now there's a real engagement. Kawa has a Shatter, and it's got all of ISU's name on it. Can Gig hit the block? This is the question we're asking all of ourselves now. Start to approach the point. Kawa, shield up, both Reinhardt's effectively playing a game of chicken. The Blizzard's going to apply even more pressure on these teams. It's a winter wonderland. A solo Shatter is going to be the prize onto a Diva. They're still one up. Gig has it, but keeps it. Decides it's better to save it for a rainy day.
And now it's when that disengagement is gotta be the most risky one, but again, you gotta make happen. Echo once again going to the Doomfist. You're trying to find a win condition here, and it's gonna be this Doomfist going into the backline, putting that pressure and hoping to get that kill with the support of the Diva as well. But it's not going to be easy, right? Because that percentage might be even by the time we get to see that next fight.
We just handshake Doom Swap, which is one of the weirdest things ever. It really is just like the meme of the guy like slapping the buttons. It's like losing, Doomfist. Seems to be their solution every single time. Ryan's on the ground, though. It does feel awful when there's a Deadeye on the other side. Great immortality will keep him up and in the fight. Akawa, though, getting big in the tanks in the backline, diving with Divio, taking down Eiko and Gig. Now disarmed. This team doesn't stand a threat.
And that's a beautiful job by this Diva here. 90%, and the opportunities once again
close.
On the side of Redbirds are fading away. You have a chance to touch here, but this is going to be the last one, and they can't seem to find an opening. Once again, changing heroes.
All right, it's a nice touch. Great job by Liar getting in, but who's got the next shot? Not sure. There's a Diva barely contesting. Nicely done. Good job by Reacted. It's still 5v6, but it's not the best they can ask for. The Shatter. Oh, that's a bummer. Gets knocked up. It's an easy block on the other side. React. Oh my god, React eats the Blizzard. They've got a shot at this. King lived on point. By the grace of God, keeps his life. Or better yet, RuPaul now using the sound barrier to re-engage and make sure they can do it. Even blocks the Shatter for a cherry on top. Did I hear right? Gap, ladies and gentlemen.
There's no possible way they make this one happen. Out of nowhere, they lose one player, but they come back with the kills. They come back with Gig in the front, and they're able to stand a chance. It's still 99, though. It still belongs to the side of Harrisburg.
I mean, it's messy, but it's better than the point being won already, I suppose. Gig going down, though, does spell bad news. Bears here for our resident Redbirds. In comes RuPaul to try and save the day, but Lethal does have the deciding open here. Almost up to a sound barrier. That could be a decider. Vision trading one back as the revet comes in. More tanks on the point right now, though, for Harrisburg. Does spell a pretty defeating end unless you can turn this one around. But React, unable to remake, just gets knocked out of it. It's too much pressure despite ISU's Herculean efforts towards the end there. It's just not going to be enough. We're going to a map 3.
They almost made it happen, right? It was a really good opening in the hands of Gig as well, working together for that proper engagement where they took different angles as well, and they were able to target those supports. But again, if there's a map that can really become a nightmare, there's got to be this one, and it's got to be for this exact reason that over time it seems like it lasts forever. It never seems to end. But then again, looking at these two teams, looking at the stakes today in this winner's bracket, we are expecting even those control maps to take us to 3.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised, though. I mean, we talked about the Ryan v. Ryan, how Gig was kind of getting the better of it. But talking to ISU earlier, I had kind of conjectured that we'd see a lot more ball from Harrisburg. They seem like the team that's best at it here. It seems well up their alley. They played plenty of it during OWCC. And, you know, even talking to them, they said they were comfortable on it. But now we're seeing the mirrors. And you know what? This is exactly what ISU is saying. ISU thought they were going to mirror, but it just feels like such a weird choice considering how a lot of these fights are going.
And it's going to be a complete mirror composition that would start with. So that TPE probably got there at the same time. We didn't get the chance to see it, but it's going to be the fight at the end of the day. Won by the side of Redbird, still trying to contest it a little bit longer, and Gig actually does go down.
Yeah, Gig's just a little over-aggressive there. Doesn't respect the Symmetra damage. Immortality feels from both sides kind of whiff, but it's okay because Lethal comes in to clean up the point.
So it's a point that never really fully belonged to Redbird. That was a perfect opportunity, but a recontest now. There's got to be a reset happening now. Yeah, now they realize that everyone one by one just get taken down inside of Redbirds, and now it's got to be that space control, the name of the game that we see next from HU Storm, to see if they stand a chance into this one. They didn't take that point first in that last map that we got to see. Now they changed the narrative a little bit more.
All right, now we play the awkward game of chicken where there's two Symmetras on the field. You can hold point and risk giving all the space away, or you can hold forward and risk getting teleported behind. Nothing personal, kid, but Lethal's going to be the one going down from behind. Eiko finds a nice route and now gets to try and attempt his life on the support. The Kawa going down because the supports are under pressure from Eiko, and this whole house of cards just comes crumbling down.
One by one, they do get taken down for this one, and see opening. Finally, the point control as well. That doesn't get as messy as that Gardens map. It's cleaner, and it looks better for this team. Now, it's all about Gig's aggression, right? It's the only show that you have right now, and you're relying so much on Gig to know how to make the calls when he's going to push forward and when he's going to be playing on point. As we saw on the other side, teams are usually pushing forward, but you recognize that this Symmetra is a risk to take.
Symmetra does remain a threat, though. The teleporter offers a free for the Reinhardt should they need it, but it's almost being taken down. Lethal now the back line looking for a flank right here. Is going to increase the pressure on Gig. Gig understands this, backs up into the Immortality field, and then pushes right back out, counter-attacking into the likes of Okawa. It's a dead even fight, though, as a majority of it's going on outside. Lethal just looking for an opportunity, barely is able to keep himself off the edge of the map, but at the end of the day, it's Harrisburg coming out on top. The target prioritization just better.
And there's one key here is that we see one of the sides being able to use that amplification matrix. The other side has a user, Ropal still waiting for it, about to have it ready. And there's a perfect opportunity to open up the fight to create that space that the side of HU Storm is going to try to hold for so long. But because of the percentage it's so even, there's more opportunities for Gig and for Ropal to work together into this one.
Holding forward now. This punch is always obnoxious. Gig just gets absolutely beamed down, but is kept alive by the Immortality field of RuPaul. We'll see if that continues to be the case as The Immortality Field goes away, and Gig still just on single-digit health is kept up. It gives Vision the time now to build up the beam to start to dish out the damage. We're microwaving people on point. It's like little meals that you take to lunch, but he's cooking them right on up.
And this is getting scary. That self-destruct that we hear just goes back. Doesn't take too much damage. Just to try to get to that mech again, but it's not going to be the case again. The opportunities are not many. It's going to be another 90% happening, another amplification, another sound barrier, and both support ultimates should be enough to get the benefit for Harrisburg.
Oh, there's the shadow they were looking for, though. Just shutting down Gig in his tracks. Echo down as well. Lethal will attempt the life of the backline, but with RuPaul having to focus on this Doomfist, he's not focusing on healing his team. We've got bigger problems at hand, ladies and gentlemen. Liar, on the other hand, though, is still there to heal the rest of the team, and is doing a pretty good job of dishing out damage. So much so that Elk actually has to pop his sound barrier in order to keep this one going. It's a 99%, though, and they will do everything in their power to hold on to this point, including throwing out this Diva Bomb. Divio tries to hold on. In fact, gets Echo in the meantime. That might have just sealed the deal.
And that is going to do it for map number 1. Is going to be HU Storm getting away. The intense map, it was going back and forth, but I love to see, I think the last fight, right, is a perfect resume of the level of Elk and Gig, right? The fight opens up with Gig getting 2 kills, but Elk is able to stay alive throughout it, is able to use that sound barrier, keep the team alive, and make sure that when they're coming back, when they're trying to take down the side of Redbirds, it is actually going to be possible. And this is the 2 players that we talked about, right? Overwatch League, we got to hear from them in their interview, and this is exactly the level that we expected for them, especially in a map number 1.
Yeah, I think you brought up a fantastic point there, though, in that, right, re-enabling the team to catch that engage, but the fact that these fights have been going so long just speaks to the ability of these teams, and more importantly, the support line. Soames, Elk, RuPaul, and Liar. It's a battle of attrition, and more than anything else. These guys are not making mistakes. They're simply lasting a little bit longer than one another in each of these fights, and it's difficult because you've got the likes of Echo and Lethal flying around on Doomfist, threatening your life at any given point in time. It's a complete... Their job is basically just to be a walking anxiety attack and keep the team alive at the same time. I don't know how they do it.
And it's just really understanding your job, right? What we saw from Elk was absolutely insane. Just being able to stay alive while your team was taking so much damage. You were potentially getting taken down. He backs up. He makes sure that the team is protected enough. And then he uses that sound barrier when the next and the last re-engagement is taking place. That is really what makes it different into a map. That was, and again, it was just going back and forth. Gig was slowly finding an answer, but he gets shot down in the best way possible. This is, you know, the 2 teams that we wanted to see for so long, and I love how competitive they're keeping it up.
And you can see, I mean, some of these plays were absolutely ridiculous. I got to give a shout out to React eating that blizzard, allowing Gig to pop off later, and that was absolutely absurd. We have to note, React is coming in, playing a different role than usual. They did lose, I believe, their off-tank from prior Iron, someone who I had a huge amount of respect for, and React has come in filling big shoes, eating some ridiculous stuff, and enabling them. And over on the side of Harrisburg, it's by and large been just full-on team game for them. They've been so coordinated, they've been on top of their ultimates, and they've been really keeping on top of these long fights and making sure that their target prioritization, target focus doesn't ever get lost in the mess that Rush can create.
It's definitely a mess, and we saw it in the last match, but you're definitely going to continue seeing it here because these 2 teams, it's also the conversation about respect, right? Both of them, they really respect each other, but they are also comfortable in their own abilities, which means that they're willing to take risks without having all 6 members committing into a fight. Even when they lose their main tank, you still see this set of Redbirds trying to take that fight, and in some cases actually making it work out.
Yeah, I think it's really impressive. All the top 3 teams, something they've been really, really fantastic at, is being judges of when have we actually lost these fights? When do we stand a chance? I think there was an impressive display on Gardens in particular from ISU where they did lose Gig, but Gig was in a position where his team was totally surrounding the point. In order to get Gig, you had to walk into a 4-man crossfire that the DPS and supports had set up, and it was just a death trap above all else. So it's not necessarily baiting so much as it is just understanding the give and take. Hey, if you want this player, we'll put him in a position where you can kill him, but it's going to cost you something.
And I do have a question about what is going to happen next when it comes to the DPS role, because we've seen quite a lot of Doomfist, and it works really well, but it doesn't seem like it's something that you can keep playing over and over again, right? The more that you play the Doomfist, the more that off-tank is going to try to catch you up and is going to try to take you down. That is why we saw some changes throughout that map, and as we move into other maps, that possibility of Doomfist is still going to be there, but it's going to be a risk factor to take into account.
I mean, I think Echo's just taking out some previous anger on the opposing side. I heard in their Boise match, Matt Merck, word for word, Boise's main tank, told Echo that he was targeting him on Doomfist. He told the entire team to turn and focus that singular Doomfist, and I'll be honest, I was watching the game, Echo did not look like he was having that much fun. He looks like he's having a lot more fun now.
And I love to see that, right? Players having the best time possible in a match like this one, and knowing that it can be so intense, and it's two teams that we definitely know of. If you followed that collegiate scene in Overwatch, you're talking about these two teams. I think Redbird, they've been through a good amount of players that have been part of their roster. One that we saw last year, that a lot of these players now move into Overwatch League, and we see a little bit of backwards, right? Where there's going to be Gig here, and it's going to be stepping up for a team like this one and supporting everyone else that has been in contenders, that has been in collegiate, to make a team that's so even and so willing to take a victory and to take risks that are going to turn on into something better.
Hey, I'll tell you what, I thought Harrisburg was taking a risk trying to mirror those rush compositions, but I'll tell you what else. We're almost definitely getting more of them. We're heading on to Kings Row for map number 2. The gauntlet's been laid down. We're playing Ryan all day, baby.
And I love to see Reinhardt is one of those heroes that I never get tired of seeing. There's just so much variety that you can bring, especially the DPS, and that is going to be the question. I don't think we're going to see too much of a Zarya. The Reinhardt D.Va seem to be working better for both of the teams as we've gotten the chance to see, but the DPS is the one area where there's variety. It can be the Doomfist, it can also be the Cassidy too, helping out quite a lot, but it can also be a Tracer in a map like this one.
Well, there's a pretty big gap between these teams. Watching back the VODs and even just talking to them, it's no secret that ISU prefers a very different brand of dive, or brand of Reinhardt. Oh my goodness, we're not getting it. Okay, we'll talk about that in a sec. We'll go over the minutia of ISU's composition. They're likely going to be playing Hanzo Sigma or change things up. It could be May Cassidy, especially after seeing the ball, but on the other side, Ball Sigma.
Yeah. It's a defensive composition that is hard to synergize with, right? But it's a team that can definitely do it. It's a team that can play to a high level. It just requires a wrecking ball for Akawa being a complete nightmare to the backline.
Oh, they've spotted the enemy composition. They know exactly what they're walking into. They swapped Double Shield to counter. Double Shield is the perfect counter into specifically Hanzo Torb. A lot of times on 2CP, on Assault type game modes, we saw stuff like Hanzo Torb, Ash Torb, fantastic from this high ground when you could just put them up with a Sigma and let them do their thing, but it's up to the ball to keep the point pressure alive, to make sure they're not taking up percentage, which they are right now. ISU currently nearly up at 1, taking it back and taking the supports out from under them. There's no chance now.
It's a really good composition. It's a really good read as well to make something like that one happen and make the changes necessary to adapt into and to read the enemy this way, right? It's a wrecking ball that who is he going to go to, right? And the backline is pretty much all protected by this double shield that is so aware of that possibility. And then you have the Mercy and Echo playing together and making sure that both of them are synergizing actively, getting that point control, and now going to the street phase where look at where they are now.
Yeah, Harrisburg leaning into it, saying, you know what, you want a double shield here? You want cringe either way? We got cringe either way. Gig and React just swallowed their pride to start things out. They said, you know what, you're going to play Ball Sigma, we got a perfect counter. And it worked out beautifully. Now they got to get through this choke, though, which is much easier said than done.
Yeah, with this composition now is when it gets a little bit harder to make it work out, and now knowing especially the side of Harrisburg, they know this composition, they know this double shield, and it's hard to deal with. It's hard to make it fast too.
I hope you like spamming and shooting at shields, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to be doing a lot of it here for the next few minutes. Trying to find a nice angle. Tap gets in there, but eventually the spam does connect through. Paul finds Tap in the pub, and not much else can be said about it. Dragon's actually going to cut off the remaining players here. That's a beautiful zoning Dragon to keep them out of the fight. Now Echo can come back in, clean up the kills, and they head forward.
And because it's such a low composition too, you're relying on utility, you're also relying on ultimates like we see from the amplification that is creating enough space to pass that corner to win the fight and to also force those Dragons to get that value in that space that is needed. So it turns into something so much bigger, so much better, and with 4 minutes, it's just all about the map continuing to belong to the team.
Yeah, as they go, we start to see the real effect of Echo's Echo, though. As I say it goes down to lethal, but Echo's Echo extremely well renowned. With the Atlanta Rain picking up speedily from contenders, I would argue Echo's just definitively the best Echo in contenders now. It is a very scary thing to play into on an off angle, so you need tracers like that to take it down. And of course, with that one-man advantage, they're able to go ahead and continue that into a full fight.
And a good opening here, finally, that was found on the side of Harrisburg. It seems like they took them a couple minutes here, but they make it happen into a streak phase. And what it matters the most, forcing this composition to a double shield, having a supercharger available to use next, and having even more of that corner control that can be so risky in an area like this one. So that's why you see those off angles trying to take place with the Echo.
Right now flying above. They've got all the space back that they could ask for. The problem is there's a trace in your back line. Lethal is really threatening here to do some damage. It's up to Liar to keep the appropriate people alive. They're putting so much into this. Yet Akawa holds firm with the help of Transcend. It's going to be even more so. Immortality Field is the only thing that's on the other side to answer, yet somehow everybody's kept alive. The Valkyrie is just enough. And now the last laugh will be had by React. The final ultimate on the board. He picks him up, and ladies and gentlemen, what must go up must come down. Divio falls.
And with that, it seems like the rest of the team and this defense is going to be falling one by one. And this Echo making such a good job, making sure that it's going to be happening for the last supports alive. But again, so much time remaining, right? Second point, third point now with over 4 minutes to work with. And with such a good synergy to work with, now Lethal also getting taken down into that one.
Ooh, that's tough. I mean, this was already a fight that was going to be predicated on aggressive ultimates. You've got Dragon and Dupe up for one, you've got Grab Flux and Dupe up for another. There's nothing to keep these teams alive. It's only about damage. Following up that damage, which more damage, is Eiko, who comes in with a focusing beam to finish off the remainder of that health bar. In fact, duplicating just at the edge of health as well to keep themselves alive. This is a dangerous push that very well could end in victory.
And we talked so much about the Reinhardt, but it's now been all about the Orizas making a difference and trying to create that space a little bit slower, but making it happen with a duplicate. He turned into 2 Orizas as well. Even more of a nightmare to deal with, even with a supercharger available. But look at the trades as well. A defense that is trying to put up a fight, but it doesn't seem to be enough.
Oh, this is nuts. That was a sick flank. Divio and Sohm walked along the backline to find an advantageous position. They get a wrap and are able to poke the team apart from behind thanks to the time that was bought by their Orisa.
And those plays, right, those set plays with a composition like this one, it's what's giving the difference and the variety that they need to stay alive and to stay into a fight like that one. Now, Echo switching into the Ashe, and an Ashe that we haven't gotten the chance to see today, but an Ashe that he can play to such a high level. We've gotten the chance to see it, and with those bobs, even more pressure that goes to the payload.
I mean, Echo's just a nut on anything you put him on. Let's
be
completely honest.
He does everything.
That guy's a monster. Amplification Matrix is forward, though, and it's Tap finding the better of React this time. Amplification will be used by Tap to keep themselves alive in the midst of all that. Is shoot down, though. A little tricky here. It looks like it's on back foot, though. I don't think ISU can do much here. They don't have the space to work with. Eiko's stuck in a corner here. Nothing to really shoot at. Despite not losing all their players, it is just too uncomfortable of a situation to realistically continue until you get your tanks back, which they should be getting in a second here.
I got a little confused for a second. That was the Genji being played and still being committed into this fight and into what is the rest of this point. That, I mean, the payload stopped. It's moving back. So the defense, what they're doing here is working. Now they have a rally next to initiate and a flux. Both ultimates should be enough to stop and delay to even 1 minute.
We haven't even addressed the elephant in the room. There's a Genji here. We'll talk about that later. Lethal's in, and Lethal looks a little angry. Dashing in, trying to find their finishing bits of those health bars. Nice deflect to keep himself alive, but by and large, it's all off the back of that grab flux.
And we saw it for 1 fight. Now we see it for 2 fights. This Genji is being committed, and he is about to have the ultimate. He's about to have the blade and ready to pop off. Yes, there's no nano, but there's a rally, so he should be enabled enough to get a couple kills here.
Vision, oh my, with the Mercy Pocket? Vision was pocketing! My man just got the whole smoke! 9 hours, a nice medium rare, the whole kebab. Goodness gracious!
Lethal is capable of building another ultimate here, though. That's the thing. That is a scary thing to deal with. Even with so many ultimates available now on the side of Redbirds, they're slowed down, they stop, they can get away. Lethal, they have so much support. Might be... Yeah, I got really low, but no, he's fine.
Just barely gets out by the skin of his teeth. Now Lethal smells more blood in the back line. Oh, you know what? Lethal's smelling his own blood back there. I'm starting to think. Maybe there's a reason most people aren't playing NJ anymore.
I was expecting many things from that fight, but it was not that Genji. And it was not that Genji getting taken down the way that he did. He's still committing, though. And I respect it. I mean, it worked out. You gotta commit it. You already have 30%. Has the potential to build another blade. And again, he might not have the best support, but it should be enough.
Ooh, that's a nice bob. It stops the supports from really holding themselves up here. It forces Harrisburg to deal with it before anything else. And Lethal Will that's taking time off the clock and has lost a lot of space. Gig playing really aggressively is going to cut Akawa off from his heels with his own shield. Really, really nice play by the main tank from ISU, who's now boarded up. All they have to do is steal this one out. Staying safe and alive. Lethal's not really able to get much damage into the shield with help in Immortality Field. It becomes that much more difficult. Tap will throw in a duplicate to try and save the day here, but the best you can do is try and buy time for spawns, which really isn't much.
I mean, in the overtime, it is going to be ISU being able to complete that map. I mean, that was absolutely intense. A Genji that we got to see, the variety as well, the Orisas as well making a difference. But at the end of the day, is that last fight that matters the most, and it's also what we are often seeing in this map.
Yeah, and I want to tell you the story of the past 2 times that I've watched ISU play on Kings Row, both in Overwatch Collegiate Championship and up against Boise State earlier. They came out. They played the attacking side. They set a decent enough time, about a minute time bank heading into what would be overtime. And then the other team comes out on attack and just smokes them for like ridiculous pace. And it's been a consistent thing. The attacks always look good from ISU here, but it's the defenses that I think look by far the most shaky for them.
And again, I think it goes back to something that I mentioned earlier, is that this team is really good at starting engagements. They're really good at communicating and counting 3, 2, 1, we're going in. But when it comes to the mid-fight and the end of the fights, that's when things get a little messy for this team. They cannot clean it up fast enough. So hopefully they're able to fix it and to make it at least close. I want to see another round of Kings Row. I mean, we're going to be seeing second, potentially third with that overtime that we got to see at the end.
All right, we're back onto the Ryan conf. And I think this is really interesting. Vision bringing out specifically a Cassidy alongside Aiko's May. Like I said, lately ISU's been playing a lot of the poke rush. They've been playing a lot of the Hanzo Sigma. Seeing this defense, it's not surprising, but I do, honestly, I prefer the look from them personally.
And there's got to be a change, it's Reinhardt. Yeah, you know that you got to bring in. Before the fight starts, perfect opportunity to use it. Lethal as well on the Doomfist too, and ready to go in.
I mean, call it ego, call it what you will. Harrisburg will match them. Any composition ISU wants to play, Harrisburg says anything you can do, I can do better. I'm not sure that's the case, so Aiko is hit quite the wall, or rather tap out. And it's now difficult to move forward. Gig holding their space, though, as Lethal tries to find something along the back line. Last time we saw this, the death of them was a Doomfist punch through this exact hotel, but React's doing a fantastic job of monitoring that back line, making sure there's not a flank. And now it's Aiko just making sure that Akawa's having the worst time. Doesn't get to play Reinhardt at all. Forget that kid. Akawa just got pushed back, held back by a tiny little lady with an ice beam, and then just taken down. That guy didn't get to play the game at all. That was miserable.
And I got to see Europa popping up a little bit too, which is always nice to see. Amplification taking advantage of that positioning as well, and making sure that everyone is taken down. We see 2, now 3 disconnects, and it seems like we're gonna have a pause as well.
Wow, they beat them so bad it knocked them out of the server.
Wow.
That's incredible. That's got to be the best play of the day. Do we get an instant replay for that? I'm not sure.
Everyone just disconnecting one by one. They're like, yep, that's it.
Yeah, sometimes just not your Overwatch day. And you know what? I'm thinking it's our Overwatch day. It's still a good game. It's been fantastic.
It's been great. And it's the 2 teams that we wanted to see, right? It's 2 teams that have been at the top. They have been number 1 and number 2 in so many scenarios. And it's 2 teams that we already know these colleges. We already know, even if they keep a little bit of variety sometimes with the players that they're bringing in, it's still, you know, you have the trust that they're bringing the best.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see Harrisburg not playing ball. I really thought they were going to want to do it, but they're just mirroring everybody, which is crazy, because every single team that has faced ISU up until yet has laid down the gauntlet. They've said, you know what? We're all going to play Rush, and we're all going to play Rush against Gig. And Gig has just smacked them down one by one, like they just don't even matter. It's been a little tougher here. Akawa's holding his own, but I think even more so than that, the team is doing a fantastic job of enabling Akawa. It's really a whole 6-man operation to try and take on Gig, but you know what? If that's what it takes, so be it.
It requires the proper synergy communication as well, that it's so difficult to get to. But when you are committed, when you have a goal there, you know you're going to make it happen.
Yeah, they've done their best. Harrisburg seemingly lost power on their side. It's just bad luck at that point. They fragged a little too hard. They gamed a little too good. Happens to the best of us, you know. My power regularly goes out when I play Reinhardt. Look.
Really?
What can I say? I'm in leagues with the best.
Right. And how does that work exactly? So it goes out and then...
I don't know. It's usually something to do with my cat just clicking on the power switch. But
That's crazy.
I think my cat just feels bad for the other team.
It feels bad, just a little bad. I mean, you know, the good thing about the C teams that I actually don't want to talk about though is the fact that we've talked about so many players, right? And that is the highlight. Every single player has something to bring to the table that no other team can, I feel like, can really compare to, especially as this is the winner's bracket. This is teams that have not been taken down, that they're taking advantage, and the reason why is because they've been playing together for a decent amount of time. They've been able to get a good amount of practice, and they're able to get, like I said, a team, a college that is able to get the best players possible.
And both these colleges have historically put up fantastic teams. I mean, ISU undoubtedly losing 4 players to the Overwatch League. It's bittersweet. You hate to see them go, but you're pretty proud of your program, if nothing else. Harrisburg, on the other hand, have been competitive practically throughout the entirety of Overwatch since they got right back into it. And I think we should really appreciate what actually starts to happen and how these games start to go to those extreme lengths that we're seeing them go, because the difference between these teams are minimal. They've been playing these comps for years and years and years now. They know exactly how it works. These players are barely making any mistakes. So I want to kind of go, while we have time and while I suspect this to be a little bit before we get to it, to just break down what each of these roles has to do in a rush versus rush mirror. We'll start from the sports, because I think those, I mentioned it earlier, by far the most stressful job in Overwatch, trying to keep someone like Gig alive.
I mean, and we got to see it too, right? It was that first map, Gig going in, and that was the one time where we definitely recognized that he was going in a little bit too aggressive, but it was able to work out at the end, and that is how he's opening up these fights constantly, over and over again, is Gig making sure that he is not overextending, that he's able to have the rest of the team behind him and able to support him to get those kills, to get the shatters so fast, because if there's a team that can get shatters and that can get ultimates fast, it's gotta be this one.
It's funny, I was talking to an Overwatch League coach not but a couple months ago about playing Reinhardt and what your real goals are in playing it at a high level. And it was funny, he described it as your main goal in a rush composition is to stress test your supports. Get as much out of them as you can.
That's one way to put it.
Yeah, you have to push them to the limits. You have to push as far as you can and use every last bit of resource that they're giving you. And hats off, of course, to Elk, Soames, Lyre, and RuPaul, who have just been on top of everything. Sound barriers, bang on. Every immortality field is hitting just absolutely perfectly. I've seen people kept alive through some of the most ridiculous stuff, and the rest of these teams are keeping these tanks alive and powering this game through pretty much all of it. Powering this broadcast, though, has been the death, so let's go ahead and get their opinions on the match.
I would love to take credit for powering the broadcast, but actually, Control, Barbasol, Oakley, so many other fantastic sponsors. That's what's powering it. But these players are powering our hearts.
Absolutely.
What has this game been like for you, Fawn?
So on Kings Row, which is super interesting, is there was a highly contested point fight before we actually ended up scoring through the end of game 2, right? On Kings Row, there was a fight that was actually happening that was centered around a very contested point, because this is actually a very big point. I have mentioned it before on Kings Row that you have a lot of maps, a lot of different perspectives that you have to take that are like, a lot of them are choke points, right? Making it past that first objective, like that's like chump change, right? Like you're gonna capture that first point most of the time. Like it's something that people are easy to concede, because typically the push after that is a long trek. So pushing all the way until the second capture is actually a big deal, because then the point fight sort of opens up, right? This is more so of the control point, but this was in game 1. This was actually something that I actually really enjoyed like seeing, because of the fact that it really has the situational pick of May. Once again, like I had mentioned that May was a pretty strong situational pick earlier, but in a map like this where you're worried about control point, her Blizzard really covers a lot of that objective. So it contests things like that. D.Va as well. You see that they try and combo right there. They have the Blizzard, they have the D.Va bomb. There's a lot of things that you have to keep in mind and keep track of, which is why these characters are so strong on certain situations. I also mentioned it earlier. Map picks are pretty important, right? Going to certain maps provides a lot of utility, provides a lot of different character picks as well. And it overall, wow, that was actually a really, really good Blizzard, because it forces them off of the point, forces sound barrier, and that McCree, exactly, gets walled off. It makes it so difficult for them to do anything about that, and it burns down an ultimate, which is phenomenally played. Both of these teams have been playing really, really well, actually.
What about you?
I always love seeing Lijiang Tower being played because normally in, Control is kind of like King of the Hill, and in most games where you see King of the Hill, it's usually like a rectangle or a square, and on Lijiang Tower we got 2 circles. And it's really interesting to see not just the teamwork, but the tank play specifically on those maps, how those tanks try and survive, how they try and stay alive for as long as possible. And that, I was a tank main, so I appreciate a good tank player out there whose job is literally to try and stay alive. Your job is to block damage and to just not die. And sometimes if your support players are going down, that gets even more difficult for you. The tank play for Illinois State, going into game 2 on Kings Row, they pushed the cart all the way. Granted, they have no time left on the clock, so if we go to overtime, they're going to have 1 minute, and that's tough to handle. But the tank play from Gig and React was beautiful. They used the Sigma, they used the Orisa, and they had that Mercy pocket behind them, 2 big shields to hide behind for that free support healing. And it's really hard to play Mercy in a competitive setting, I think, because either she's really good or she's really bad. Like, either she's going to do a lot of healing or she's going to get smoked. And you have 2 tanks out there. Gig, again, I mean, no shade to the Illinois State team, but we had to leave the cast or something to talk about down there, So Gig was an Overwatch League player as well, and like I said earlier, probably the best collegiate Reinhardt right now. Or if you're doing anything they're doing on Reinhardt, you're doing it right. But we saw them playing Sigma, which is kind of like a Reinhardt that can float in the sky and use a movable shield instead of having to hold it. So when you see that kind of play from your 2 double shield tanks, and you see a Mercy who can keep them alive for so long, even when Lethal's on Genji, killing people through a Mercy pocket, it's okay, because there's 2 big tanks up front that are playing very beautiful with their shields and using that Mercy pocket to the best of their advantage.
I know that the main concern you had was whether or not our casters would keep growing or shrinking. How are you feeling?
When it cut to Endora's sitting down, like, I think he was just happy. He's like, I get to sit. Like, this is a bit. It's
what are you
funny.
talking about? He was standing.
Oh yeah, true. He's just always been that short.
Yeah. There's some Alice in Wonderland stuff going on over there. We were talking a little bit about the teams that are kind of waiting in the wings, watching these teams compete, trying to decide who they're going to be playing against, looking for those weaknesses, as you mentioned. What do you think those teams are thinking? Are they happy about these outcomes? Are they seeing anything? Do you see anything you would point out to them?
Well, like I said in the pre-show leading up to this matchup, Harrisburg is very bad on escort defense. I mean, not very bad. That's an understatement. That's kind of over.
An understatement.
Yeah, not an understatement.
They're really bad.
Yeah, it's kind of overstated. It's kind of it'd be mean a little bit, but tough love out there. But they're pretty bad. I mean, they just gave up 3 straight points. Granted, they did suck all the time off the clocks. That's the one thing they have going for them. They play better on offense here than they do defense. So if they can push this payload in and they can leave some time in the bank, they're going into overtime with a little bit of a cushion. They know they can play enough good defense to hold someone off for a minute off of the Kings Row capture point. But if I'm SCAD and I'm saying, okay, if we're going to go up against Illinois State, we know what we can do offensively because Harrisburg can do it perfectly and we can just imitate what they do. But also they're pretty bad on defense, so we know how to do that. All we got to do is really take it to them on the control. If we can beat them on Ilios or Lijiang Tower or wherever else we need to go against them, maybe take them to a map they're not particularly fond of playing. If you can pull those tricks out of your bag and say, okay, let's take game 1. If you can take game 1, then you've set yourself up nicely against Harrisburg. If you have to go against Illinois State, then you're thinking, okay, let's just play really good attack against them because that's how Harrisburg will beat them, right? And then for Northwood, they're just saying there's a technical delay or there's a game timeout, whatever it is, so we get a little bit more time to rest up. We're ready to go. We get to be ourselves once again.
Do you agree, Fawn?
Yeah, I definitely agree with what Blue is saying. I think what's super interesting as well is that you had mentioned the aspect of having a double shield tank. And I put a lot of emphasis on that consideration behind Moira, that Lucio, that Baptiste. But Orisa is another one of those extremely strong characters that's actually super good on King's Row push. I think that actually enables offense extremely well. You have her matrix it is that you can use when you have your ultimate, boosts all the damage of everyone that's around you in that vicinity.
That's why Northwood won.
Right.
Versus SCAD at the end of Route 66. They threw down the boosted damage from Orisa and just, I mean, it hit all 6 players. All 6 players were getting damage amped. So That's a lot of damage. You can't, you
yeah,
can't double
yeah.
shields to get that. It doesn't matter after a few seconds.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you heard it here first from Blue. You know, the best way to win is to kill people, right? And I entirely agree with that.
Thanks, Sean.
I entirely agree with that. I definitely think that is, you know, like an effective strategy, because like all jokes aside, like Orisa does have that sustainability. She does have what other tanks don't, and that is the ability to negate CC. Right, so you can't be charged by Reinhardt. You can't really be knocked out of the way or boot by Lucio, provided that you have the cooldowns to enable you in that way, right? Which provides her to be such a prominent character on Kings Row, because I mentioned it before. Kings Row is a map, especially after that first CP, that you're dealing with a lot of these choke points, a lot of these really narrow alleyways. The fights are happening all over the place, but regardless of where they're fighting, the areas are typically small. So big ultimates like Blizzard, I mean, like even like Hanzo Dragons, like there's a lot of things that you have to consider when you're pushing along that pathway, because it can really make the difference. I think Orisa is a great contender for a character that you might need to pick on Kings Row.
This has been a great match so far. We're just waiting on the help from our amazing production team that has been supporting us all day to get the match started again. But supporting them is also our sponsors, who have been fantastic. Remember, you can help the LLS mission even if you're not a streamer. You can scan the QR code to donate to LLS's Raid for Research campaign. Thank you so much for that good work that you and they are doing to fight cancer. Now, we will take a quick break, but we will be back with more Overwatch for you, so stay tuned.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now, with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's all good if you think you should check in. Yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
Do they always have to go bigger?
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream. So I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard.
Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now.
So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
The Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup is presented by Microsoft CW. Barbasol. Go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans. New Street. New Street helps you navigate the collectibles markets with confidence. Visit newstreet.com to find out more. McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by the U.S. Air Force. See if you can command the stack in the U.S. Air Force's award-winning augmented reality flight experience mobile game available in the App Store. In partnership with CSMG, transforming traditional sports and esports. Esports U, the flagship of Collegiate Esports. Skillshot Media, the official broadcasting partner of the CECC. Atlanta Esports Alliance, location host of the CECC 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Esports Foundry, official tournament operator for the CECC. Did you miss us? Don't worry, you don't have to anymore because we're back here at CECC in Atlanta, Georgia. We are in the midst of Overwatch competition, and we are in the midst of Game 2 of Illinois State versus Harrisburg. You're looking fly over there in your Oakley shades.
Yeah, my eyes feel pretty strained from these bright lights, so I was like, you know what, sunglasses at night, let's do it.
I have to say, 3 of us have put these on now, and they've looked good on all of us, and I'm very impressed by that.
That's true. You just said I look good in these, and Oakley, what's up? Hit me.
Thank you for your sponsorship. This is absolutely, I'm being genuine though. Looking great. Also looking great are our teams down there. Any, you know, we've shared a lot of thoughts about this match, but are there any remaining? I mean.
Sorry, I'm doing a thing here.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Oakley,
Go
hit me
ahead.
up.
Go ahead.
I'll be more direct. Oakley, hit me up. Slide in my DMs. What's up?
Come back to the players, exactly, yeah.
All right. I'm being told, rap on the desk, go away. We have casters ready to take us into the game. Please do, casters.
All right, thank you guys very much, and of course, thank you to Oak. I need some of those shades, man. Those are nice.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, these players looking real cool too, though. They got back into the game. All is well that ends well. We've come to an agreement. We drop all the ultimates. ISU still has their full cap, along with that extra couple of, along with that extra time that they should get from that. But they get to walk back the point with no ultimates. Was the trade-off? Vision now playing back, and the point already under contesting, wasting absolutely no time getting back in on the action. Lethal takes down Aiko to open things up, though, and it's already starting off poorly.
Nice ways to start it off here on the other side, though. It remains strong, but now the point has got to be all in. 1 by 1, it seems like they're going to be falling in this defense. And I'm a little scared because you mentioned this, right? They look really good on the attacking side for ISU, but when they're on the defense, that's when the difficulty really comes up. So hopefully they're able to contest into the street phase. They're playing the same composition, right? Not any of the crazy varieties. They're just relying so much on Tap and Akawa to have a very, very big impact too.
I'm a little worried about time though right now. These spawns were very, very, very good for ISU. They get to hold this choke perfectly. The only real kind of concession they've made is that Lethal and Divio get to contest this high ground basically for free, so they do have that out to try and get to the choke, but it's going to be pretty difficult when there's amplification matrices either way. Immediately those come out, the Doomfist dive comes in, and the HU make quick work of that choke, but now they're on the receiving end of the amplification matrix. Their work is not done yet. As you can see, Sohm is still walking across very dangerous territory in order to get in on the team, but now it's much more dangerous for ISU, who've got to contest this Doomfist. Lethal is in the back line, and boy, is he his namesake. Nobody's gone down yet, though. Instead, it's Tap. A beautiful immortality field out of RuPaul keeps the likes of everybody alive. A great shatter block is going to return the favor out of Akawa. Nothing is connecting. These teams are playing perfect defense, but nobody can find an elim.
It is a kills really that matter the most here, but they're not going to happen yet. Just on different parts of the payload here, trying to put up a fight into this, and the Sound Barrier is going to be ready for that next fight. Elk doesn't have it, and that could be the difference maker here.
A big ultimate to be missing out on, though. As React and RuPaul coming up on their ultimates. Liar as well has that sound barrier that you were talking about. Tap, unless if Blizzard's fat, it's going to be trouble, but React could eat it. This could get even worse for them. All things said and done. Lethal trying to go in. The Blizzard out. I see the DM, but doesn't quite catch what they're looking for. Aiko's now out of the way, and all of those ultimates that we were talking about are popped at the exact same time. It's a little risky, as if you don't win that fight immediately, it can get dangerous, and Sohm is showing us exactly why. Sohm from the high ground. Support? No! That's a DPS player, ladies and gentlemen, disguised a wolf in sheep's clothing. Sohm has come to take Skull.
Every single time. One of my favorite highlights has got to be those Baptistes just popping off when the team needs it. The Mills now opens up the fight, gets second checkpoint, and leaves them even more to work. But now Lethal, ready for the fight, has ultimate too. I want to see that engagement working properly though.
His ultimates have been dangerous. It's basically a get-out-of-jail-free card from the backline. Lethal can do whatever he wants, be as dangerous as he wants, as he is there. Drops down to 90 HP, but can effectively turn it into a re-engagement. There it is, straight into the backline. Now Vision is under pressure. This team is effectively pancaked between a Reinhardt and a Doomfist. It's not a fun place to be, but surprisingly, HU have done a really good job of disengaging from it. Akaw taking a bit too much damage right now, stepping a bit too far forward, and yeah, there's the punish. Divio has to give their life for it. Unfortunately, this position is just not great for HU. They're going to sound barrier for a re-engage, but they don't have the speed to go with it. Everyone's kind of kept at arm's length. This is very well played by ISU. If HU are effectively being led around on a leash.
This is exactly what I wanted to see, and it feels like it was lacking a little bit, but now they complement it, right? The layering of ultimates, that is not all of them using them at once, but coming up to the one ultimate that they need to win and take down that specific player on the enemy team. It's something that made that difference into that fight, and that made it last so long, right? And that is exactly what this team of ISU wants. It's just delay as much time as possible, waste as much time as possible for this attacking team, and see how far they can get with it.
And you know, 2 minutes is a scary amount of time to have against ISU. We talked about how rough these defenses have been, but so far it's been relatively smooth sailing. All is going according to plan for kind of both teams right now as we shuffle and play a little bit of footsies around these ultimates.
It's going to be the shatter, but it has to land, it has to work, and over again, the wall has ignited.
Akawa lays it down, Gig says it's easy work. Lightweight stuff for the main tank at ISU, blocking the shatter, it put him in the dirt. The 0-1-2 punch, Akawa just gets humiliated through the entire fight. Thankfully, Divio is there to save the day. Throws in a bomb, finds 2, and evens out the numbers.
Makes it even still, but the payload is moving. One member is enough, and that is the work that the side of Harrisburg is putting. It's forcing everyone in the side of ISU back, and it's doing exactly what was expecting of them. Gig coming up, now has a shatter to use on their side.
It's tough stuff. Gig, though, with the shatter is a very dangerous man. Connects it on. Unfortunately, Akawa just tries to flash the shield at it. Unfortunately, dropping it a little bit too late. Either that or it was a stun. I'm not quite sure which. Either way, you hate to see it if you're HU, who now are on the back foot.
And I gotta say, one of my favorite things now that we've seen on the defense of ISU is that they know how to disengage properly in the hands of Gig. He knows how to back up with that shield in the front and making sure that no one is going to suffer anymore. This is what is keeping them alive. There's still enough time. There's last fight territory here, but it's gotta happen fast. It's gotta be effective. Elk is gonna have the sound barrier, and that should be keeping the team alive for long enough.
That feels like a real trump card when you consider the dangerous things that are on the other side. A goes Blizzard, taps Blizzard. Of course, both teams have divas react, and Divio could change the course of this game in the matter of milliseconds should either of them manage to eat the Blizzards coming out from these teams. It should start out, though, relatively simple. RuPaul has an application matrix. It's pretty straightforward. Pop it when your team's in trouble. It makes it more spatial. And Big immediately getting wall. Nice counter wall by Aiko. Immediately having to counter charge. The Blizzard's out. Divio's eaten it! It's gone! A huge advantage for HU as they make their way in. Fire, they'll find the big loop on to account. The main tank's now gone. The complete clown fiesta fight, but one Blizzard's out. Top managed to get it in, and Gig's down as well now. HU capitalizing on the misgivings of the May on the opposing side, and the gifts that have been handed to them by the likes of Divio coming in and eating a tasty, delicious Blizzard.
And when both teams are going to be playing this May, is that Blizzard, that one win condition that makes the difference, and it makes it into the last fight. The good thing here is that it's going to be another round. That just means another round that we get to see of King's Row, and it has been so intense. I know you mentioned a little bit of ISU and what they can do in the defense, but they look pretty strong. It was only a matter of seconds. It was just eating that ultimate that really made a difference. That Blizzard that can get so much value. It wasn't even able to get a kill, and it's an ultimate that doesn't even give us as much damage as others.
No, but it's the fact that you have one and they don't. I mean, Divio just shows up when it counts. This fight was incredible. Yeah. I mean, Gig blocking the shatter, forcing them into Liar, who boofs them off the map. That is not a fun time to be a main tank, ladies and gentlemen. But you know what? I gotta hand it to Harrisburg. They take it on the chin, they turn the fight around, and they keep this thing going all the way to the end.
And it was the last fight. It was the last opportunity for them to make it happen. It's literally that one ultimate that makes the difference. And it seems like in that first map that we got to see, and in the second map as well, that's been the storyline. A single fight that can change the course of who is going to take that victory. We know that the side of Harrisburg, they already won that control map, but Illinois State, they don't want to stay behind.
Oh, they're not giving anything up for free. I wouldn't be surprised to see a compositional swap for them if they want to play the poke rush. They've got a lot of tools in their kit to try, if we're being honest, but both teams sticking to the tried and true. One with a cast, one soldier. Lethal's brought out a soldier before a couple times in contenders. I'm not sure if it's going to stick, though. I think it will.
I mean, he already played Genji.
Yeah, you know what? Who am I to judge? We got a minute on the clock, though, and things are close. This is it. It's match point for Harrisburg, something we have to keep in mind should they full hold this. This is dire straits for ISU. Akawa applying pressure on Gig. They're half HP. Immortality Field forced out of ISU, a hugely advantageous position. Now both Immortality Fields are out, though, and both Reinhardts are off the field. All bets are off. You're looking at DPS to pop off in these situations. They need to come in clutch, and Lethal's doing exactly that alongside Tap.
It's the DPS, but it's also Devio. We get to see the kills too. We get to see the peeling once the main tank goes down. And that is a job that is a player that has to take it and does it in a perfect manner now, keeping the team alive. But the next fight is already taking place. There's 10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds, but look at this. Look at how patient ISU are. Despite the timer burning directly in their face, they know they have the AM Matrix. They know they can make the space on the point. 2 seconds till the touch comes in, and they get it no problem. Eiko has to give their life for it, but now RuPaul not far enough forward. Gig is disconnected from his support that's helping him out so much. This is not a pretty sight, ladies and gentlemen. ISU have been picked apart bit by bit by Harrisburg on this defense. A fantastically played minute of Overwatch, but now the buck has been passed. ISU must do the exact same thing to draw their way into another map.
And you know, when we mention that possibility of playing different heroes as well, playing different DPS, we think of mystery heroes, right? But mystery heroes this time is going to be in a positive way, in a positive connotation with Lethal now, bringing a soldier, making it work out. When we saw the Genji as well, it was working out to a certain extent, but until he had to change at the end, and it wasn't really doing too much. But we've seen that, we've seen Bastion. I mean, what else is he going to bring next?
I mean, his house of cards continues to grow ever larger. His hero pool ever deeper in the backyard. This guy can do virtually anything. The Genji was impressive for a while until he just got like smoked 3 times in a row, but it happens most of the time.
He got away with a couple fights, and I feel like that's good enough for Genji in 2022.
He's used to Overwatch too, where you can just run around on Genji and do whatever you want. It doesn't really work that way anymore, but oh boy, composition swaps 1 minute on, and Akawa and Devio might just be trying to spot things out from the high ground here, but a change up here would be big.
And I want to say, I feel like Devio has been highlighted a little bit more recently in the recent fights that we got to see.
I think the Reaper's real. Wait, yeah, the
real?
Reaper's real, everything else isn't. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this is the comp.
Okay. Yeah, and I was saying Devio has been doing a pretty good job. He was able to stabilize the team a little bit when they lose Akawa. And I want to look up to him knowing that there's only 1 minute remaining and you have to get the best. You have to get that 32%.
Oh, Reaper's out. I mean, we said the buck has been passed. The gauntlet has been placed down. Gig's got a hard time. Playing into May Reaper as a Reinhardt is one of the harder tasks you'll have in your life. Gig immediately getting focused down. It's Eiko, though, who falls no way to counter the walls, and now with Gig falling, ISU can feel it slipping from their grubby hands as HU steals it away. A minute they have, but only 30 seconds they'll need to knock ISU down to the lower bracket.
And it's insane, right? Because it was so intense from beginning to end. You would think we saw multiple maps, but that wasn't even the case, right? Only 2, and that was enough to give Harrisburg that victory. It was, again, intense, and it is these 2 teams that I would expect and I would love to see in 7 maps. Bring anything that you got, because we know every single map they're going to make it a close one.
And you know, we got a 5-map grand final tomorrow, and we got a 5-map winners final coming up. I might be just a kid in Christmas in the middle of the summer. This is everything we could have asked for out of Collegiate Overwatch and more. These teams are going the distance. It looked, you know, like it's a 2-0, but it's an esports 2-0. It was 2-0, but it was close every single step of the way, and you saw just how much it took. ISU was playing fantastically as a team. Gig was playing pretty well on the main tank. Got some, like, a few small situations, but I can't say by any means either team really got a strong edge over each other.
Every single sub-map that we saw in the control, it was contested for that overtime every single time. And then King's Row as well, going to a 3rd, 4th round as well to guarantee how it was going to end up. But at the end of the day, it is that Harrisburg, the one that gets away with the victory in a really, really good manner. I mean, it's, again, a matter of fights. The narrative that I mentioned before, it comes down to a single fight to make a difference, and when you only have 1 minute to have an impact in a map like this one, in a defense and an attack like this one, it's just Harrisburg being able to do it just a little bit better today.
And that means ISU goes down to the lower bracket, which is scary. There's some scary, scary, scary teams down in the lower bracket. We know for a fact already that SCAD is down there, but last I checked, Boise is sitting down there.
There's so many good teams.
Bay State sitting down there. I'm not sure which of them actually survived in order to go on and face them because we've been watching these fantastic matches. But I'll be honest, SCAD, Bay State, the likes of ISU are not exactly, it's not an easy match, but by any means, none of those teams are.
And I want to say, I definitely have a feeling, right, that the Redbirds, they can make it to those grand finals. And we're not going to get to see them today anymore because we're only covering that winners bracket. But again, I feel like this is a team that has the potential. They have, they're just hungry for victories, right? They're hungry for victories, and we know that they're able to get them.
Yeah, but that means in our winners finals, Northwood, Harrisburg, two huge schools, so invested in esports. Northwood, I think, came here with 3 teams, and a top-tier Valorant team, a top-tier Overwatch team, and a top-tier Rocket League team. This is exactly what investing in your esports program and putting it on well can do for you. It brings you winning players, it brings you brand recognizability, and it brings you wins like this. They've just got a little bit further to go.
And it gives a name in every single aspect to this colleges as well, that they're trying to build the esports scene. And this is something that recently we really have to value because it makes a difference, right? It's creating the space, it's creating a safe space for these players to pop off in every way possible and to give us plays and to give us moments like this one.
Yeah, I mean, this was some nuts stuff, man.
We're just stressed out. We're just stressed out.
I'm losing my mind, man. I've known a lot of these players for a long time. It's like picking your favorite child and just watching them duke it out, but I can't pick my favorite, so I'm just watching my children fight. It's a sad day.
We love them both, and we love all the teams as well. Every single time they're bringing something new, and it's so exciting to see that the competitive scene is just not 1-2 teams making it competitive. It's everyone here that we get to see today and that we're going to continue to see until tomorrow for those grand finals.
Dude, grand finals are going to be an absolute banger.
I'm so excited.
We've got 3 fantastic teams still in it, and that 4th just wild card spot that feels like virtually anybody could take it. We've had some fantastic colleges come and play today, and every single one of them gave it everything, but there's only a few standing left.
Yeah. There's only a couple left, and it's a scary territory to be in because it's putting more pressure. Even those dark horse stories that we talked about, right? Now you have the pressure to make sure that the dark horse story just goes from beginning to end and does not just stop right in the middle.
Yeah, you got to take it all the way. Like I said, that kind of...
You can't just live in the middle because then it's not properly that story that we want.
That 4th spot's a big question. SCAD, Bay, Boise, whoever's left down there at this point.
Yeah.
It is quite a battlefield over there, but only one team's coming out on top. Only one team gets the chance to have that underdog story because a lot of them have been eliminated. But all we can say is that we can send it back to the desk. They can tell us all what they think is going down in that lower bracket. What's happening in the winners finals? Please, do tell all.
Well, first of all, we asked for cheese, and they gave us some cheddar.
They did.
Tell us a little bit about what happened in that cheesy moment.
Just dairy products all over the place, right? That's typically that's exactly. There was actually a point in that where I was like, oh, they just won, like just straight up off of the play it was they were making, right? It was the very initial fight, and you could clearly tell based on how they had the Rhine set up and how their team composition was, they weren't expecting for a May to be there. Like, they weren't at all. That wall went up, everyone came crashing down. It's like a game of Jenga, right? Like, you have like everyone stacked on top of each other, you put the wall up, all of them literally fall on the other side off of their high ground. They sort of flood in and pretty much, keep the pressure on them. And you mentioned, the reason I mentioned that is because you mentioned the cheese, and it was like almost like a really cheesy strat that they tried, but it crumbled immediately. Like, immediately off of the very first engage, which is what netted them that win. And then our casters mentioned it. It's the losers bracket. It's the trenches right now. You have to fight for your life. That is not an easy losers bracket to make it through.
So you're telling me the cheese was crumbly, more like a feta than a cheddar?
Or blue cheese, depending on that. Like, I guess you can have blue cheese crumbles, I suppose.
Yes, but you were talking about that lower bracket being the trenches. I think that's absolutely a great point. What do you think? Well, I would ask you what we think, but I just found out that Jackie is actually ready with a player who I want to talk to even more than you all. So, Jackie.
That's fair.
Bring us that interview.
Hey, Anna. I was just looking up. I was like, is she tossing to me? I was just catching up with Elk here, congratulating him on his victory. Y'all are going to the winners finals. Tell me, how great does that feel?
Feels great. Obviously, we came here with the intent to win, and so far we've been putting on a good show, so I'm excited for winners finals.
Okay, let's talk about that series a little bit more. Definitely tight at times. They were on your heels. So what did you do to adapt?
Yeah, so I would say the fallback strategy, because we're very confident in our own mechanical play, is always just mirror the comp and try to play it better. And I think Overwatch 1 at this point has been out for so long that we're all pretty comfortable doing that. So especially on King's Row, you know, on our defense, we played double shield into them, and then on attack when they were on rush, you know, we just matched the rush. I generally think that's the best strategy for us going forward, so it's been working out so far.
Okay, looking ahead, going forward, as you were saying, Northwood is next. This is a really big name when it comes to collegiate esports. So what are you thinking?
Northwood is definitely one of the teams that I would say is our biggest rival aside from Maryville. Northwood obviously have amazing performances pretty much across the board at every event they go to. Obviously they lost to Landon pretty recently, who went to London, which is a huge, amazing thing for their entire program. But I think from where we stand, you know, we really want to beat them. We lost to them in NACE, we lost to them in the Collegiate Championship, so showing that we can actually beat them here would be really big for us.
Well, we shall see. And of course, do you want to say anything to the fans at home? I love the crowd. They're like, ooh, talking a little bit of smack here.
I guess just thank you for supporting me. I've been too active on social media since I started going to college, but I appreciate anybody who's still hanging around and watching, cheering me on.
Aw, also you're going to get some new shoes, right? That was part of the deal if you won.
Yeah, we're 2 matches away now to new shoes, so hopefully we'll see.
All right, I'm going to send it back to the desk.
No! Oh my God! Why would you do that?
Oh, they are doing themselves so dirty.
You do know that if they win, he can't not get rid of those. Like, I know he says he's going to buy some.
Oh, he's going to buy new ones. Those go in a case.
No, you will never see him not wear those at an event from now on.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He keeps saying he'll buy new shoes, but I would be like, if I win,
he's going to be tripped out of his
forever.
mind everywhere else, but at events, he's wearing those shoes.
Duct tape, baby. It works wonders.
He can buy new shoes and wear them to the match and then change shoes.
That's
so
crazy.
You could just bring those shoes. I mean, what?
With the way that they're headed, like if he does like cutouts and he puts slip-ons with them because the bottom's going to be gone, like
you put the slides underneath. Your shoes have shoes?
I don't know. If he wins, maybe we should buy new shoes. We can pick some
That's
for him.
crazy.
Some more durable ones.
No,
yeah.
bro.
Anyways, let's talk about those matches. We heard from Elk, we are confident in our mechanical play, so we mirror the comp and just try to do better. I'm interested what you guys think of that strategy. Let's start with Blue over here, because I cut you off last time.
Well, they didn't really necessarily copy the comp there at the end in overtime. You could tell Lethal did not want to lose that game. So they went down 3-0. They allowed Illinois State to push all the way in. And then we had a pause, and they probably said, you know what, we got to win this game. We want to win this 2-0. We got a little bit of a delay, just like the set before us, but we want to just not have to take all day with this. We don't want to have to go to a game 3. And like Lawler was saying off camera, I wouldn't want to get dropped down to the lower bracket. Just send me, let's get the shortest route to the way to win, right? And then winning would be that way. So what they did was they scored 3 times, and then they said, okay, we're going to overtime. What can we do since we have to play defense first? Lethal pulls out Soldier 76 and says, I'm just going to shoot my gun, okay? Point and shoot. Open game, shoot gun. As soon as I get ultimate, it aims for me. All I got to do is make sure I'm hitting someone. And then on offense, they said, I'm pretty sure Lethal's like, okay, here's the game plan. All right, they huddled up, a little huddle, and they said, I'm going to play.
The insider info you have.
Yeah, I'm going to play Reaper. I'm going to TP up top. You're going to play Diva, and you're going to come with me. We're going to distract them so hard up top that our May is going to May-wall them off. They either have to drop down and fight us, and we're already going to be on the point because May and Ryan are just going to walk straight into the point. And we only need 1/3. We only need 20%, like 30% of this point, right? And we've got a minute to do it. So let's just hit them hard, and they're not going to notice, and that's what happened.
Hey, man, realistically, like, when you're trying to get into those big moments, right, you are in a chance to 2-0, not delay this any further. Like, you can close it out here. The ability to have the confidence to say, hey, we are going to go for this, we're going to play aggressive, we're going to close this out right now, and then it paying off, not only instills so much confidence, but going into this next series, you talk about the long haul. Like, Northwood's been sitting cold for a while. Like, this is a pretty big deal for them to close it out and just go next.
That's true. We've been talking about the lower bracket as the trenches.
Right.
If that's the case, what is this upper bracket?
You're sitting pretty. You got a martini in your hand.
Nah, this is the trenches.
You know,
right here.
remember when Dor was sitting and like just lounging? It's that.
Yeah? Okay.
They're sitting on the floor with Dor, like, we go next. Like, wasn't that? Bring it on. You know?
And typically the reason why I bring that up is because that actually is a mindset that I've heard a lot of players have. Right, we're in winners bracket. We can afford to make a mistake. Right?
That's true.
Like, like we have a chance that we can drop down to the lower bracket, and that'll be okay because we're confident in how we play. We understand this. As long as it's not like a stomp in winners bracket, because then that shifts up the mental and sort of the perspective it is that you have.
Right.
A lot of teams typically do a lot better when they're just like, okay, wait, close game, we didn't win, but we're in losers bracket. We know what we can do better on, and they typically just want to jump right into the next game immediately after that, right? So it comes down to a lot of being able to tell what sort of went wrong during the game to be able to reach that sort of level of understanding where it's like, okay, well, we can afford to make a mistake. Let's try something out. I've definitely seen teams do that before. Let's try something out because we're in the winners bracket. Even if it's not like optimal, we'll try it because it could potentially give us an edge and give us a chance. We can end up winning.
And then if it doesn't work, they still have that.
Right, they still have another chance.
Second chance, yeah.
Right.
We're going to watch Northwood versus Harrisburg. Do you guys have predictions for that?
My prediction is going to be a good match. There's like the rivalry between 1 and 2. They've got a ton of history together, and I mean we talked about this at the beginning of the Overwatch segment. You know, with Blue, like talking. Okay, Landon's no longer with them. They have a ton of experience, and then the ability to say like, hey, we're coming with our starting roster. Like they did at one point rebuild their entire team. I think it was like last semester or the semester before. So seeing that come to fruition and still having the performance that they are. And you're going up against the rivals. It means a little bit more. Like, what more do you want in a tournament when the #1 and #2 seed are the ones going in to see who goes to the grand finals? Like, this means more than just winning. It is kind of the icing on the cake when you can get these victories.
Having just watched Harrisburg, you mentioned the #1 seed. That is Northwood. Is Northwood going to be easily able to hold on to that #1 spot, do you think?
Depends on Cajun food. That's honestly.
The Raging Cajun better be coming out.
Hey, man, if that guy's got a belly full, he's either ready for a nap or he's going to sleep on the competition. Like, it's one of the other.
It's true. Going to bed or putting them to bed, right? It's typically
either way, he's fine.
I definitely have to say that like that is going to be an extremely contested match because I've never seen a situation where 1 and 2 aren't neck and neck, right? And especially with that fabled history between the two teams, right? I mean, like once again, there's an opportunity, like was interviewed with the player, like just talk about like, look, like we've lost to these guys before. Landon may not be with them anymore, but it's still just as important anyway, right? This is exactly what it is that we want to do. We want to put our best foot forward. We want to keep maneuvering on. We want to keep pushing forward, and that's exactly what it is that I believe that they'll do. And that's extra. That's extra batteries, right? Like just for them to be able to have like not only the willpower to be able to move forward and be like, okay, we have to win this, but also like know that there's more on the line for this just than winning, right? Like there's a history here, and that really plays into a lot of teams and players' mindsets.
Blue, did you want to say a prediction?
Listen, since yesterday I picked Harrisburg to win this event. They could lose this set and still make it to grand finals and have a chance at proving me correct again. So either way, Harrisburg is going to win this event, I think. I think the loss of Landon is a huge blow to Northwood. No discredit to the rest of those players. They're all insane, and they're great players in their own right. They're still the #1 seed for a reason. It's not just because of one person. But I think Harrisburg came here with a vengeance. Like Elk said, they've lost to Northwood like the last 3 times in the majors when they've had to go against them. They need to win. And their biggest rival other than Northwood is Maryville, and Northwood lost to Maryville in their last competition. So Harrisburg can learn from that VOD and say, we've got all this tape of us playing Northwood. Why don't we sit back and say, what does other teams do correctly against them? And that was the perfect example right there. It was a 3-2 victory for Maryville. So if they go back, they watch that. And then they look at what Northwood's doing today here against a team like SCAD and say, why don't we try to emulate that? Let's take it to them, and let's see what they've really got. We want to beat them, and I think it's stuck in the back of Tap and Lethal's mind, especially Lethal, 100%. With the strats that they were pulling out. They're saying, I don't want to lose. That's what the mentality is for Harrisburg. They don't want to lose. It's not about winning. They just don't want to lose, especially to Northwood. So I've got Harrisburg winning the whole event.
Speaking of here and now, I wanted to take a moment to talk about collegiate esports here in Atlanta specifically. Fawn, you being a local probably have some great perspective on that. What is it like to be in a place that is embracing collegiate esports like this? And how do you think it compares to other cities where this may or may not be a growing thing?
I definitely believe that Atlanta has a really budding and an amazing esports and competitive scene. It's only recently that like I've come into the terminology and understanding that like it's a big venue for fighting games. It's a big venue for a lot of these team-based games as well. There's a lot of league lands that happen here. There's a lot of Overwatch lands that happen here, and I'm like overall super impressed. You have you have a city like Atlanta and more of like the general area understanding that like there's a lot of conventions that happen here too. All of them always have like those LAN parties. They always have League. They always have Overwatch, whatever it may be, right? Whatever your cup of tea is. And I think that's so interesting to be able to see that here for Atlanta. Other states, I definitely think that like there's like bigger venues that you see happen a lot more, but it feels a lot more homely here. Maybe it's because like I'm just like a local here, whatever that may be, but I definitely think that it feels pretty homely because a lot of the people it is that I've seen at these venues I typically know, and so that's something that's like really, really important to me. So.
Have you two ever experienced collegiate esports in Atlanta before? And if not, how has the experience been so far?
So I started coming out here in 2017 and working actually with E-League and doing like TBS stuff, and we saw through like correlation just even across the street all the collegiate stuff when it came to like traditional sports and how heavy that carried. And we got to feel not even in a direct like competition, but the collegiate fan base of esports come and support those premier events. So like there is a crew that we know specifically that shows up to all of our live events in the Rocket League scene that are from this area just because they have like they always wear like Christmas sweaters or like mustaches that are fake and stuff like that. And it's you see the camaraderie behind it, and it's almost as if they're willing their way through it. So this is my first like actual live event for collegiate. And it's been fantastic just to see not only like vendor support, sponsorship support, the fact that they have, like we said, 400 plus players, 2,000 plus tickets sold. Like it is unreal to pull that for a venue in general in the midst of what we are right now. And then even on top of it, collegiate, which is also still trying to find its footing. So yeah, it's impressive.
We even saw some of the mascots walking around earlier.
Yeah, where's my captain? Where did he go? Yeah. You know? He called me out. He walked by and he's like, you? And I'm like, yes, captain, I got you. You know?
Speaking of all being together again in one place, I wanted to thank our sponsor, the Ad Council with Seize the Awkward. Nobody likes an awkward silence, but sometimes it can be a good thing. So use an awkward silence to ask your friend about their mental health. It can really help. So find out how at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by AFSP, the Jed Foundation, and the Ad Council. Take a moment to do that right now. If you have a friend that you should reach out to, grab your phone, text them, because we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have more esports for you. The Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup is presented by Microsoft CW. Barbasol. Go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans. New Street. New Street helps you navigate the collectibles markets with confidence. Visit newstreet.com to find out more. McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by the U.S. Air Force. See if you can command the stack in the U.S. Air Force's award-winning augmented reality flight experience mobile game available in the App Store. In partnership with CSMG, transforming traditional sports and esports. Esports U, the flagship of collegiate esports. Skillshot Media, the official broadcasting partner of the CECC. Atlanta Esports Alliance, location host of the CECC 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Esports Foundry, official tournament operator for the CECC.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
Worried about your friend but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream. So I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard.
Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now.
So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
Do they always have to go bigger?
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. We are here on the main stage of Overwatch, and we have a spectacular match coming up next. I'm here with Dynasty from Northwood University, the #1 seed coming into this event. Dynasty, you're going against Harrisburg, #2. How does it feel, and where are we going from here?
It feels pretty good. I mean, I think they're a good team, but, like, you know, we beat them 3 times in the past, so I'm confident we can do it again. That's basically it.
3 times defeat. Dynasty feeling pretty confident. So you got the shades on right now, Dynasty. Telling me how you feeling behind the shades, and what's going to be the key to strategy against Harrisburg?
Behind the shades, good. I honestly can't see anything, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. Strategy-wise, do I sell my team? No, we're just play to win. That's it.
Play to win. Well, you heard it from Dynasty. That's going to be the objective. It's the #1 seed going against the #2 seed. It's going to be Northwood against Harrisburg University. Coming up next, Desk, back over to you guys.
Go, Desk. Thanks, Paulie. Feeling very confident, it seems, Northwood over there, saying, well, we beat them 3 times in the past, so not going to be too hard this time. Is that confidence deserved?
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, I definitely wouldn't. Yeah, like that's definitely some
not
earned
the about it,
confidence.
guys. It's definitely deserved.
Right,
like,
yeah.
You don't win 6 of the last 10 like major events and not be confident.
Right.
And when you're not winning, you're second place. Like,
yeah, right. Like it's definitely a sort of earned confidence that you need to have, especially like in a situation like this, right, where it's like you're playing for like long hours and you guys are like sitting down and you're like, okay, we're just gonna do this, you know, like we won against these guys before. Make it another 4, you know?
Yeah. Like, we know how to do this. We've already been here. We've done that.
Right.
Blue, you feel like Harrisburg is the pick here. So
this is the one. I think they're the Lanimals. Okay?
What's different this time?
They've had their Danimals for breakfast, and they became Lanimals.
Not the Danimals.
No, that's the only thing I could
You
think
know, you always ask what they eat for breakfast, and people are like, oh, it's Wheaties? No, Danimals.
Yeah,
like,
Danimals.
Gotta be the Danimals.
No, but
followed
by
the Lunchables.
Yeah, with the little red stick and you scoop the cheese onto your cracker. No, but I think that this is actually the moment where Harrisburg can finally overcome. It's like the David and Goliath, right? Where you're always second place. You're always falling short to the same opponent over and over again. And then finally you get to come in person and be at LAN and face them. And that is the triumph that you have. And again, you know, they have a weakness. Harrisburg has found it. They just need to exploit it. They need to. There's a kink in the armor. They need to knock it off.
I think that's really important too. We in a lot of times, especially when you're at the top, like we don't. Like there's 2 sides of the coin. When you're at the top, it's actually really difficult to stay at the top. Like you are continuing to try to innovate while everybody else is building rosters and strategies to beat you. So the fact that Northwood has been this good for so long, I do understand the side of Harrisburg, where it's like Harrisburg has seen everything that is plausible to beat them. We know what they do, and after a certain point, there is that stagnation where it's like, we're just going to keep doing the same thing because it keeps working. And they are starting to show a little bit of that chip in the armor a couple times. So Harrisburg, if they can learn from that, as well as rebuild and kind of approach it in that sense of,
hey, like, you guys lost to these rosters because of these specific things. We're better than those teams, so we can do that. And we even heard it come out of Elk. Like, Elk's like, yo, we're going to mirror the composition, and we're going to just do it better. Prime example, Northwood. We've seen people beat you. We're going to do what they did, but do it better.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they're a worldwide team. We talked about Harrisburg. They recruited all over the world. They recruited some of the best contenders players. It's kind of like you said, it's that super team syndrome, right? It's like the Golden State Warriors or LeBron James. Everyone else is just trying to beat them. So they just keep signing people to beat them. They're building for that one objective. And in Collegiate Overwatch, it's to beat Northwood, and that's what they're trying to do here today.
I mean, I love the story, right, of like, yeah, we've been beaten this many times, and this is the time that we come back. But I don't know. Like, I don't hear you telling me how they're going to do it, other than, like, you know, a team can't stay at the top that long. Is that the
I do
excuse?
think that, like, Harrisburg is actually doing a couple things from my very in-depth analysis of this game from so far for what it's been like 3 hours and stuff. I do like the fact that they are showing counter-pick play. Like, there's a lot of times that when they're in major choke points, when they're in specific moments, they are pulling out the right moves, and the people are not just doing the right counter-picks, but they're actually being successful with it. Like, it's one thing to be in a scenario and have the ability to be like, okay, this is what we need to do. But to actually accomplish that, to put up a May wall and say, hey, McCree, you're completely nullified in this fight. You are useless. That is things that instill confidence in your capabilities, and the picks, like closing out a series, going 2-0, like all the things are clicking for Harrisburg going in the right direction. So it's more than just saying, hey, this is what we need to do, but to proactively put it into perspective. They're accomplishing the things they're going out and searching to do, as well as taking confident steps to do stuff that is cheese, as we refer to it. Like, it's a very gutsy call to say, hey, I'm going to go with a non-meta pick in Soldier or whatever, and just say, hey, I'm going to do this because I need an aimbot, and I need to make sure I don't miss my shots because I know our over-aggression is going to outweigh us in this overtime. And then to capitalize on that, close it out, and come in here confident. Yeah, like, they're doing everything right. That is confidence against a team that you, again, I just don't want to lose. I'm tired of losing. That can do a lot for a team.
So, predictions really quick. Harrisburg.
Of course.
Northwood.
Yeah.
After that big spiel, Northwood.
All right. Well, let's find out now. Let's get right into this game.
All right. Thank you guys so much for that. It's time to get into the big one. I mean, we've had a big match in the last one. It only goes up from here. The games only get harder. The games only get more important. And it is the same cast of amazing players that we've been expecting this entire time. Now we got Tap and Lethal up against Boat and Dynasty in the DPS lineup. You're talking about Cowman and Seasons on tank line going up against a team that just dominated the likes of ISU. It wasn't like the most convincing thing ever, but they beat them at their own game, for Pete's sake. This team keeps walking around and stealing their stuff. They're going to be a double shield team this series.
And we got to see, right, what they're going to bring, because these two teams, we already got the chance to see today, right? But now it's going against each other, and it's two teams that we know really well. And those tournaments where these collegiate teams get the chance to play is these two teams trying to face each other, trying to get to those grand finals every single time. So now is it going to be enough to get to this winner's bracket, to get to the grand finals, right? There's a step-by-step that both of the teams are going to have to take. And also, another factor, right, that we can now take into account is that it's really been a long day for these players, right? How are they feeling? Do they have all that energy up? Are they ready to take
I'm
those
exhausted.
Exactly. If we're exhausted, can you imagine the players that have been playing since this morning? And I'm saying that because for some teams, that's fine. They have all the energy to work with. They have all the momentum to work with. But for some, the momentum can slow down a little bit. And I feel like this is a perfect opportunity for those scenarios, for those situations to take advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, look, these college kids have all the energy in the world. And I can say that like an old man because you and I graduated college like a week ago.
Yeah,
so, no, these guys can go for a really long time. And honestly, they're used to these kinds of lanes, right? Hugh Fest goes on. They're used to playing these long days of Overwatch because most of the tournaments are just 2-day anyways. So it's something they're very, very familiar with. They're used to, goodness gracious, like 32-team brackets, all best of 5 all the way through. Just ridiculous stuff. And honestly, if you've been in contenders, I think these teams have experienced some long days.
Yeah, it's really long days that come from matches and even maps, I want to say, like the ones that we got to see in that match before, right? That it was intense, it was overtimes, it was another round and another round, and it just gets more and more because people know the stakes. These players, they know the stakes, they want to get to those grand finals, and they're willing to commit, they're willing to make the changes necessary to make it happen, whether that is, you know, in the heroes that we get to see or in the map selection as we get to jump into Ilios first for a control map.
Alrighty, let's start things out as we head on to Lighthouse to open things up. Harrisburg wants to mirror the compositions, but lo and behold, you can't see into the enemy spawn, so what they come out with will be very foretelling of what they think the opposing side is going to be playing into them. Automatically breaking out something a little interesting. We'll see what they land on, but on the other side, Season's a Cowman teasing us with that yoink and oink again.
I'm looking at Lethal right now. I'm looking at Lethal and what he's going to play.
I just don't doubt him anymore.
It's like, yeah, Genji, sure, that sounds like something Lethal will do, right? We already got the chance to see it. It worked out. I don't see any changes. I'm waiting for any changes, and it seems together wanting to commit to it, and I'm all in for it.
This is weird. So this is something that I noticed they were doing in OWCC as well. Bringing out Ball Diva, which is traditionally played with Brig Zen and the like, but they're playing it with Mercy Ana instead. I like the DPS setup they've got going here. Last time, though, they didn't have Lethal and Genji. That's going to make it a lot harder. Call up finds the dive, Lethal finds the follow-up. The damage is just all there for them to follow up on, but it's still not easy to pick apart the lights of Northwood University. They are still a pretty tough comp to get in on.
It's just a massive anti-nade that opens up the fight, and it's a perfect way to start off and try to get, look at that, 60% for the Nano, and one by one they're able to build these win conditions that before we saw Lethal, but he didn't have a Nano to work with. Now that Blade is going to be complemented a little bit better with those supports, especially knowing that the anti-nade already gave so much percentage to work with.
Yeah, I mean, Blue's been shooting Lethal and Tapped Horn pretty much all day. They both have an individual pocket. Somes is here to give Nano to Lethal. Elk is here to pocket Tap. If those two can't carry the game now, it's kind of all on them. The anti-nade lands on the high ground. That is, oh my god, 4 people with purple health bars, but a beautiful immortality field from Dimitri does keep them up to their credit. Now they've taken down Tap. This is not necessarily bad for Northwood.
The Nano's invested. Now the money comes in.
Uh-oh. He's down for 2, Lethal with the 3rd, and this, ladies and gentlemen, is why he's forcing Genji for those kind of plays. Picks up a beautiful blade and sends him packing.
It got me worried just for a second, right? Because we heard the nade coming off, but I didn't hear the blade right away, and it seems like Lethal wasn't ready just yet to take that fight. But 4 kills for Lethal, that's going to be enough. That's going to be the Genji actually being successful for that fight, and even more percentage, over 15 now for the side of HU Storm.
That's a bummer. Down goes Valk at 99% as well. That's a painful way to die. Akawa, though, shows him an even more painful way to go. Blows up Dynasty and left. And now this fight's really, really difficult to try and make your way in if you're Northwood University, and Calman just knows, yeah, you gotta call that one. Whoa.
Yeah, you gotta go for that reset as soon as possible because that time is running out. The percentage is going up and up for the enemy team, and Elk is back, has now Valkyrie to use to invest very early in the fight, and is able to set up the rest of the team for success. This is something that both of the supports have done an amazing job at, but now they're able to do it even more, understanding that win condition pretty well.
Speaking of win conditions, I'm seeing both teams kind of lacking a direct one outside of their composition. So for both of them, it's about methodically taking space and not getting poked down. The bomb could cause problems, though. Seasons is out of the way, not able to be kept alive by that immortality field that was placed by Yamitra, and with the main tank, it goes the whole comp pretty much.
And the timing here is so unfortunate too because it's just overtime, but you already lost all the members at the worst possible timing. The rally doesn't come up when the rest of the team was alive, and you're just hoping to touch here. You're hoping for a miracle, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Nah, man, their goose is cooked, and it was quite some time ago, thanks to Lethal's blade. Beautifully played map, though, out of Harrisburg. Northwood have really got to, you know, recalculate how they want to do this one. We change maps. We could go over to Ruins or, goodness, please, just don't be well again. Don't be well. That's where Northwood wants it to go, but goodness gracious, I don't know if I can watch more people fall into that pit.
It hurts every time.
Yeah.
It can be years and years of that map, and it just hurts every time to see it happen. And with the compositions and the variety that we've seen from this team, I mean, Lethal playing Genji, playing Reaper, playing Bastion, what else is he going to bring in a map like this one where the team is just having fun, it's just having a great time, and on top of that, they're able to get away with the victories that they need, again, to get to the grand finals tomorrow.
Lethal's still on it. They're still locking the ball, and it's been good. When they brought this out in OWCC, they didn't play the Genji, and so it made a lot less sense why you have the Ana. She's very diveable, she's very vulnerable, and you're not really getting that much out of her. But with the Genji, it's kind of justified now. This composition starts to make more sense, even if it's not technically the most meta, the most optimal. It makes sense. It's got clear to win conditions, and goodness gracious, Harrisburg are playing it well. Seasons has his work cut out for him in trying to chase down this ball. This Brian composition is going to continue to struggle. You can see the main tank making his way forward. He can't hit anything. There's nothing within Seasons. Yeah, it's like a little stubby T-Rex arm. He finally gets one swing in on a Diva, but it feels awful. They do have 2 kills, though, as they managed to seek out that Ana that I mentioned earlier is so vulnerable. They've just got to make it worthwhile.
And can they do that, though? That's the question, because the point doesn't really belong to anyone just yet. Fighting and one by one trying to come back alive on the other side.
It is ball. You really can't count them out, but I think we say that one's done. Point takes over, Northwood control.
They got it, and this is one of the situations where oftentimes you're going to be seeing Lethal potentially changing, but still committing, right? Already has 70%, might as well try to keep it. The only thing here is that the Nano is not going to be available in time. Is going to have to wait a little bit, and it's going to depend on that entry coming in for Tap from the sky from an off angle and seeing what he can do with it.
I love the positioning of Soames as well. You mentioned off angles, but having this Ana up here, who can get her? Dynasty can't reach the high ground, Boat can't reach the high ground. Cowman could dive the Ana, that's a waste of time. Tap takes down Boat, and again, this entire time, Soames' health bar hasn't been touched. This Ana's free healing the rest of the team. It is 100% safe value. Finally they drop, but it's too little too late. Even if you kill that Ana, the fight's pretty much done.
It is a really good composition to get something like this done so quickly too, right? Because now you built all the ultimates that you need for that proper win condition that we talked about, that Nano Blade coming up, and then you are also able to build everything else to create that space, including that minefield. That last time got 2 kills in that first map that we got to see, can have the potential to do the same if it just continues to go more and more on the other side.
Well, it's been found out, but with the point already at 49%. Yeah, 6 ultimates up. This doesn't seem too long lasting. Nano Blade from Lethal, how many can he get? Last time it was 4. This time, a humble 2, maybe. Oh! Bo just walks into it, ups his numbers, pads the stats. Not too sad about that.
Able to get that 3K to start it off, and it just makes everyone so uncomfortable because you're looking up at the Genji, but the Reinhardt is not going to be able to reach him in time. That the immortality gets taken down right away, and the Genji gets away with the 3K that was expected. Now, minefield, now even more that he's able to get, and again, this little angle that Elk is able to get along with Tap.
I mean, they've just got 4 more ultimates because Lethal's a monster, just guarantees you kills with that Nano Blade. Trying to farm up an EMP though, Boat is forced back. That's pretty much the timer that they're on at this point, right? Get the EMP going and then try and flip the point. Immortality Field's been forced out again. Look at Akawa. Rather not Akawa, Soames up on this high ground. This Ana, I need a camera on her at some point. She is free. She is 100%. No one can touch Soames right now. And it is insane. Finally, Lep does something about it, but this feels like a little, too little too late.
A little too late, and again, Soames was able to get an anti-nade.
Question marks?
Soames got a 3K with an anti-nade, and that was enough once again to open up the fight, and it seems like sometimes we get to see the side of the HU Storm holding back for a little bit, then they properly engage, and that one is a win condition. Now switching to the Moira, actually.
I mean, the Moira is just safe. Soames can now get with the team. They've got to get past the EMP, so having this ability to dodge it on reaction, maybe you can do it. It's a little tricky, to say the least, but they're going to actually... Oh my, it only hit Tap. It only hit Tap. And the pulse bomb's been eaten by Divio. This is a disaster. This is a complete disaster for Northwood. They're sent packing on the back foot. Stevens is running for his life. As Dynasty tries to hunt down the likes of Tap, but this one is just not happening. The engagement whiffed big time, and Boat is unfortunately just sent back to spawn with head and hands as the EMP caught virtually nothing.
It is already 99, and the timing doesn't seem to be there. They're trying to secure that point as well. It's going to be the minefield, and that's how barrier. Again, sure, you're able to stay alive, but for how long?
Not. It is kind of the answer here. It looks like a clean 2-0. This was a fantastically played point by Harrisburg. Every last bit of this ball composition. I know I've been talking about it all day, and they've never given it. They've been doing this whole ego thing where, oh, we'll match the composition and we'll beat them with it. I'm just saying, just play your ball comp. Harrisburg's so good on it.
It looks so clean. Everything that you see, every single player just doing what is expected of them. Everyone is performing to that level. And also being able to play in a composition that is so difficult. That is why not many teams want to run it, right? Because it's so complex. complex. It has so many factors where everyone has to be playing in the best way possible, and everyone has to be able to stay alive. The feeling, it just seems perfect. And I just want to say, I'm a fan of Vivio on the D.Va. We've seen it now for 2 matches, and it's been popping off.
Yeah, I think I've been sleeping on Divya. You raise a fantastic point. They got the clutch eat earlier on. And honestly, you talked about it being a difficult composition. They're making it even more difficult by playing this Genjiana, whatever they've been going for. But it's been really successful, and I think the big reason for that is an understanding of their win conditions, right? The big thing they need to do is make sure that Ana's safe, which unfortunately when you're playing a ball competition is far from easy. You don't have much to really keep it alive. If you leave your D.Va back there, your dive really loses a lot of its teeth, and if you camp it with a support, you're feeling pretty bad, plus your Mercy's trying to pocket your Echo in the midst of all that. But Soam's through some beautiful positioning, just completely abusing the fact that this rush competition, the only thing that can get up there is a D.Va who, if she goes and chases after your Ana, she's not peeling for her Reinhardt, so her Reinhardt's going to die, or the Lucio who leaves his team without speed, and then the team dies. Right? Like, you got the boop off the map, but it didn't matter.
And I'm a fan too, because the Wrecking Ball, what he's trying to do every single time is be disruptive. But it's not only the Wrecking Ball, right? We got to see the Echo doing the same job, and we got to see even a Genji too, which again, like I said, out of the many things that we can expect from Lethal, I feel like I wasn't quite expecting the Genji to continue to be played, especially to such a high level, and getting the value that he wants, right? It seems like everyone is playing Lethal's game, and everyone else has to adapt around this Genji.
It's Lethal's world. We're just living in it.
And it's amazing. Not only because he's an insane Genji, and every single hero that we've seen from him has been great, but also because he understands the game so well that he knows when it's time to switch, when it's time to make a change. Okay, this Genji worked out at the beginning, but now I'm going to be read a little bit better. So it's time to change. It's time to always keep it a mystery, always keep the enemy in questioning what is going to happen next, what is Lethal going to be playing next.
And I think that's the crazy part, because all of these players know each other, and they've known each other for a very long time. We've known these players. We've cast these players for a very long time. I haven't seen Lethal's Genji in so long. Lethal's been in, like, Tracer jail. They've played exclusively, like, Tracer Echo for the entirety of Overwatch Collegiate Cup.
Right.
And maybe they brought it out once, and it's just in a VOD that I haven't seen. But there aren't many VODs I haven't seen. This guy's been a nut, and he's got all sorts of surprises up his sleeve.
There's always a lot. I mean, again, we got to see even the Reaper for a little bit on another map, and he's able to bring those heroes again when it's necessary. That communication, it's always on point for this team for what it seems like. We got to see it early on. We get to see it again, playing different compositions and always knowing what the first engagement is really going to look like. And that is the most difficult thing to picture as well, but they're able to just do it perfectly.
Yeah, look, executing this comp is not easy. I think when you said, like, ball comps are hard to execute, you cannot overestimate how difficult. At this level,
so hard.
You make any mistake on any comp, they're going to punish you for it. Dude, trying to coordinate 6 people jumping in from all different angles while your main tank is moving around actively and you're trying to build, it hurts my brain thinking about it. But so far, Harrisburg just look amazing. And the map pick this time, though, out of Northwood, goes to Blizzard World. Honestly, if I would have made the same prediction that I did earlier when I called Route 66 for this team, I would have easily said Blizzard World. 110% of the time.
Right.
You want to play double shield, you want to force a mirror on it. Harrisburg are going to mirror you anyways. I don't know if it's an ego thing for them, or if they just think it's funny, or if they just think they're that dang good. But this is a tough piece. Like, it was close against Giggs Reinhardt, but now you're up against Seasons and Cowman's double shield. I don't know, man.
I think they want to show the variety, right? They want to show how flexible they really are.
Oh, they're just bragging now, yeah.
But yeah, exactly. You're just bragging at the point, and it's working out, right? You made it to the winners finals. You made it pretty far, but still a test, still something to be contested. And now it's all about the defense here, playing back and having to be really protected. Sometimes we see this in Metro here without TP, but no, it's only the shields having that protection and everyone playing behind them.
Shield immediately being poked away at. This is interesting though. Vote Dynasty, this is something that's, oh goodness, like a year and a half old. Got played for like one Contenders trial season and then put back in the closet. But Dynasty playing on Genji alongside both Ashe is a fairly old concept in its own right. And I'm not going to say too much about this because it's kind of just been a wash by and large thanks to Tap putting in so much damage. But The idea is that the Dynamite's there and then you follow up on it with the Genji, but it's really difficult because Tap can so easily poke down Dynasty and keep him away.
And the thing here is that Tap can get taken down quite easily, but because of that, he's so careful, right? He's playing behind. He's making sure that when he's actually engaging, he's communicating with the team properly. He's communicating in a way that he's not going too far away. The line of sight is still going on for them. And because of that, he's able to get those crazy kills that we get to see. Almost about to have a duplicate.
Yeah, I mean, it helps when Elk's giving you every juice box in that Brigida's back pocket. It makes your job as Echo a little bit easier. Tap get poked out like that. Immediately healed up after that. A quick push, though, from Northwood as they try to make their way in. Dynasty has a flank, but you gotta get here quicker. Your time is running a little thin. The Dynamite's huge and lethal. Just dishes out the deeps to put him in the dirt.
And that was a rally invested. That was both of those board ultimates actually being invested for the team of Harrisburg. So now those are no longer a possibility, but luckily for Sooms, he's able to build his ultimate quite fast, and you're going to be relying a little bit more on when it comes to be the supercharger, right? Trying to delay that next push. And in the meantime, you can rely on Tap as well to be able to balance out and to change and to slow down the Dynasty that is also playing the Genji, something that we haven't brought up just yet. That's a lot slower to what we saw from Tap.
I mean, Lethal's Genji was crazy, but Dynasty's Genji is storied, right? We know this Genji. This one's not a surprise to see him play it. Lethal does find one, though, and I mean, this guy is lighting up the entirety of Northwood like a Christmas tree at this point. You just can't walk anywhere without getting a bullet to the dome.
The thing about Lethal, though, and when he was playing Genji compared to what we get to see now, is that there were targets that were you could easily dive and take advantage of, but now
very dead right now.
you're just going in, right? And this is what I wanted to talk about, right? Dynasty going one by one, about to have finally the ultimate too, but you're taking a little too long because the dive, it's so difficult to make happen with this double shield.
Yeah, dude, Dynasty's job is so hard. There's a reason why this stopped getting played after like one patch. Like Genji got buffed one time, it started getting played, and then they nerfed Genji, and nobody ever touched the composition again. And I think we're starting to see why that is. But they've got 6 ultimates. If you can't take this point with 6 ultimates, you don't deserve it, Northwood. In they come, blade in hand. Dynasty's got the scent. In goes the bomb. The flux is huge, though. 6 ultimates is not enough. They only spent 2 of them, but is that really a prize you want to take home up? 45 seconds? Not really.
You don't get to invest all the ultimates at least. You have to have all those remaining, but the fact that you can see this at Harrisburg just walking and taking advantage, yeah, it's absolutely insane. Not even 33% they've been able to get, and there's 30 seconds remaining to work with. Last opportunity here, Dynasty has to pop up with his Genji somehow.
So there's a world here where you push forward really aggressively, drop Bongo. Bongo Blade was actually a combo when this composition was being played, and it was fairly reliable. So they're going to use that to engage Bongo by Seasons, and he's boosted up. It's exactly like a year and a half ago. Dynasty showing us a little bit old school Overwatch. It works just like a charm after you dust it off a little bit.
And Elk fighting to stay in this point, but it's not going to be enough this time around. That overtime, that last fight seemed to be enough, and it's only Tap. The last one here does get taken down too. That payload will start to move a little bit more into that second point, and the opportunities they change, that win condition changes as well. I mean, why not? Why not?
Just log out. Just log out, man.
They suddenly disconnect again.
Something fishy going on here. They're still keeping Dynasty on the Genji, man. They believe in it was a sick Bongo Blade. I gotta give credit where credit was due. That was good enough to match a lot of what Lethal had done, but now we've got a Genji 1v1. Is it just ego? I feel like now you're not allowed to swap.
And now you're gonna fight for this high ground control, and this double shield is going to be better at doing it.
Yeah, but trying to take down that Bongo is just not gonna happen. Yeah, Dynasty gets a bit greedy for it. The rest of his team backs off instead, so it's an easy turn and focus.
Yeah, that was going to be enough. And an implication actually that we see pretty late. Yeah, it's not going to be enough. A rally to invest it. It was just a mistake there. Communication not shining too much, but still trying to commit in Dynasty, running away for his life.
I mean, you brought up the rally invested. I feel like we should really touch on that again. Left just dropped rally. There's double support ultimates up.
Both supports,
Flux, dude, like this is a massive ultimate advantage. Flux and Dragon, unless you know what, they are kind of set up on the high ground perfectly for it. This could go badly, but I think they'll be all right by and large, considering how many ultimates they have.
Yeah, they have a good amount of ultimates, and you can waste as much time. Again, only 1 minute remaining because that first point took so long.
Oh, this is nice. I like this by Dynasty. I mean, it's forced point. It's exactly how you should be playing these kind of situations. Almost gets caught out of the health pack. Yeah, don't get too aggressive here. Somes will mess you up if you're not careful. Walking out into the dragon, Somes fears nothing. What? Both immortality fields are out. They just tank the dragon. They're not scared of anything. In comes Harrisburg. All the dragon did was make them angrier. Somes has come back with a vengeance. Dynasty falls, and with it, Northwood.
And Dynasty just was committed to getting that Baptiste, but so much as well to get that protection with the rest of the team, with Immortality too, made that to get absolutely no value. Now the time is running out. This is last fight territory for the team to push that play to as far as they can. And now there's a blade, but now for Lethal.
All right, Lethal. You got one job, one blade, one opportunity. Not really anything to help it, to be fair. This is just a dry blade.
Yeah.
This is about as rough as they come. It's going to be 0, but hey, it forces him back if nothing else, and the rest of the team can push him down now that you got that bongo and the MH. Keep him right packed in like sardines. You said no. Absolutely not. You may not leave your spawn. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Harrisburg University is a very, very cruel captor.
Harrisburg, they just look terrifying the more that you get to see from them. And that is a crazy thing, right? They started playing so well today, but they continue to do it at such a high level in such a dominant manner that so far no one else, right, has been able to catch up. This is the winner's bracket. No one has taken this team down. And the more that we get to see from them, it seems like it becomes harder as well.
That was mean. We don't have to replay that. That was not a fun moment for Lethal. I do love the Bongo Blade. I haven't seen Bongo Blade in so long. That comp was played for like less than a month.
It's so risky, right? It's so risky compared to, you know, the way that you're usually complementing that Genji for success. And it works out this time. I feel like the more that we get to see it again, it's doesn't have the likelihood of working, so that is why.
Not great.
Yeah, it's still not great. But again, if there's someone who's going to bring that variety, it's going to bring those surprises. It's gotta be these players, this flex DPS.
I mean, can we give style points? I can't make the card go any further, but I can award like an honorary style point.
Yeah.
I'll draw it out.
Maybe a couple at this point.
You can put it on your fridge. Yeah, Seasons of Dynasty, you can get the Bongo Blade award. It's cool enough for me. That being said, pretty easy push, all things said, or all things being as they are for Harrisburg. This is a walk in the park, a quick stroll if they can get past that point A. And you know what? That point A is defended by the same composition. Northwood are sticking to their guns. Boat and Dynasty, Genji and Ash.
And a big difference, though, on the other side is that Lethal might be coming up on the Sombra. Is going to get a good amount of information, too, which will be great early on, but can also build a big win condition, that EMP, that is going to give them even more a clear opportunity as well to slow down that potential aggression, the potential investment of ultimates that we often get to see for the defense here.
There's so much time on the clock. I think Harrisburg just sees the opportunity to get 2 MPs and win the game. That's kind of the game plan here. Lethal, nice hack, takes down the tank. They might not even need the EMP. Cowman is eating cut right now. It's just down he goes. Oh my god, that was a brutality. Tap puts in the damage from the back line. Lethal's there.
No, wait, wait.
You can't clutch this. I feel like that just adds to the BM.
He does not care, let me tell you
not
that.
At all.
He does not care. He's going to emo and he's going to sit down.
And they get high ground?
Yeah, they get high ground early on.
No, it's not fully. It's not fully. The halt's going to stop here.
Look at the stairs. A little bit of the stairs, too.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to back up. But still, I mean, look at Lethal. Look at Lethal about to have EMP, too. That is actually going to give them the high ground.
Oh, boy. We're holding the W key. Pray that you can get something in here for Lethal's EMP. It's connected onto 4. This is a mercy killing at this point. Oh, my goodness. Harrisburg have demolished every single person in their path. This one's not going to be added as a notch on their belt quite yet. It is a best of 5. There's one more map to try and pull this one back, but this has been absolutely clinical.
And it just, you can see Harrisburg, they just want to get things over with, right? They look absolutely terrifying in that map. Only a couple fights that they had to win, and only a couple fights that they win and they actually make happen. It's so nice to see the variety every single time, and we've seen pretty much everything from this team already.
Yeah, everything under. They've played everything under the sun. They've matched everybody and beat everybody on their. That was a double shield match. That was a great double shield map. I don't know, honestly, like, I understand wanting to match the Genji. I don't think Genji Ash was the play. It looked cool for a couple moments, but it really, you started to feel the pain once that Echo and the Sombra came out. What's he gonna do?
Right. Yeah, and then even towards the end, just Lethal coming up with the Sombras getting 4 with that EMP, what else can you do? There's only one fight to guarantee that they win, and the entire map will go your way, and they do exactly that. And it's a Sombra, again, that you can't really play every single time, but in a situation like that one, when you know it's only a single fight, and you run with it, and you know that these DPS are going to perform to that level and actually make that ultimate be built quickly.
I mean, that's one of the things that you talk about in Overwatch in general, though, right? If the other team gets map pick on Escort, Hybrid, generally speaking, you take defense by default for this reason, right? They stopped the cart early, and what that allowed them to do was budget out offense. They knew they only had to get this far. They thought, hey, we can win first with this, build into an EMP and take it, or if worse comes to worse, we build one EMP in 2 minutes, cap first point, build another EMP in another couple minutes, and then finish cap in the map. But they knew what they had to do, and that's the advantage about playing defense first, is you can then budget your ultimates more effectively on the attacking side.
And there's so many things really to talk about when it comes to Harrisburg, right? Another thing that I wanted to mention too is Tap and the opening picks that he was getting, right? And the Echo was insane.
Yeah, that was
the team was playing a little bit slower behind him, but he knew as an Echo you were gonna have to go in, you're gonna have to find something, and every single time that's what he was doing.
Yeah, it's all thanks to great support as well. Elk giving him juice box after juice box after juice box. Behind every good Echo, there's a very kind Brigitte player. And we have to give thanks to the support. So again, we haven't mentioned the supports much in either of these teams, but I got to say it feels a little bit comfier when you're talking about Harrisburg. And it feels like the support lineup is actually being relied on a lot more. We talked earlier about how with Reinhardt compositions and with Rush in general, as your job as the main thing is to stress test your supports. It's kind of the same goal, but it's changed around a little bit, right? We saw the ball comp with the Ana, and you're stress testing your sports not necessarily how much can they get in healing output, but you're stress testing, hey, how's your positioning? Can you peel for yourself? Can you keep yourself alive in these situations? And it's really, really difficult to do that, especially with some of the crazy comps that they're coming out with.
And something as well, the action aids. And I also know that you said we haven't talked about the supports enough, but I feel like they're just so good that we get to talk about them for every single thing that they do. It's just every single player so far has been highlighted for the team, and they deserve it, right? It's a team that's so full, it's so complete, they're doing exactly what is expected. And again, this is the winners finals, right? And even then, it seems like no one is able to get even close to what Harrisburg is delivering.
Can I call the map? I'm calling it right now.
All right, what is it?
Watch Point Gibraltar.
Okay.
All right, hear me out here. It's not necessarily...
I see it. I can see it.
Well, at this level, generally speaking, it's a bit more of a Winston level than it is a Wrecking Ball level when it comes to dive, because the health packs are a little bit bad for ball, and it's great for building nano. On the defending side, you still can play double shield, but should Harrisburg try to mirror it, at least they get to take them on another comp. I don't think Northwood's here to try and play Rush against Storm after they just beat ISU not but a couple of seconds ago. Junkertown, oh, dang, I was almost 2 for 2. Junkertown, though, actually not a bad shout either. It really removes a lot of that dive threat. Ball and Winston both struggle with the massive distances that are available on this map.
I do want to say it's a little surprising, right? Because we barely ever see this map. But I think at the same time, it does make sense, right? It's a good map. It's a really open map. And the question that I have here is that there's a lot of teams that they want to change that composition when we get to see second, when we get to see third point especially. So is this going to be the case? Because the defense here starting for this side of Harrisburg is going to look strong. It's going to be continuing. Again, what you would expect from this map, right? The double shield coming in, potentially as well trying to find some early picks with Tap.
Seems like a fair enough plan. Tap's been playing great the entire time. But there's a good reason why we don't see this map. It's because it ends up being a double shield mirror 90% of the time. Like the other composition that you play here is Sigma Hog, which isn't much more fun to play for these teams. But it doesn't matter about fun, it matters about winning for both of them. I think Northwood's having fun. They like playing double shield, but they're a bunch of weirdos. Harrisburg are just happy to match.
I mean, as long as you're having fun, right? Whatever composition it is, and I guess that's good enough. And it's a good way to start it off, too. Compositions that look pretty similar, but a little bit of a difference. And yeah, Dynasty going down first.
Yeah, it's all thanks to those Tap sticky bombs just doing it again. Both trying to find a pick, and that's a nice part about playing the attacking side of the map. It only takes one pick from the Widow to give yourself a foothold in. So despite losing this, there still is that chance. But, I mean, both teams still on double shield. It's really hard to find that opening. Does he know Lethal's here? Oh, he does. He turns around. Oh, no! Lethal just owns the back line, shuts it down, and there's the rest of the flank.
And the Silver Sniper that is being played on the attacking side, it's right. The point here is to try to create that space with a Widowmaker with a hands up. But are they actually going to be able to do that, right? They're having difficulty getting out of spawn. Finally, the defense is going to back up just a little bit to give them that space. Even then, they're going to have a difficult time, especially both on this Widowmaker.
I mean, they signed up for this one. They chose Junkertown. They wanted double shield. You know, I won't ever not take an opportunity to call people weird for playing double. It's kind of just community service at this point. But they're both playing it well. Lethal in, and just again another flank for 2. Dynasty and Bro. That's a DPS. Yeah, 5 over 1.
And I think at this point, you really gotta swap the double sniper. It's just not going to work out in the long run. It seems like those dragons. What is that?
Nah, game's over. Game's over. Let him out of the building. Give him the trophy.
They're feeling confident. They're feeling confident.
When the last time you saw a 360 dragon?
They're definitely feeling confident. I mean, they're not even letting...
And it worked!
They're not letting them get out of spawn. This is a nightmare to deal with. There you go. They changed both now on the Genji now. Is Genji better? That's a question that I have. It can work out, but dealing with that double shield, it just makes everything so much more difficult. Even a rally, I mean, they have everything to keep the team alive against the Genji dot.
That's insane, but Harrisburg still do at least have some tools to try and fight this one through. Both teams do. In fact, they're going to throw in the kitchen sink virtually every day and on Sunday. Immediately catching out 2 seasons, and both are opening up the fight. But the space isn't looking too good for Harrisburg. They got to aggressively try and retake this one with Tap duplicating again. Is there going to be a blade? Are you going to Tap? You got to charge blade. At least get the blade. There you go. Sends out a blade. How many can you get? Flash? Oh, wow, that's a depressing blade. It's okay. Goes down. Dynasty gives him a little bit of his own medicine. And says, you know, why don't you leave the Genji to Lethal?
It was an attempt, you know. It's okay. They're still coming back. They're still trying to hold that point, but the payload's going to continue to move here.
I mean, progress is progress. They're kind of just staggering their way out of this one. This hasn't been the most organized retake of the card, but Elk looks like he's on the warpath. Who does he want? He wants the Genji. He's just going to run him down if he has to.
It's not the first time that we see this, right? This commitment to, but it's just giving more and more opportunities for the defense to be able to come back, and that is what is working out so well.
I mean, the Flux is available, but alongside of Rally, there's a lot of sustain still left yet for Harrisburg University. And when these members hit the ground at half HP, Boat's going to be more than happy to try and clean them up. But yeah, alas, his teammates lose half HP and the fight's just over.
Now, Both is going to have a blade to use, but this is the last fight territory. They haven't even gotten the first checkpoint. Yeah, I mean, they have 80. They could build it, but again, the time is running out. It's going to have to be late, and Boat ideally wants to initiate with this, hoping to find just an opening pick and see what the rest of the team is able to capitalize from.
All right, oh, never mind. Boat just died.
Lethal, that's on the Widow. It's now on the Widow.
Lethal removed his head from his shoulders. I don't know what to tell you. Dynasty's got to clutch this one out, and he's got a Tracer to deal with. If he can find Tap here, he can turn around and start doing actual work, but Tap is just being a nuisance. A nuisance. He doesn't have to kill him. All he has to do is look at the Hanzo. Get the Hanzo's attention. Say, hey,
Boat is back.
Look over here. And you know what, Cowman? It's a nice engagement. It's a fat Flux. Boat's in to finish off the half HP bars. Uh-oh, the Genji's resetting, and ladies and gentlemen, we got some time on the clock. Finally, Northwood can do something that they're feeling good about. Build some momentum.
Boat is finally back. Didn't have to invest that blade into the last fight. Is able to use it early into the second.
What do you mean didn't have to invest that blade into? He got his head taken off.
Yeah, but he came back. There were 2 players.
Okay.
And he didn't have to use it. So he's good. He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah, we'll count it as a win, I guess.
But again, what is he going to combine it with? It's only a blade. It's only a blade with absolutely nothing else.
A blade and a prayer. That's the combo.
Yep. Just blade and pray.
Dynasty does a nice flank here, though. They've got some good angles. Dynasty, you have to respect this. You have to respect this. Back up. Give it up. Give it up. Please do not just get absolutely blasted down. Yeah, that was not going to go well for you if you didn't leave real quick. Lethal on the other side as well has a beautiful angle onto them. Seasons, though, actually finding a great way through this. The blade is a good tool because Harrisburg decided to engage onto them. All of a sudden, they've enabled Boat to get a multi-kill with this dry blade, something that you don't really see too often. Catches a nice deflect as well, sent the body shot right back at the Widowmaker. This is dangerous territory, especially considering the spawns are closer for Northwood.
And it's only about a minute remaining to work, but it's quite enough. But again, it does get risky. Has to back up DVO. We haven't seen too much of him in the Sigma. He's trying to show something, but does get taken down. Yeah.
Oh, that's a huge ultimate off the table. They went on to retake with that. Now all they have is Amplification Matrix, but I don't know how that's going to work because Left got to rally here. Even if you amp, you're not going to kill anything. You just got to take your L. You just got to, yeah, just give him point B. That's a bummer.
And the rally gets invested into that one. Gets that second checkpoint, and this is what I mentioned. This is where we sometimes get to see a little bit of changes coming in for the series for the tank lane as well. You want to dive, you want to play a little bit faster, but so far that's not going to be the case. Amplification to start it off.
We're
they
committed.
Can't get out.
It's a mirror. We're playing double shield all day, like it or not. Season's out of the way though with the help of that bomb going. This fight, yeah, it was made a lot harder by the inclusion of that ultimate.
Yeah, they can't even get out. It gets so much more difficult. It's gotta be actually.
Trades are good. Trades are very good for Northwood right now. And so we make sure everyone on the high ground is doing stuff. As long as they get the last laugh, Lep goes down, but again, spawns are closer for Northwood, and yeah, they're going to re-engage on this. This is a pretty good opportunity for them. Half health bars, Immortality Field's been forced out. Counter Grid Flux isn't nearly as big, but the shields are low. Immortality Field now out from Northwood. Neither team has much to work with. It's all about the damage, and Akawa and Lethal are dishing it out.
And both of the teams, it was a pretty long fight again, but just being able to come back really does make a difference here for the side of Harrisburg. Now they look pretty good. Lethal just got taken down at the end, so can't position himself in time.
Don't get Tracer gapped. Don't get Tracer gapped.
He's ready for his
Don't get Tracer gapped.
No, he's got it. No, he's got it.
Oh, okay. Taps out. You gotta be careful. There's still a pulse bomb and no recall. It's a dangerous play. Oh, Bo's just playing chicken with the Widowmaker. What on earth is going on? It's 5v5. This is Overwatch 2. Oh my goodness. First Overwatch 2 Collegiate Tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, right here, right now. Bo coming in with the Genji. This is Overwatch 2 accurate. A two-piece blade on one swing. That's 3 total for those of you who don't have more than 2 fingers to count on.
And the way that the blade now is working, just knowing that there aren't too many resources they can throw through this blade, is just to allow the engagement to happen, to allow to create that space for this team that has been looking for it for so long. And that payload, it gets to move because of that. It pushes into a single fight, 30 seconds remaining. Last opportunity here.
All right, Amplification Matrix, no rally? No rally, 30 seconds, and they use it late. They're confident they can survive the Amp Matrix, and they are rightly so. It was a little greedy to hold that rally for so long, but it's really going to pay off now as Boat and Dynasty can go in without having to worry about their tanks, without having to worry about the sports, because they all got that rally armor. It was a risky move that Lep just took holding on to that for so long, but it's paying off in spades.
And Boat is getting so many kills with his Genji, let me tell you. He started slow.
He's kind of schmoving.
But he made it work at the end. Now Lethal is coming out with the Genji. If he's able to touch at point in time.
Might be too little too late.
Yeah.
There's a flux. There's so many ultimates coming online right now for Northwood University. It's incredibly difficult to hold. And I would count them out right now, but Harrisburg have worked some magic before. Maybe, just maybe, they can get something done. The flux is pretty big.
No
the follow
way.
there. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, I've cursed them. Oh, I've cursed them. Boat is their last and only hope at salvation. The ball flying around the point. He gets the second one with the blade. Dynasty now gets in. It's Tracer up against Genji. Lethal trying to get in. Gets one DPS duel for all the money, for all the cookies for that upper bracket spot, but I don't know if it's happening. Dynasty down. There's nothing to clutch the point out. And Harrisburg, I don't know how on earth they held that, but they did it.
It came back. It seems like it wasn't even possible, right? It was Lethal switching into the Genji, getting taken down right away. It seems like that was it. But no, the Wrecking Ball really makes a difference. 2 kills there that he's able to get. And with that, just makes it into almost the end. I mean, that was absolutely insane. The Genji, again, it worked out for a little bit, and they had some Dynasty, and they had some Boat as well, but it just was used for die.
Hold up.
Look at that.
Okay, but we've got to zoom out and think about this one holistically, because to Northwood's credit, that was, considering their first point push, which was quite frankly abysmal, that was great. That was you made the most of a really bad situation. You would have loved to cap there, and you probably should have. But a great combo, right? They swapped heroes that kind of assist them with that grid of flux. The ball can follow up, the Genji can follow up and finish off those low HP health bars. So it's kind of just the perfect late stall swaps to try and get in there. But now the buck's been passed. It's not easy. Getting to the end of Junkertown is by far, or not by far, it's definitely not free. That's as far as it goes.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, and that is what he said as well, that sometimes we do get to see those changes. We get to see different heroes at the end. We got to see the Wrecking Ball. We got to see the Genji coming in at the end. And just to try to change it around, just to try to waste as much time as possible to bring a new possibility when it seems like there aren't many left. And the team of Harrisburg, this is something that they've been able to do constantly. Definitely though, I want to say this map is the most risky that it's been for them.
Yeah, I'm not going to say the RS thing quite yet until maybe like they've got to win like 2 more maps and then they'll start saying, I don't want to curse him. I already cursed him at the end there. I said that fight was guaranteed, and lo and behold, it fell to dust.
It seemed like it was guaranteed.
It really should have been.
It really should have been. It's just a wrecking ball that it comes out of nowhere. Literally, it changes the odds of a fight that seemed like it was unwinnable. Makes it even more possible. But again, what we've seen from Harrisburg, what we saw in map 1 and map 2 is just they're ready to get this over with. They're ready to get to the grand finals.
So what do we think they're coming out with? Swapping sides over to attack. You can break out the double shield. There's a reason why they took to this map, right? Ball and Winston, despite having enormous distances that they're able to cross and great heights that they're able to leap, this map's too big for them, too. It's huge. Again, the only 2 compositions that we see a lot here, and it's mostly double shield with like a sprinkling, a smattering of Hog Sigma, which was really something that was played just like a while ago, and it's kind of fallen out of favor more than anything else. There's not much else you can really go for. They could pirate ship.
No.
In the winners finals.
No. They're not doing that. Surely they're not doing that.
They're up 2-0. Harrisburg seems kind of cocky.
No. Surely they're not gonna do that, right?
Look, this is like my outside play. This is my side bet.
You know what I'm thinking is that what Northwood wanted to bring, it's something that we're likely to see in a map like Junkertown, right? When you're bringing that double sniper, you're trying to create that space in a map that is so massive. And I like the idea. The thing is that they never got that space at the beginning, and that is when things get really, really difficult because the Widow, they can get in position to get kills. They can go in the flanks like they want to, and that means that it's one and over again they're getting taken down. I think, though, that on the defensive side, they're able to set up, they're able to position themselves, and it's a better chance to bring that double sniper and see how far they can make it.
That's what we said when we were playing on Blizzard World, and their setup defense didn't work out so well. I have higher hopes for this, though. They're not running Ash Genji anymore, which makes me a little sad, but also makes me more optimistic for the outcome of this match.
And a Genji, too, that was being played at the end in a way that we didn't get to see today. We haven't seen it in a long time in Overwatch because when you are trying to play with the Genji, you're trying to set him up for success every single time, whether that is with the Nano, whether that is even with the Bongo that we got to see. That was pretty interesting. Or whether it is, with the supports as well, making sure that this Genji is able to stay alive when he's ulting.
I appreciate the players having fun. Look, if they really want to have fun, Tap's got to play Genji. It's the rule. Bo played it. Dynasty played it.
You think so?
Yeah, it's all that's left. Tap duplicated the Genji, and then we saw the depressing blade. You got to make up for that.
But you think he's going to have fun playing Genji?
Every other Genji in this lobby has hit a 3K blade. You have to. It's the rules.
What if he doesn't follow the rules?
He's a bad boy. Don't play by the rules. I don't know, man. Harrisburg doesn't seem to be playing by anybody's rules, to be completely fair. They seem to be doing whatever they want. It started out with matching everybody's composition and just kind of egoing them on it, and now I think they just got bored of that. I think they're swapping like Genji Echo just to feel something again.
Just to feel something. Just to feel something. No, these players, I mean, we know that they're having a good time, right? And we get to see it as well.
Yeah.
But it's also a team that is pretty confident. And how do you break that confidence, right? No one has been able to do it so far. They've been able to win every single match that is expected of them. They made it to the winners finals. And now it's a confidence that how are you going to break? If you already won 2 maps, if you already looked the way that you did, it's got to be a difficult one. You got to take it step by step, if anything, for this out of Northwood.
Alrighty, and we're back. Just a quick little mouse issue, skill issue, same thing.
Don't worry.
I don't know who paused. I'm not going after anybody in particular. I have no clue who paused. I'll be completely honest with you. I had to dig at somebody.
That felt personal.
Hey, we'll see how well this Widowmaker works out for Tap, and then we'll suss out maybe if it was him or not. Either way, I trust this. Lethal coming out on a Pharah, something you don't see too often, but something that is not the worst thing here, especially considering both Dynasty are running Genji, Hanzo on defense. They can't go back and swap to a hit scan character to deal with this Pharah.
I mean, are they going to be able to? That's the question, though. You have a lot of protection, you have the shields, you have as well the map that is able to protect you now, but at the same time, it feels like this Pharah if she's going to go in, it's got to be safe.
Oh, she's getting value. That conk was worth the swap all in its own right. Lethal does eventually go down, but it's traded out for left. It's something that you're more than happy with considering the spawn situation. Now, though, you've only got a Widowmaker. Tap's the only one here doing damage realistically outside of the tanks, which makes it much more difficult. Northwood can take that damage pressure, transfer it into space, then transfer it into a fight win like they are now.
And it turned out to be well as well. Diva is able to get a little bit of high ground, but have to drop at the end just to try to protect the team. Does get pick under Dynasty, and it seems to still be pretty close.
Oh, no, they didn't track the Pharah spawn. It just led into an overextension. That's a really, really tough way to go, because now it's going to lead to so much push, because now Lethal can play outside these chokes. It's a problem, Dryad. It's a problem.
Look, I know that we've talked about it a lot, but we've pretty much seen every single hero from Lethal. It's just terrifying, and it's such a good player, right? 2 kills with a barrage as well.
I think they both just deflect a rocket at Elk. That was kind of sick. Now, searching for the far... Wait, what? No way. Oh, it was... They almost got it done. Akawa, though, takes him down and puts him out of his misery. That's first point, going over to HU.
And the timing, too, is not too good coming in for the side of the defense, right? Northwood gets taken down. A pretty bad timing is going to be only the Diva coming in instead of Kalman, seeing if he's able to slow down this tempo just a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. Has to wait for the rest of the team, has to wait for both, if anything, to try to get that blade. It's, I mean, every single time that he's used the blade is getting 2-3 kills as least, and that could be enough.
Yeah, I still don't know 100% about the Genji with this comp. I mean, at this point, Boat's kind of proven his worth. But the rest of the team swapping, Cowman makes perfect sense, right? Just completely put the DM on the Pharah and never take it off, and it's going to be basically your gameplay from here on out. Tap, though, has an interesting angle. This is dangerous. Could take out the bongos, shield the bar down. Zones, in fact, is going to be helping out with that. Northwood are forced back, and this cart still moving towards the end of point. This is 270-degree high ground. You got to understand how hard this is to break as a team trying to retake on defense. This is going to be a disaster. Vivio can shut it down and make it even worse. Catches 3 out with the Gravitic Flux, and down go 3 following him. No, it only managed to get the follow-up on 1. It should have been more, but the positioning's just not there. Still yet, Harrisburg are able to finish off the kills eventually. Just took some time.
There's a couple scenarios here where Dynasty's trying to go in, or he's trying to get out, but he's not able to, and he gets taken down first. Now into this fight too, Boat is going to use that blade. They're going to try to make it even. The 2 DPS that manage to stay alive, but the rest of the team coming down for the side of Harrisburg, they're going to fight strong, and they're going to get away with that fight. Now, that is second checkpoint. There's only 1 more to go, and there's about 5 minutes remaining to work with.
I think this was no holds barred Overwatch. Lethal is breaking out every dirty trick in the book to beat these people down into a pulp. 1 barrage could end it, not likely with Kelman on the field. It's more likely barrage is just a suicide button, as we like to say. It's like when you deadeye in front of a rush team, or it's like when you know, just maybe hold it, maybe just don't use it unless you really need to, or someone's super caught out. Yeah, see, not using it was right. Just take down Tap, absolutely no problem. Tap now has space to work with here on the Widowmaker. Genji can't close that gap. Bo's got a real hard time diving that Widowmaker. Kelly's looking at it too. It's just not the right opportunity. You can barrage from behind that, but look at that. Hey, suicide button. Works every time. Lethal goes down. It's an easy fight win for Northwood.
I'll go 1 pick there, but it's not going to be enough there. That rest comes in. Lethal, can he even get out? I don't even think it's possible here, fighting for his life. Does get taken down at the end. With that, it's going to be a full reset as well, something that they need. Especially having that Valkyrie, you know, you're gonna have Elk having the Valkyrie to initiate that next fight, and something that sometimes we see the coalesce, and sometimes you see with the amplification. But Elk, you know what? Never mind. He's going to switch into a break. He's going to try to build that rally next.
It makes sense. I mean, considering Boat and Dynasty are playing Genji alongside a Tracer, like, the break was put in the game to stop these heroes from existing. You might as well lock it in. Lethal, though, over on the Echo. It's gonna be much harder for that break to hit. Down, Amplification Matrix, Dimitra pulling everybody back in towards the Mega Pack. He's getting a little too close for comfort, though. The bomb not even in a great place. It's now 3 minutes on the clock. This is an awkward fight on the card. We trade kills either way. Akawa, though, somehow in the midst of it all, still has made space.
Has made space, but does get taken down, though, so there is only 1 tank alive. It's an up-tank here trying to make it. And Echo as well in the air, and he's actually managing to force the defensive team back.
This is a solid defense. Dynasty has contested this card virtually the entire time. He just blink out there. I think he's got 2 or 3 can help with the Orisa shield. They might even go for recontest here. Bo wants smoke. No. Knows better than blade that. Now you can throw the blade in.
No! What?
Speaking of suicide button,
Shut
this
down.
is not a bad fight for Northwood still. They can throw the immortality field in that corner, nobody can kill it, and the risk pressure is just going to be too much. So it was a good start, and the Blade honestly forced him back into that room, so regardless of how many kills it got, it still did its job.
Yeah, it just gets shoved down right away, and then you hate to see it for the Genji player, but it's gotta be done, and someone's gotta take this Genji down. Both still committing to this Genji, and like you said, again, I'm not a fan of it. I feel like it's not going to work. Again, trying to get out is not going to be possible. I want to see something that is able to properly engage into the fight. And you can give it a life top!
Oh, it's 4v6 now for Northwood University. How do you dig yourself out of this? You don't. You don't. That's the answer.
A single fight, a single headshot there that was going to be enough. And amplification does get invested, but it's one of those ultimates that, you know, you're going to invest regardless. You're going to invest no matter what, and that was enough. The payload continues to move. There's still a good amount of time remaining, even though the defense was able to hold for a while, right? We mentioned 5 minutes. It is down to 1:35.
Dynasty on the flank. Does exactly what they want. Don't get caught with your own pulse bomb. Be careful there. Nobody goes down. Fortunately, a nice angle from Boat is going to keep that angle at bay for the time being. The engagement's not bad for Northwood, but they just don't have that many ultimates to work with. The Critic Flux, there's no combo on the other side. Those health bars are going to stay down along with the players who hit the ground. So following that up with more damage. Dynasty, the only real hope in the back line here, and you know what, it's a pretty good hope. Divio down, and you only have to chip away at these people. There's one ultimate coming in. If Left can get in, rally, maybe there's a recontest here, but I'm not sure about the spawn times. I don't think they're working out for him. I don't think it's working out at all. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we may have just witnessed the 3-0 to end the night. Harrisburg just put them out of their misery.
It is just total destruction at the end. Like we said, right? They just wanted to get things over with, and that is exactly what they're able to do. A 3-0 coming up. Junkertown to finish us off, and they make it work to such a high level.
Honestly, I'm still a little surprised we didn't see Pirates. With all we had seen, I was like giving it decent odds of it coming out.
No. You know, to be fair, I would give it more odds than the Genji. I would have predicted at least that instead of the Genji. It just wasn't working out, and they recognized this and knew that the way that the Genji was going to play was not really a win condition, but just something to support everyone else, which is so rare to see for this DPS, and wasn't enough, wasn't exactly what the side of Northwood was looking for.
Hey, but the Genji's look cool. You gotta give credit where that's why you play. That's why you don't play Genji because he's good. You play Genji because he looks cool. You play him because he's good in Overwatch too. But
or you're just good at every hero.
Also, you could also just be lethal.
You could
kind
also
of
just be lethal.
Yeah, gives you a hall pass to do whatever you want.
I'm gonna have a list of every single hero that we've seen so far from him, right? It's insane. Even Afara at the end, playing to a high level. Widowmaker 2, we saw Bastion, we saw Genji, and we saw Soldier. I mean, we literally mystery heroes for him.
Through it. Yeah, pretty much most of the DPS line. At some point, didn't we have a Doomfist at some point in the ISU match? This guy's been across the entire board of heroes, and credit where credit's due. He's done a fantastic job, but that's not to say it wasn't supported by the rest of the team. Akawa, Divio, Shulman, Tap. We've been talking about them the entire time.
Tab was opening up the fight in so many scenarios with the Echo especially. I mean, it has such a clean Echo as well. It knows exactly how to make a difference very early on. This is something that not every DPS is able to do, but this is why the team moves to the grand finals, right? Because it's so well balanced, because everyone is so talented, so good at what they do. And like you said, we've highlighted every single player in every single role that they're in.
Yeah, and I mean, we can't help but highlight Northwood one more time. Northwood have played fantastically today. The double shield just was not getting there. I predicted it that this map pick wouldn't actually try and be a double shield map. I thought they'd try and take the Gibraltar, try and force some Winston comps or just push out of the comfort zone, because the double shield on Blizzard World was convincingly over in Harrisburg's fashion. This one ended in relatively similar fashion, if we're being honest with ourselves. I'm not seeing many competitions that anybody can beat them on. Should it go, though, I think the closest anybody played them was ISU, but what happens if they don't mirror? What happens if ISU all of a sudden has to play into the ball comp?
And that's one point as well about those comfort picks and compositions that are being brought on the side of Northwood, is that they've been working out throughout the day, right? They were in the winner's bracket. We just got to witness that match. They were winning every single match that they were in. But the thing is that when you're going against the side of Harrisburg, you're going to have to adapt. You're going to have to take a little bit more of a proactive role and make sure that you're adapting to the enemy team as they're bringing new things, as they're bringing a lethal that is every single time playing something different. And that reaction is something that no one else has been able to bring in.
Yeah, Harrisburg simply assembled differently, but
Assembled.
This team's got more up their sleeves than I do in all of my shirts combined. Northwood have to go down to the lower bracket, though, and that's a scary one. We've been casting this game. I have no idea what's been going on in the lower bracket. All I can assume is that it's just like bare-knuckle boxing, just like bloody faces, because those teams have been duking it out all day. Bay State, SCAD, I don't know if Boise's still in there. Everyone who's dropped out now has to compete to see who comes out on top, and now with it, Northwood has got to go down to the bloody pits.
And the odds here is that with the winners bracket as well as that we got to see, the odds is that for the grand finals tomorrow is going to be one of the two teams that we got to witness, right? It's going to be either Redbirds or potentially also the side of Northwood that have the better chance of getting to those grand finals. And those are two rivals that the side of Harrisburg, they already had to face.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. Dude, tomorrow's grand final promises nothing but incredible games. But speaking of incredible games, we have some Valorant coming up for you guys from Dry and I. Thank you guys so much for having us. We're going to send things back up to the desk to go ahead and break down that game for us.
Great work to you guys. That was an exceptional row of matches that you brought us. Thank you so much. What are you looking at?
I'm looking through my prediction 3-0 goggles here for Harrisburg.
Yeah?
Yeah, 3-0 and 2-0 today.
I'll take credit for the motivational speech that I backed out of.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's completely fair.
Yeah? What are you guys' reactions to this match?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I mean, like having a 3-0 scenario not only is a testament to the skill of the individual players, but really sort of puts into perspective how hard they worked, right? I mean, I mentioned it before we actually ended up coming to this game, was the fact of there's more than just winning on the line, right? They've lost to this team before. They don't really want to sit through that again. And that's everyone here has said, you know, you don't want to lose. And the loss here has more implications and causes like more personal reflections on the team that really wants to win, as opposed to them, like, you know, just like losing a match against like somebody in tournament, whatever it may be, or a bracket, and they're like, okay, well, you know, we could just work on ourselves individually. But to have the history behind the team it is that they're playing, it means a lot more in the grand scheme of things. If they lose here, there's definitely a lot of stuff it is they think about, like, you know, like, well, man, like, what could we have done? How does it keep happening? You know, like stuff like this. But this is a testament to the skill of each of the individual players, and I think that is so unbelievably important. And well done. Go claps all around.
We actually have one of those players ready to be interviewed by Polly down on the floor. Polly, hi.
Thank you so much, Anna. And I am here with Lethal from Harrisburg University. They just 3-0 Northwood, #1. You guys come in as the #2. What was going through your mind during that epic win?
I mean, it's just expected, you know? We can't go in thinking we're going to lose, so we're just going to win. Same with ISU, also a win, pretty easy. So just got to wait for tomorrow, huh?
Harrisburg and Lethal are coming out swinging. That was just impressive gameplay. Your team is firing off on all cylinders. What were the comms kind of like? What were you guys saying to each other throughout the match?
I cannot disclose that, to be honest.
What were you saying to each other, though, in terms of like pep talk? Were you pep talking? Were the comms low? Were they high?
It was more in the last game, the 3-0. That's like, no, 2-0. That was more important. That was like more, you know, we have to, you know, nonchalant. We have to actually focus. We can't be nervous because, you know, first map was really bad against ISU.
Right.
But then we pulled it back, you know. Like, we had to reassure each other because, you know, we're better, you know.
That's right. So reassurance was the key. You guys win the upper bracket now. What's going to be the prediction here? Does Harrisburg win the first ever Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup for Overwatch?
I mean, of course, we can win everything, I think.
Woo! You heard it from the man himself. Back up to the desk with Anna and Lawler. Back up to you guys. That was amazing stuff.
I mean, we were talking about confidence. There it is. I mean, this win was expected. Versus ISU, it was pretty easy. Of course, we're going to win the whole thing. I mean, is this the example of the mindset we've been talking about that you need?
Yeah, I definitely think it is. Like, there's so many times it is where, like, I've played on a team and we've just been calming and we just go, we're just better, right? And then it makes the next impactful play that much more important, right? When that happens and it works, you guys, the morale shoots through the roof, right? Because then it solidifies that sort of perspective it is that you've had in you. Because I've talked about it before. Like, you feel anxious, you feel anxiety. That's going to happen, right? So, like, sometimes no matter a pep talk can actually get rid of the feelings it is that you have until you actually play, you're in it. And then to be able to reassure your team and be like, we're better, we're this, we're that, that really, really does a lot for morale.
Blue, Put on your prediction goggles again.
Prediction goggles. I got Harrisburg winning, so that's the prediction. The whole thing.
I mean, that's what you said before. Yeah,
I mean, that last game too was so beautiful from them because they kind of fixed all the mistakes that I harped on before the match even started, before the day even started. They're not that great on defense for escort and payload, but they really picked it up. They came out with a mirror comp. They came out with double shield on that last map. They also came out with no shield. Diva wrecking ball. Like, you don't see that often, especially in a payload. So it was interesting to see what they did, how they did it, and how successful they were. And also, you saw Dynasty talking the trash at the beginning of the match, but Lethal's team and him, he's the one, they could walk the walk and talk the talk. And you said it, the third time is not the charm, but the fourth one may be. It's the first Commissioner's Cup, but it's also the first time we're having the largest collegiate esports event, right? So it's okay. I mean, it's not okay if you lose the World Championship and you lose all the other championships to Northwood, but you really want to win the biggest in-person event for the first time. And right now they're on track to do that. They knocked Northwood down. They've got to go through a brawler fight with Illinois State, which is two teams that could upset Harrisburg again. But again, I mean, Harrisburg is playing out of their mind on LAN, and they're just all cohesive with each other. I talked about Lethal and Tap being that DPS duo, and you need someone else to step up. Divio and Akawa, the two tanks, they are playing lights out. They are staying alive. You see their supports. Both supports die, and the tanks in their head, I'm a tank player. Again, I know it's like, man, this is going to suck for the next 45 seconds. But they're just sticking it out. They're staying alive no matter if they have shields or not. And also when they run that double shield, they're not just both popping the shield at the same time. They're using them in unison, saying, okay, Sigma's up top on the high ground. Because these maps that they're playing, this, Kings Row and Junkertown, there's plenty of high ground. And you have to fight on the bottom too. And they're doing that beautifully with the two shields. They're counting their cooldowns within each other. They're playing excellent, those two tanks together.
We talked about momentum a bit earlier, and I think that's really important. I've seen that over and over in so many esports tournaments. And we also talked about how Northwood gets a second chance. They get to go down into that lower bracket. Chances are they can perform very well there. If they do continue to do that, these teams don't have to play any more matches tonight. They're playing tomorrow. So if Northwood gets that momentum and starts going, and we have Harrisburg jump back in, do you think that momentum might be enough for Northwood, or do we still think Harrisburg really proved that they've got it handled?
I think that's where the experience is going to come into play. The ability to have a reset. The ability to reset the mental by coming into the next day and then building off that momentum. If they do win that first lower bracket and then come into this grand final and they are feeling it versus a team that has to sit and watch, making sure the mechanics are warm and everything else, pending no pauses. But like, we're hoping that you do get to see that snowball effect and give us a really good fight. I mean, it's something that in like Rocket League specifically, like our double elimination brackets, because momentum is such a big deal. If you're in the winners finals and you drop, you are 70% more likely to lose immediately after because lower bracket is such momentum based. Being able to build upon, keep those mechanics going, like you get into a groove. So, I mean, that's pretty crazy. It's like I am one game away from the grand finals, and I am more likely, if I don't win this, to completely drop out of the tournament. It's wild. So I think Northwood and having the experience plus a day off to get that mental refresh, a good night's sleep, makes a big difference.
That was some great Overwatch. Speaking of Rocket League, we're going to see that tomorrow as well. But right now, we are going to have Valorant for you right after this break. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. The Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup is presented by Microsoft CW. Barbasol. Go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans. New Street. New Street helps you navigate the collectibles markets with confidence. Visit newstreet.com to find out more. McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by the U.S. Air Force. See if you can command the stack in the U.S. Air Force's award-winning augmented reality flight experience mobile game available in the App Store. In partnership with CSMG, transforming traditional sports and esports. Esports U, the flagship of collegiate esports. Skillshot Media, the official broadcasting partner of the CECC. Atlanta Esports Alliance, location host of the CECC 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Esports Foundry, official tournament operator for the CECC.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream. So I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard.
Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now.
So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
Do they always have to go bigger?
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
Northwood. Right now, I'm with Aggro and Dip. I'm gonna put you in the hot seat first. Okay, tell me how you feeling right now. Elimination looming. You want to get to the semifinals?
Yeah, we feel great. I'm super excited to be here. Just really enjoying time, you know. And it's gonna be a good game regardless of what goes on.
Oh, I love that answer. Dip, how you feeling?
Feeling the same way, you know. I'm excited to be on the main stage. I think it's gonna be a good game. I'm ready to put on a show.
So friendly. Who's winning?
I hope us.
Okay.
Should be us. It should be us.
Okay, how you feeling, Dip? Are you guys taking the W?
Yeah, I believe we'll come out on top.
Okay, well, we shall see. And also, I just want to point out my fabulous sunglasses, or they're actually gamer glasses from Oakley. They're next level. Get it? That's the name of them. All right, I'm going to send it back to the desk. I know y'all jealous. Look at these.
I
am
beautiful.
jealous.
Truly
though.
I
beautiful.
told them to hit me
Why
up,
does
slide
Jackie-
into DMs, call me. They give stuff to Jackie.
Why does
That's
Jackie
crazy.
get them?
That's crazy. I will say that was the most wholesome thing I've seen like
It was
today.
so-
for sure.
That's probably why.
I hope we win. It should be us.
Yeah.
That was very nice.
Very
Good
nice of them.
sportsmanship.
It seems to be that's the way it goes. We just did PAX a couple weeks ago, and I was asking for some banter in the 1v1s that we were doing. They're like, yeah, good luck. And I'm like, that's your banter to the guy on the other side. Okay.
That's what we old Esports folks call good manner. That's good manner over
Give me
there.
the trash talk.
Yeah, so we are getting into Valorant. As you said,
Oh, yeah.
we have those two teams down there. We have Texas A&M and Northwood. Northwood we have seen before in a different game. Northwood here is the #1 seed again. And Texas A&M coming in at #5 seed. I heard you intake breath. You have something to say, Blue.
No, it's just this is going to be a good match.
He's
Yeah.
breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
He's preparing
Breathing
himself
is
mentally.
important at this point in the
There's
night.
legitimately like there's like 4 teams that could have been the #1 seed. Production
When production pipes in your ear and goes, Blue, that's all you have to say, that says something about the John Madden of
I'm
esports,
still
right?
pretty upset that they got me eating a burrito, like a wrap.
He's just, that's how you do it.
I was
Production's got
eating
you put you on blast. They
That's
put
how
some
you
extra distraught. Oh, I love it.
I see my
man.
own. I mean, I looked good, even if I wasn't paying attention.
You were giving like the Ghost Rider like penance
I
stare.
was looking
like,
straight at
in
the
camera.
Overwatch. I was watching Harrisburg bring my prediction to the front row. That's what I was doing while enjoying a vegetable wrap.
A veggie wrap.
Yeah,
as we
veggie
do.
wrap. I was
Yes.
going to say vegetable and
Insta
veggie,
wraps.
and I couldn't decide which one I was
Okay,
going to go with.
focus on esports.
Yes.
Yeah, I was about to
All
say,
right,
it's,
y'all.
it's definitely been a long day, Utah.
I thought Northwood was the #2 seed coming in. Like, I was wrong, I guess. San Jose State was pretty good. Both of them are #1 seed worthy. Texas A&M is #1 seed worthy. I think Northwood got done a little dirty in group stages because they actually got put in the same group as Hawaii, and that's like one of their biggest rivals, and they're always like, oh, we got to play on 200 ping, blah, 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 blah. Now Hawaii's here, and they get to prove that they're still better on no ping, which they did because in the group with Northwood, they went 3-0, and they beat Northwood, as Northwood's only lost. They went 2-1. Only 2 teams come out of those groups of 4. And I'm pretty sure it was a 13-15, which means it was overtime. And you got to win by 2. You know, it's a little backyard basketball rules out here in Valorant. But yeah, Northwood's pretty dangerous. The thing with Texas A&M though is that they've been around for a long time in the Valorant collegiate scene. It's just that they've had one of the bumpiest roads, and I think it's mostly because they were just the most aggressive team. They did not care about anything but just holding W key, and it was all mainly because of their jet player at the time, Aggro, who was in the enemy's backline more than he was in his own team's backline. So things did not go well. It was either he was smoking fools or they were getting smoked because he was back there, you know, just walking around the spawn, taking a look, like, did they drop any guns for me? No.
Yeah, I think that's the coolest thing between these two teams, as you mentioned, how Texas A&M is like long-term veterans. Northwood's the opposite side. Newest team in the top 5. Team's always kind of been at the top, despite only being together for like, I think it's like 2.5 semesters or something like that. So you're kind of getting like the old gun versus the old guard, new guard kind of situation. But Northwood, like we talked about that at the very beginning of the today, which feels like forever ago.
It was weeks.
They are a program that builds excellence, and their Valorant team is no joke. Like, they are yet another. But I like the way you said it. Like, we talk about how seeding and stuff like that is kind of arbitrary at this point. Anybody in the top 5 can take it. It
Yeah.
is super close in Valorant.
There wasn't like an actual tournament for seeding. It was more so, You got it's kind of like, this is May Madness, right? The collegiate madness. And just like in March Madness, the teams that win their regions or their divisions or their conferences, they get bids, and that's what happened here. And then you have those last chance qualifiers. So the seeding's all arbitrary. It's like, who do you think is the number one? It's like we put together an AP poll, and they just, you know, they get to pick. We think this team's number one because of strength of schedule.
Fawn, what do you hope to see in this match?
Well, Valorant's like literally one of my favorite games out there right now.
Yeah.
So like I'm like excited to see literally anything that's about to go on in this match. I do think it's very interesting though, because I feel like Valorant is such a stark contrast, especially for everybody out there in the audience watching. It's such a stark contrast to what we've already seen, which is Overwatch, which is Smash. It's very slow. People will take their time in Valorant because it's not a sort of hit W key sort of game. It's really like sort of paced and very methodical. Everyone has their own pacing, but Smash and Overwatch are definitely way more faster paced than Valorant is. It's one tap to the head and you're done. And so that forces people to play a lot more cautiously because the time to kill is so high. It's very easy to kill someone in Valorant.
Yeah.
See, if you guys don't know the genre tactical shooter,
yes,
it is very much so that it is. There's a lot of depth to it, and it's really accessible because not everybody has the point aim click ability. So they provide these abilities in the game that allow you to, like, instead of having to, like in Counter-Strike, learn different types of economics and buying these certain items and stuff. It's like, okay, you have abilities, and that is your utility to flash or bang something, or comeback mechanics like revives. There's a lot of really cool things that make it more accessible to the general public, which is why it is so popular. Plus, you got, you know, Captain Rito up at the top, you know, supporting it like crazy. So it was a game that I was like, I was super into at the very beginning, and then we did some casting with like Team Liquid, and I really fell in love with it because I got to see the knowledge of the developer team play against the best Counter-Strike team in the world in Team Liquid at the time. And you saw developers smack people like Stewie 2K.
Wow.
And I'm like, what is happening? It's just from the game knowledge, and now you're seeing like crazy Nova arrows that like bounce off like 20 walls, and it's like, we have vision of your entire team. We know exactly what you're doing. And it's like, that type of stuff and that type of depth has evolved so much over the small time Valorant's been around. And like, as a fan just getting to watch and like take that in, I'm super biased towards version 1. I love their like Iceland run and stuff, and that made me fall in love. Like NA's Last Hope kind of run was, oh gosh.
Absolutely. Yeah, I am just as speechless as you are about that. I think it's absolutely amazing. And then you also have to remember that as of recently, there's the inclusion of a new agent as well, which is Fade. And Fade is a very, very intel heavy, very potentially aggressive character.
They hit the fades on some people.
Really crazy. So I'm interested to see if any teams sort of draft that. I'd heard about it a little bit, but I'm let the casters talk about that, about the potential, like potentially no duelists, which is something that's very interesting because typically you have people that you want to rely on for entry frags, but I'm interested to see what they have to say.
Can I boast about our broadcast talent that we brought in?
Absolutely.
Oh, sure, yeah, go for it.
You guys are in for a treat. If you guys do not know Mimi, Evil Cat, you are in for a treat to learn about this game. Like, when you talk about special broadcast talent and the ability to dive into the things that matter most and articulate it in a way that is so digestible, this series is going to be something special.
I can't wait. And,
take a bow, Mimi.
claps for Mimi.
Deserves it.
Heck
I mean,
yeah.
Tanner's all right.
Speaking of, we're just getting
Love that
into
boy.
Valorant. If people have just tuned in for Valorant, hello, welcome to CECC. And I wanted to remind you that we've got a hefty prize pool. We've got $25,000 on the line here.
Money.
Yeah, money is good. College students love money.
Absolutely.
Hey, tuition ain't cheap.
No, and we have trophies for them waiting in the wings. Beautiful, beautiful trophies that you can see right there. Giant trophies that you could fit lots of fruit punch inside.
Nah, that's drink control all in there.
That's right. I'm sorry. My bad. Yes, control. You can
He
fill
wants
it with
Oakley to
control.
hit him up. I want drink control to hit me. Let's go. I got a shaker cup
I'm not
already.
afraid to sell out here on the desk.
Yeah, give me the drink control. Y'all can have the sunglasses all day.
Only 2 of us left, you know.
I'm cool. I'm
you'll
cool
pick yours
with,
tomorrow. You let me know.
I don't need this, obviously, and I'll take these.
That works.
Yeah.
Well, let's chat a little bit more as our casters are getting ready about what we expect from this match. It sounds to me like we feel really good about Northwood. However, with the seedings being a little bit arbitrary, kind of could go either way. Do you guys have strong feelings?
This is going to be like, when we got to see like Smash earlier today with Anarchy and Sonic in the close, and like you're talking Villager getting 140% versus 180% comes down to one hit. I expect the kind of battle in this fight. It's going to be a nail biter, and we're in for a treat.
Look, casters.
Whoa.
Hello.
Hello.
Tanner, just know I love you. It's just
He definitely loves Tanner as well.
I love you too, man.
Okay, all right, sweet. We're good.
Take us away, casters.
Yeah.
ahead,
Well, thanks so much to the folks over on the desk. I feel like Lawler has completely set the standard now, and I just have to be a professor at this point.
Yeah.
We're getting in the lecture. The college kids thought they were getting away from that, and now we're hopping back in, and it's all thanks to Adam. So blame him if you have any issue with all that.
Look, she's got the cue card. She's ready.
Yeah,
I told you, man.
She was
I
drinking
told
the
you.
water.
We don't mess around.
Listen, that is the John Madden in the booth right there. Respect evil.
Appreciate it. Yeah, this matchup though, Tanner, is going to be incredibly exciting. Northwood is one of those teams that I think in like the last year or so have really grown as a program, have come up to be probably one of the best, if not considered probably the favorite to be able to take this one on home versus a TAMU team who, sure, they've been around for quite a while. They had their moment in glory, but it has been, as of late, maybe a little bit more inconsistency. However, now they're both in the quarterfinals. They've made it this far. We're in LAN. We're in a different environment. There's a chance for anyone here.
Yeah, I think that's what we're really seeing is the LAN environment. It's not often, if you're not familiar with Collegiate, that we get these matchups from across the, not the globe, but across the nation, really, east to west and stuff like that. So being able to really get that here and then doing it on one of the largest stage, if not the largest stage that some of these teams have played on, there's a lot of pressure. And when you're looking at what just happened between these two teams, right, both of them 2-1 out of their groups. TAMU getting that first seed just for round differential as a whole. And I'm telling you, when I was watching that matchup against UCF, they looked a little drained. So I'm wondering now that it has been a longer day, how they're feeling coming into this one. Now that they're on the main stage, where the energy at?
Yeah, I think especially on the other side for Northwood, it's really interesting because they've been very dominant in their online performances. They come in here, they play against, like the Nets was talking about, their rival in Hawaii. Now, no longer on the Gigaping. They're here on LAN. Everyone's on equal footing. Hawaii actually beats them, takes home that matchup, so kind of sends them for a bit of a loop. Of course, both those teams still make it on out of the groups and now have a chance to play here in the playoffs. But I suppose that chip on the shoulder for Northwood. They have a lot to prove. Their performance in some of these like online tournaments in the leagues they play has been really stellar, and this is their chance to live up to those expectations.
Yeah, and I think what's cool about these two teams specifically, really all of the teams that made it into the playoffs for the most part, is these are names that you're also seeing around the Valorant scene, just in Tier 2 and the Tier 3s, trying to get their hands on everything, whether it be playing with the squad. I know that we've seen TAMU playing in a lot of these tournaments. We've also seen the individual players kind of dance around. So when you get to this point, I feel like a lot of the times collegiate esports as a whole can kind of be like a mixing pot of, you know, the skill ranges. Are we at the highest level, you know, the medium range level, whatever it may be? Well, now that we're here and this competition is starting to shrink down and get a little bit tighter, this is going to be just as high as you would expect to see anywhere else.
Yeah, it is going to be really high level indeed. I think talking about Northwood in way of their roster, they're one of those squads that has just kind of a plethora of really impressive individual players. They have Dip, who's pretty much consistently playing that jet. They also have Fursa, who's also often on that duelist role, flexing around. This is a team that has a lot of options in the compositions that they can run. They've been one that I believe has been implementing a good bit of the chamber now that he's come into the meta. So you're really kind of rocking with these comps that, well, TAMU, they're known for their aggression. It's compositions that can do that, especially on that attacking side for Northwood. And when you have a really strong supportive line, I think of a player like Tyler being one of the most flexible across Collegiate. This guy is just playing practically everything. It puts the team in a place where, depending on the map, you can pull out something new, and in the current meta, it really befits that style of team.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the players earlier, and they were talking about bringing in awkward things and awkward timings that people just aren't ready for, you know? So when you randomly pick the Rays on Ascent versus what might be the Jet or anything of the sort, and to speak to that aggression for Texas A&M, they're rocking the double duelist on some of these maps, which is a little bit older of a composition, but they're trying to play that double dive. They want the Jet to get deep. They want the Rays to get deep and eventually just kind of bounce back.
Yeah, for me, the player I'm looking at on Texas A&M has got to be Aggro. This is a guy that I was watching like a year ago playing in collegiate tournaments, and he was always playing Jet. I think he's still pretty much sticking to that role. And the name holds true. This guy is pushing. This guy is hyper-aggressive. But the thing is, I think TAMU is built into something more. There were a time where they were kind of characterized as just this team that, hey, we're hyper-aggressive. We can hold W. We can out-aim you, but maybe lacking in that strategic depth. I think as of late, they've proved that this team is a lot more than that, and they've built into this character of being a squad that has that strategic depth, that has that backup line, but also still has those players that can get in your face, that can really heavily control the pace of a game.
Yeah, when we were looking at the players for these squads and kind of diving deeper into the teams, and the notes that we had gotten right is that although maybe a little getting a little too far out ahead of themselves or maybe a little too aggro. Noble has been the consistency player for Texas A&M. He's that guy that is obviously going to be consistent in his own right, but be consistent towards that team, be able to reel them back in when they need to, slow them down a little bit, and probably the guy when it comes to timeouts to say, hey guys, let's just take a deep breath, right? In this timeout, we might not be talking about all of the tactics, but we're going to take this 60 seconds to really slow down, kind of shake the nerves, especially now being on that main stage, and then we get to go right back to it and play the game that we know that we can play.
And I think just straight up talking about the fact that it is out on a main stage, you're in front of an audience, you have this noise, you have everything going on. It's a new environment for a lot of these players. The collegiate scene specifically in Valorant has had very few opportunities like this one, and Valorant in general for the community level. I mean, it's a game that came up during COVID. We've had a pretty big lack of those smaller local tournaments to build experience. So unless you're a player who's maybe coming from another game or you're a player who've had those opportunities at kind of the higher level tier 2 events, you're probably lacking in that regard. So it's kind of about, hey, we've been playing for ages with this team. And I think collegiate teams versus like tier 2 teams actually have an advantage in that because most of the time they're playing in their facility together. They already got those fist bumps on land. They're already in that environment right now. So they're just switching over, something new. You can still figure it out. You can still perform just to that same level, and here's your chance to prove it.
Yeah, the thing with playing at LAN, though, versus being able to play next to your teammates and just fist bump there is you've got the opponent. If not back in the group stages where you're directly in front of them, you're sitting right across from them. So you're also hearing them. They're getting hype. You're hearing the things that they're saying. Sometimes we do get a little bit of that trash talk sneak on through, and then that right there, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all love. We even heard it in the interview to get started, right?
That was so wholesome.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we should be able to win, and then, you know, well, we should take this one as well. But at the end of the day, you could tell that there's just love all around.
And then in the pit, I just heard players like completely screaming. It's like a completely different character. You're out of game. You're just friendly. You know, we're having a good time. What's up, guys? We're doing well. And then in game, it gets serious. It gets aggressive a little bit sometimes, but all in good faith, all in good fun for these players.
Yeah, 100%. That's kind of the point that I was getting to is when maybe you get a little ahead of yourself because you got too excited. At the end of the day, you know, fist bumps all around. We are gonna be walking across now. As for this. I guess just kind of housekeeping, right? We are in the quarterfinals.
Sure.
And this is a best of 3.
Yeah.
We don't really necessarily have the map pools directly here for us yet. I don't think. I would imagine they might still be going through picks and bans, if not setting up as a whole. But the map that I did catch from Texas A&M, it was split. And if that was where they like to play that double dive.
That's been a mainstay for them. So the thing is, like, way back, like a year and a half ago when I was casting these guys, they were still playing that map. They've been very committed to it. Aggro as a player has been very committed to it. I think they're playing the raised jet in towards that map. Tim, well, they've kind of evolved into being a more strategically deep team. They still play a lot of, people are going to get mad at me if I say this, but off-meta compositions. I'm generally against double duelists, but I think at this level, if you have the player caliber, it can really work for you, and you can build in towards that style, and especially in the current meta where it's kind of, it's Initiator City right now. Sova, he was always our mainstay here in North America. Now he's kind of falling out a little bit, and people are finding the information that Sova normally brings in other methods. It's the Sky Breach combos, it's those double flash comps that we saw a lot in towards Stage 1 the VCT, in towards Iceland, and I expect that to continue even down towards these kind of collegiate teams versus those teams up at the pro level, because those compositions just work so well, and it gives you options. It gives flexibility for those players that maybe they're a little bit smaller, but they can still be a star. And this one, however, will head to Ascent, and this is always pretty much going to be a mainstay for Sova.
Yeah, this is absolutely a mainstay for Sova, but something that we have to pay attention to is we are on that newest patch. So we do have these jet changes. We do have these Sova changes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's talk about that. Aggro dip, the 2 jet players. We expected it. We got it. I'm really excited for that operator head-to-head. This is a map where mid-control is really pivotal, and it'll be up to those 2 players to claim that space. Noble and Ferbsa as well. I'm looking towards them, the KO, and how you can set your jet up towards success. That's kind of the barometer for a successful team. Sure, your jet player can be great, but if they are not being enabled by that supportive line, by that initiator, you lose so much value.
That is something that I always want to see. Your initiators, although they can do it themselves, they are the support for the squad. They're going to help you steal away that space, take that ground, get aggressive. So I absolutely want to see less of the jet making the solo plays, aggressive push with the op, whatever it may be. But I think more importantly, here we go. We finally get to it. Maybe it's been a long day, but it's the pistol round here between Texas A&M and Northwood University, a best of 3. And the loser, unfortunately, they check out a little early.
Yeah, Texas A&M, a defensive-sided start here, and you can already see this duo trying to coordinate, both Aggro and Noble working together over towards A main. I'm looking at them not necessarily for getting kills in this one, but just that early information, providing space on that map, calling for those early rotates, and as this will look to be a hit over towards B, what's interesting enough from this defensive side of Texas A&M is they want to commit to holding this. Sam has that rendezvous set up to teleport in towards backside, but the KO knife misses him. He has an opportunity here, but just misses out on the shots. And Dip, just claiming a second head.
Oh, man. I mean, of course, this is the guy you get for the interview. This is the guy you get to open up the game. The paranoia was perfect. It lasted just long enough, and Dip doing his due diligence to clear out logs and find the frags.
Yeah, already a retake attempt coming in here still. There's a couple flashes available, and Aggro's still alive. They've claimed space towards front side, but Dip, he just still wants to fight.
Yeah, it's all Dip. It is all Dip all the time. And finally, Ali and Ferbza going to get their piece of the pie, but a flawless to get us started.
Yeah, what a dominant way to get that one going. It is really pretty simple stuff out of Northwood University. Paranoia on forward, KO flash to follow that on up. The utility to zone was really good. It's clear that they've ran some scrims, you know, they're ready. They know that execute, they know it well, and unfortunately for TAMU, they just kind of lost out on the opportunity. That round was make or break for Sam in his position. He got nothing done, so unfortunately that retake feeling nigh on impossible, especially with what I'm loving from Northwood is that they're willing to continue to fight even after they're at that man advantage. They'll keep dueling, they'll keep kind of fighting for that space. Their composition really allows it, but that double initiator and also just with the raw confidence we're seeing out of Dip.
Yeah, 100%. It never let the opposition get their footing if you can. Force them to play your game, and that's exactly the way they're playing the attacking style. And look at this from Tyler, all the way deep up mid. This is how far you have to go to actually get value out of that drone. Nothing spotted, but you have to put yourself in such a rough spot to get there.
And that's because of the most recent patch, right?
Yep.
He just got that nerf. Range decreased, that speed a little bit kind of changed on up, and I believe that health as well getting dipped on down. A lot tougher to get value, making life difficult for those.
I see what you did there, getting dipped on down. I see what you did there.
You got to start with the low-hanging fruit so you can get higher on
Right. Then you have to work your way up. Yeah, absolutely. Now, this might also be the round. I'm going to hold this thought real quick. So we have the Headhunter. Unfortunately, doesn't find a whole lot. Dark cover. Make sure nothing really happens to the fragment to keep him at bay.
Yeah, but a really good execute, right? Even though they're in the anti-eco here, they're being incredibly thorough. It's stacking utility. This is something we talk about a lot at the pro level. It's popping down that Omen dark cover, but not trusting it. When you're playing against a KO, when you're playing against an Omen, you know those flashes can come. You know that aggro play can come, so add that fragment on in. Zone utility. They did that, but now they have to deal with the retake. KO flash already out.
Yeah, tough. A little bit of friendly fire, so aggro has to bide his time for just a second, but damn, can push his way on through the shorties. They're doing damage, but it's not quite enough, and the anti-eco goes near flawlessly, just as you would expect. And in this time, I think we didn't really hit this in the agent select, but our Sentinel difference, right? We've got Benji on the Killjoy. We've got SamWow on the Chamber.
Yeah.
And the Killjoy's working on the attacking side. It only gets scarier. So picking up these attacking rounds, I mean, this is wonders for Northwood.
Yeah, it really is. That Killjoy on the attacking side, I think, can be tougher to bring the value on out of. But for a lot of players, it's still about that comfort choice, right? You've been playing Killjoy for so long. You're used to it. Your setups are built around it. At this level, I don't think it matters quite as much if you are pulling the most meta 100% best win rate comp down to the little percentage. Comfort is a big factor. And they're seeing it here again. Another 5-player hit over towards the safe side.
Yeah, but this is the full buy. Finally, from TAMU, and it starts off Dip, the first one taken down, just a little step out of range, unfortunately, will fall. Drone gonna give away aggro here.
Yeah, and that's what's tough about these new jet changes. You pop that dash, you expect a hit to come on through, now it's gone, and no value is gained.
Yep, no value gained at all there, and with that, Northwood to back away for just a second.
Yeah, that they are. They want to just try and re-clear space. This is one of those issues with the Killjoy. You don't have quite as much global map control as you do with that Chamber, but this gets interesting. They re-clear in through mid, and they commit to an Omen ult in towards spawn. Lots of resources are going to have to try and clear this out, and the distraction might work for the A-hit.
You see it on the minimap. Unfortunately, Ollie going to be taken down. Tayo headed that way. They knew that was going out towards the spawn. Now 2 players here on the catwalk. Noble queues up the flash. Will send that one in full. He flashes Benji. He's taken down, and Noble's got himself 3 on the round. Finally, TAMU looking to battle back and put their first on the board. And the only person stopping them is a 1v5. It's Ferbza.
Faith not too high in this one. HP already a little whittled on down, and they have their suspicions as to where this one lies. Will attempt to flash on through, but not even given the opportunity. Flawless round to reply there. Damn the one finding that final frag. And I was talking about it in the mid-round, but that's kind of the issue with Killjoy. You really have to be assertive in maintaining map control. If those initial 5-man hits, which we know this team in Northwood really likes to do, fails, you're going to have to put a lot of that utility recommitting in towards the clear in the mid-round. And with the Sova nerfs, that's even more difficult. You get less value out of that drone. With your KO kind of being your mainstay for those early flashes, you're going to be eating away at those flash drives really quickly. So balancing utility and being conservative in the early rounds, that's going to be a big priority for Northwood here on the attacking side.
And that was just the bonus round for Northwood. So they'll have now their full buy, 0-point suppression on Ferbs. Also a bit of information garnered for the defense, and I don't know if it was just the Omen also. I'm going to be paying attention to this, but very measured on the defense, right? A lot of times you can get this Killjoy who's lurking, put that turret down and try and get something aggressive B main. Tammy's not giving it.
Yeah, and I was talking about that kind of global map control that you get out of the chamber, and notice what they're doing to get rid of it here for Northwood. They had a lineup to get rid of that trademark that is normally placed in towards mid. Double shock bolt. When you're the Sova and you have a lineup that has 2 bounces in it, Sova will give you a voice line if he destroys utility. So they know that is gone, and now they can set up towards this B split.
And they haven't fully committed though, right? They're not even necessarily buying the rotations, though. Tamu just, I mean, so stalwart.
And look, there's going to be a drone over towards A. They're doing a really good job at keeping the defenders here, making this B hold weak as the split's about to come through.
Yep, Tayo holding it down, back sight, Vandal in hand, full U-tilt, Paranoia out across the site. Recon Bolt not revealing anything, actually. Fragment backside, and Tayo, he's sitting, he's A-okay. No, he's going to be taken down. Both defenders cleared out.
Same situation that we've seen before. Now it's going to be a retake over towards this B site. Man, disadvantage. The Fragment not getting anything done. Still, 2 flash drives available. That's the best hope here for an attempt on this retake.
Yeah, really, really tough spot here. A couple of kills away from having that ult online, but he just gets cooked. The vulnerability, and then Animal Swarm did so much damage.
At what point do you just call for a save as well? This util has been so oppressive. I think at this point their main priority should be dealing damage. This timer already taking deep. They still want to go.
They want to go. You see the Jet pops the tail. We're going to go on in. Nice backstab onto one, but inside the Cloud Burst can't stand much longer. And, well, the dam breaks.
Yeah, damn. Again, getting rid of the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, getting rid of the low-hanging fruit.
Harvesting it on up, getting rid of that orange tree. You know, it's what you got to do. Really just part of the job. 3-1 now. That's the lead that has been garnered here for the side of Northwood. And that money's probably going to start to feel just a little bit rough for the side of Texas A&M. That B site has been noted as a bit of an issue. And in this one, the trademarks, like I was talking about, that is what they're going to have to change. Because notice, we're going back to that same trademark setup in towards mid. It's clear there's a Sova Dart for that. If that's getting broken consistently, if we're seeing round after round in this default for Texas A&M, losing out on that early information, it puts them at such a big deficit because thus far they've been playing pretty lethargic. They haven't been re-clearing space, kind of re-flashing in the mid-round. I'd love to see a little bit more of that. Use this KO Jet combo to re-clear space, to grab out this extremity control. It's how you have to counter out this kind of Killjoy play versus that chamber. It's especially easier to do so.
Right, and so now, yeah, like you're saying, let's see a little bit of that aggression. Let's see you earn some of that respect instead of them just letting run in deep on you. How about you do a little bit of that yourself? Turret gonna be taken down, the close angle held, and Sam unfortunately can't land the shots as the Odin looks for the counter spray. The recon bolt should reveal, but it's a rendezvous to safety.
Yeah, already has to get out of that one. So B main picked on up here for Northwood University, but in this default, they're chilling out, not wanting to commit in towards anything, approaching some of those ultimates, so we'll just look to rack up those orbs. Looks like intentions seem to be re-clearing mid again in towards this late round. I think the biggest kind of key to victory for them is going to be taking down this Omen who's currently holding out towards mid. That's an adaptation in the setup for the defense that is yet to be spotted. However, they might not even test it. Leave a lurk over towards B, lean heavy on this A site.
And 0 point reveals nothing for Tamu out towards Catwalk, but now the player spotted. Aggro pushed away from the Fragment. So much damage dealt to the Jet, and he's not in a safe spot. He is going to try and take the fight. He'll eventually fall. Meanwhile, Tyler out towards mid, took down Dam. The Omen, I was looking to make sure that nobody could creep that way. Noble steals something back, though. Now a player down and an ult online.
Yeah, but that's an ult command, like you say, so something available to make this retake a little bit more viable. That Killjoy utility going to be tough to get done if that null command is popped. It looks like they still want to go for this one. Dip, holding close on the side, has a crossfire. His position could be huge.
This could be a world where Dip maybe gets spammed through. The drop down, crossfire going to be traded out through the wall. Sam eventually falls down with 5 HP. Tyler trying to trade it out, and he does so. It comes down to a momentary 1v1. And it's Alliot on top. It's Northwood, 4-1.
This is the time where I'm starting to think about tactical timeouts. This is where you've lost 2 gun rounds now. That eco is starting to slip a little bit away from you, and it's clear these troubles are showing. In the mid-round, it's, again, this big lack of information. They are on an eco here, so I'd expect if that tack is called, it would be in the next round, as that tends to be most teams' preferences. Couple big ultimates, though, just around the corner. They should have that Sova Hunter's Fury in towards their next buy. They have the Null Command online as well. However, that is true of the other side. Ferbza, with his Null Command to work with, completely get rid of any of that utility available, shut down Tayo's big ult, and, well, again, this kind of early aggression towards the extremities is being very well denied. The opening gambits here from the attacking side have been excellent to hold on over towards A and B main. They haven't really been heavily tested in any of these rounds just yet.
And, I mean, with all this aggression, TAMU's starting to get conditioned. Look at that. They showed a little bit of presence, and immediately the fragment comes out. That's a piece of utility that, sure, maybe in this round doesn't matter, but coming up, if you use it at the beginning of a round in your rifle, that's a huge piece to slow them down elsewhere.
And I like that they're being more proactive. Flash drive off the rip there, but that gets tough because it's already proven that they're not the best in some of these retake situations, and having that KO utility available would be a big thing to move that back on in. It does look like another one of these retakes will be the case, though, as B-site has been lost. A nice take out of Northwood with that Null Command.
Oh no, Aggro is out towards mid, but he never spotted Ali. Hanging out with Noble, also gonna fall. Ali picks up 3 up through mid and market. And just like that, any hope now gone. And I love the respect given on over. Another flawless for Northwood University. But again, the respect, they understand that, hey, maybe it just pisses on the other side, but the jet knives are online. They've got some other ults available to them. Let's just Null Command. Let's not risk it.
Any tactical timeouters? That's what I'm looking for.
Usually you're pretty spot on calling those too. Usually we casted the other day and you were, I think, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm a big timeout person. I'm a big timeout person. I love them. It's such a good tool to be able to use. You have 2 of them, 2 whole minutes that you can pause, plus 1 for OT if we get there. I digress, though. Aggro Operator, we talked about this as being one of their big ticket items, and well, look at that denial. He's paranoia, and he's also suppressed, so he can't even dash away. That is so incredibly unfortunate. A 47 credit hole already burned in towards that bank account, and again, this B-side has been lost.
B-side, I want to say giving up, but it really is just Northwood running over the defense there, but fortunately Sam's able to steal one back. Now, damn, he might have something here.
Null Command for the retake, paranoia as well.
Oh, here comes from the shadows, looking to get onto the boathouse, the defense, working against the clock now, and he's actually just going to stick it. Nice flash from the outside. Sam picks up 2, and it's Benji, the last one standing. But for how much longer? He's full health. No, Sam pushes through and clutches it out.
That's excellent out of Sam. A 4K to be picked on up. And the second round for Texas A&M. Yes, what a great way to get it started. How else could you like it there for Texas A&M? That's lovely to see out of Samwell. And let me just say, the goal of Dam to commit to that, he just TPs in towards the back line. He doesn't really get much value out of it, dies for it, but it's about that distraction. It's about kind of pulling that crosshair placement away, and that works. That sets Sam up for the clutch, wins it out in the 1 versus 2, and it's a big round to be able to pivot. Looks like a couple of our players might have tipped on away, so it's not tactical, but a pause will come through regardless.
Yeah, I thought for a second Sam was really just drinking in the moment there at the end. Hey guys, just got my first 4 kills. I'm now online as we take a look back at the LLS replay of how that round played out. And this is, mind you, Benji's full health here.
Yeah.
Benji's full health still, even taking down Noble, but Sam going huge to re-equip just in time, a headshot just to make sure. And then he pauses. And I thought he was just relishing the moment, but I think it's because of the disconnects.
He might be relishing.
Maybe he's relishing a little bit. He's feeling pretty good. First 4 kills in that fashion. And that right there, when it's slow, when you're tired, it's been a long day, you're having a slow start to the game, boom, you're right back in it.
Nothing
now,
feels better.
The technical timeout here, we'll see how much that really does get things affected for these squads.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We need consistency out of Texas A&M. Thus far, this Ascent defensive side has been really rough, and then their B-side hold especially has been troublesome. And it's been the same hit that we've seen repeatedly out of the side of Northwood. It's paranoia off the rip. We follow that up with a KO knife on in. Flash drive goes through the window. It's been really effective, and you see that they've tried to counter it out. They pull out that operator, try and put that in position over towards B, because they have identified that as their weakness as well. I think the solution lies in pumping up the mid-control. Re-pushing in that area, just conceding the B site. They've proven just in that round previous that they can be competent in towards some of these retakes. They have the utility to do so. It's about giving maybe a little bit more respect towards those openers that we have seen or repositioning your KO and making sure that knife can hit. However, I think with the knife's timing, that paranoia will come off regardless. So conceding, backing from the angle is really the only option.
Really the only option, which is tough because on a map like Ascent, we usually do see those Jets go so aggressive, take that space, and the round is sometimes a coin flip. It's either that paranoia quick hit or it's the Killjoy walking up. And obviously if you coin flip the wrong way, you can actually see what happens. It takes a 4K for you to bail yourself out of that round. But like you said, that mid control, that's exactly what Sam did. And now they kind of have that general idea of what that setup looks like, that if they're going fast towards B, they're giving a lot of resources to that. It was only one player in that Sova with the turret set up there, and you can just look to exploit that time and time again.
Yeah, I think that is exactly the answer out of them. My biggest question as well is going to be, once we're looking towards that attacker side, I think that will be a turnaround for Texas A&M. That's generally the side where they look stronger. I think that's where aggro can be his absolute best. Combining with that KO utility is all the easier when you're on that attacking side. You get to control that pace. You get to play your own game. And when you play with the chamber as well, it's literally free real estate. Pop down your trademarks, so much space. And you don't have to do anything for it. It's super nice, especially on a map like this that is default heavy, that is mid control heavy, that tends to play a little bit slower. It lets you be a little faster if you want to. It lets you punish on towards flanks or on towards extremity control of your opponents because you just have it for free.
You have it for free. And we're seeing, I think, like you said, kind of back to that comfortability of the Sentinel choice. Somebody that's playing the chamber is probably somebody that likes to play a little more aggressive. So although you would expect a Sentinel to be strong on the defensive side and you're not too sure how that is, that's going over to the attacking side, obviously the chamber can just toss down that rendezvous, still peek that angle aggressively like you would normally, and then just teleport away like the Jet would dash, which is, I think, also why we're seeing some of these teams go duelist lists. I guess that always feels weird to say.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw, I think, who was it in VC? It was Luminosity who changed things on up and was trying that, I believe. I don't know. My memory is really bad. But more and more teams, including up at that pro level, have started to do it. The chamber allows it. I think Omen being basically just like a duelist, Omen is ridiculous in towards his meta. The value that the paranoia gets, even when he was quote-unquote bad and people were against playing him, it was only because Aster was busted, never because he was bad. Like, this guy, the value you get from that paranoia, combining it with that Jet is just so lovely. And even combining it with the chamber, you can just get pretty much the same value, plus have all that chamber utility as well.
And although I agree with everything you just said, we got to fix Omen's pistol round. That pistol round bind feels so bad. It's like paranoia, one smoke, light shields, classic, rough. Outside of that, you're classic, no shields, paranoia goes. It does feel a little awkward compared to the other controllers who, I mean, Astra, inherently, you usually get your stars. Brimstone can get something.
If you're a support player and you're buying anything but full utility, you're wrong.
Yeah,
true. You're done. You're not right.
Unless you're playing solo queue.
No.
And sometimes you got to do it yourself.
No, you got to fall on your sword,
man. You said Omen was a duelist. Right here on the broadcast. You said if somebody clip that, put it on Twitter. Omen is a duelist in your solo queue games. Just go hard. Shrouded step into the dark cover into the site. Shrouded step. You're the new Jet.
I've got two faces, man. I'm going to lie to your face. I'm going to do it. I'm going to gaslight you right here, right now. Because Omen, sure, you can be a duelist, but you can also buy all your utility because then you can do the funny paranoia, teleport behind them with the shrouded step. You can get that value out of it. Omen can have the best of both worlds.
Yeah, can have the best of both worlds. Although we do love to see the Brimstones. We absolutely love seeing Brimstone make his way on through the. I think the kind of the battle back and forth, if we see Haven, that might be where we see a little bit of the teams differentiate between the controllers, whereas Brimstone, Orbital Strike, Incendiary, the Sky Smoke's lasting for so long, and fortunately that break didn't last for so long.
No, Hunter 3 is available. Is Tile going to try and do something with it? I wouldn't hate to see some kind of early aggression. There it is. He's going to pop it straight off the rip. There's nothing to really follow this up, though. No dart was deployed. He was just hoping it would be a rush over towards B. Gamble taken. He bet on the wrong horse. And, well, that's one ult. You're not getting back. And, I really don't like that decision in this round, because look what we have on the other side. KJ ult is here. That would have been the direct counter. Sure, you do have that null command, and you do have those lineups for your KO, possibly, but you're taking a risk here. We'll see how it pays off.
It really, really taking a risk, and Dip also getting a little risky. Nice shock darts out and over the top. Eventually, Dip will find his frag, but a 1 for 2 overall, eventually going to be equalized, and Benji slowly but surely rotating his way back over, which means a 2v2 directly on the site, but that lockdown, it's still kind of far away.
I think a footstep was made in mid. This lurk might be noted, so yeah, I think he realizes that the game could be up. Will rotate back on over, plays towards tree, but now here's the punishment. Killjoy lockdown is deployed, and there is nothing to counter it on out. They're going to have to wait this time. This retake will come down to the wire.
is slowly, they wait just outside the lockdown. Finally will come through, and it's Sam. First up here, Paranoia just on the outside. Tyler just around the corner, and Dam's gonna clear that one. The Sova falls. Now the Killjoy's still offside. Inside the smoke though, Ollie holds it down for one, survives for maybe just enough, and the Classic won't be that as the Nano swarms by the time. The lockdown did it too. Benji the cherry on top. The spike doesn't even need to blow. They do it through frags.
Yeah, that they do. And you can see the order of operations there. Hunter's Fury is used. Tayo was alive at that point. It could have been a possibility to counter that out. That's an extra 10 seconds you could have had, but that luxury will not be afforded in this round. You're always taking a gamble no matter how you utilize that ult. And unfortunately in this one, it does not work out. As we take a look back at that LLS replay, you got to give some credit towards utility usage. It was clear they had an idea, they had an attempt. Damn, even winning out on the pivotal fight there, but Kali, his micro's just nuts. Plays it out in towards the Omen smoke, winning this duel practically ensures the round.
Yeah, Ali has been a problem here. You see him obviously top fragging, which is what you can expect the Omen to do. Like you said, Duelist-esque, typically can just toss out that util and look to play frags, but just surviving, just buying the time. Benji, I thought Benji was so late, but that lockdown ended up working perfectly. Now aggro up on the close angle. Ollie's got the distance though. This is gonna take both shots to land for that Omen to fall, and it doesn't seem, oh, maybe it will. He's gonna swing, but Ollie's just too good. He's just dancing around the Ollie shuffle to survive. And well, an anti-eco going the way you would expect.
Yeah, the late mid control has been really good as well out of this attacking side. They tend to leave someone here towards pretty late in the round, and you see it's a setup for Lurk in this one. If that tree room player is spotted on out, well, Sova's going to be in your back lines, and that flank could be massive. Tyler, however, doesn't look like he will commit to it. Instead, just using this utility to sustain. You see the KO knife, you see the mollies come on out. This round is all but over. Damage, really the only hope for Texas A&M.
And knifing down the door, but just gonna get run down. They want to try and play containment if they can, but it's the third on the game, a flawless round for Northwood University. They're making the best out of those situations where they're resetting this economy, and when it is an eco buy, they give up nothing. So there's never really a chance to, although TAMU's behind, to start to chip away at the all Gucci everything that NU has.
All right, here we go. Pause comes through. So we're taking this moment, and I imagine the reason that it's coming on out is because of the ults I see on the other side. This is looking like a preset execute of some kind. We have that KO ult available. I believe we have the Jet ult up too, and I think the Omen ult was available too. Pop that null command, teleporting towards the backlines. This team has already showed that they love their preset executes in towards the attack, and well, we'll see what they have planned. As of course, both teams getting the opportunity to talk, getting their coach into the conversation during this time.
Yeah, and this is a nice timeout too for TAMU. They're going to be buying into this round.
For sure.
So I think you heavily invest a lot into this one for the most part. Coming out of this timeout, you lose that round. I mean, that's tough.
Yeah, well, quick commercial to take a look at as we finish up this tactical timeout. And quick as that, we're back in towards the action. We'll see what the players plotted on out in that short little tactical pause. I'd imagine it's going to be a continuation over towards this B side. You're really well set up towards it, especially since I believe that has been generally where this defensive-sided Sentinel has been playing. Pop that up. Hey, utility's gone. Omen teleports in towards the backlines. That does seem to be the decision. However, it's been read into. There's a heavy force here from the defense, but Sam already down.
Yeah, Sam already down, and aggro playing this way. It doesn't seem to find a whole lot, but look at this, a different look. You find that first frag, you back away, and you just reset a player ahead.
Yeah, Noble's in a big position here. If he could win out on this duel, pop up that null command, he could delay. He could change the tide of this round. However, already smoked on off. However, an angle above, shot gets one. Can he get anything more out of this angle? No. Tyler on the shutdown, so Dam is now alone.
Yep, Dam alone on the site. No time to wait for his teammates, but he doesn't need to. He cuts down two. Now, Resurrection available, and they are going to be looking to stick it here. It's Ollie to get his teammate back up. Burbs back in the fight. The spike goes down, and Tyler, 3 kills on it. Make it 4. It just doesn't stop. And I mean, just giving TAMU no breathing room.
I mean, TAMU wanted that fight. They wanted to commit into it. They were trying to buy time to set up for that play. However, Northwood University, man, they are just ever so willing to take those brawls and win them on out. One little piece of micro, Tyler throws out the dart, breaks the crosshair placement of one of those players, gives a bit of an added advantage towards his teammate in the rest of that fight. As we take a look back at the LLS replays, even earlier in that round, it was a good start. Dip opening things up over towards B, that ensured those rotations stayed on that site, and then, well, the rotation just paid off as only those 2 defenders were left to hold.
Yeah, that's tough for Noble to not get more than just the one there, but what can you expect? We have seen some lucky action in the group stages. Unfortunately, it's cut a little short. Dam finds one. Will eventually get traded out, but this is already kind of a better start in one of these eco rounds for TAMU. They're starting to do some damage.
Yeah, that they are. Noble still has a bit of utility to work with here. Could pop that null command to try and facilitate this retake. Dash available. Aggro wants to take that fight. Will get away with one. So man advantage now. Garner, Bladestorm pop. They're going.
That they are. The health, it's low, but they're still finding the kills. Finally, now Ollie has to do it once more. Too many targets to worry about. He dances around for a second. But Noble will finally close us out. And it was a hero rifle from TAMU that got it done.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting so much done, especially considering the investment they put in towards that round. The opportune moment to pop up that null command too is excellent. You didn't see any smokes up towards heaven. That's because, well, there was none available. The utility was completely shut offline. Same too, normally you'd see Ferpster with a flash heading on in towards that hit. That was not available. This is the turn they needed, but the question is it too late? Because we've seen the previous 3 rounds were all completely isolated incidents. If anything, Northwood has been very fast to realize their mistakes, to adapt around it, and to come back with something new. And the new idea in this one is to put the operator up for Dip. We've only seen 1 round with the op for aggro previous. Now Dip will make an attempt of things. Looks like a duel towards mid is queued on up, and it's being given here. Aggro is being set up for a play forward, but he walks straight into the operator. That's well done by Dip.
And Dip got revealed too. They knew that was happening, but he still managed to hit that shot. Now the blades finally come out. We get the jet knives from Dip. Tyler, shock dart just to clear things out. Noble able to back away right onto the ankle. The knives, they all go wide. Noble still gets one, and this time he backs away.
That is absurd. He still manages to get value out of that position. Heroic efforts, but still, it's a 4 versus 4. Noble's position is known. It is known that he is wounded as well. However, that's not even the destination. They've assumed that rotations have been pulled over towards this A site. They'll continue to pressure, and Ali's just taking a fight. The timing on this one is perfect. He wanted a second off the trigger discipline, but it doesn't work on out. Now B site should be vacated, and the fake, it has been played oh so well. Only a single player to defend, and the hit looking to forthcome over towards that B site. Everyone has bitten on in. The final defender is down. They still don't know.
Yeah, they still have absolutely no idea. The only player out towards the A site was the Omen. Use that from the shadows back in the boathouse, and now it's a very healthy Tayo who has a recon bolt available, but a 12 HP Noble. This is a very, very tall ask here in the 2v4. Recon bolt will be queued up. This one tossed out. Should reveal Benji. Nobody really in a position to try and spray him down. Ali also getting tagged up by that. So noted 2 players put the spray through. It's all you need inside the dark cover. Tayo, no, they come out with the knives, but it's the Vandals to eventually do it. 9-3 at the half for Northwood University. And what I'm afraid about, now that they're on the defensive side, how aggro do they get, right? Do they just run it down and try and force TAMU to earn the respect? I don't see why not.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would imagine that is exactly what is going to happen. In Valorant, tactical FPS at large, once you lose your opponent's respect, it is very, very hard to earn it back. Once your opponent realizes that they are the better team, there is a tendency to just press the W key a little bit and just send it. Their comp befits it, their play style is good at it, and it is really tough to recover from it. It's really tough to force your opponent to respect you unless you start pulling off some really big rounds. At least I think that for the side of Texas A&M, maybe they can rally something in the half. They can be solid in towards that pistol round, hope to get something a little bit more. But if they're not winning out on that pistol, things are looking grim.
Yeah, that is the big test right here, this pistol round. Dip already posted up. A little aggressive to use that turret for information. And with that, Garner, taking a look to back away. 1 flash drive available here for Noble, so we'll see how he can set his team up. 30 seconds still on the knife, though.
Yeah, but look over towards A main. Space has already been taken. A player's been positioned in towards mine. They can concede space, hold towards main, since this is just a hit from the catwalk side. Retake is going to be really easy with that pinch. Holding onto main or clearing it out, that's the goal for both these teams. But I'm not even sure if TAMU have realized yet. They spotted 1 player. They're sending a lone attacker to clear that space. This could get really bad really quick because the pinch is set up, but Dip is down.
Yeah, Dip not really ready for it. Ali, though, Ali's already ready for it, always ready for it. He dances on into the smoke. He'll eventually fall, but just like that, we find ourselves a 2v2 Sam. Just underneath Heaven, trying to hold it down with the Headhunter, lives up to his name, decapitates Tyler. Now one more to worry about, and the crossfire might be good, maybe not. Benji takes down Sam, no redemption arc there just yet. Now gonna hop onto the spike. It's not planted here for the Sova. Yes, it is, just barely the backpack showing. And Tam, you get it done.
That round is just wild, but it came down to the wire in such a big way. It was such a great setup early on from the side of Northwood in the way that they positioned themselves in that. They held on towards the main control, they pinched, but then, like I said, when you feel like you're the better player, a lot of teams will overheat. I think especially at this level that'll happen. Dip just absolutely sent it, and I think kind of let that round slip away. That was the pivotal switch on over, and the clutch really came down to the wire. It was a nice attempt by Benji. His backup was just sticking out a little too much, and didn't happen.
And it makes you wonder if you're on the other side of the spike, how does that round go, right? It's those small things, those hindsight things when you look back on it and you think, hey, maybe this could have won us a map or won us a series. As once more we go back to the fight inside B main, and it's not quite the same fight that we saw from Northwood. Ooh, is Noble gonna get things started, taking down Benji as a huge defender off the table, but look at the rotations, they're already here.
Yeah, that they are. This setup, I think this is like one of the highest expected value plays when you're in towards an eco round. Double shorty backside works too often.
Yes.
Works way too often because teams just kind of overcommit, especially in these anti-ecos, and there it is, Dip and Ferpsa, both with those weapons to work with. This is a pretty standard play on this map, so I imagine that this is known to be a possibility. I'm hoping that they save some Sova utility to clear, or else this could get pretty darn risky.
0 point just to make sure things are safe. We're back-to-back inside the boathouse as everybody hops onto the site. They're picking the angle. The shorties, though, they're starting well. They did rip down one. Fortunately, Tayo there to cut down the short-range weapons. Now it's all up to the classics against the Spectres, and it's all up to Ali, who he's been good on the day. He's been good on the map.
I don't know if he's been 1v4 classic good.
With the, yeah, I don't think he's been 1v4 the classic good.
I'm killing the dreams. No dreams allowed.
I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same boat.
No joy. It's not permitted quite yet. He'll try and make attempts. Does have a sheriff, a little better, but unfortunately does not quite have the HP to work with. I said maybe it was a little bit of a higher EV play to the double shorty backside. Still like a 20% play. It's not happening all that often, and it was good to shut things on down. Not too much damage taken. They can fully commit in towards the bonus rock. They can, but they elect not to. Noble reinvesting in towards that Vandal. They realize that momentum is their friend here and want to try and double down. It's a pretty big risk to be taken, but still only one weapon, so everyone else would be able to buy in towards the next round, even on a loss. However, loss here could be very tough. 10-5, a hard pill to swallow. The bonus buy is impressive, but it looks like mid-aggression might be the answer. Dip trying to get a fight here in mid.
A spike down, drone out. This one not going to clear too deep, but it clears just enough. 2 pings and a dash to get away. Dip survives, but he's wounded, licking his wounds on the way out. Fragment also botted as he tries to escape from Market. It's the shots from aggro that eventually get the job done. And a round like this for Northwood University, you lose this, you get reset. We might be looking at 9-7, quite possibly, if this round goes or continues to go sideways.
I talked about the implications for A&M, but for Northwood, this one would be a very, very tough round to be losing on out on. They get that killing towards mid, but look, Silverdrone is coming for that reclear. Mid is realized to not be a threat. However, information is lacking elsewhere as well. There's still but one player here on the B site. Benji is going to have to do a lot. Does have the utility to support, though. But I believe that KO knife should be online. I imagine that'll come on in. Benji's position is so close to that wall. I would be surprised if he does not get suppressed on this execute.
Yeah, that's
there it is.
The scariest part, and I don't think he was able to answer that 0 point in time. So everything down here, the microwave won't even matter. He's forced to back away. Fortunately, Tyler catches one on the way in. Now Benji.
30 seconds left.
Gonna eat a shock dart right to the rear, but they're not looking this way. He gets his one. Now looking for some more just on the outside, but he splits the uprights. Meanwhile, Ferpsa is trying to help himself to a bit of that pie, and he's done a good job. Now leaving it up to Ali in a 1v2, but I mean, how healthy is aggro? Through the box he falls. That's the spike down with 12 seconds.
Paranoia.
Gotta move.
Seconds left.
Yeah, he can go for this right now. He's calling the bluff for Nimble, and now he's going to be blinded practically for the rest of this. He has to fight.
Sprays through the box, the time is out. You just gotta go fishing, and unfortunately Ferpsa can't, or Noble, excuse me. He'll eventually get that kill, but Ali's already got the round.
It's all for what? Does not pan out in the end. Risk was taken on that reinvestment, and it unfortunately does not pay off. 10th round, swinging the way of Northwood University. And I mean, Noble topping out those charts, still already with that KO ult online, despite the early struggles that we saw there in towards that execute, losing out on the Killjoy utility for Benji. They still made a pretty valiant effort to be able to hold that one on down. Thankfully, that clutch coming on out, and they do hold on with the 1 versus 2. That buy, though, looking incredibly rough. This is a full investment. Spectres across the board for the attack.
Yeah, even in victory, that buy in a tough spot. Recon Bolt doesn't reveal anything. They know the Ares is here. And it's Tyler this time to go fishing through the walls of B main. Unfortunately, there's no catch.
Nothing doing in this one. Maybe gonna have to search for a new pond. Reclear, however, going in through mid. Sova drone on up in that space of the map. I don't believe that Killjoy utility has been contended with thus far in this match, so it has been a good bit of consistent information over for this defensive side. However, that's not the destination. A site is where they're headed, and that null command already popped.
Ooh, Dip showing just a bit too much, so they're ready on the angle. Fortunately, Ali able to take the close quarters fight and sit one down, but that's the worst player to get down because he's resurrected. He's right back on the board. The 5v3 now to commence on the site, but Bertha, he was the information guy, then he was the fragging guy on the site, and well, now he's a dead guy with the rest of his squad, and Benji, a tall task. It's a little bit better than what Ali was delivered previously with Sheriff in a 1vx situation. It's a Spectre in a 1vx. And you pick up 1 kill and you go out on your shield, you've got the lockdown in the next round. So no real reason for Benji not to send it.
Just generally the idea is when you win a round, you're full investing back on it, and that's like Valorant 101. You win, you buy. That makes sense. But if it's one of those rounds where it really is just that Pyrrhic victory, where you're winning but you're losing out on so much money, where you're cut down into a position with just these Spectres, all you're able to muster, you get that question in your head, do we want to commit to this? You've seen teams answer in different ways. I think generally the higher you play, even if you are on the side, especially if you are on that side that already has the lead, is just saving. Realizing that, hey, our money's going to be tough. We have a pretty low chance of winning this round, even though we won the previous. We're fine to concede 1, buy our way back on in the next. They took the risk, however. Again, it's about the confidence we were talking about, and I'm never going to critique confidence because it can do a lot for you, especially in a game like Valorant. But there, it doesn't work out. Now with a save having to be called here for Northwood, Texas A&M should be bringing this one up to 7. This is getting dangerously close.
Yeah, and what I would like to have seen in that round, if not throughout the rest of the tournament, is if you're going to be confident with that buy, full send. Get confident on your play on the defense, right? Take some of the space just like this one. They go back to it. It's a little lesser of a buy, but it eventually gets that same job done. The spike plant will be awarded out over to TAMU, but a weapon received. Sheriff's aplenty, Marshall in the hand. I'm not saying that this is too winnable for Northwood, but damage is certainly on the table.
Yeah, it is, especially with a rifle already picked on up. Dip has that tailwind pop, trying to get something done, but the drone good to keep them at bay for now.
Ooh, aggro, trying to take the fight with the Marshall. Instead, it's Noble, 3 kills on the round. He wants some more shots through the wall. Noble's there, Noble falls. This could be a weapon retrieve, but Burpsa wants to push forward with the Sheriff. And now, speaking of weapons retrieved, it's the Phantom. Now it's found out towards mid. Unfortunately, there's just no space, just no time. It's all about containment.
Yeah, but containment could be massive. If he deals damage and this one keeps that money accountable, he's looking to do so. Timing on this swing could matter in a big way. Only gets 1. Still pretty solid to be able to take 3 players down, considering the investment going in towards that round. But money will be ample to reinvest regardless here for Texas A&M. Northwood got to do an internal reckoning. If they're not winning out on this round, I am starting to get extremely worried about them. But they have some of their big win conditions online. Couple ults to work with, including that lockdown to work in for a bit of a retake, and the operator online too.
Yeah, this right here, I would love to see from Texas A&M. Mix it up, right? Give us something different here, because in this, they're not taking that time out in Northwood. Yeah, they're not resetting, slowing down. They're just committing to the buy. They're saying, hey, we understand what's going on. We had a player, glass armor, or glass cannon rather, no armor with just a Vandal. This is a very scary round for the defense.
Yeah, this one's tough. That Hunter's Fury is already popped. Tyler should have the movement to get away, but Dip not quite so lucky. That tailwind not used, so the operator down for nothing. But okay, Tyler, that's disgusting. Just a 1-tap at range, man.
Yeah, that's the glass cannon, by the way, and well, it lives up to its name. Able to 1-tap out towards mid. Armor not necessarily needed, and it equalizes across the board of 4v4 as that spike is slowly creeping up towards A main, and slowly but surely Noble looking to get himself back into the mix. Ali has one of the most important fights right here. You win this against the Jet, and you only have to worry about one more angle, and it's the 3 players out towards main. So a 0 point And dark covers will be traded. Aggro just on the other side. Flash drive on the outside. They're expecting something inside the smoke, and as a push comes through, it's a Hunter's Fury to follow. It's Tyler trying to answer back. He did it out towards mid. Can he do it here on the site?
I'm looking to see if there's aggression, and look at that. Dam is already walking on up. They should be ready for the idea that this Killjoy lockdown is coming, and pushing will be necessary, but Dam goes a little too early. He's down. Now this lockdown can be popped, and what utility is there to deny? It's nothing. They either have to fight for it or completely concede this space, and concede. That's the answer. They're falling back towards main.
It's tough too, though. You hear that tour de force now online, can be holding the angle. It's planted right for him. Turret to come down. Recon bolt just around the corner. This here for information. They might have to deal with that. No, it's a tour de force taken down. They know where Aggro's at, and he's detained. They can just run him down instead. They look to give him the fight. Aggro finds the first, won't find the neck. That's Benji to hop off, close out the kill, and close out the round.
That's a tragedy, man. They were in the corner. He just overdoes it. Sneaks the second in too close, and that's the round. I think there's a really strong chance they win that round. If that doesn't happen, that is... Man, that's depressing to lose in that way.
In that split-second decision to not push the detained member, knowing where he's at, they almost lost the round. Benji had 5 health.
I mean, they didn't know. He could have been over towards the tree room.
Yeah.
They were probably making the safer play in that one still. Yeah. Whew, comes down to the wire for both these teams. However, the one that needed the pivotal swing round, it goes their direction. Still, it's practically another pure victory. Look at this money. They're reinvesting. Bladestorm is available, but 2 players down on Spectres. Money has been the devil here for this defensive side.
Yeah, and the Spectres, those are the guns that I'm looking at to say, hey, let's get aggressive with those.
Yeah,
let's put that on your KO. Let's put that on somebody else and look to push the pace here. Ali, though, from long range, able to scoop up one out towards Tiles. It's the Guardian to get that one done.
This mid play could be big. Aggro is in close, but Noble is there. Swings, takes him on down, and that's the bait. Dip fights forward off of that, dies. Now we return to a 4 versus 4, and no command. Omen TP available. This is well set up for an execute. I imagine they go towards B, and that does seem to be the answer. Doubling back in towards B main. This is likely going to be another retake, but there is going to be a null command and an Omen TP going the other direction. These ults matching.
Yeah, ults matching. Ferbsa, unfortunately, a little too far. He won't be able to join the fight right in time. But his teammate in Ali will. And Benji, able to hit that Nano Swarm. Perfect timing on that spray on through out towards main through the Cloud Burst. And it's actually Tyler to fall aggro, collecting so much here in this round. The first 2 kills on it. And one of the most important being the knives off the table. Now they have this Phantom, a Spectre, and a Guardian to worry about in the retake. Unfortunately, though, for TAMU, they're all on the site.
I mean, look at their money in reserve. I feel like there's a very big case to be made for saving in this round. If they can get something early, though, still very much a chance at this one. Null command isn't going to be popped, I imagine, but these flash drives, they're already used. You're going to have nothing. You're heading in towards that site dry.
Yeah, this is tough. You have to use it just to clear the smokes. Now, nobody giving up too much here on the site. The head will finally be spotted. The angle will finally be cleared, and now Benji has to try and clutch up again. A 1v2. One on the swing. Damn, the next one up, and it's Damn to sit him down. 8 rounds. Now scooped up here for TAMU.
It's a heartbreaking call, but I almost feel like the play there in the 3 versus 4 is to take that safe. Maybe I'm making a bit more conservative decision-making, but their economy has just been really tough, and these decisions to constantly reinvest, to take those risks, have been working against them. So we look back in the LLS replay here, it was some big plays. Folks like Ali getting things started, that early aggression, but then it was that trap play in towards mid. Breaking that Sova drone, punishing the knives, that turns the tide completely.
Another round invested, and another round safe to follow. And okay, here we go. A page out of the NU playbook.
Wait, I didn't know that. Does the jet dash stay up? I don't think you get it if you are suppressed. That's something I'll have to look into with the change. But now the suppression gone, so a chance for a peek. No kill to follow though.
Yeah, now they understand too at this situation that the defense are sitting on a little lesser of a buy. I think it's safe to say that you could have assumed that, but the way that Northwood has kind of just been tossing out their credits, maybe a weapon coming into this, but nothing now. You hear that Sheriff, you hear the Ghosts and the Classics, but still a lot of respect given.
Yeah, and it's been earned. Texas A&M have made themselves a squad to be respected. Now, Aggro, does he just want to take this peek? They cut noise. It is just going to be the call to Riazek. It is still a stack, though.
Yeah, dash on in. A couple players just around the corner. Tyler with the Classic. Unfortunately, just not enough. Dip, however, he survived at the beginning of the round, and he's able to scoop one up for himself. The Sheriff, it does good for 1, but only 1 as the site, well, the site can't really be retaken. Ferbsa's got a really tall ask, but now he's got shields. Now he's got a weapon. He's got a couple of players lined up. The shots don't quite land. He's got credits to buy into the next round, so you can look once more to try and play containment. You could also look to save. What you don't want to do is pop that null command. It does seem like he just wants to fight for it. A few members with low HP, he can look to fight him there as he walks on out of the box 2 lineup. The damage has been dealt, but the round's still secured by Tamia.
I felt the disaster happening.
Yeah.
I felt the disaster happening there. That one maybe getting a little bit closer than it should have. Tactical timeout will be called in this one, though, so they've realized their mistakes. They've realized the issues for the side of Northwood, and they want to clean that on up. However, just as it was the story in the first half, these B-site executes have been incredibly potent. I mean, it is pretty much mirror compositions, bar that Sentinel decision, so not surprised to see that continue to be the case. Again, I feel like the solution might fall to kind of further aggression in the mid-round for this defensive side.
Yeah, I would like to see also as Benji just kind of continues to develop how he's playing. I think we've seen the microwave setup out towards B, then evolve to the alarm bot out towards mid just in case. Go back to that microwave, set it up out towards B, but don't play in range of that 0 point. You got to play outside that 0 point, so you are still getting that value.
And what's interesting is it's been the same 0 point lineup every time. It's one that lands on top of the front boathouse, but I don't think it's been broken just yet. I think it is one of the ones that you can't quite break. You can be really tricky with the KO lineups, and that's showing here. It's why so many teams are running. It's why both these teams are running it in towards this map. I think the flash drive value has also been good for both sides running on that robot.
Yeah, it is hard to see that when you're so deep in that retake, you're a little too slow on it, that you have to invest those flash drives early. I think what we're asking for mostly for both of these teams, and anybody listening going forward, right, is give us a bit more on defense. Let's get a little aggressive. Take some of this space, don't give it up for free.
Dip is buying into the operator in this one. I'm hoping that this will be a bit of an early play. I was looking more towards mid. They're committing over towards B. I think that's a risk because we saw this was a previous attempt. Both sides have fallen into this pitfall where paranoia, you get a knife coming on through, you're suppressed, you're in trouble, but Ali was supporting with a paranoia of his own. However, this has been red. Dam's just holding the angle. Dip has to fall away. This is part of the tailwind nerf. With old Jet, Dip might have just swung that because he has the automatic tailwind to get on away. New Jet, you don't have that, which is why I think Chambers so much better on this map now because you can set yourself up a teleport. You can get away scot-free even if you are taking a bit of a crazy swing. Jet just doesn't have that anymore.
Yeah, and what's better than a Killjoy turret? Well, if you don't have a Killjoy, you just put Omen on top of the little hut out there. He's able to hold that angle, get so much information, and you have to assume, right, that Dip's peeking like that. He's trying to crab walk around the corner. Maybe he does have that operator. Let's go elsewhere. And that elsewhere is out towards the A site, but nobody's here. They concede.
I mean, this is what we were talking about. Retake, I think, will be the recipe for success. Still, proof is in the pudding for this one. They've held on to position towards stream, and what I'm looking out for is this late lurk in mid. There's an Omen just tucked in towards mid, tall box. If he can find a late flank here, this could really change the round.
Yeah, Dam really holding the round together out towards mid. The operator not quite finding anything. The foot is spotted, and aggro takes down Dip. 4,700 credits again, just tossed away as Dam out towards mid. Noble on the site holds it down.
Save. This should really be a save. You can't go for this. 2 players left alive. I think they probably grabbed that operator. And Dip, there it is. Ali picks it on up. It's really tough getting no value out that way. They're just in mid. That pathing is really dangerous, but it still works out. Question is, will they be able to keep this in the long term because they are being hunted? Texas A&M committing a lot in towards this one. And they'll have ample time to take this swing. If that off goes down, that's huge. Tyler's gone. Ali should too. No, stays alive. That's big out of him. Damage doesn't really matter. The money is great for the side of Tamu, so it's all good.
Yeah. That's exactly why we see them running for that. They spot the players out towards mid. They say, hey, guys, they're trying to save that op. We can buy next round no matter what. Let's just try and run them down and get it done as we take a peek right here at the end, the LLS replay. I mean, it's a notable one because it's Ali doing Ali things. I feel like he's done this on the day. Unfortunately, this right here, not very much impact. You need to start that at the start of the round. Let's get a couple of, maybe a multi-kill to get us started at the beginning.
Our retake power is great in this round. 2 of the biggest ults to work your way back in. That is going to be the decision. Another retake going to be played over towards there.
Yeah, a little surprising that we didn't see that null command used in the round previous, but like you pointed out, it's bolstered up behind. Do we see it, though? Because it's another really weak round.
Do they have a fragment lineup? I'm hoping they do. A lot of KOs do. No, maybe not. Noble's just swinging on that one. He's trying to delay, though. And he's done that thus far. Still even getting a kill on Dip there. This ult hasn't been popped, but we trade 4v4.
And we trade 4v4 to get the buy. Not great here for the defense as they slowly push their way out towards heaven. They're met by aggro, just cuts him down. Tyler proven to be the classic king as Benji holds on to the up. Takes a shot. It's unfortunately not enough.
No.
Now he's got a rifle in his hand zone. He's looking to do some damage. Sets down the turret. Gonna hop onto the spike once more. Sam can play the jump peek game. Benji gonna hop on for just a moment. Look to get that spike halfway. Now he hops off. Looks to take the fight, but Sam can just play this perfectly. The time, it's all down to it. But does Benji have enough? It sounds like he's done. He's bought the time. He's won the round and pushed them to map point.
That's absurd. They didn't even think they had a chance to win that one. That's why they didn't commit the ult on in. There was one weapon coming in. The operator goes in, the operator comes out, and map point is secured. That is just a wild play. You needed an individual step up, and Benji does it. But on the other side, why are we silver-droning? It's a 2v1. The utility is a couple small mistakes being made. The pressure getting to this team, and it's being punished.
It came down to the timing in that one, and it was just on Benji's side, who has been good on the day, who has been, I mean, now hanging on to that lockdown once more again, having that ult available for the squad and the retake power and just what this Killjoy brings, it's huge in the last round of the map, or what could be the last round of the map.
Mid-lurk coming on through. Aggro will destroy that Killjoy alarm bot, so I'd imagine a drone should be triggered in reply, or at least someone hold this on. They're very nervous about that space in mid, but no one's committing off of it just yet. More good information garnered here, this time over towards the catwalk, but definitely a much slower round from TAMU.
Yeah, and Aggro getting spotted out towards mid, that's a stinky agent to get spotted by the 0 point, because you kind of have a general understanding. If you see the jet, you know that the rest of the team is probably somewhere in the area, especially if that jet hasn't been lurking. But here we go, a little bit different on the 0 point, but the angles, they're being held a little different. Recon bolt out, not going to find Benji, but he gives too much of the barrel, and Aggro takes him down. Hunter's Fury looking to clear out the angles as well as the door will close. Dip still holding the angle with the operator.
The mid-lark, there's another player tucked in close here. The drone, though, spots him out. And now there's flashes. He's dead. There shouldn't be anything Sam can do if he gets a kill here. That's so big. And no, nothing to come. So 4 versus 3, a man advantage on this retake. And no command popped.
Yep, no command popped. And they're all on the site only. Damn spotted, though. Clearing out towards main op shot, not quite gonna land. Damn, gonna take down the robot. Ollie there to trade it back, and Dip, he's not even needed. He's just playing distraction. As Ollie closes it out, what better way? How poetic the game he had here on Ascent. And that's going to be Northwood closing it out, but it was a close one.
I mean, hell of a comeback to be able to pull it that close in this map. We start things off 9-3 half. It was looking incredibly indomitable on that attacking side. The defense clearly struggling, especially over towards B. They were rather slow to adapt, to be quite frank. But on the other side, I mean, once you're at that lead, it is tough to let that one slip you by. And Northwood eventually do find the answers. They find the adaptations, but you have to give credit to TAMU there, because they rallied on back. They're showing mental fortitude. They're showing that, hey, even in these tough situations, they can put up a fight. And that gives me good hopes into map number 2.
Yeah, and again, I think we can kind of look back at some of well, we can look back here at the LLS replay, but we can look back at maybe some of the criticisms that we had and chalk it up to the nerves that come into it, right?
Sure.
Nobody wants to step too far out of bounds. Nobody on defense wants to get a little too aggressive, get punished for it, and lose the round because of it, right? It's a tough spot to be in. It's obviously an easy criticism for us to have as a whole, but I think both of these teams, not only did they kind of have that same measured play style on defense, I think moving forward, you mix it up a little bit on defense, and you don't give up as much as Northwood did in trying to close it out, because again, that is way too scary.
But here's the thing, if Northwood started on defense in towards a future map, I think they figured out the style of TAMU in towards the latter part of that one. And it was about really committing in towards these retakes, playing the late round, fighting a lot more towards that extremity control. And once they got that down pat, it was them just kind of in charge of that adaptation game. TAMU a step behind in that regard, and they just didn't have time. They just didn't have the rounds to recover. So if we come in towards another game, we come in towards another map, will that case continue? Because really, Valorant is just a game about who adapts quicker, especially in these kind of scrappier matches, and that's what we saw there for TAMU. Well, unfortunately not enough, but still, they're showing signs.
Yep, still showing signs, and like you said, the reads towards the end, it's not just Northwood getting those reads, it is TAMU also getting that team figured out on both sides of the map. I also think that's a great point that you bring up in the way that Northwood likes to play that retake, a bit more measured, a bit more structured, work together to retake the site, because that's basically attacking. Right? And on the attacking side, they did that same thing. If it wasn't all 5, it was 4 of 5. It was a paranoia. It was beautiful setups to get onto that site.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of those kind of those 5-0 setups, those 4-1s, it was a lot of commitment in that regard, which is a risky play style to take, but still worked out for them pretty well.
Yep, 100% worked out for them, but it is just a best of 3. That could have been, again, the maps, I'm a little unsure as to where we're headed next, and I don't know whose map pick this was. If that's Northwood, obviously maybe you expect them to grab a scent on that one. In Texas A&M, they might be moving into a bit more comfortable territory moving forward.
Yeah, but I think a little bit here while we get map number 2 ready, so let's hear some words from the folks over at the desk.
Thanks so much. Every victory takes a team, and every mission in the Air Force takes a team. Download USAF's real-world strategy game, Command the Stack, where you can team up with other gamers to achieve mission success in a mobile AR flight experience. Command the Stack is available in the App Store, and analysis is available here. Let's talk about that match. What did you see? What must we learn from it?
Well, I think the biggest thing it is that we all need to understand is that 9-3 curse is a real thing, and that's almost what we saw happening.
Almost.
Right? They're like almost what we saw happening.
Explain to people who might not know, what is the 9-3 curse?
So the 9-3 curse is a fabled tale of ye old throughout Valorant, where if the game at halftime ends with one opposing side having three wins, and the other opposing side has 9, that you're more than likely going to lose the game. Like, that's just typically how that's going to happen.
When you're in the lead, you're more likely to lose.
Yes, yeah. When the sides swap, the coins are flipped, all the chips are in, right? Like, it's going to end up being a loss. And it got really close for that being the case, but it actually wasn't. I loved how they ended up adapting. I love how both teams ended up adapting. There was a lot of times where I saw a lot of fights were being taken sort of independently. There were times where they were swinging into a lot of people. I mean, me and Blue were also talking about it. There were times where they were stacked back to back, you know,
with the double shotty.
just double shorty in boathouse. I was so expecting that to go wrong quickly.
How much utility should you use in there to flash them? Blah, blah,
just
blah.
flash them.
Nah, and I'm like, yeah, but hindsight's 20/20. They walked in there and they won that fight. They ego chowed. They pulled the blue. I'm just walking in there, guns blazing. All right, I'm counting on you to miss because I'm not.
Well, that's the thing. And that's the only reason they won that.
They got to keep all their utility for the next fight, for the rest of that round. So I think they came out on top.
Well, we're ready to get right back into the game, so let's find out who will come out on top in this next round. Casters, can you take us there?
Yeah, let's hop straight back in towards this one. We just heard some interesting news from Door that apparently some of the players in the lobby are trying to force Phoenix, force weird things in this composition. I mean, if it works, man. We're taking a look at Agent Select. We'll see where they do end up heading.
Okay, so the player that we were supposed to look at for this one is Tyler. Tyler is hovering the Cypher for now. Looking at this composition, though, as a whole, right, Dip hovering that Neon, that is not something that is too far out of the realm of possibilities. No. What the questions that I do have, because we already talked about the Jet and the Sova, who do eventually get locked in. So I guess we don't need to talk about the nerfs to the fast lane. None of it matters about the Neon now.
I wish, man. In my dreams.
Yeah.
In my dreams, we'd get players locking it on in, but practically a mirror mode matchup in this one, and it will, in fact, just be the same compositions coming on through. Both these teams actually sticking to the Sova. I'm a little surprised by that one. But again, it comes back to the point I was making in way of comfort. If you have a composition you've been running for a while, which I imagine they have, I mean, this is this comp could have worked for the last 6 months, ever since Chamber got implemented, and even then just swapping out 1-for-1 for a Killjoy or Cypher. This composition works really well, so I'm not surprised that we are seeing teams stick with this one. Again, similarly to what I was saying in towards that first map, I'm looking for how we're setting these Jets up for success, because we kind of had some back and forth a couple moments, right? I think that round where Dip is swinging heaven and there's no flash, there's nothing to really follow him up. Now you have a Sky, you have a Sova, you have an Omen, you have 3 agents that can allow your Jet to have those big moments. Use it.
Yeah, a lot of information to be garnered here on Haven as we jump on in. It's map number 2, and as you see down in the bottom left, that scoreboard for you, Northwood University, 1 map ahead coming into this one in just a best of 3. This could be it.
It really could. It could come down to the wire. Semi-finals on the line here, so it means a ton for these teams. The AMU, maybe their confidence bolstered at the tail end of map number 1, but now they need to show us something special, as early on it's going to be a hit out towards mid. Aggro getting that spike plant on down. This is really standard play we see quite often, and now what I'm looking towards is what other space do they garner? Are they pushing for link control? Because thus far it looks like they might just get pinched early. Aggro already used his tail and he's trapped on site.
Yeah, Dip pushing on through. Unfortunately, they're not ready for the Jet and Aggro. Ali gonna fall. Dan scoops it up himself, and the Jet just keeps raining terra. Versa trying to battle back for something. Meanwhile, 3 players out towards mid. There's a player coming for the backstab, so Tyler will tap the spike for just a moment. Ready for the backstab, and now he's the last one standing the shrouded step. Things get awkward. Tyler hops onto the spike, but that smoke was perfect. It's a one-way to see the feet. He has no chance to defuse. And to get us started nice and early, it's TAMU in the pistol.
Yeah, that it is. Again, really standard play there, and I thought it was going to be aggro trapped on the site, but really it was them trapped on the site with aggro.
Yeah.
And it gets a whole ton done there. Double kill to be picking on up with that frenzy, even though they lack control elsewhere on the map. They found a kill on towards that Omen early on, and that's kind of the big change factor. If you can get a smoke on towards that spike, that's great, but it dissipated really early before that retake could be fully committed, so good to take a look back there with the LLS replay as we do hop into round number 2 here. Not a whole ton getting done for that defense. I don't imagine there'll be much invested here whatsoever. It is just going to be a hit over towards that.
Now, we have seen some pretty crazy things with Northwood only having the pistols. So
that's fair.
Anything is possible, especially with Benji. Now, Headhunter in hand. He's no longer playing that killjoy. He's rocking the chamber, and he's doing it well, baby. Both of the chambers find their way into the kill feed. 2 for 2 is where we find ourselves, and maybe all hope is lost now.
Hey, man, already 2 kills is really good. The investment was huge into this round. 2 rifles picked on up. This one could get tough, because still, there's players ready to deal more damage.
Yeah, Dip to dash on in. Flash doesn't quite clear anything. Dip's going to eventually fall as they're just trying to clear out hell, and they do so perfectly. But now they have to continue to fight their way out. A weapon in hand for Ferbsa. But what util? The recon bolt, unfortunately, didn't land where intended, and now the 1v1s will be taken, and it's Sam to do it for 4.
But that is not a round that they are happy about. That is not a round they are feeling confident, they are feeling good, and I'm certainly not feeling super confident about that round either. Losing out on 2 players here early to Benji, and then the further force of that retake taking down a rifle. I think both of those Vandals were picked on up, so at least that massive investment will stay safe still. These are some of these rounds where you just wish you could have back, and they will actually re-elect into a further investment. So a big risk being taken. If TAMU lose out on this round, their economy will be shambolic.
Yeah, they do a good job, though. When we see this reinvestment, it's not everybody. It's 2 people. It's 1 person low credits and 1 person saving.
Oh, they're trying to do this B play again, but Aggro shut down. He's a linchpin of the play. He's already gone. Ferbsa sticks around, even reflashes on in. Spike will be recovered, so no harm, no foul in that regard. Or at least it should be recovered in just a moment. But now look at them have control. They're so lacking. There's a push up over towards long. They don't know what's up over towards C. Sure, you have those trademarks down, but they're incredibly deep. So now anywhere you want to go for TAMU, it's going to be a full re-clear, and they're already kind of lacking in information without that jet to kind of take point.
Yeah, and this is a map in Haven that's got very long angles. You don't have to push up too aggressively to just get this information. You see the jump peaks out towards long?
They want to re-hit in towards B here, but look, there's a trademark available. Off of that, Sky Flash will come on through. This contact play could be big.
Yep, they still want to hit it here. Looks like it got the flash onto Dip. No way. Ferbsa goes down. Damn. Gonna make quick work of that one. Now inside the dark cover. He'll hang out. The dash on in, and he's not ready behind him. Sam almost fumbles the bag, but he gets it back in. He reels it back in, and now the defense is starting to piece something together. But a reminder, this is their full buy, so this is their round to win. But damn, continues to do damage. Finally, the backstab comes through, and Tayo has a very tall task ahead of him. A tap onto the spike. Ali cannot be the one on the spike. He's so low, he'll eventually fall. And Tayo's untouched. He's got a recon bolt in just a few moments. Tyler gonna hop onto the spike, still looking to stick this one. The spray is through, but it's not quite there. We'll finally hop on up just as the smoke dissipates. And it's NU on the board.
Scrappy round in that one. That play, though, was read into. You got to give a lot of credit in this round to Ferbsa. Taking that early fight, shutting down the jet that was going to dash on in, that was going to try and recreate that pistol round setup. It also was kind of on that Sky that it almost fell apart. There was another contact play that he was doing here. Trademark pops, Flash goes forward, but he misses out on the opportunity, falls, and then you're really weakened, lacking that Sky utility on the work back, and still the damage was dealt. We talked about the economic implications of that round, and now they're being felt.
It's, I mean, the same situation we saw on Ascent. Unfortunately, they don't have that same lead.
But it's all good, right? They have Tour de Force. They have Blade Storm. They have 2 extra guns for free.
It all makes sense now as it all comes to fruition. Hunter Shuri popped, but not much found. Tyler just playing the jump peaks here on B, understanding, I mean, TAMU really showing that this is a threat. We can come this way. No real commitments just yet. It's a Trailblazer up towards B. It's a drone inside the garage, and a cloud burst down, so nobody revealed by the trademark. The dash is on, and Benji has the first angle for contact here. Ollie just around the corner, and Aggro waiting for the squad. He doesn't have much time, though. If he wants to use that dash, he's going to have to go by himself. And unfortunately, that subsided. Ali going to find a huge kill. That's Sam in the tour de force to go. Benji looking to answer back, but it's the knives instead. The resets are there. The Guardian tap in. And it's Aggro to fall. A shrouded step to safety on the site. The recon bolt for the reveal. So Tyler in a tough spot. But no, it's Tamu in a tough spot. Ali with the Guardian ace.
That is absolutely absurd for Ali to pull off. He stands and he absolutely delivers. Just the Guardian to work with and 5 kills to be picked on up. The initial shots looking great out of him, and everything was working against him. It was honestly a pretty well set up execute. So Vidar comes on in, it connects, it tags the Omen, Paranoia connects onto Ali, but he takes the slimmest of margins on the duel through the Paranoia and still wins it on out.
The first kill of the round was against the tour de force.
And he wins it?
And he wins it with the Guardian, just pops the grape, gets it done, and puts Northwood in a good spot here. Again, the economy not great. Oh, up close and personal Trailblazer. It does get the stun, but it's this time Tyler to collect these kills. The Headhunter will eventually land, so it's Tyler to fall.
Wait, they didn't clear the Omen. This gets really weird because that Trailblazer missed, so now a Lurka come from behind. Ferbsa is in a really tough spot now. However, all good. Dips here, holding the line. Damn, lost the opportunity, and he also only has a Bucky.
And he's got a Bucky. Yeah, that's this isn't the Bucky of old. This is the Bucky of new, which is, it doesn't even feel like it's in the buy menu. Although I have seen some pretty cool plays.
He gets one here. Dip swing short. He gets one here. Calling it now.
There is a world because there's no reason for him to be holding long.
Yeah, they're getting nervous. Dip's worried about short. Uh-oh. No, damn, don't do this, man. This is your opportunity. This is the Bucky's time to shine. He's getting shaky.
And he's backing off the angle. Man. Oh, the timing. No, damn, eventually falls. Gets nothing with the Bucky. A near flawless for Northwood University. And this is where it gets scary. This is where it would be nice to see a timeout, right? Because now it does seem, oh, maybe Northwood have us figured out.
I love timeouts.
You love timeouts.
Give me another timeout, man. Yeah, I think this would be a pretty good opportunity to take that pause. However, their money was weird throughout all of this. They had that round where it was 2 ultimates, kind of the pseudo weapons picked on up. So I don't hate that they're recommitting. They have an idea. They want to commit on in towards it. I'm wondering if they're going to use that ult at all. Do have that teleport available for Dam in towards that previous map. They actually got some pretty good value out of it, but in this one, a mid-pinch coming on through. Already a push on in. Aggro is a bit caught out in the open here, but the supportive line keeps that garage push from becoming an issue, and now with the player lost towards C, this should be forced to be conceded. However, Benji sticking around long enough to grab another kill.
Yeah, that feels so bad, right? When it's the Chamber who pushes out towards mid, gets the kill, rendezvous all the way to safety.
Yeah.
No chance for a trade at all. And meanwhile, out towards C, Ali just gave up a little too much.
But the B trademark was always still there, so even though it's a 4 versus 4, they're comfortable to concede that space and just go elsewhere. The information now is becoming an issue. For that split second where they still had both trademarks up, they were in a really good position. Now with the one lost out towards garage, they have to be really nervous about something over towards C. And with the dog clearing in mid, I'd imagine they suspect this is coming in and out. A's being vacated. Rotate's coming on over, but I don't think they're playing retake. They're committed to fighting on this site.
Yeah, still a lot of time here for the rotations. That spike not yet committed as the ult will be canceled. The 2 defenders here, Dip and Benji. Dip still alive, but only for a moment longer. As his teammate falls, Benji falls, no, Dip follows, and Tyler, just through the smoke, gets taken down. Ferbsa has one of the tallest tasks, but it's a doable one. He only has 46 health, but it's low health for one, and just about no health for the other. If he finds the kill onto Sam, it was doable. Unfortunately, that's just not the outcome.
It's been a really good map out of Sam thus far. 10-3 to get things going on this chamber. Finding lots of value. I believe it was him actually to pick up that kill over towards Longer. Excuse me, it was Noble instead taking down Ali. But as we take a look here in the LLS replays, that was the moment where things turn around. Benji was kind of panicked. He needed to get out, needed to focus on re-clearing space over towards C because it could have just been a quick execute on that side of the map. And while it was a little later, they waited a moment. Same outcome came on through. Still, there is money. 3 rounds in a row do allow that to come on through. But this is probably going to be the breaking point on the economy. Only that chamber will have a whole lot extra in the bank.
Oof. And well, there's a couple 100 credits for Dip to get things started, and a free orb picked up. No contention out towards A long, so Tyler's gonna have that ult online.
Do they change something now that this Hunter's Fury is available? Because I wouldn't even hate to see you concede some space, maybe give up C towards this retake. You have utility to make it work, but it's also fine to hold on towards this setup. One of the biggest factors of Chamber on this map, when you're on the attack, you need to figure out where those trademarks are, and a priority in your default, the priority in your default, needs to be extremity control, get rid of trademarks. And thus far, that hasn't really been happening because they've been switched up quite often. Normally it's over towards Garage, one over towards B. But now that we're changing one over towards the A side of things, that's where it becomes an issue. Because you know that you're at a deficit of information, but you don't know where you need to repush. Talk of info though, the drone's coming out, but that Sova nerf, it's hitting. They don't know that this is an A hit, but now should be aware. Benji spots out 2 towards short, and he takes them both down. A new off angle, a new opportunity, but this is what we're talking about. They have the utility to play the retake if they even want to do it. Benji was looking to concede, but Tyler, he's got a different idea. And Benji, maybe he concedes the site, but it's just a new angle to be found. A 3K with the Tour de Force in a flawless round.
And the strength of the Tour de Force, right? You saw it there. I mean, here in the LLS replay, you'll see it. It's just a leg showing. And with the regular operator, that's not going to do the damage. But with the Tour de Force, it is that one shot anywhere. And then Tayo, just a little bit of miscommunication, not really moving at the same time, not waiting for that drone. And you just get punished so heavily for it, which goes to show you give Northwood an inch, they're going to take a mile.
And there's the economic implications. This was a swing round for either of these teams, and now it is working against TAMU. They are on a pretty tough one here. Interesting to see the heavy commitment towards the Bucky. We're still playing with that weapon.
Oof, this one's fast paranoia, but into the cloud burst, so safe. Recon bolt. Oh no, Ali was in a tough spot for just a second. But nothing really comes of it. Aggro to fall, flash on out. As Ferbs and Ali looking to clean up on the side. It's actually the pistols, the hero rifle, the Bucky getting a piece of the pie. Finally he'll be sat down, and a huge tag from Tyler finds Tayo. I mean, on the outside of this shock dart, away from dying, but he's looking to go aggressive. It's being held. Tyler, an absolute madman in this round.
The fact that that's a 2v1, though, still pretty good out of Tamu. Dealing some damage in that one. Not getting the spike down, though, so a little unfortunate to lose out on that opportunity. Ferbsa, it was really interesting smoke here that he ended up playing around. I think I was just trying to counter out if there was Sova Dart, gives you a little bit of safety to tuck on in towards, gives you options, different angles to peek around. I love when Omens get creative in that way.
I mean, it's just the right play, but Tyler understanding that that's also the right play, that maybe looking to do something a little aggressive when you're low HP, the last one standing, try and find an early kill, just not the case. Now we do get a Tour de Force online. Sam holding out towards sewers. Just nothing given up, and I mean, collecting is Northwood. That long A orb is always theirs.
Yeah, and look at the change now. They have that Tour de Force deep in towards A long, so they concede space in that area. They also have extremity control over towards C. Neither of those big boxes for these attacking sided defaults are being checked, so if they go for this B play again, which it looks like what they're lining up for, immediately they will be flanked from 2 fronts. And sure, they have the trademarks, but information only goes so far in these situations. They're doing it again?
Yep, just on the outside. Trademark will confirm this. We'll see how aggressive he looks to get. Gonna send a recon bolt of his own. Rendezvous to safety. Tyler actually gets one. Make it two. Aggro not ready for it. The Shrouded step to safety. And the Tour de Force, it's still holding angles, and it's still finding frags as the Trailblazer gets the stun. Tyler finds a third. Make it 4. He wants the ace, but it'll be denied. And in a 1v2, a player out towards mid. From Tyler to Tayo, Sova to Sova. Unfortunately, Tayo just falls short.
6-3 now picked on up, and that extremity control continuing to be an issue. That info as well continuing to be a problem in this one. I'm really hoping to see a pause here out of TAMU. They took one fairly early in towards that last one. Have a moment, try and figure out a new idea, but with this lesser buy, things are still looking pretty darn grim. This defensive side, this was the struggle for Northwood, and now on what I would consider a harder defensive-sided map.
Yep.
They're doing better, and I think it's because they've realized that retakes extremity control as their friend, and they've done a great job at that.
Yeah, I will say, moving over to the attack, I have some questions for Northwood University, and we've seen their strength in numbers. How is it going to be playing around this large map of Haven? But we don't have to worry about that just yet. What we do worry about is the duel out towards A. This time, they challenge for the orb. They don't give it up for free, and they find themselves a frag. Unfortunately, they eat one in return.
Tyler sticks around, though. If he can rewrap late in towards the sewer, that could be big. He hears the drone coming, knows he could be in a little bit of trouble, but the shock darts again to drone, and here's Dip taking space over towards the extremity. They should know now this is an A hit and reinforcements have arrived.
Dip is going deep, and there's nothing to reveal. He made it past the trademark, but they are wary of this, that there are a lot more angles that this jet could have pushed through, or anybody on the side of Northwood University could have pushed through. Dash online, Noble first up to receive, and it's a headshot from Dip, the dash to safety, and now it's paranoia. Is this jet still coming? Where is this jet going? And you see they invest one, back out towards A, now slowly but surely. Dam's gonna bring that spike on up to the site, but it's just lockdown defense. Ali and Tyler refuse to give it up. Paranoia will cut out the lights, but a 1v4, blinded up, taken down, and it's just getting hard to breathe for Texas A&M.
Just an omen diff. Great work there out of Ali, able to get away and reaggress for more. I'm going to say something that some people probably aren't going to like, but
go ahead.
On the defensive side, Jet's the best lurker. And I'll tell you why, because we are in a very heavy chamber meta, especially on maps like Haven. People heavily commit and people heavily trust the chamber trips.
Yep.
And hey, you have 2 cloud bursts. Literally a cheap, nice little ability. Pop it down, that trademark completely loses all value, because if you don't know, if there is a smoke covering that trademark, the flank watch no longer comes through, and you can just flank and no one's going to be watching.
Unfortunately, for you Jet players out there, I got to knock you down a peg, because Cypher also does that fairly well. Now, we're out of the Cypher meta a little bit.
But he can't dash away after taking a fight.
Can Jet, though?
Lurk on Jet.
Can Jet, though?
Yes.
I mean,
if you know what fight you're going to take, if you're ready on an angle, I think there's a case to be made.
I agree. I feel it is fairly coin flip. I'm just trying to give love to the Cypher mains out there. I'm just trying to, hey, Cypher's got a place.
No.
Okay, Mimi won't allow it. Fortunately, it sounds like, or seems like, we do get that timeout to finally figure out what's going on. And I think maybe a few rounds too late, because it has been a string of rounds for Northwood University.
It's been quite a few. I think still, I'm happy to see them taking a pause in whatever way we can get it. Think about a few of these ideas. I think what triggered it probably was that jet flank coming in late.
Yeah.
They're realizing now that their reliance on the trademarks cannot quite be stuck to. They need to make a change, be that going in kind of a faster execute, or just kind of recommitting to the reclear in these mid rounds if they're committing to the defaults.
A shout out to our support players, though, here, and SamWow and Tyler topping the charts in way of frags, getting it done themselves, hanging on to some of these rounds respectively for these teams. And look at the adaptation. Look at that second trademark. It's deep into the spawn, and that's getting a whole lot. It's getting actually every single entrance that you can come from.
And the thing is, you kind of have to know preemptively where the trademarks are to be able to smoke them on off. So it's good to see that change coming on through.
Ooh, flash on in. Dip, though, here to answer from the shadows, canceled. And I mean, Dip is just having himself the time of his life. So is Tyler, the Hunter's Fury. Turned true shot barrage, just refuses to miss, and Ferbsa says, hey guys, I want a little bit too. Picks up 2 for himself, and off the back end of a timeout, it's a flawless round for Northwood.
That hurts, man. They think they have a new idea. They adapt around the flanks. They say, hey, all right, new idea. Faster hit over towards the safe site, but still, they cannot get Dip off that site. They cannot deal with Tyler. This team, no matter where you look, there is a star ready to receive all of these players. The individual level is really high for them, and the team play has been great too. I think especially, I want to give credit over towards Ferbsa and towards Ali in terms of what they're doing as anchors, their utility to just have staying power. Just keep themselves around, keep that delay going. It's been great. Now, here we go. Last round and a half. The money is pretty darn rough for TAMU.
Yeah, the money is very rough. And with that lesser buy, it's right out towards B. Sam's taken down so early, though. They try and answer back onto the rendezvous, but it's a dark cover to keep them safe. It's aggression from Tyler. It's the first time we're really sealing it. It's not just Tyler, it's Ferbsa there as well. The knives, they're good for 1. But now Noble needs to be good for 4. He gets to play the clock. The paranoia is good. Oh, he's going to fall. Now he's stuck backside. The spray comes through. The Seeker's out on top, but it's Dip on top of the box. And once more at the half, we find ourselves 9-3 in favor of Northwood.
The man's noble, but not quite nimble enough to dance his way out of trouble in that one. Really tough half. We come back to that 9-3. That's what's talking about a curse, man.
True.
We get another curse, run things back, a chance for TAMU. But again, this half, I think it paints an even grimmer picture than we saw in towards game number 1 there. In what Northwood was able to pull off on that defense. At TAMU, we're really struggling the defensive side of the set. I think this map is even tougher to juggle the different parts parts of this defensive side. I think if I'm going to give them a silver lining, it's that their aggressive style was really working on that ascent attacking side. I think this is a map that allows you to bring that, especially with the combination of this Sky and aggro. Well, Nimble's had a really tough game individually. If he can give aggro more of those aggro moments, maybe we can see something turn around here.
I love that. I think you had that Noble Nimble pun and then subconsciously called him Nimble. I don't know if you're going to continue to call him Nimble.
I'm just committed now,
Okay,
man.
you're just committed now. I'm here for it. And you know, what I had said about Northwood on the attacking side, I was thinking, how are they going to use all of this map? I wasn't even thinking about how spread out the defense has to be, right? If they are just going to death ball around the map, they're going to run into one or two maybe.
I've said trademark more than any other word on this broadcast, but same holds true on this defensive side. They get a lot of value, man. You can find something with it. Dog will re-clear over towards long. I think it's spotted out 2 players, so the C hit, not to be expected per se, but at least a strong setup for it. Dan has a paranoia.
Oh, they are all set up for this one. Fortunately, a little heavier of a lean for Texas A&M, but another important round to get this comeback started. And with this, look at the rotations. They're yin and yang across the map here.
Is there even going to be a contest over towards A? If that is the final commitment, there probably will be. There's been quite a bit of delay now, and that Sova has made it back on towards that A site. Dog will clear towards long. That has been heard, or at very least spotted from aggro up towards heaven. You see the rotates coming back the other direction, and there's the chamber already TPing on over. There's players here ready for this.
Yep, they are ready for it. Flash finds nothing, so the site is clear. The recon bolt going to start to reveal, but aggro takes so much damage, forced to back away, play a bit more passive, and it's dipped to open things up through the dark cover, not Spike Planet.
Look over towards mid. There's a late lurk here available.
Ali looking to do it again. It's aggro, low HP, but he's a hero for the squad. He gets his one before going down. It's Ferbs that are traded back on the Headhunter. Maybe just needs to find a couple of body shots, and the defense slowly but surely working their way through this. Dam took care of the flank, but now he has to worry about the site, and there's just too many angles. It's the pistol, and I mean, we get to see, what does TAMU do here? Do you concede it? You're in a really rough spot.
Yeah, this is an incredibly tough spot to be in if you're TAMU. I think the only decision is to force at this point, but it's going to be meager if they do commit on into it. What, Sheriff's, 1 Spectre, full armor on the Marshals? You still have to heavily favor this round. And, I mean, if you don't win this round, it is practically game over. It is practically series over, because at that point, momentum is working against you. The money is swinging against you, and you have not shown solutions. We need a miracle here for the side of Texas A&M.
Yeah, you lose here, and the bye that they have now is basically going to be the bye for the rest of the game. As Dip wants to get aggressive early. Damn, spotted out. Won't shroud it step to safety, but okay, Sam on the cross, able to find that kill. Damn, can't quite get away, and well, now the bodies are starting to drop. The rotators are starting to come on over, but it's a player advantage over to Northwood University. And well, obviously we know the weapons are there as well, and with the Headhunter gone, it's a couple of Marshals just on the other side. Positions noted. Marshal shots taken. Flash out just to delay, so working against the clock now. Our Texas A&M, they're worried about what's lurking in the garage, but they have to worry about Tyler here on the site. The quick scope, it's just not enough. Tyler, though, has been more than enough for this Northwood squad.
I feel like a big part of this game for me, outside of the match itself, it's just proving more and more that I'm not a fan of Jet on this patch.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of Jet on this patch. Neon is just in such a good position that I think the justifications to run Jet over Neon, especially on maps like Haven, maps like Fracture, it is dwindling, but it's a really tough adaptation to make, especially right before a big tournament. Since the patch just come out, they don't have the same kind of opportunity to play on previous patches. You're always playing live in Collegiate, so the prep time to switch on over is really low. So I understand that they're sticking to these older comps. I just think there's more opportunities for more value switching on over to some of these new ideas, newer compositions.
And, you know, I don't know what the newer compositions are going to look like, but playing on that new patch, you're playing a lot of that Fade in your solo queues and stuff like that, so maybe teams are looking to substitute out the Sova for Fade.
But obviously not in
and you can't do that here.
Yet.
Yep, you just can't do that here, so you have to just default back to that Sova. And, well, Tyler's making it look good. He's making it work.
That's for sure.
He's doing it for himself. That Hunter's Fury still getting heaps of value, and, well, the value continues for Noble, at the very least, getting a pistol kill, walks away with 1 HP. Unfortunately, this guy can't heal himself up, but here we go. Texas A&M, they're getting a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, Ali walked really deep in towards garage, got taken down. Nice shots with these sheriffs, and now the long play's been spotted. Rotate should be already here. If these initial fights do not go the favor of Northwood, then Texas A&M in a really good position to swing this back on over, and that delay factor as well. Paranoia pushing back in towards the smoke. Everyone's practically going to be here already, and I think they're going to be forced to cancel. They're really worried about their flank at this point. You see, they've sent a player to re-clear that space.
Yeah, kill out towards mid. Left. Would be huge here. They are opting into that rotate, but the footsteps will be heard because we're seeing where that Sova is playing. Flash out Tayo. Now tossing all this over towards the team. The spike planted, uncontested here on the B side. I'm sure this is where it's going to go. Now they have to try and fight their way out, and that's the scariest thing. But they're off on the great start, right? They're pushing out towards A-Link nice and early. Need to find this kill, but it's aggro out on top. And the two initiators stuck here on the site, looking to push aggressive and find something. But Tyler, the last one standing. If anybody could have done it, it was Tyler. Unfortunately, just didn't have the space for it.
TMU pulling off around there. Really, really terrible buy going on into that one, but they do make it work. They do make it work. Still, long road ahead of them. 7 rounds requisite even to get us to a tie, much less to close it out, much less to even get towards a map number 3. And that money on the other side is still going to be pretty darn solid. It was a bonus round still at the end of the day for Northwood. So they're feeling comfortable in this one. In the reinvestment they've brought on through, they've earned themselves that Silva Hunter's Fury. It looks like with this heavy lean towards A, I wouldn't hate to see just a hard execute in that direction. Tyler pops up a dart, supports with the Hunter's Fury. We've seen a few rounds like that on the defense on these retakes.
Right here. And it looks like that's exactly what they're shooting for. Sam and Tayo, though, wanting to get that orb out towards long. No, they just don't even push aggressively. They just toss out the dart. They get the information. Hunter's Fury, they'll come from the opposite side. Trying to assist in the site hit. Rendezvous not quite taken down, and it's Sam to eventually fall. Tyler just doesn't miss with that ult. If he's Hunter's Fury, he's going to get his. But Tayo and aggro now fighting back into it. Tyler's still alive. Tyler's still a problem. 3 kills on the round. He's got 46 health remaining, and he wants to keep fighting. It's Benji instead to steal away that kill. And the last one standing as the smoke will dissipate. It's Noble, and he's good for 2, but he needed 3. And it's Tyler to do it again.
Dude, this man, 26 and 7 on the Sova. Tyler is taking a stand in this match. He wants that opportunity in the semifinals. He wants to keep fighting in this tournament. And he is making a darn good argument for it.
There's just something about players, gamers, ladies and gentlemen, that just use their first name as their tag. I don't know if you know anybody specifically, but Tyler, I do know. And
this
Tyler's
is just a plug for Tanner Metro.
No. Tyler, this is a plug for Tyler.
All right.
This guy's crazy.
Tanner Metro, just making it about himself. I get it. All good. Aggro, off shot, investment made on through. That is a big way to keep things going in this one, but they are already closed. That flash! Oh, it could have been massive, but aggro so much better. A collateral with the operator. He can get no more in this round. It is sure as hell not over yet. There's still 2 players alive, and they've already pinched their way over towards this A site. It's a lockout. Has to be a retake here for TAMU.
A shrouded step just across there, wary of what could be looking this way. Spike will get planted, and the paranoia will delay for just a moment, but now just under 40 seconds for the defense to work with to try and take this side. Ali gives up a shoulder, and he survives. He's going to be counting his lucky stars here in this one as Damn, the first one up. Good flash, crossfire's even better. Ali still standing. But for how much longer? He's got 3 kills on the round. It would take the ace to close out the map and the series. And Noble dies to fall damage. Oh my goodness, what? It comes down to that. It's Sam off the spike, tour de force. And TAMU hang on.
They needed a triple kill for the jet up, and they still almost lost it on out. A player dying to... Dude.
That's the nerves, though. You see how nervous the players are getting.
I'm nervous, man.
Yeah.
I'm just watching this. First of all, really impressive stuff out of aggro, but I don't even know if they recover that. They do. They pick it up in the end, so even pulling that small victory on out. Wow.
And just the re-equip from the shrouded step is not faster than the re-equip off the spike. And Sam is able to capitalize. He's been so good for the squad. I talked about the support players in both Sam and Tyler and what they've done, and they get to hang on a moment longer.
I'm eating the same dish every day, though. Eco round, B hit on Haven. Here we go, spike coming on down, post-plant time.
Yep, honey, wake up. Another B hit coming out from Northwood University, and they look to hang on, and they're doing it. They're doing the darn thing thus far. Noble 2 big kills, ripping away the headhunter from Benji. But now they have to find their way on that to get that defuse, and there's still some util to play with on the opposite end. Meanwhile, the players, they're starting to dwindle. Ali, he's got himself a frag. The shock dart's queued up, but through the wall, Sam takes down Tyler. And what can Ali get done? The shrouded step up top at aggro, just gonna hold the spike. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the angle. Sam for 3. And TAMU, they hang on once more, but we talked about it a few rounds ago. It's still a very, very tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, it feels like we had some big victories for the side of TAMU, but still 6 rounds what they need to pull this one in towards overtime. And now that money favor not towards them. Equal standing operator invested on this attacking side for Dip. What do they want to do with that? Is it slowing things down, committing in towards his default, or is he just trying to go short, punish his opposing operator? Because the op is going to be taking a peek over towards long there. This duel could be set up.
Revealing area.
And Recon Bolt finds nothing out towards A short. And the angle down towards sewers makes sure that nobody getting too aggressive from Northwood thus far.
This is really risky. They're already pulling a rotation super quick. There's been heavy conditioning that A is an issue, so that Sky already leaving. Dog to re-clearing towards mid will find 1 player, so now they have to get cautious. Send the Omen back over towards C and just trust that trademark in Garage, but they realize its position. Spam it down through the box. Someone is going to have to check on that now.
And that somebody can't be damn as he's holding that angle out towards C long on the jump peaks. Ali, though, will fall that up, finally getting some value. Meanwhile, Sam's got his position atop the boxes here towards B. So if that's the fallback here for Northwood, it will be answered by 1, and he's actually swapped that position. Meanwhile, Noble, oh no, tries to run away, but he takes the shots in the back. Now Benji trying to step up for the team, and he gets one onto Dan before he can escape. He gets 2, and he clears out the C site. And this is what it comes down to, the Seekers to reveal.
Yeah, and it even presses them farther away. No fast retake in this one. There is ample time for this attacking side to entrench. And Tyler, he has been so excellent thus far this match. The ultimate ability to work without towards long. It's just a matter of buying time to let Tyler close it on out this one. It feels almost impossible. Aggro needs to do something big here, and he starts strong.
Yep, no time for the rendezvous, so Benji falls. Tayo gets it done as well, but you talked about the Hunter Shuri, and we've seen how good it's been. No way, through the smoke, he gets another. Here comes the Hunter Shuri, the shock dart right at his feet. Does Tyler die? Yes, he does. TAMU hangs on.
That is massive out of Tayo. He knows exactly where that play is coming from. He knows the damage that has gotten done, and in the Sova v Sova, Tayo comes out on top.
Comes out on top. Holy moly. Holding my breath in plays like that. For Tyler to find that first kill through the smoke onto aggro, as we take a look at how this round really played out in the LLS replay, it was scary. Benji walked onto the C site, kicked the door open, and claimed it as his.
And they still lost the round. What a retake. The utility there in the end as well. Taking down the Sova and closing out that round. 5 left to make overtime a reality, though. And it looks like maybe another B hit on the cards. They've realized that they can get the spike down every time. It's just a matter of holding in that post. I honestly don't hate the play. Even if it is a little bit stale, you can still get value out of it.
Your tools are a bit lessened now that you don't have that Hunter Shuri. We've obviously seen how wall-bangable mid-window is as well. So not the safest place to play for the shock darts. Is Tyler aggressive? Bulldog in hand. And if it's Tyler, I think he's also got to beware of dog sign around his neck. He's got the beware of dog bling, because that dude is going to be scary, but even scarier is aggro. Just as he gets flashed, he takes down Ali. The Bulldog goes out towards C-Link, and there it is. It takes a bite out of Noble, but look at this. Look where the spike is headed, but there's a player here. He's going to try and escape. Damn has a position. No, he gets spotted. Shrouded step to sneak away, and the spike will be planted.
Sure, they could have killed him, but the spike plan is out towards Spawn. Spawn is the space they already had, so the fight there is more important, and Benji is holding this angle. Tayo, all the timing, it works favorably for him. If Tayo can take this kill, take down that chamber, that would be absolutely big to keep this round going, but he's unable to do so. Still, that trade comes on through.
Yeah, still a player advantage here. Flash on out. Ferbsa takes some damage on the way out. It's now an operator staring him down, and well, everybody gets cleaned on up. Dip just didn't have enough there. The buy just wasn't enough from Northwood University, and another round, one at a time. That's all it's been taken this far for TAMU.
You can hear what it means to him. I mean, the energy is exuding here in the venue for TAMU. But is it enough? 4 rounds now left. This one getting damn close. And at this point, I just want to see that tactical timeout. This momentum is getting really dangerous. Look at that, just the timeline. It's been a retake every single time. They can get this spike down, sure, but in the post, they have been struggling. The retake potential with this double initiator plus the Omen has been really excellent. That needs to change. I think they had the right idea in getting more aggressive there for the side of Northwood University and towards the post plant, but will they be able to keep that going? Will they be able to change that tide?
Henry Cumbold out, taken down early. Flashes to follow, guiding light, no way, dip on the widest swing I've ever seen and immediately gets punished. Aggro, welcome to the server, buddy. A round ago you popped off, now you're starting to do it again. The attack is cut down one, the next shot goes wide, I caster cursed him, but guess what? Tayo is there to help him out, and the close angles. Aggro, he's pushing all the way out. Unfortunately, he'll get punished for the aggression. It's Ali there to answer, but 2 players the lead.
But they have no map control as well. They conceded so much. There was already a push over towards Ceylon, and now that crunch is continuing. They are locked in towards this play. Second chance is not really an option in this round, and the dart should be well timed. No way this doesn't reveal Ali.
Spike could get picked up. Tyler gonna fall though, and I thought maybe a from the shadows play on the horizon from Ali. But just doesn't seem like the case. It's going to take a Herculean effort from the Omen of Northwood University, and if he can't find himself the 1v4...
Okay, if he wins this duel on the flank, teleports
30
away...
seconds left.
This is doable, but he can't. Best. Damn. Well done. Locks it down. Flank comes through. Well timed, and the round, again, goes the way of Texas A&M.
They do it once more. Now, the problem is, you cannot afford to make a single mistake here. You just cannot. Fortunately, they've got this economy reset. Not that this is a free round, but your back's against the wall. You have to be perfect every single time. They've done so thus far. They've been more than perfect, fortunately. And now we get to see him try and do it again. The Guardian from Ali was good on the defense. He's now got it on the attacking side. Tyler sitting on 30 kills on the Sova. But unfortunately, this might not be the round. The orb, though, look at this for Dip. If he grabs this orb, he's got himself the blades, and he's going to go for it. Tour de force doesn't quite land, and now this is the strongest tool outside that Guardian. And another tool taken down at Sam to fall. Tour de force gone.
It's got to be the retake again, but Dam finds a big kill, and they have a Hunter's Fury as well. Spike plant denied. Time is being bought here, but Hell is still held, and Dam is still out towards long. A flank is coming, and he holds on. Dam's position is massive. He knows his survival is key, and he's committed to it.
Yeah, absolutely huge. They're taking a body shot to find a kill onto that Omen, but the Sheriff just wasn't enough from Tyler. And now Benji gonna try and push out here aggressively, completely trapped on this site. Our Northwood University, and that Spike not in a great spot, but there's a kill. Okay, Benji takes down Tayo. Here with the blades, the right click, and it's a rifle in hand. Now a 2v2 and a winnable one. Mimi, look at the health. Damn. A scary spot to the box.
These players are isolated. Aggro up towards Heaven, the other player in short. They have a bit of a crossfire, but it's an operator. Smoke available. A bit of sanctity given, but I think the barrel was just spotted. They should know Aggro is up towards Heaven. The information is here. This round might just be on Dam.
Huge kill there from Aggro. Now Benji has to try and do it himself as he pushes through the smoke. Dam's on the inside to shut it down. It's double digits for Tamu.
Dam he is that route. He did everything. Gets the flank, initial kill, shuts down that hold. Spike comes into his control, and he just keeps it going. He just stays alive, doesn't over-aggress, doesn't get greedy, and that's the absolute best mark of a good player, especially at this level, because tons of people, I think everyone in this server is cracked mechanically.
Yeah.
But having that discipline, waiting, holding strong, not getting over-aggressive in those rounds, that's what you need to see, and he's doing that.
And on top of all that, surviving, right, but just the positioning to understand, hey, this Spike is down short, I need to get on top of that, because you saw the attacking side was not giving up anything in way of positioning. They weren't spraying through the smoke. They eventually started shooting through Heaven, but they were just trying to play the angles that they had garnered for themselves, which was deep into C-Link.
Yeah, tactical timeout will finally be called. I mean,
fortunately. Yeah.
It feels a little late, guys.
Yeah.
It feels like it's been about like 6 rounds maybe we've lost in a row, but all good. They call it eventually. They take their moment. They have their time. You see the players chatting, trying to think of an idea, but you can see that stress maybe getting them in a little bit. The pressure is on in these situations, and when you know that that map is yours, you have won it. and it starts slipping away, it starts
hard.
getting out of you,
Yep.
that is really tough to reel back in. They've had their pause. They have the money. If it's not this round, it feels like overtime.
It feels like overtime here on Haven and what could quite possibly be a map 3. TAMU just need to hold on. And I misspoke. I said C-Link. I meant A-Link. You guys know what I'm talking about. You guys know what I meant. We were all watching the same thing, but look at this. They go back to it. Out towards B they go. The paranoid to buy some time. Sam goes atop the box, and Ollie's ready for it. Now Dip can just hop right back on, and there's really nothing here to delay. Cloudburst down. Dip, the bunny, will just sneak on out, and it's aggro to hop onto the spike. Noble trying to help him out, but through the smoke, Ali will find the frags. And the defenders, they've assumed this B site, but they're a player down. They need to fight forward.
There's a flank coming as well. He's going to be in the back lanes almost immediately.
Almost immediately, and Tayo was looking to be ready for it. Finds a dink. If it was a Vandal, Benji would be dead. But instead, it's the inverse, and now Noble needs to do it. Needs to be nimble, but he just cannot, and it's Northwood University to the semifinals.
A 2-0 for them, and well, it got so darn close. They still pull it off again. They prove that when the times get tough, when things get close, well, TAMU, they had the ability to come back to make things a very close affair. Let's give some respect to them for being able to pull it off, but Northwood, again, finding adaptation in the end. It's just a bridge too big to be able to come back from.
And that's the problem. When you put yourself in that deficit 9-3 at the half, you gotta shore up that first half. You go 7-5, you go 8-4, and this is a way different map as we swap sides.
But I also feel like if you're Northwood here, you're one of the teams that is probably favored to win this event. You already lost a series. You're not feeling good off of this. Sure, you take things home, and that feels nice, but that was not clean. Things need to be worked on because that is 2 maps that almost got away from them. There is a world where they let both those slip them on by. It could have been a 2-0. Respect to TAMU for making that possible, but it should have never been that close.
Should have never been that close. Now, I will say there are a couple of things coming into this one. Like you said, they already lost. They come into this with a chip on their shoulders. We can take a peek back at our LLS replays on the game here and how the series closed out. Northwood, they lose the match against what could be, I guess, considered their rivals in Hawaii. So they come into this one with a chip on their shoulder with a lot to prove. And hey, they prove it. They take a step further. They find their way in the semifinals. But also, overall, grand scheme, they've already got the main stage experience now. Those nerves come tomorrow. Should they make it deeper into the bracket semifinals, grand finals, they should be gone. And whoever they're playing, they're probably going to have that leg up. So the nerves that we saw in this one, we probably see a different Northwood University come tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it does just come down to that little bit of experience. That first time you're playing up on the stage, even if you have that experience on land, coming into a new venue, coming into a new place, it gets tough. And you can see, it almost just looks like relief at the end there. Just like, we didn't let that get away from us in that one. So, big rounds. I want to give especially credit to a player like Benji. The performance that he was having, switching on over towards his chamber, was really nice. I think the value of the chamber for both these sides was really prevalent on this map.
Yeah, and it's funny, too, the way that, because Chamber's typically playing aggressive, so to go from that Killjoy over to that Chamber, right, you just have to give so much more, I guess, round of applause. But also we have to mention Tyler, right? Tyler was just so good. I feel like a huge tool in securing this victory.
Yeah, a really big one indeed. As the replays finish on off, it will, of course, be the side of Northwood University taking things home. But over on the stage, we got Paulie and Jackie for an interview.
Thank you so much, Mimi and Tanner. And right now I am with Tyler. Congratulations on the victory. Tell me the emotions you're feeling.
We're feeling pretty good. We're actually really excited for tomorrow. We wanna get into the finals and win it all.
Well, you definitely have that momentum going for you, so that's fantastic.
Yeah, rightfully so, Jackie. So, well, you guys, Tyler, you're cruising alongside here. You just had an amazing victory over TAMU. Tell me a little bit, just what's the energy like for Northwood now competing heavily in Valorant?
The energy's actually pretty high. We were a little down after the Hawaii game. We just barely lost in that one. But I think this one definitely put our spirits back up, and we're ready to win it all.
Absolutely. And is that your prediction? Is Northwood going for it all?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Thank you, Tyler. You played phenomenal today, for real.
Appreciate it.
Tyler, anything you want to say to your fans and supporters?
I appreciate all the support from everybody, and look out for us in the finals.
Okay, well, go join your team and celebrate. Congratulations again on the victory. Paulie, oh my gosh, I've had so much fun with you today. It's been absolutely thrilling. Saw some amazing series. So I want to thank all of you at home for watching. And I can't wait to work with you tomorrow. More stage hosting to be had.
Yeah, we'll have an amazing day tomorrow. Day number 2, grand finals of all 4 games. The Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup is coming back tomorrow for some more action. Make sure you're following that Twitch channel and stay tuned in.
All right, we're going to send it back to the desks.
Thank you, Jackie and Polly. 2 deliciously tall individuals. That player is not short.
Not see that? I don't know where you were going.
That player is not short. Those are very tall people.
Tyler's just hanging out with his 2 parents, and it's just like, no, that's a grown adult.
Here's mom and dad.
I like the double interview. He's like,
Poor Tyler. Tyler's just like, uh-oh, like, what have I done?
Yeah. But speaking of Tyler, spirits are back up. Northwood feeling very good. How did you guys feel about watching that match? Did Northwood earn the whole thing?
Yeah, without a doubt. I think the biggest thing they talk about, you heard Tanner and everybody else talking about it, you know, Benji obviously clutching up. It felt like in that first series is Benji and Aggro just going back and forth.
Yeah.
Big 3K clutch for him, and then the defuse to actually close out that series pretty much when he was standing on the turret, you know, hanging out. But then you saw the other side of it when we get into it, and you saw Ali Guardian Ace in the 2v2 to clutch that up, and then it just felt like, as much as you want to give credit, every single time it was a different person on Northwood. It's like, okay, it is Benji. Oh, just kidding. It is Tyler. Oh, it is. Oh, it's like it just kept being a team effort. I think ultimately each person had their individual moments. By primarily, shout-outs to Dip. My goodness.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Literally living up to his name. Jet, that character is, I mean, she shoots and dips. It's the reason why she's the safest character in the entire game, right? It's the reason why people give her the op. It's the reason why we saw Aggro go as crazy as he did, right? That character enables good play, good aim, and good awareness. And that's something that we saw so often, right? That like almost 9-3 cursed again, right? They only need one more point and then it ends up going, the final score being like 12-10. Like it's absolutely crazy, like to be able to see how these players have just been adapting to each other's strategies. I've been loving seeing how they've been like sort of playing a little bit more patiently. They've made it in the sight when they were actually on the attack. Where they were actually on the attack, I was actually so impressed with how they were able to just pretty much like run on site. There was a couple times where I'm like, they just planted that, and it's like, yes, the answer is yes. Like they actually just made it onto site, they planted it, and then they dipped out, and it was so much control on the on either side. Like they really were at each other's throats a lot of those games.
You guys are going to make me the villain. You're going to make me be the villain and say the bad stuff? Okay.
No, I'm not making you. No, I mean, to be honest, like you don't have to say what you're about to say.
I mean, the 4K, the Ace from Ali was great.
Right.
I really was impressed by Ali's ability to clutch the 4K in the first game. Stuck in a room with their back up against the wall. Everyone on the opposing team knows where they are, and they just walk in one by one into the Ali blender. Then they throw a smoke, and they're like, they won't see us in the smoke. Well, he did, and he won that round too. But that was the one thing that Northwood did tremendous, was they always figured out that no matter who was the last person standing for them, that clutch potential is still at a level 10. Right, it is still at the max. Anybody, you know, you talked about Dip, you talked about Ali, Benji, Ferbsa even had some times 100%. Where you're not really, there's no sweat on the brow if they're by themselves, you know?
Right.
But the bad thing about Northwood, which showed in this matchup in both games, and it showed in their qualifiers and all throughout the season, is the fact that they start off each game really, really hot, and then they kind of fizzle out until they're forced to change the way they're playing in that game. It's kind of like the other team is starting to pick up on what they're doing and they're adapting to it, and then Northwood's like, okay guys, it didn't work for the 12th time in a row. I guess we'll change our game plan this time. And I think if they can just adapt to that a little bit faster, maybe then they'll go up against Hawaii and not lose in overtime 15-13, and they can finally say, okay, it's not a ping issue, we're actually better than you.
Now, let's move into the post-show, sponsored by Barbasol. Thank you, Barbasol, hanging out with us all day. And I want to talk a little bit about what has happened so far today. We took all these teams, we've whittled them down little by little until we have teams that are tomorrow going to be playing mostly for championships. You didn't see any Rocket League today. You're going to see that all tomorrow. We'll go over the schedule in a moment. But just really quickly, what are your highlights from today? Let's start with Fawn. You look like you have an idea.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, like I'm going to be honest. I was looking around, like finding out who did have the idea. So like, so
she saw a light bulb above your head.
It's there.
So the biggest thing for me was definitely like I love watching Smash, love watching Valor. I think those two games are super amazing. Of course, I got to give a shout out to my SCAD bees. Of course, I have to do that, right? I mean, for Overwatch. I mean, I'm excited to see how they place in the brackets tomorrow as well. But once again, Smash and Valor are something it is I'm definitely going to be looking forward to tomorrow. I think the type of play it is that we've seen in both games, despite how retrospectively different they are, like you're looking at a game that like is so unbelievably fast-paced, right? Like you have a situation like this where you're looking at Joker versus Rob. You're seeing all these you're seeing Mii Fighter, you're seeing Villager, right? Like you're seeing how well a lot of these players are playing and how well they're adapting to a lot of situations. It makes it that much more frightening when you have to think about, man, like if this was something today, like what do we see tomorrow, right? Like how much more do these players have in the tank? And I think that's something that I'm excited to see. I can't believe that happened twice. I'm sorry. I had to like seeing that again. I was like, that's crazy that he actually get that off twice. But still, like absolutely amazing games. One of the best sets of the entire.
Wait for it.
Okay, not yet.
So they get it. Okay, here it comes.
He's back. Fastest creature alive. He's coming back.
Oh, they're not even going to show it. I understand there's so many more games to go to with Overwatch and stuff, but like, yeah, I gotta gush about it too. Like I talked about it right at the beginning. Like, although Smash isn't a game that I commentate or cover or anything like that, it is a game that I just intrinsically love watching because of those comebacks. It's so endemic in the ability to like see the scene carry it, and then you also get the big moments. But at the same time, like I think overall, if we're going to do the wholesome approach, like it's the fact that we have so many different esports, so many different teams all coming together collectively for one purpose, which is to provide entertainment for both those at home and here in the public, which is just so good to be back. I think I can't reiterate enough. It is awesome to go and hang out with all of you guys and be here for a very long, whatever amount of 12-hour day, whatever we're at now. I don't know what it's kind of, but yeah, it's been a day, but it's been an absolute blast, and being able to spend that time with you guys, that's my highlight for the day.
So sweet of you, man. Thank you.
Blue, really quick, what was your highlight for today?
Harrisburg finally beating Northwood. They're in the grand finals. I'm glad I didn't want to get too crazy with a 3-0 prediction, but they did 3-0, so I'm glad that happened. Getting to watch some Valorant, some really close Valorant too, between two teams that have been trying to go back and forth for a couple months. But Smash, I guess Smash is like kind of like that food where like you hear it and you're like, ew, that's nasty, and then the person asks, have you ever tried it? And I'm like, no. Well, then how do you know it's bad? And I think that's how I was with fighting games. I never really watched them, but I didn't have an interest. So now I do, and I got to watch some Smash, and it was very enjoyable. It was deliciously enjoyable.
We were all on our feet being hyped. All right, that's all I'm saying.
Glad you liked
all right. With that said, let's move on to our schedule for tomorrow. We're going to be having all 4 games tomorrow. So we're going to be kicking off at 10:15 with the pre-show here, brought to you by Barbasol. We're going to have the Super Smash Brothers Grand Final to start out the day. Then we will have the Overwatch Grand Final. So 2 very hyped things to start the day off. Then we'll transition to Rocket League, which is hype because we haven't had any Rocket League yet. We're going to do the winner bracket finals, the loser bracket finals, or the lower bracket finals, and the grand final, all in a row. And as soon as we're done with that, we will move to the Valorant Grand Final, and that will be all for tomorrow.
I'm excited because Lawler was telling me earlier, there is some massive upsets that happened in Rocket League. Like the number 2 and number 3 seed, they're gone.
7th seed took 3rd seed with Central Florida. We've got a bunch of players that are not only playing in the most prolific league in the RLCS, the Rocket League Championship Series, but like they not only because of the way that it's played out get to come back and put like full fielded roster for Northwood. Like Northwood has a potential chance to take 3 titles out of our 4.
UCF has a chance to take 2. I mean, they have a rockin' Valorant team as well.
It is unbelievable to see how dominant some of these colleges are. It's been prolific.
Recruiting.
Do you guys have favorite teams after today if you just had to pick one?
Harrisburg, they didn't let me down.
Go ahead.
Harrisburg, they didn't let me down.
Yeah, I think you have one you really enjoy.
SCAD, right?
Yeah. They go by Savannah College of Art and Design, aka the SCAD Bees. Right, go Bees. That's pretty much how that is, right?
So cute. What about you?
No, I think I'm more of a fan of like the moments than like specifics. So keep bringing those big moments. I will say Sonics.
Okay.
Boy, oh my
God. Love seeing it. Love seeing it.
I'm gushing about that Sonic play. It was so good.
Don't forget that you can tune in live at cecc.live. We're going to kick off with that pre-show again at 10:15 a.m. That's Eastern Time. If you're in Pacific Time, get up early. It's going to be 7 a.m. We're going to have all those 6 matches happening tomorrow. You can catch the action on Twitch, ESTV, and more, so don't miss miss it. That's going to do it for this first day of the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup presented by Microsoft CDW. It's been a long, fun day filled with some great matches, but ultimately there can only be one winner. And we will crown those victors tomorrow for the Championship Sunday. 4 games, 4 victors, $25,000 on the line. It is all down to this. On behalf of everyone at CSMG, Skillshot Media, Esports U, and of course, everyone involved with CECC and our partners and sponsors, thank you for tuning in and attending the CECC live from Atlanta, Georgia. We'll be back first thing tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 7 a.m. Pacific Time for Championship Sunday. For now, we leave you with the sights and sounds of the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Day 1.